Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning. Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81 _ The target of fire embers, Momoshiki Admiral. Whitebeard pirates. This is true of the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army Dragon, as are many forces under the current king, Shichibukai. For a time, the reputation of Baizi and the Yanwang pirates overwhelmed the world. It was even called the strongest pirate group under the Four Emperors by countless pirates. And Baizi was also called by everyone after Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, and the strongest man other than the Redhead. Yanwang pirates were established only a few days ago, and they became the first person under the Four Emperors. The limelight was strong for a time, and they overwhelmed the Four Emperors. You must know that the Four Emperors have not been in the sea during this period of time. How to do it? A certain sea area, on the way to Fishman Island. Straw Hat Pirates. Wow, ha 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 ha. It's amazing. Ace can actually harden Kuzan Admiral, and that. Captain Baizi, he killed 2 big men again. Is he going to become the 5th emperor? The monsters in the New World are too strong. This guy actually has 3 kinds of devil fruits. How did he do it? Nami, drive into Fishman Island, and I'm going to fight Ace's Captain Shirasawa. Luffy jumped on the deck and yelled at Nami, who was adjusting her direction. Nico Robin, who was opening a newspaper on the deck, made a slight curve. She also admired Baizi, who blatantly killed Tenryubito. When Zoro heard Luffy's words, he bounced like he was hit with blood. I heard that. Baizi's knife is very powerful, let's try it out. Cut, it's my Sanji who wants to discuss the green algae head. How could it be your turn? I heard that the Empress is also here, so you must do well. The Nympho Sanji, his eyes are full of love, even if he is punched to the ground by Nami. A few days later. A sea surface more than 500 miles away from Fishman Island. Report Momoshiki Admiral, the island ahead found that Kaido of the Beasts Hawkins pirates is slaughtering people and killing innocent people. A Marine non-commissioned officer straightened his back and saluted the standard military salute, reporting the situation. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Momoshiki raised his eyebrows, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Hawkins pirates just lost an epidemic queen, and it has only been a few days since they started unscrupulously courting death. Order the ship to move towards the island. Momoshiki immediately ordered the warship to go to the island where the Hawkins pirates were chaotic. As Marine Momoshiki, the most hated are those pirates who do nothing for evil. About half an hour later. Island in the dark. Boss Jin, Marine's Momoshiki Admiral is here. One of the subordinates reported to the flames with a pair of wings in front of him and flames rising from the back of his head, and today was their 3rd day on this island. Since the last Fishman Island incident, the Plague Queen was killed by Momoshiki Baizi and the 2 of them, jointly. Kaido of the Beasts immediately became furious and gave Yan Jajin a death order at the first time. Z is strong, but Momoshiki is not in this way. As long as they are single, they are not without a chance. Sure enough, the hard work paid off. They finally waited for Kuzan Kizaru, so they have the current scene. Very good. Go on, according to the original plan. After giving the order, Yan Jajin glanced at several marine battleships above the sea in the distance, and his eyes were full of ruthless light. Momoshiki Admiral, after today, there will be no such person in the marine. What a pity, a marine rokushiki and swordsmanship. The genius just fell on an unknown island like this, and in a few days, this gift will be enough for Marines. Surprise. Muttering to himself, Yan Beast immediately ordered the 6 Sons of the Sky and several core combatants on the Kaido of the Beast's ship to go to the predetermined assassination location. Not only did he want Momoshiki to die this time, but he would not let the thousands of Marines who came with him. Anyone leave. For this plan, Yan Zhaojin is not only equipped with core combat capabilities such as the 6 Sons of the Sky, but also a full 5 or 6,000, Kaido of the Beasts, pirate group, and the Hawkins pirate group is the one of them. This time, to destroy the entire Momoshiki team, the fire disaster is determined to win. On the shore of the island, Momoshige ordered more than 500 men to guard the boat on the shore, and the leader was a good vice-admiral, which is enough in this place. Momoshige Admiral, proceed with caution. The vice-admiral saw Momoshige heading towards the island with thousands of marine elites, and reminded aloud that, with Momoshige Admiral's strength, nothing would go wrong at all. Soon, with Momoshige's marching speed, he disappeared from sight of the coast. Everyone is scattered around. Be sure to ensure the safety of the warship, and keep an eye on the surrounding ships. Left by Momoshige, Admiral solemnly said to the surrounding subordinates, following Momoshige. Admiral who is stronger than a Kainu admiral, he did not dare to slack off. Yes, Vice Admiral. But at the moment when the voices of many marine elites fell, a bang, a black shadow turned into a streamer, and instantly appeared in front of the Vice Admiral, and immediately slashed it with a knife. Enemy attack. Everyone beware. That Vice Admiral's skilled samurai sword armament resisted, because from the offensive point of view, the strength of the person who came was extremely strong. When the claws crossed each other, the sound of the book's strong metal collision resounded. It's you, Drake. The Vice Admiral's pupils shrunk when he saw the attacking person. This person was originally Marine Rear Admiral. Later, he was found to be wanted by the army. At that time, he was just a colonel. Now Drake has become Kaido of the Beasts. One of the 6 sons of Linkong, the strength is more tyrannical than before. Scoff. No, there is one more person. As soon as the Vice Admiral finished speaking, he felt that his mouth was hit by a mammoth-like impact. The sound of bone cracking was heard instantly, and the next moment, the Vice Admiral turned into a meteor and flew out backwards. On the deck, he retreated a full 10 feet before stopping. Immediately, with a wow sound, a mouthful of blushing blood spurted out, apparently severely injured by a blow of such a total intensity. Peggy Wan. 6th son of the sky, another 6th son of the sky. Marine Vice Admiral, who spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyelids twitched wildly. Intuition tells him that all this is likely to be a conspiracy against Momoshige Admiral. The most important thing is that only one Drake is no opponent, and now there are 2 volleys. 6 sons, this shows that they are going to destroy all of them. If this is the case, then Momoshige Admiral's side is not good. You must notify Momoshige Admiral as soon as possible, there is danger. Immediately, the Vice Admiral didn't hesitate, took out a hazard warning pistol from his pocket in his left hand, and was about to shoot in the air. It's just that before the Vice Admiral's hand was raised, an arc slash instantly cut off the Vice Admiral's arm, and the blood-splattered Vice Admiral's face was all over his face. The person who shot was none other than Drake from Marine Rear Admiral a few years ago. Boy, dare to report in front of me, wishful thinking. Hey, what are you talking about with him? Just kill it. Let's go to everyone. Kill these Marines and leave no one behind. Solve them as soon as possible. Boss Jin is still waiting for us. Peggy immediately transformed into a thornback dragon, and opened its ferocious fangs to bite at the Vice Admiral, and 2 sharp claws also followed. Yes, Peggy Wan-sama. Kill. Instant, there were thousands of crazy pirates, just like wolves swooping in, biting towards the many Marines, and a tragic battle quietly rose. Chapter 82 Momoshige is in danger. Unknown island, shore. Screams and screams continued one after another. The whole process lasted less than 5 minutes, and when I looked again, several battleships were lying on top of each other, and the bodies of Marine and pirates were lying upright. Poof. As Drake slashed out, the Marine Vice Admiral's head rose into the sky, and the fountain-like blood column at the neck was more than 2 meters high. The next moment, the Vice Admiral died with wide-eyed eyes. Past the last bit of consciousness, he knew that Momoshige Admiral was going to be in danger this time, but he couldn't see the end of Momoshige Admiral anymore. Marine Vice Admiral died. Drake and Peggy looked at each other with disdain, and even these rubbish bosses let them both come. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of them can destroy everyone. Okay, mission accomplished. Next, let's meet for a while with Marine's new Momoshiki Admiral. When we think of Admiral who is more powerful than a Kainu dying in our hands, we are very excited. Drake swept the battlefield, and the Marine was completely wiped out. They only lost dozens of people, and they won an absolute victory. Let's go quickly, Boss Jin is still waiting for our layout, huh? Peggy Wan thought about what happened next, and said with a laugh. Drake were chatting and laughing, and to be honest, this kind of task was no different to them than crushing an ant. It's interesting, I am afraid you won't be able to go back. Nightmare-like voice was uploaded from the rocks on the coast, and everyone was startled immediately, because none of them noticed that there was someone there just a moment ago. However, when Drake and Peggy Wan looked around and saw the figure, their calves softened and they almost fell to the ground. Bai Zi. How could it be? How could it be you? How could you be here? Seeing the person appearing on the rock as Bai Zi, who killed their boss of the Plague Queen a few days ago and is also their immediate boss. But isn't this guy supposed to be on Fishman Island? Why did he suddenly appear here? Bad now, it's completely broken. Run. Everyone, run, be sure to tell Boss Jin about this and let him leave immediately. Without Drake's reminder, thousands of pirates swarmed directly towards the island, and in the blink of an eye they ran more than 10 meters away. As for Drake and Peggy Wan, they appeared in full, more than 100 feet away. Looking at the thousands of people fleeing, the corners of Bai Zi's mouth curled up, and he whispered, I said you can't go back. He spoke, Bai Zi raised his right hand and the power of thunder in his palm became stronger and stronger. In the next instant, the lightning speed of light instantly covered the area within 1,000 meters in front of him. Within 1,000 meters, every inch of space they were all filled with thunder. Ah! The shrill screams rang out one after another, forming a beautiful movement between the silent world, turning into a thunderbolt, and Bai Zi appeared several hundred meters away in an instant. Peggy Wan. Although the two of them are the big 6 sons of Kaido of the Beasts, they are not enough to watch under the thunder that Zeze has developed to the extreme. Bai Zi can instantly turn into nothingness with a single strike of thunder. Zaladrek hadn't spoken yet, and the power of thunder emanating from Bai Zi's feet instantly enveloped Drake and Peggy. 1,002 people. The next moment, the strange thing of the two people's bodies is that they turned into flying ashes under the thunder. A breeze came and disappeared between heaven and earth. No one knew that the 6 sons of Linkong, who were still alive and kicking a moment ago, now have 2 who have met the King of Hell. Dodge again. Bai Zi's figure has already appeared thousands of feet away. Moving towards he walked away from the field laid out by fire calamity embers. At the same time, in the small island. Puff. A pirate stabbed the residents of the island through the body, scarlet blood splashed on the pirate's face, and the heat still remained hot from the body. The pirate's eyes were crimson red, and his spirit was full of excitement. He glanced around excitedly, looking for the next prey like a zombie. Ah! No, let me go, please let me go, I will give all my wealth. A woman could finish speaking. Another ferocious pirate on the opposite Hawkins boat was about to kill the woman. An extremely similar scene happened in every inch of the surrounding. Screaming screams, scarlet blood splattered on the ground and various buildings. Within a few minutes, the field has already turned into an Asura hell. Acting requires a full set. Since they are the bait, then act for real. Only in this way can you deceive Momoshiki. Sure enough, Momoshiki Admiral, who was originally vigilant, smelled the extreme bloody smell, and immediately stopped hesitating and accelerated. The footsteps headed towards the square on the island and took Marine to run over. A little while. Boom bang 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 bang, dozens of gunshots pierced the air, spreading to all directions. Thousands of Marines immediately took control of the entire square and surrounded everyone including Hawkins. Soon, Marine gave up a passage and stared at Hawkins who were slaughtering wildly in the arena. Hawkins, damn you. However, in the face of Momoshiki Admiral who was much stronger than a Kainu Admiral, Hawkins didn't have a trace of panic on his face, and some were full of jokes, because he knew that the fire disaster and everyone were lying in ambush not far away. Oyo. Isn't he this the famous Momoshiki Admiral? The Fishman Island battle was really a good way to give our queen boss directly to Baizi. Why do you want to kill me now? Hawkins said fearlessly, and now he has led Momoshiki and others here, and the Marines by the sea are estimated to have been destroyed by Drake and Peggy Wan. Even if Momoshiki finds something different, she can't go away. Seeing Hawkins' expression without the slightest hint of fear, Momoshiki frowned. Where did Hawkins get the confidence? She didn't think that in the presence of herself, this guy, if she can escape, she will really be sorry for her strength. It's just that, since she knows she can't escape, she is still so confident unless Momoshiki hates evil and is decisive, but it doesn't mean she is a fool. If you think about Momoshiki for a while, you are vaguely aware of Hawkins' confidence. Is this a trap? More precisely, this person has long known that he will come here, so saying, no, the people on the shore are in danger. Suddenly, Momoshiki seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned around and walked away. However, just when Momoshiki was about to make this move, a dull and somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Haha, did you just find out now, Momoshiki Admiral? I'm afraid it's too late. A figure appeared on the scene, and when Momoshiki saw the figure, his face became solemn. Fire Calamity, it really is you. Chapter 83_Conspiracy reached. Momoshiki is going to die. Sure enough, the one who appeared on the square was none other than Kaido of the Beasts. He was powerful and one of the three disasters most trusted by Kaido of the Beasts, Jin. Not only Jin, but also beside him there are 6 volleyball sons except Drake and Peggy Wan, and there are half of Kaido of the Beasts, cadres in the field. Obviously, this is completely aimed at her. Moreover, this stance has definitely been premeditated for a long time. Except for Jin, although Momoshiki has the confidence to kill them, he is definitely not at the point of instant kill. Now that Yanjahan is present, he will definitely not let himself kill Kaido, who has become thinner. Core combat power, war of attrition. Yan Zonjing has already made up his mind. A lot of people who get in the way. Yanjia looked at Momoshiki playfully, and suddenly, a cold glow flashed across his eyes. The dark red hockey suddenly centered on Yanjia, and instantly and accurately descended on thousands of Marines. Turning over, he fell directly to the ground. Hawkins, kill them all. Cold voice came out of Yan Zonjin's mouth, and Momoshiki's mind roared for a while. You dare. Without a second word, Momoshiki's strong sword chi instantly reached its peak, and he was about to slash with a sword. Hawkins, who was on the opposite side, was locked by the sword chi, and he was almost not scared to pee. Hey, Momoshiki Admiral, don't you think I don't exist? Open black lens bracket Arlong God's Claw close black lens bracket. Fell from the voice, immediately covered with armament, dragon claws, instantly appeared in front of Momoshiki, directly facing the slash. After one blow, both of them retreated more than 10 feet. Regardless of the fact that Fire Calamity was more than 10 feet back than Momoshiki, it was obvious that Momoshiki had the upper hand in the reckless fight. But now, Fire Calamity is not one person, but dozens of people besieging Momoshiki alone. The gap that can be ignored can't help but make up for it, and it is likely to give Momoshiki a fatal blow at a critical time. Just then, poof. Puff puff puff, thousands of voices of the death of Wangquan, one after another, swayed from all around. Momoshiki followed the sound, and his anger was mad, and the fire disaster, who noticed the flaw, immediately punched Momoshiki fiercely. His belly slammed, and his flaming fist sent Momoshiki flying thousands of meters away in an instant. Puff. A punch, Momoshiki opened his mouth, and scarlet blood gushed out, and then he vomited blood. You know. Hard to bear the blow of the fire disaster. I am afraid that even the existence of Admiral level can't maintain the peak combat power. Cough cough cough. By a mouthful of scarlet blood, Momoshiki stood up again with blood in his mouth, and the remaining 4 of the 6 volleys immediately jumped into the air and attacked Momoshiki fiercely and viciously, but they underestimated Momoshiki's strength. Person 4 just approached Dao, but was overturned by the sword intent that covered the sky, and the attack was forcibly interrupted. Flame Calamity, you are courting death. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth Open Black Lens Bracket 6 King's Sword Intent Spear, Close Black Lens Bracket. Such a blow is stronger than when he fought against the North Blue Giant monster Ryokugyu before. Even the Fire Calamity is dignified at this moment, but he knows that Momoshiki is not strong enough. Open Black Lens Bracket Overlord God Fist Close Black Lens Bracket. Immediately, the flames spread their wings and flew hundreds of feet in the sky, and then with a comet-like impact, a giant energy fist the size of a house that destroyed the sky appeared in the air, and slammed towards the attacking Six King's Sword Intent Spear, smashed past, blasting earth and rocks. Hundreds of pirates were blown away, and the dark red Conqueror haki spilled out. Facing Momoshiki's blow, Yan Calamity didn't dare to hold back. Because, if he keeps his hand, it is very likely that he will be the one who will die. The 6 volleyballs and many cadres of Kaido of the Beasts are even more confused by the energy in the field, and they can't see what happened in the field at all. What? The numerous buildings and vegetation around the whirring Jinfeng Square were ravaged and devastated, as if they had been hit by a hurricane. A single blow is so terrifying. The two of them collided with one blow, and they both retreated hundreds of feet. The face of the flames turned pale, and Momoshiki on the opposite side was even more unbearable. The cost of overloading the body is obviously enormous. With flop, he knelt on one knee directly on the ground, and the blood in his mouth rushed out without money. The 6 sons of Linkong and many cadres swarmed up, like wolf rushing towards food. Although the opponent was Momoshiki Admiral, who was 1 point stronger than Akainu, but now they are already at the end of the battle. Opponent. Looking for death. Momoshiki of course knew the intentions of Linkong Luzi and many cadres, and immediately swept out with a sword, and immediately one Linkong Luzi's right arm was broken, and the other Linkong Luzi's left leg was missing. Aura of the sword energy all over his body burst out, and the aura of the top swordsman instantly sent the others flying again. Puff. Momoshiki, who forcibly used the sword intent, also affected the wound again, and a column of blood more than 1 meter sprayed out. Great opportunity. Pale face, the fiery embers regained their strength, and immediately punched Momoshiki's ribs again before he had time to guard against them, and immediately made a crisp, click, sound, and at least 5 ribs were shattered in response. And Momoshiki was smashed several dozen feet away, and finally slammed into the hard ground above the square, and a small pool of blood gathered under him. However, what is shocking is that Momoshiki stood up again. However, at this moment, the blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, her complexion was as pale as snow, but her body was still standing upright, and there were pools of blood pooling under her body. As for the samurai sword in his hand, it has disappeared. Seeing Momoshiki's miserable appearance in front of him, Yan Jajin's heart is indescribably happy. Ha ha ha. Marine Headquarters Momoshiki Admiral. Before the Fishman Island battle, you were not in high spirits and injured our queen, but you have thought about the current situation. Yan Shanjin's eyes flickered with a ferocious color. No one knew what kind of friendship he and Queen had over the years, Guoming. A few years ago, Queen risked her life more than once to save herself, and now Queen is dead. It really drove him into an unprecedented madness. Up and down. Momoshiki, the sinister Isho, but you love me, I won't let you die so easily. Did you see that there are 5 or 6,000 in the field, my brother? I will give you to them after I abandon you later. I believe that the taste of Admiral in the Marine Headquarters must be very good. Ha 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 ha. S eyes were full of madness, while Momoshiki's eyes were all replaced by despair. Is he here? But even if he loses, he won't let these Xiao succeed. Momoshiki, who is determined, has already decided to launch a sword intent self-destruction at the cost of his life. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 84 Fire Calamity Ember Dragon, Momoshiki of Demon Pact. On the square are thousands of pirates around, all of them looking at Momoshiki Admiral with fierce and arrogant eyes. The taste of Marine Admiral must be super good. If they can taste the taste of Marine Admiral this time, it will be enough for them to brag for a lifetime. Die. This is the price you pay for being an accomplice in killing Queen, he he he. But don't worry, I promise you, that Baizi's death will definitely be 10 times worse. No, 100 times worse. Senran's voice flooded from Yan Zonjan's eyes, and immediately he no longer hesitated, and punched Momoshiki fiercely again. Such a punch would be even more powerful than the previous punch. If this punch is over, Momoshiki will absolutely lose its combat power. At that time, it will not be the fish on their chopping board, let them slaughter. It contains a blow of extreme anger, and the flames burst out, and even the air is blasted by the fist. It exploded, and Momoshiki on the opposite side was ready to explode with his sword intent. When the fire disaster came to the front, he would die with him, and even if it couldn't, he would be severely injured. Then ruthless, Momoshiki has never been afraid of anyone. The fire disaster with an angry blow, attacked the Marine Headquarters Momoshiki Admiral, who forcibly awakened Marine Rokushiki by his own ability to almost be on par with Baizi. The two sides attacked, and they were about to touch. The moment when the thunder is at a critical moment. A thunderbolt instantly appeared in front of Momoshiki, who was about to explode his sword intent, and a familiar voice of Momoshiki pierced through the air. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth Open Black Lens Bracket 6 Kings Gravity Gun, Close Black Lens Bracket. Rumbling punched the place, the air vibrated, and instantly appeared on the Shonko of the Flame Calamity as if it had passed through the void, a dull sound, and the Flame Calamity, which had just been fierce and domineering, was like a one cannonball. Fly upside down for the shadow. Under the blessing of gravity, the speed is several times faster than the ordinary 6 Kings Spear. This kind of power is completely different from the power of thunder. The Devil Fruit and 6 Kings Spear are superimposed. The ability is sky-defying. The flaming embers that flew hundreds of feet upside down finally landed on the ground, and even wiped a few dozen feet before crashing into a huge rock on the square. On the top, it was embedded in it abruptly. The sudden change immediately shook everyone. Momoshiki, who originally wanted to explode her sword intent, stopped because she saw the most unlikely scene. Baizi, the person she was going to kill a few days ago, has now saved herself. It's just that the 6 Kings Spear just now. It's strange, it has the ability of gravity fruit in it. Can Momoshiki be able to integrate the sword intent into the 6 Kings gun? She easily thought of this layer, recalling the Thunder 6 Kings Spear that Baizi played before. Now there is the Gravity 6 Kings Spear. If he shoots the Air Shock 6 Kings Spear, what exactly is this guy in that scene? How to do it? To know that she integrated sword intent into 6 before. Knowing how much hardship she has endured, and it took a full year of tempering, she has the power she is today. Outsiders only see her achievements, and people see the sadness and bitterness behind her achievements. Linkong's sixth son and many cadres, one of the figures who flew out backwards, was completely stunned. How is it possible? Boss Jin. It turned out to be. Linkong Luzi and the others howled incessantly, their eyes full of incredulity, and thousands of pirates were all dumbfounded at this moment. Boss Jin. That's their undefeated. Mythical Jin boss. Now he has been kicked out. My god, how can this be done except their Captain Kaido of the Beasts? They really don't know who else has this ability. Eyes followed the path and looked directly in the direction of Momoshiki. To be precise, everyone's eyes fell on the man in front of Momoshiki. However, the moment everyone's eyes fell on that figure, Deng Shi's scalp was numb, and a cold air rushed to the sky from the soles of his feet. Hey, that's Baizi. He is Baizi, the Bai who killed the Queen's boss in the Fishman Island battle a few days ago. Z, the captain of the Yanwang pirates, the one closest to the 4 emperors. It's him. How could it be him? Why is he here? It's over now. Before on Fishman Island, the 4 of them, Boss Jin, were no match for this guy. Now that Boss Jin is alone, the result can be imagined. For a time, thousands of pirates who survived the scene, including the 6 sons of Linkong, burst into an uproar and looked at Baizi in the arena, their eyes filled with fear and jealousy. Poof. Cough cough cough. On the other side, Fire Calamity Embers, struggling from the huge rock, had both wings broken by the force behind his back. This injury was the first time in his history that he was so embarrassed. Bai Zi, it's you. Yan Zongjin saw Bai Zi, and his eyes were full of anger. This guy killed his brother before, but now he has ruined his own affairs. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Hee, didn't you say that my death was 10 times more miserable than Momoshiki? No, it was 100 times worse. Bai Zi didn't pay attention to Yan Zongjin's anger at all. He didn't pay any attention to Yan Zongjin when he was on Fishman Island before, let alone at this time. Glancing at Yan Yanjin, he jokingly said, now that I'm here, you make me try 100 times more miserable. The invisible face slap is the most deadly. The endless sense of shame and anger, coupled with the anger that can't be contained in Yan Zongjin's heart, immediately lost control of Yan Zongjin and fell directly into berserk mode. Roar. A loud dragon roar pierced through the air and swirled in the air, rising continuously for a long time. Could it be that Jin is going to turn into a dragon? As soon as this speculation emerged, I saw the flame disaster in the field instantly appearing hundreds of feet in the sky, but at this moment, the flame disaster has turned into a ferocious pterosaur of more than 10 feet, and there is still a ferocious pterosaur on its head. A raging fire rises. Boy Bai Zi, go to hell. Immediately, the violent flame embers in the air, after turning into a pterosaur, instantly burst out from the mouth, and in the next instant, a giant pillar of flame the thickness of a water well spewed out of the pterosaur's mouth, pointing directly at the ground and standing on the ground. Bai Zi in front of Momoshiki. Momoshiki here, looking at Bai Zi who is standing in front of him, can't help surging. Indeed, at this moment, the corner of Bai Zi's mouth curved into an arc. Devil contract use, target Marine Headquarters Admiral Momoshiki. Immediately, a demon contract merged with Momoshiki's soul at a very fast speed, and everything was silent, because just now, a perfect plan to disintegrate the Marine Headquarters and even Tenryubito appeared in Bai Zi's mind. And now, Momoshiki behind him is the most important part of his plan. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 85 _ Did you mean? Tenryubito. Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. Looking at the fiery flames coming towards us, this flame is a little more powerful than the magma of a kainu. It is indeed the first confidant of Kaido of the beasts, the pterosaur fruit. It is really powerful. The earthquake-like attack instantly slammed into Bai Zi within a radius of 10 meters, and more than a dozen poor pirates were instantly burned to ashes by the aftermath of the fiery flames. Others, including Linkong Luzi, looked at the world-annihilating flames, and immediately retreated in fright, their faces turned as pale as white paper, even whiter than white paper. Took 10 seconds for the flames to dissipate. Transformed into a thunderbolt, traversing the void, and the next moment appeared in the sky above the flames of fire that transformed into a pterosaur. The corner of his mouth curved into a white Z, and the lightning flashed in Zizi's hand. The endless thunder jumped at Bai Zi's fingertips, turning into a thunder spear like a naughty elf, carrying the power of thunder, and slammed toward the head of the fire disaster that turned into a pterodactyl. Say it slowly, but then fast. When the fire disaster has reacted, the spear of the thunder has already pierced the head of the fire disaster and turned into a pterodactyl. The body is constantly flowing. With a loud bang, the corpse with huge embers appeared on the square, and instantly a hurricane-like dust splashed. Everyone present looked at Bai Zi, who was slaying the dragon. At this moment, it seemed like an invisible big hand smashed their hearts. Holding it firmly makes them feel very suffocated. Dust dissipated, finally revealing the finale of the field. Yan Calamity's huge head turned into charcoal, the flame above his head was extinguished, and there was no slight fluctuation of vitality on his body. Obviously he had died and could not die any longer. Far, Kaido of the beasts, 3 major disasters, the fire disaster, the plague queen and the drought jack have all died. These 3 are tantamount to cutting off the 3 arms of Kaido of the beasts, and for the whole of the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts it was definitely an unprecedented blow and a nightmare for the pirates. However, this is not over. Eyes swept to the remaining 6 sons of Linkong and the many confidants of Kaido of the beasts, and the corners of his mouth curved into an evil arc. Since your boss Jin has gone, then you should go too. With a calm and gentle remark, thousands of thunder lights from Zilla instantly covered the entire square, and the remaining 6 sons of the sky and the others were not able to escape, but the strong thunder book destroyed the brain tissue and carried them with them. With unparalleled pain, his consciousness dissipated, and he fell to the ground with a bang, turning into corpses, and the temperature on the corpses also subsided sharply. The shrill screams, piercing the air incessantly, lingered in the ears of Baizi and Momoshiki, who was covered in blood. Momoshiki here saw a scene that she could never forget in her life. That man named Baizi was also the most important person among her. When he rescued her today, he actually killed everyone including Yan Calamity, including dozens of thieves' cadres. Such a record and such combat power, he has to go to Fishman Island to slay such an existence before, which is definitely the rhythm of courting death. Congratulations to the successful binding of the host demon contract, the target Marine Headquarters Momoshiki Admiral. That sounded in his head was successful. The first step of the plan in Baizi's heart was a perfect success. The subordinate admiral was the subordinate, who undoubtedly planted a one super bomb in the Marine headquarters. A spy that no one could have imagined. With Momoshiki this link, the plan to destroy Marine and destroy Tenryubito in the future will undoubtedly be much more convenient. It's strange, why did I suddenly have a much better impression of this Baizi? Hero. Impossible, how could this guy, why would he think like this? This Baizi can save himself, it seems that he is not what he thinks. This Momoshiki Admiral's mind was filled with various thoughts and speculations, and it was obvious that the Devil's contract had a very prominent contribution. It is estimated that it will not be long before Momoshiki Admiral will naturally become Baizi's most loyal subordinate. When he flips his right hand, a bottle of potion appears in front of Momoshiki under the effect of gravity fruit. The first step of the plan is a perfect success. Baizi began to implement the second plan to build momentum for Momoshiki and expand its influence in Marine. And the destruction of Yanjia and others is undoubtedly the best reason to build momentum. Drink it down and restore your current injury. Stared at Momoshiki with deep meaning, and Momoshiki's heart was shocked when she saw it. She felt like Baizi saw through herself. As for the choice, Baizi doesn't do it alone. After all, the devil contract is not. Talk about it. Looking at the potion in front of her, Momoshiki pondered for a moment. She put out her slender hand and raised her head to take the potion. Although she didn't know why Baizi saved her, if this guy killed her at this time, she would definitely resist. No chance. However, Momoshiki's surprise appeared soon, because the various injuries she had been seriously injured by Yan Legion and others began to recover at a magical speed, even the dark diseases left by the various hardships she had suffered before. It also faded away. The more important point is that his state is now much better than when he was at his peak. This medicine. Thinking back on the medicine she just took, Momoshiki's eyes kept beating. This guy actually gave him such a precious thing. The effect of that medicine has exceeded her expectations. Give me such a precious medicine, what do you want to do? Momoshiki Admiral's eyes at Baizi have completely changed at this moment. Although he is still vigilant, his previous hostility is gone, and his beautiful eyes are full of confusion. If this person wants to get herself, it is absolutely easy now, but he is not like Yan Lycan, and this makes her even more confused. It's very simple, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. Momoshiki Admiral, who is gradually enslaved by the demon contract, Baizi said with a smile. Enemy. The enemy you are talking about is Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin or Whitebeard with red hair or Shichibukai under the king. Momoshiki immediately said all the enemies he could think of, but the guy in front of these enemies didn't seem to be afraid. After all, this guy killed 3 disasters. And even Charlotte Linlin killed 2 people. Such an existence, to be honest, Momoshiki really can't think of anything he can help him, and let him give you such a good medicine. No, the enemy I'm talking about is not them, but. Between the words, Baizi raised a finger, pointed to the sky and curved it, heaven. Day. Momosuge froze when he heard Baizi's words. How could his enemy be the sky, and it's so illusory and wrong, etc. At that moment, Momosuge seemed to have thought of something, and a pair of eyes stared at Baizi in disbelief, and made a surprised voice, "You mean Dragon Man?" Chapter 86 _ Create the Marine Hero Project. Tenryubito. The three words, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, suddenly exploded in Momosuge's mind, making her mind go blank immediately. Among this guy's enemies, there is actually Tenryubito. That's why. Just because he killed Tenryubito in the Isle of Man before, can I ask why? Momosuge couldn't understand the person in front of him completely. Tenryubito, the entire world, probably thought the same way as the Revolutionary Army. Could this person be the Revolutionary Army? It's just, that's not right. If there is such a presence in the Revolutionary Army, the battle with the world government will not be the current stalemate at all. Hehe, you don't have to think too much. I don't belong to any faction, except of course, I was the 14th cadre of the red-haired Shanks. As for why, it's very simple. Those Tenryubito who think they're superior, I am very upset. You're like that too, aren't you? Baizi looked at Momosuge meaningfully, as if his eyes had seen through her for a long time. What do you want me to do? Momosuge's expression changed. Baizi's words completely broke her cognition of this guy, because what Baizi wanted to do at the moment was what she always wanted to do, but she was incapable of doing it. All you have to do is get full power in Marine, supreme power, even more than the legendary hero Garp who captured Roger before. At that time, you will have the ability and qualification to cooperate with me to eradicate and completely overthrow Tenryubito. That Momosuge concealed on the other side, Baizi continued, and now you are too weak, no matter your strength or your prestige in the army. If this sentence is heard by outsiders, it will definitely be shocked. The weak and newly promoted Momosuge Admiral, who was even stronger than Akainu, was actually said by Baizi to be too weak. Grandma, obviously strong and strong. Know why I killed Yanjajin and all of them, man? That's because I want to build momentum for you, and this is the first step for you to gain prestige quickly in the army. Baizi said in a succinct manner, thinking of a plan that looked like a lunatic to others. Great plan to create the legend of marine heroes by hand, and all this is a necessary part of changing the world in the future. Don't you think? Momosuge is not a fool. At this time she knew why this guy killed everyone on this island. Of course, the residents on the main island and all the marines died. Baizi and Momosuge were the only ones who knew that everyone was killed in the fire disaster. As for the aftermath, Baizi believed that Momosuge would do a good job. Remember, I've never been here, and all these people were killed by your marine's newly promoted Momosuge Admiral. Hearing Baizi's words, Momosuge's eyes flickered. To be honest, she really didn't have the power to destroy everyone including Yan Zhaojin, or those marines would not be able to. As for your strength, I will give you special training these days. Here is a devil fruit that is very suitable for you. As for the level that can be developed, it depends on your own efforts in the future. Baizi threw a one devil fruit like a one insignificant object, which was also the fruit that Baizi burst out after the Fish-Man Island War. Devil fruit. Momosuge knew about this fruit, but as for why he didn't take it. That's because she didn't want it at all, or didn't come across the devil fruit that made her tempted, but today Baizi actually gave him a devil fruit. It seems that this guy has not been paying attention to him for a day or two. Swallowed the devil fruit and felt the changes in her body. However, her beautiful eyes soon filled with incredible color. This is a multiplication fruit, a devil fruit that can empower combat power. Feeling the soaring 50% combat power in his body, Momosuge couldn't believe that there was such a devil fruit in this world, and the root, the memory devil fruit obtained, was not afraid of seawater and sea stone. There are such amazing and powerful fruits in this world. To say that Momosuge was shocked at the moment, if this fruit were known to the outside world, the four emperors would be crazy. Moreover, the most important point, she just took the multiplication fruit to make his combat power soar by 50%. If this is deeply developed, then the blessing of combat power will definitely destroy the world in the future. Things that increase strength rapidly now she had it, and the corpses of Yan Zonjin and others in the rallying square were all in sight. Momoshiki clenched her hands tightly and nodded solemnly, okay. Since Captain Baizi is so arrogant, then I am not a woman. In the future, whenever I oppose Tenryubito and use it in my Momoshiki's place, I will definitely support it. Momoshiki took a deep breath, and she also had the multiplier fruit she just got, which made her more confident to fight with Tenryubito. Admiral joins Marine's original intention. This is just the first step of the plan. After you finish dealing with the matter here, go to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, which is the kingdom of Boa Hancock, the captain of the first team of my Yanwang pirates. I got the news that Charlotte Linlin's men are the only fruit left, Dessert 3. Shogun Katakuri is going to attack the 9 snakes. And there, it's my second plan to pave the way for you, and there will be help for you when you get there. After Baizi finished speaking, he glanced at Momoshiki Admiral, who was part of his plan. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go first. Remember, I've never been here. Baizi's body turned into a thunderbolt, and in the next instant, he appeared more than 100 meters away, and then disappeared on the square, heading into the distance. Above the square, between heaven and earth. It fell into silence. There was no sound at all. Momoshiki stared blankly at Yan Zonjin's corpse. Every word and sentence that Baizi said to her just now appeared in his mind. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds 1. It lasted for more than a minute. Momoshiki, who felt the power of Pengbai in his body, came with a gust of cold wind, and this was the only time he lost his mind just now. Come back to God. Looking at Yan Shanjin's corpse again, his eyes were full of certainty, and he looked across the sea to the holy place Mariajoy in the distance, and muttered to himself, one day, I will give the world no Tenryubito. A title. Yanwang Pirates, Baizi. If this person and I can really destroy Tenryubito in the future, it's okay to cooperate privately. After a while, Momoshiki withdrew his gaze and finally landed on the corpses of Yan Yanjin and others, took out the phone bug, and reported the matter here to Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. Chapter 87_Prestige Soars. Marine Headquarters, Sengoku the Buddha Office. The voice of a phone bug came from the side of Billy, and Sengoku, who was working at his desk and dealing with many affairs of the Marine Headquarters, picked up the phone and listened. Hello. Momoshiki Admiral what? Fire calamity and many cadres under Kaido of the Beasts, all of the 6 sons of Linkong were killed by you. Okay, you give me the location, and I'll send someone there right away. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku didn't hesitate, even when someone called Kuzan Kizaru and Suru Vice Admiral and other leaders. After a while, Sengoku's office was crowded with more than a dozen marine executives, each with top-notch strength. Sengoku, what's so aggressive about it? Suru Vice Admiral came to Sengoku's office and said with a gloomy expression, at the same time summoning all the top Marine's top fighting forces, except for the top battle. The battle on Fishman Island had never been like this before. Looking at the office filled with more than a dozen top elites from the Marine Headquarters, the Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral, whose arm was cut off by Baizi before, was also among them. Although the guy was in a semi-crippled state, he was completely not an ordinary Vice Admiral can compare. There is news from Momoshiki Admiral that Yanbane and the 6 sons of the sky have been killed by her on this island. While speaking, Sengoku pointed his finger at the island where Momoshiki is now. What? Fire Calamity and 6th Volley were killed by Momoshiki Admiral, how could it be possible? Everyone in the office looked at Sengoku, their eyes filled with disbelief, and even Suru Vice Admiral, who knew Momoshiki very well, flashed deep surprise in his eyes. Although she knew that Momoshiki's strength was very strong, even a little stronger than Kuzan Kizaru, but it was not at the level of killing the flames, and even the 6 sons of the Volley were killed by Momoshiki. Accident. Sengoku, face flushed with excitement. Their marine has been negative news for a while, and now Momosegi's move is undoubtedly an excellent event to boost morale. They must report to the whole army. No, the world. I was also very surprised when I heard the news, but I have good news for you. The reason why Momosegi Admiral was able to kill the strength of Yan Bingjin and others is because she got a devil fruit that is very suitable for her. It is not clear what exactly, but at this time Momosegi Admiral's strength has increased by at least 50%. Sengoku explained the information from Momosegi in an eloquent manner, but when he heard Suru Vice Admiral and many high-level Marine headquarters ears, it was like thunder rolling in, his mind roared and blank. 50% of what they heard. That's 50% of Momosegi Admiral. Previously, it was comparable to Ryokugyu, but now it has increased by 50%, and its strength may have exceeded the Admiral level. And this is also their excitement and surprise beyond the Admiral level of combat power, and they have an incredible monster in Marine. So, now I order this Kuzan Kizaru to immediately take everyone to the island where Momosegi is located, and the news that Momosegi killed Yanzan and the 6 Sons of the Sky. This kind of victory is too important for us Marine. But what if Kaido of the Beasts goes crazy and asks for guilt? A core member of the office, Vice Admiral, frowned and asked worriedly. Kaido of the Beasts. Now that there are no 3 disasters and 6 suns in the sky, just relying on his cadres, he can't make any waves. If Kaido of the Beasts really dares to appear, I don't mind pouring out all the fighting power of the Marine headquarters, and it will be wiped out. Now good news from Momosegi Admiral, Sengoku is bound to get it, even Kaido of the Beasts can't stop it. An hour later. The island where Momosegi is located is now surrounded by dozens of marine warships, and the entire island is surrounded by water. At this moment, most of their marine headquarters' top combat power is on this island. Kuzan and Kizaru also came to the scene. At this moment, more than a dozen top fighting forces stared at the corpse of Yan Lycan on the square in the middle of the field, as well as the 6 volleyballs and many cadres under Kaido of the Beasts. There are hundreds of millions of people with the least bounty, and the amount of bounty in the field adds up. I don't know how high it will be. Flame Calamity, it's really him. I didn't expect Momosegi Admiral's strength to increase so much. Yeah, it's unbelievable, it's incredible. Fire Beast, Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest fighting force, was killed by Momosegi Admiral just like that. I heard Momosegi Admiral say that the fire disaster originally set up an ambush for her again, but I never thought that her strength was already incomparable, and that's what happened now. You said, who would win if Momosegi Admiral and Kaido of the Beasts fought? This, I'm afraid no one knows, only they know it after playing. Marine elites who came around, all of them looked at Momosegi with adoration, fiery and excitement. Momosegi Admiral. This is their current marine god of war, Momosegi Admiral. The goddess of war. It's so powerful, killing the first of the 3 major disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, Yan Kane. This operation alone will definitely make all pirates to their marine impressed. God of war. God of war. God of war. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice rang out from tens of thousands of marines, and then spread to the air that pierced the entire square, causing tens of thousands of marines to shout in unison. Momosegi's prestige was soaring like a pillar to the sky for a while, and when Kuzan Kizaru looked at each other, it was all bitter. They never imagined that Momosegi, who had been admiral for so long than the 2 of them, had indeed left them behind in strength now. Although the 3 of them are all admiral, but relying on Momosegi to kill the fire disaster, it can be said that Momosegi's combat power level is definitely a higher level than them. In prestige made Momosegi's face turn. A flash, she was able to deceive everyone present. Even Sengoku and Suru Vice Admiral were deceived, but she couldn't deceive herself. What did she kill? Although her strength has skyrocketed by 50% now, Yan Legion's reputation is not a vegetarian, even if she is now, under the kind of situation at that time. Can he kill Yan Legion? It is unknown, not to mention that there is not only Yan Jajin here, all the pirates have died, and there is no one alive. This is completely different from Momoshiki Admiral's style. It's strange, when did their Momoshiki Admiral become so cruel, but how could they know that such a drama of Li Dai Daozang was all from Bai Zi's hands? Chapter 88_1 Category only. On an unknown island. Marine elites in the entire square fell into a dead silence. Not a single sound was heard. Shocked. Yes, they were too shocked. Originally, they thought they came here with many core executives of the Marine headquarters to fight, but who would have thought that they did not see an enemy, but instead saw the scene in the field. They were really shocked, and in addition to the shock, they were most excited and proud. That's right. So excited. Blazing cinders, that is, they were killed by their newly promoted Momoshiki Admiral. The morale is at an unprecedented high at this time. The name of the god of war is absolutely deserving of its name. The hero Garp, and now they have a new generation of Marine Guardian heroes born. It's too insignificant. Immediately, Kuzan Kizaru ordered the corpses, including the blazing embers and the 6 sons of the sky, to be transported back to the Marine headquarters, so as to create the highest morale momentum. Kidding, this is what their Marine Fleet Admiral has repeatedly instructed and emphasized before coming here. And this time, the prestige that they lost before Marine will be regained, and even surpassed in the past. Big fanfare. This time they will definitely make a big fanfare to let the whole new world, all the pirates, bounty hunters, Shichibukai, the Revolutionary Army, all parties, etc. know about it. They want everyone to know that Marine is not without superpowers. Half an hour later. Island. Many Marines transported the dead Marine elite back to their headquarters and added the title of Martyr. As for the people on the island, under the order of Momoshiki, all the bodies were buried on the island. Take care of everything. Momoshiki withdrew his gaze and looked at Kuzan and Kizaru. In this trip, you bring the corpses of the fire calamity back to the headquarters first, and I will go to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Amazon Lily Kingdom. The first team leader of the Yanwang Pirates, Boa Hancock's ground contact. Do you want it? Kuzan Kizaru thought of something subconsciously. His face, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Before Fishman Island Bai Zi's monstrous combat power, they still think about it so far. This guy has skyrocketed in strength and wants to follow. Let's find Bai Zi's fault. It seems that he could see the expressions of Kuzan and Kizaru, and the corner of Momoshiki's mouth flashed an imperceptible arc. It seems that the incident on Fishman Island last time had a great impact on the two of them, otherwise they would not have heard him mention Boa Hancock. Kingdom of, this expression will appear. Don't worry, at this time, I won't provoke Liangzi from Bai Zi's Yanwang Pirates. The deepest part of Momoshiki's heart was a touch of happiness. Of course, even Momoshiki herself didn't know it at this time. Then you go. Kuzan asked the question smoothly. Now that Fire Beasts has just been killed by Momoshiki, the safest thing to do at this time is to return to Marine headquarters, because the next Kaido of the beasts, anger will definitely set the world on fire. I got information that the 3-star category of the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin's deserts and many cadres gathered together, and now they are killing the Amazon Lily Kingdom of Boa Hancock. If you want to re-establish Marine's prestige, this is a rare opportunity. What, category and numerous cadres go? The Amazon Lily Kingdom. It's true, if it's true, it's a great opportunity. Why don't the 3 of us go on a trip at the same time? I don't think Sengoku Fleet Admiral will have an opinion. Kizaru nodded thoughtfully, pondering the pros and cons, and said aloud, but as soon as Kizaru said these words, it was directly rejected by Momoshiki on the side. No. It's just one category. If I wait for 3 people to go, wouldn't it be equivalent to lowering the standard of my marine? This time I'm enough. Momoshiki's words made many vice admirals around, especially the one. Chaton Tokikake's eyelids twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched. One person, so unscrupulously hunted down Charlotte Linlin's highest combat power, the desert 3-star category, mother, they didn't even think about it. Category, that is the existence of the top of the 3 desert generals, and the external bounty is higher than that of the Plague Queen. Its strength is even more unfathomable, and it is definitely a level of existence of the fire disaster. That's all right. Kuzan and Kizaru looked at each other and nodded and agreed. If it was Momoshiki before, they would never put her in danger. After all, it's not easy for them to have an admiral in Marine now, but it's different now. Momosigi's strength has skyrocketed by 50%. If you wait for an opportunity in the dark, killing Katakuri is definitely a very easy thing to do, but approaching Katakuri is not. For Emperor Charlotte Linlin. If you go alone, be careful. If something happened to you, Kizaru and I were scolded by Sengoku as small, and it would be a big sin to be Marine's sinners. Kuzan nodded and said, and Momoshiki called a marine battleship, and slaughtered it in the direction of the Amazon Lily Kingdom of the Empress Boa Hancock. Momoshiki standing on the deck of the marine battleship, the corner of his mouth curved into a successful arc. Of course, she won't bring Kuzan and Kizaru there, to know that this is Baizi's second campaign plan for her, but I don't know that. Who is the so-called helper? Is it a captain of the Yanwang pirates, or it was the squad leader? Immediately, Fujitora, Isho, Ryokugyu, Boa Hancock, Ace, and Jinbei came to Momoshiki's mind. It can be said that each of them is possible. Although she didn't know who sent this time, one thing she was sure about was that the 3-star category of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin's dessert was definitely dead. Unless Charlotte Linlin showed up in person, otherwise Katakuri would have nothing but death. Other ending. Who will it be? If that, the previous opponent of Fishman Island, Ryokugyu, the deputy captain of the Yanwang pirates, I don't know if she can defeat that guy at this time. I really didn't expect that. Ryokugyu's guy, who took the poisonous fruit of the impelled down Warden Magellan, became so terrifying. You must know that before the war, it was this Ron who killed him. Momoshiki murmured to herself, and suddenly she was full of curiosity about the upcoming helper, and being able to be sent by Baizi to help her deal with Charlotte Linlin's confidant Katakuri, one of the 4 emperors, is enough to show the importance of this person. Momoshiki, who was standing on the deck, clenched her pink fist and felt Peng Bai's power. She was filled with emotion. The image of Baizi showing off her power on the square appeared in her mind before, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips without realizing it. Sweet Arc. Chapter 89_Lily Kingdom Crisis. Marine Headquarters, Office of Marshal Sengoku. Cough cough cough. What? What are you talking about? Momoshiki drove a battleship to the Amazon Lily Kingdom alone, to kill Katakuri, the desert 3 generals of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. After listening to Kizaru's report, Sengoku the Buddha was in a good mood while sipping a cup of tea. Immediately, he jumped 3 feet high and almost choked to death with a sip of tea. Tsuru Vice Admiral on the side heard it, and his eyes narrowed. Various possible scenarios flashed in his mind, and at the same time, he thought of the changes in Momoshiki. Cough 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 Crane, what do you think? A slight sigh of relief to calm down his shock, Sengoku turned his attention to the think tank and military advisor of the Marine headquarters, undecided to seek the best decision. Kizaru didn't hang up the phone, and he didn't make a sound to wait for Sengoku's instructions. He also knew very well that Sengoku at this time was probably discussing with the Counselor Tsuru Vice Admiral. 1 second, 10 seconds and 1 minute. The atmosphere of silence lasted for more than a minute. Crane's voice resounded in Sengoku's office, as well as in the ears of Kizaru Kuzan and many high-ranking Marines. I understand Momoshiki Admiral's temperament. Although she is impulsive, she is not a reckless person. Since she is sure, she will let it go. If something happens, Marine will bear it. Crane's voice resounded in Sengoku's office, and it also reached the ears of Kizaru and others. Even some Marine elites nearby had their scalps burst, what they heard. Agreed, and all the strategists in their Marine headquarters agreed. However, just in case. Kuzan Kizaru, the 2 of you are secretly protecting Momoshiki, and you have to do it as a last resort. If Momoshiki can really kill Katakuri, it will definitely be an unprecedented publicity for my Marine, and even Momoshiki will reach Garp's fame in the future. Tsuruchi treats Momoshiki as his own sister, and he is also very fancy and proud of this sister. Of course, Momoshiki also respects her very much. If Momoshiki becomes a marine legend in the future, it will be a blessing for her. More importantly, by then, she will be able to rectify Marine in a fair and open manner, and now Marine can be said to have been corrupted to the core. To achieve a complete cure, she must have someone who strongly supports her to stand up, so that she can give it a go. All this was originally just her dream when she was young, and she had no illusions about realizing it. It was just a dream when she was young as Momoshiki herself. Treats Admiral like her own sister. With the rise of battle power and fame, she has to replan her future mission. After listening to Crane's suggestion, Sengoku nodded. Crane said, well, then do as she says. Kuzan Kizaru, you two immediately. Protect Momoshiki secretly, make sure Momoshiki Admiral's life is safe, and even if the worst plan is that the four emperors Charlotte Linlin will come in person, you must protect Marine's hope. Understood. Received. 2 days later, the Amazon Lily Kingdom Sea. The sign of the Charlotte Linlin pirate flag, fluttering in the wind, saw dozens of pirate ships approaching the coastline quickly from far away. In charge of the lookout saw dozens of huge warships lined up, rushing towards their kingdom. That's the pirate ship of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, is broken. Go and inform the two highnesses of what happened here. As soon as the soldier said this, the many generals and soldiers guarding the coastline were all in chaos, and there was an uproar. Charlotte Linlin's ships, there are still more than a dozen. Hey, Mud, what about Charlotte Linlin's boat? What's going to happen here? Bastard, this is troublesome. If you guess correctly, this time I'm afraid it will be the revenge of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. In revenge, did the Yanwang pirates where Her Majesty the Empress belong to kill Charlotte Linlin's dwarf cracker again, making Charlotte Linlin angry? I am afraid it's true, just why us? Everyone looked at the pirate ships lined up, and their hearts were filled with despair. Don't blame them for this, you must know that they are a small Amazon Lily kingdom, facing a behemoth like the four emperors. It can be said that they can't be on the table at all. Even if their Empress, Her Majesty, is here, Charlotte Linlin said that if she wants to destroy it, it will never take a day. Asshole. It's really hard to be bullied by my Lily Kingdom. The eyes of the women on the defensive offensive were full of anger. Among them, the general of the Lily Kingdom asked the messenger to shout, tell them, if you are moving forward, you are welcome. Immediately, a sound came from the direction of Lily Kingdom, piercing the air and spreading over this sea area. Listen to Charlotte Linlin's ship on the opposite side. If it goes a mile further, we will organize a counterattack. The loud voice resounded above the sea, although the opponent was the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, but as soldiers of the Lily Kingdom, they had to defend this land, because behind them was their most beloved homeland. But now, someone wants to destroy their homes, which they absolutely do not allow. 1 jong, 5 jong, 10 jong. Not good, General. Charlotte Linlin's ship went more than 10 feet across. Listening to the report of his subordinates, the general frowned, and immediately burst into a ruthless light, and a coquettish voice came out, since the warning is useless, then fire the gun. Yes, General. A little while. Hundreds of shells flew from the coastline towards the sea. However, just as the hundreds of cannonballs were about to fall towards the pirate ship, suddenly, hundreds of glutinous rice-shaped objects collided with the cannonballs, making a loud noise, and the sea between the two sides splashed up. 100 feet of waves. Asshole. Damn it, it turned out to be Katakuri, the third dessert general of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, and this time he personally led the team. It's over now, that Katakuri is something that Her Majesty the Empress is very afraid of. Knowing that Charlotte Linlin's desert 3 generals, the Lily Kingdom defender who originally had a bit of luck, suddenly became desperate. Katakuri, that's an existence whose bounty is higher than the Queen of the Plague, and now it's even more crazy after the loss of 2 disasters. No one hates this damned Lily Kingdom more than Katakuri, because the king of this kingdom in front of me, is the one. The captain of the first team of the Yanwang pirates who killed his brother's Queen of Plague and Jack of Drought. Die. This time is just the beginning of his Katakuri revenge. Next, he will carry out Ma Ma's revenge plan in a very real way, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom is just a small one. It can't be a small start, it's an interest charge. As for these so-called shells, there is absolutely no threat to him. All ships, charge me. Going as fast as possible. After an hour, I don't want to see anyone alive in the Amazon Kingdom. A cold snort, Katakuri waved his hand, and the tens of thousands of pirates that gathered immediately rushed towards the shoreline. Chapter 90 by Z's back. Amazon, Lily Kingdom coastline. A crushing battle is about to start. On the other side of the Lily Kingdom Palace, Sonia and Groud, the two sisters of the Empress Boa Hancock, were panicked on the spot when they heard the news that Katakuri was coming to attack. Katakuri, that guy actually came to attack our Lily Kingdom, this. Sonia's pretty face is full of panic. What kind of existence is Katakuri, one of Charlotte Linlin's 3 desert generals, and the strongest among them? To mention that their older sister, Empress Boa Hancock, is no longer in the kingdom. Even if she is in the kingdom, she is definitely not his opponent. Sonia, call your sister immediately, although it is a little late, but this must be known to my sister. Groud took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his mind. Is this a revenge for his sister and the others who killed their desert 3 generals, Cracker, in the Fishman Island battle? Being so powerful to the elder sister, Captain Bai Z, there must be a way. Sonia woke up from the panic, picked up the phone and called the bug as soon as possible. On the other side, Fishman Island Yanwang Pirates headquarters. Outside the headquarters, when many people on Fishman Island looked at the Yanwang Pirates, their eyes were filled with intense worship and respect. Because, here is the Fishman Island that saved them not long ago, and now their Fishman Island will no longer be oppressed from all sides, and everyone who lives here is the benefactor of their Fishman Island. And here is the most sacred place in the whole Fishman Island, and it is also the place where they will never allow others to blaspheme. At this moment, inside the Yanwang Pirates headquarters, the voice of the Bilibili phone worm rang from the headquarters, and among the people who were talking, Princess Shirahoshi came to the phone worm and answered the call. Hello. Shirahoshi's pleasant voice resonated in the headquarters, and a panicked voice that went straight to the topic came from the opposite side. Excuse me, is Sister Hancock here? I'm her sister Sonia. Something happened to the Lily Kingdom. What? Something happened to Sister Hancock's Lily Kingdom. Shirahoshi, with his beautiful eyes wide open, had a look of horror on his small face, and everyone who was talking to him heard that, and all fell silent. Then, there was a dead silence. Pat. The sound of the wine glass falling from his hand pierced the air and came over. Boa Hancock, who was teleporting, came to Shirahoshi's side in the next instant, took the phone bug, and said in a solemn and cold voice, "What's going on?" She knew her 2 younger sisters too well. If it wasn't for something they couldn't solve, she would definitely not contact her, which meant that something really happened in the Lily Kingdom now. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes and 10 minutes later. Hancock knew about the Lily Kingdom. His eyelids twitched wildly, a heart directly raised to his throat, and a horrified voice came out. What did you say? For Emperor Charlotte Linlin's desert 3 General Star Katakuri went to the Lily Kingdom, bastard. Okay, I know, you must defend before I go back. Hanging up the phone, Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes turned red. The Lily Kingdom is her lifeblood, and it is also the most important reason for her to join the Yanwang Pirates. Now that the Lily Kingdom is facing an unprecedented enemy, how can she remain unmoved? Empress Hancock, who took a deep breath, reappeared in her eyes full of determination. Fujitora, Ryokugyu 2. Deputy Captain, I have to go back to this matter. The captain will tell me after he comes back. Thank him for his great kindness. Hancock can't repay him in this life, and he will repay his great kindness when he is a cow and a horse in the next life. When Fujitora heard this, He frowned and looked at the Empress Hancock solemnly. The Lily Kingdom is not too close to Fishman Island. Even if you go back, it may be too late. If the captain comes back and finds out about this, he will definitely go to war with Charlotte Linlin. Yeah, Sister Hancock, let's contact Lord Byzee now. He must have a solution. Seeing that Hancock was determined to die, Shirahoshi quickly consoled him. No, I have to go to the Lily Kingdom immediately for this matter. Hancock didn't want to wait for a moment, because at this time, the Kingdom of Lily could be broken by Katakuri at any time. To know the strength of that guy, she was not an opponent even in her heyday, including her who has greatly increased in strength now. Everyone couldn't stop her, and just as Boa Hancock was about to leave, a familiar voice came in from outside, and the next moment a flash of thunder, Byzee's figure appeared in the hall. The Lily Kingdom is no need to go. The dull voice pierced the air and rang out in the hall, and everyone's brows were filled with joy, because they knew from this voice that their captain was here. Even the Empress Boa Hancock, who was about to leave, stopped abruptly, clenching her teeth. Captain, you. When Jinbei heard Byzee's words, she thought that Hancock had made great contributions to Fishman Island. If something happened to the Lily Kingdom, she would never forgive herself in her life. Oh, it's all right. Hancock, you go back first, and I promise you nothing will happen to your Lily Kingdom. Gently patted Hancock's shoulder to calm her down, and there was no trace of worry on her face because Charlotte Linlin's 3 desert generals, Katakuri, shot her. Captain, do you already have a backer? Seeing Bai Zechengju's expression in Hungary, Ace couldn't help but ask a question in doubt. Back. As soon as Ace said these words, everyone in the hall immediately froze, and their gazes all focused on Byzee, even the Empress Hancock. If this is the case, then her Lily Kingdom may still be saved. The backhand, is it? Assistant outside the Lily Kingdom for Momoshiki, Byzee said with a laugh, all we have to do now is to wait and watch the play. I bet that Katakuri is dead this time. Captain, this is true. Soon as Byzee's voice fell, Empress Hancock's eyes flashed, and she said incomparably decisively, if the captain can save the Lily Kingdom this time, the concubine is willing to do anything for the captain. Oh yes, Then are you leaving? Byzee's eyes fell on Hancock as he spoke like a spring breeze. If I don't go, my concubine trusts the captain more than I trust myself. Speaking, Boa Hancock called back directly, asked the 2 sisters to wait patiently, and told them what Byzee was going to do next, so that they could appease the emotions of the domestic people. And just as the Empress Hancock explained to Sonia, the border of the Lily Kingdom was less than 500 meters away, and Katakuri's ship came quickly, but at a moment when many border guard generals and soldiers were frightened, an incomparably huge tentacle came out of the sea. It broke through the water and came out, straight into the sky, and instantly soared to a height of 1,000 feet. Chapter 91 The North Blue Monster reappears. Amazon, Kingdom of Lily. Not far from the coastline. Crash. The towering waves rise from the sea, and the waves at the highest point are thousands of feet. And between the waves and the waves, a tentacle with the thickness of a house appeared in everyone's field of vision without warning. Of the Lily Kingdom along the coastline, who had been panicked by the invasion of Katakuri and his party, stared at the towering tentacles dozens of meters away with wide-eyed eyes, all dumbfounded. A single tentacle is so big, how huge the whole body must be. The towering tentacles that suddenly appeared, also caused the dozen or so ships of Katakuri and his party, who were attacking rapidly, to be erratic as if they had encountered a hurricane at sea. Tens of thousands of pirates on the ship exploded in an instant. What is that, so big? A tentacle is thousands of feet long, what kind of monster? Is it the protector of the Kingdom of Lily Kingdom? But it can't. I have never heard of such a monster in Lily Kingdom. It doesn't appear sooner or later, and it only appears when we are about to attack the coastline of the Lily Kingdom. This monster is definitely related to the Lily Kingdom, or the Empress Boa Hancock. Ah no, look, that tentacle is coming towards us. that were hotly discussing, there was a screaming exclamation from nowhere. As soon as the sound passed, everyone's eyes immediately focused on the towering tentacles with the thickness of the house more than 100 meters away, including the same goes for Katakuri and many of Charlotte Linlin's cadres. And when Katakuri and the others' eyes fell on the towering tentacles that fell like lightning, they all felt their scalps go numb. Damn, how dare you, beast! Seeing the towering tentacles slashing down towards the numerous ships of his side, Katakuri was immediately furious, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Open black lens bracket glutinous rice barrier close black lens bracket. As soon as Katakuri said this, his figure disappeared instantly, and the next moment he came to the bottom of the towering tentacles. Abruptly evolved into black. Just as Katakuri activated the glutinous rice barrier, the towering tentacles attacked suddenly. A deafening dull sound, Katakuri, who had not yet raised his defense to the top, was instantly hit by a stern blow, and instantly flew away, more than 100 meters away. Then, the tentacles the size of the lightning house were about to destroy thousands of pirates on a ship and died on the coastline of the Lily Kingdom. A single blow is so terrifying. Thousands of pirates on the whole ship didn't even have a chance to scream, so they all reported to Hades. On the other dozen ships were all frightened by this devastating blow. Yes. All of them are stupid. What did they see? Their god of war, Captain Charlotte Linlin's favorite son, Katakuri, one of the 3 desert generals, was knocked out by a single object. The original disdain, seeing this scene all shattered to the ground, filled my heart with a deep and extreme fear. Just kidding, just by smashing the aftermath of their Katakuri-sama's blow, a ship was smashed into pieces, and the thousands of pirates on the whole ship were all turned into minced meat, which became a delicious meal in the mouth of the Sea Kings. However, this is only the beginning of the shocked expressions of many guard generals and tens of thousands of pirates in the Lily Kingdom. Crash. Instant, the sound of waves, which was even louder than before, sang from the screen, and there was no longer 1, but 8. No more, no less, just 8. 8 tentacles with the thickness of the house instantly rose to the top. Thousands of feet high in the sky, in the next instant, it slapped down suddenly, without the slightest hesitation. The speed was like lightning, as fast as thunder, carrying the sound of woo-woo, that ripped through the air, and slammed on the 8 pirate ships brought by Katakuri with a bang. Crack. Clap 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 clap. The sound of slamming the water surface one after another, piercing the air incessantly, lingering in this battlefield with monstrous waves, impacting everyone's mind and soul. Gouda 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 Lily Kingdom's many coastline guards, 1 counts as 1 and 2 count as a pair, all of them are shocked by the scene in front of them and doubt their life. Riding a horse. What kind of combat power is this? A total of 8 Charlotte Linlin's ships were destroyed. 8 ships, that's right, tens of thousands of pirates were lost, and among them, there were many sons and daughters of Charlotte Linlin, as well as Katakuri's younger brothers and sisters. Equally shocked, there was a marine battleship that had just galloped, but it was stopped thousands of meters away. Looking at the very familiar scene, Momoshiki, who was standing on the deck, suddenly stopped and couldn't believe it. He stared at the fierce North Blue giant monster. That's right, the monster that caused their marine to suffer before the final battle of the Fishman Island War was also one of the few beings who injured her. It's just that she thought that the previous sword killed this monster, but the monster in front of her is exactly the same as the previous monster. The same breath, the same look, it can be said that they are exactly the same, and they are also related to Baizi. It's just that Momoshiki couldn't understand why the monster he killed before appeared in the wrong place. Looking at the fierce North Blue giant monster, Momoshiki suddenly thought that on an unknown island, Baizi gave himself to him. From that moment, she realized that her self-healing ability was many times better than before. Could it be that Momoshiki thought of a certain possibility, and the idea of Fishman Island fighting this monster before came to her mind? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. I am afraid that at that time, this monster was already taken by Baizi with such a potion, otherwise, how could the monster that was dead before appear here? Moreover, This is the territory of the female Emperor Boa Hancock, the captain of the first team of the Byzantine Yellow Pirates. All this is too coincidental, and things that are too coincidental are often the truth. Also shocked by the female Emperor Hancock were Kuzan and Kizaru, who were hiding in the dark. At this time, they also saw the fierce and mighty North Blue monster, the monster that should have died. They saw this monster with their own eyes, and it was cut in half by their Momoshiki Admiral sword, and the sea was stained with blood at that time. It's just how the monster appeared here. Could it be that Baizi knew that someone would covet the Lily Kingdom? Thinking about it, I was terrified. Kuzan Kizaru raised his spirits, and observation hockey covered this sea area. After a little, it was Entvivi breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered the traces of Baizi and his party. It seemed that the guy wasn't crazy enough to besiege him. This is the monster that Baizi should have sent to protect the kingdom of Lily. Thinking of the power of this monster, the two of them stood on the sidelines and looked at Katakuri in the arena playfully. I am afraid that this kid is really going to die here today. Chapter 92 double the 6 king guns, Momoshiki shot. Above the sea. When Katakuri came back to his senses, he was furious when he saw that all 8 ships were destroyed. Armament hockey filled the entire fist, and slammed into one of the tentacles with an angry blow. Open black lens bracket wax giant fist closed black lens bracket. The wax filled with endless armament instantly turned into the size of a house, and slammed into the shot, and the towering tentacle did not stop at all, and slammed directly towards Katakuri's armament hockey giant fist. The dark red Conqueror hockey coerced the entire sea, and many soldiers on the coastline were stunned and speechless as they watched the battle of the surging waves. In a field that was truly ruining the world, the impact on them was too great. This kind of battle, they've seen it in their lives. It's terrifying. After the blow, Katakuri and the towering tentacles flew upside down. However, before Katakuri could react, the other 7 tentacles turned into thunder, and instantly turned into black lights and attacked Katakuri fiercely. During this time, after half of the ships had been destroyed, how many children of Charlotte Linlin died in this battle? Not good. Open black lens bracket wax defense close black lens bracket. Katakuri, who had just come back from the previous confrontation, felt the other 7 super advanced attacks that ripped through the air, and immediately his hands turned into waxy, extremely hard armament attached to it, firmly surrounding and guarding it, surrounding it. A spherical absolute defense with a radius of 5 feet was formed. With 7 attacks in succession, 7 towering tentacles with the thickness of the house attacked ruthlessly at the center of Katakuri, which had an absolute defense. Violent roars resounded one after another, and after the 7 attacks, although Katakuri insisted on defending absolutely and was not forced, he immediately spit out blood in the middle of it. The strong and terrifying force impact, although Mochi Mochi no Mi is cushioned, it is also very uncomfortable, and his face is pale. However, before Katakuri could breathe a sigh of relief, the other tentacle, which seemed to have shrunk in size by half, came straight to Katakuri's absolute defense that was on the verge of collapse. Loud roar of Katakuri was like a cannonball that was twitched thousands of feet, and then was instantly drawn into the sea, and this was undoubtedly worse for him who possessed the devil fruit. Immediately, Katakuri condensed the glutinous rice defense around his body to isolate the seawater. Great opportunity. Momoshiki, who had been waiting here for a long time, she jumped into the sea and killed Katakuri. However, her actions terrified Kuzan Kizaru and everyone on the marine battleship. It is a well-known fact that devil fruit people cannot easily go into the sea. Although the devil fruit awakens to a certain extent, it can develop the ability to resist the shadow of the sea. The strength is definitely greatly reduced. Kuzan and Kizaru, who originally wanted to enter the sea, hesitated for a while when they thought of the monsters before. They had a great chance of escaping on land and in the air, but if they were in the water, it would be a different matter. It's just that Momoshiki, as a fruit person, went into the sea so impulsive. They don't have the courage. They can only hope that Momoshiki Admiral can make a lot of himself. The remaining 9 pirate ships were all dumbfounded. Because, at this moment, the sea has fallen into an unprecedented calm. Their katakuri sama has disappeared, and the terrifying nightmare monster has also disappeared, only the rustling sea breeze is coming. The news also quickly spread to the main hall of Lily Kingdom. Your Highness, your two Highnesses. Outside the coastline, a giant monster suddenly appeared, blocking Katakuri and his party, and destroying half of the ship that Katakuri brought, and tens of thousands of pirates died. After listening to the report of their confidant, Sonia and Groud let the confidant continue to investigate the report. Sonia, is this Master Baizi? Hearing the report from his subordinates, Groud immediately stood up from his seat, and the news from Sister Hancock came to mind naturally. They said it was something that they didn't need to ask about this attack, and that someone else would solve it. Sure enough, Master Baizi has a hand, so that huge octopus monster was sent by Master Baizi to guard their Lily Kingdom. It seems that our Sister Hancock has a good captain. That's right, if Lord Baizi becomes the 5th Emperor of the New World in the future, then our Lily Kingdom will also prosper because of this. Sonia and the two sighed at the same time, the other side. Coastline waters, below 10,000 meters. Just as Katakuri was about to leave the deep sea and headed upwards, he heard a coquettish voice, Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth, Multiplier 6 King's Spear. Immediately, a sturdy punch with 50% of the power, instantly bombarded the armament glutinous with the absolute defense of Katakuri. Without the slightest hesitation, the absolute defense of Katakuri was broken in an instant, and the endless sea water immediately flooded around Katakuri with Mochi Mochi no Mi. Immediately afterwards, Katakuri was miserable. Touching the sea water with him with devil fruit was no different from courting death, but with his tenacious will, he glanced at the opposite side, and he couldn't help but be horrified. Marine Admiral Momoshiki, why are you? Katakuri couldn't believe what he saw, that Momoshiki was another accomplice who killed his brother Cracker. Damn, why would it be her? Shoot. Stupid human beings, still don't understand. Just when Katakuri was stunned, another unfamiliar voice came over. Even Momoshiki was startled, because there was someone else here besides her. The two were surprised. It was under observation Haki that a glass-colored octopus with 6 tentacles came around. Feeling the terrifying yet familiar aura around the octopus, Momoshiki's eyelids twitched wildly, and he cried out in surprise. North Blue Monster, you are the North Blue Monster Kurakan who severely injured Katakuri before. What? Katakuri, who was in danger, heard Momoshiki's words, his eyes filled with disbelief, and the little guy in front of him turned out to be the deity from before. The towering tentacles. Hey, now that you know the deity, Katakuri kid, go die. The humanoid-sized demon appeared behind Katakuri in an instant, and pulled up a tentacle directly, more than 10 times faster than the towering tentacle. Charlotte Linlin's second son, Katakuri, one of the 3 desert stars, was instantly turned into a blood mist under his neck, floating in the seawater. Momoshiki on the side was startled, that Katakuri, one of the 3 desert stars, was killed by an octopus in the end. The glass-colored octopus wrapped around Katakuri's head and threw it towards Momoshiki. Now, you've got the second protagonist that Bai Xiao gave you. Chapter 93 Katakuri dies in 10,000-meter deep-sea battle. Below the coastline, 10,000 meters of seabed. Looking at Katakuri, who was spitting out words and shot, and smashed the trash like Katakuri in seconds, Momoshiki was completely shocked. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Because judging from the attack just now, it was obvious that during the Battle of Fishman Island, this guy was not at his peak level at all. Could it be that the smaller this guy is, the stronger his strength is? Momoshiki couldn't help but secretly became vigilant. Kidding, if Gengam's attack was her own, I'm afraid she would also be in a dead end. This different North Blue giant monster in front of her is full of extreme danger, and it is always showing that the strength of this octopus is far beyond her expectations. Bai Xiao, you are Ziza, man. Momoshiki didn't know what to call the North Blue monster for a while, an existence that made countless people terrified. Of course. If it wasn't for you, young Master Bai wouldn't let me come to this place where birds don't shit. The North Blue Giant Monster's slightly hoarse voice sounded, and then said, by the way, my name is Xiao Yao, and it was Bai Xiao who started it with me. You can also call me that in the future. I smelled the special medicine on you. It was given to you by young Master Bai. It seems that I trust you very much. Of course, the North Blue Monster can smell the smell of the restoration potion, because this woman's devil fruit ability is not afraid of seawater. I'm curious how strong you are now. Since getting the multiplier fruit, Momoshiki really wanted to know how strong he is now, and the North Blue Giant Monster on the opposite side is undoubtedly the best trial opponent. You can try it yourself. North Blue Giant Monster, who had not been beaten by the previous battle with Katakuri, was also very happy to hear Momoshiki's challenge. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. Sword intent, slash. Immediately, Momoshiki, who was underwater, directly soared the attack to the extreme, and instantly a slash hit the top, without leaving the slightest hand. The top swordsman who passed through space slashed and appeared in front of the little demon in an instant. As for the human-sized North Blue Monster in front of him, there was no timidity and panic in his pupils, and a glass-colored tentacle directly attacked. Boom! The instant the sword and the tentacle collided, a thunderous sound exploded, and then spread to all directions. The seawater squeezed by endless energy was within a radius of 5 feet per person, forming a vacuum. Good. Look at the trick. Open black lens bracket 6 King's Sword Intent Spear, close black lens bracket. Boom. After another pair of bombardments, many sea kings with a length of 500 or 600 feet, or even longer, scattered and fled in all directions. The destructive power of the battle between the two is too great. When they first fought, the few sea kings around 100 meters were instantly twisted into pieces. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang, 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 bang is quite intense. 1 minute, so. 5 minutes, still so. 10 minutes, still the same. Time passed by every minute and second, the whole sea was dead silent, and under 10,000 meters of the coast, there were fierce battles, and the sea was like a year. The next year is like the sun. Following another confrontation, one person and one beast retreated several tens of meters away. After one blow, they didn't make another shot. Now the two should be considered cooperation because of Bai Zi's relationship, not enemies. There is no need for life and death. Opposite. K. Happy. As expected of the admiral that Bai Xiao fancy, you are very powerful. The North Blue Monster was in a particularly happy mood. This was the first time he had such a hearty battle after being transformed by Bai Zi's life. Either, I didn't expect that the Fishman Island battle was still not all his cards. Momoshiki was not happy because of the North Blue Giant Monster's praise, but admired the North Blue Giant Monster very much, and at the same time, his impression of Bai Zi was even deeper in his heart. What kind of magic power did that guy use to subdue such a ferocious existence as the North Blue Giant Monster, and it also transformed his intelligence qualitatively. After a little, battle ceased, and the entire seabed under 10,000 meters was directly ravaged by one person and one beast. Bai Xiao asked me to tell you that Yan Calamity and Katakuri are 2 steps that Bai Xiao has paved for you to build momentum. As for the later stage, he will also support it, but it will not be as strong as it is now. You can do it yourself. After finishing speaking, the glazed gold North Blue Giant Demon Octopus disappeared in front of his eyes and disappeared instantly, as if it had never happened at all. Stagnating for a while, Momosuge wiped the soles of his feet, Marine Rokushiki shaved it, and immediately turned into a stream of light, heading towards the sea above 10,000 meters, leaving this dark seabed. Anticipation of everyone, the sound of crashing waves sounded, and in the next instant, Momosuge broke out of the sea, and came to the deck of the marine battleship in a flash. Boom! Sound of an object hitting the deck, and the marine elites on many battleships looked over subconsciously, and at this sight, everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Katakuri, it's him. Ha 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 ha, we won, we won, we won. As expected of Momosuge Admiral, Katakuri is really dead now. Amazing, God of War deserves its name. Awesome, my Momosuge Admiral, myth. Not only the many marines on the marine battleship, but also the Kuzan and Kizaru in the dark flashes of deep surprise. Katakuri was actually solved by Momosuge in the sea. As for the authenticity of the matter. Kidding, the bloody heads on the deck are the best proof. The guards of the many coastlines of the Lily Kingdom are also boiling, and they are about to jump with excitement. Dead. That Katakuri who came to attack them was killed by the newly promoted Momosuge Admiral. Incredible. It's unbelievable. So far, Charlotte Linlin, the hateful old woman, all three of her desert generals were wiped out, and Baizi killed them Smoothie and Cracker, while Momosuge is the man who killed the strongest desert 3 generals, and the reward amount is as high as 1.33 billion 3.2 million Bailey. Win. The tough war was over before it even sounded, and Momosuge in this room glanced in a certain direction. Don't hide the two of you, and then these tens of thousands of pirates from Charlotte Linlin will be handed over to you. Momosuge was talking to himself somewhere, and heard that many marine elites were dumbfounded, and had no idea what Momosuge Admiral was talking about. However, as soon as Momosuge's voice fell, there were two swishing voices. The next moment on the deck, familiar figures appeared on both sides of Momosuge, Kuzan on the left and Kizaru on the right. It's easy. Kizaru glanced at each other, and soon heard Kuzan's voice resounding hundreds of meters above the sky. Ice time capsule. An instant, dozens of air conditioning projectiles appeared in Kuzan's hands, and in the next instant, they accurately shot at the remaining stunned ships in Katakuri, instantly freezing all the remaining ships in Katakuri. Immediately, all the ships were turned into lifelike ice sculptures, and the pictures were beautiful. Please download Fei Lu's novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 94_Destroying Katakuri, the campaign kicked off. Open black lens bracket Yasukani no Magatama close black lens bracket. Above the sea, Kuzan cast a frozen fruit, and after freezing all the remaining pirate ships, Kizaru, his old partner, immediately used a wide-ranging trick. Next moment. Without Katakuri's many Charlotte Linlin subordinates, it seemed very unattractive, and immediately the remaining tens of thousands of pirates, including Charlotte Linlin's children, all died in this sea area. Scarlet blood watered the sea, and like the tens of thousands of pirates before, they all died, and the sea was dyed a dazzling red. Here, the tens of thousands of pirates brought by Katakuri, including him and many of his younger siblings, all died and were buried in the sea area of the Lily Kingdom. In this scene, there are many guards on the coastline of the Lily Kingdom, all with their eyes wide open, staring at the field, and a monstrous wave is set off in their hearts. Dead. All dead. After a while, Momosuge took a deep look at the Lily Kingdom, and with a wave of his hand, he walked away with Katakuri's head, and their goal has been achieved. Few minutes, Sonia and Groud also learned about the battle situation on the coastline. What did you say? Katakuri died, and all the people he brought were wiped out by the sudden arrival of Marine and 3 admirals. What happened? Why did Marine 3 Admiral appear here? The two Sonia Gorod sisters looked at each other. They couldn't believe what they heard. It was too incredible. Could it be that Lord Baizi's method is just Marine's Admiral? Shouldn't he be the enemy of Lord Baizi? Why? Meet Fishman Island, the headquarters of the Yanwang pirates. The voice of the Billy phone worm resounded, and Hancock answered the phone immediately. but she was always worried about the battle situation in the Lily Kingdom. Sister Hancock, the war is over, we won. Katakuri was killed by Marine's Momoshiki Admiral, and the remaining tens of thousands of pirates were killed by a monster, and Kuzan Kizaru killed the other half, and none of our coastline guards were injured. Listening to the news from the other end of the phone bug, Empress Hancock's eyes flashed, and she took a deep breath. Katakuri actually died. It was killed by that Marine Momoshiki Admiral. Hancock couldn't believe he was listening. Then, after learning about the current situation in the Lily Kingdom, the people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, and their gazes fell on Baizi. On his body, the words that their captain had just said appeared in his mind. It turned out that all this was expected by the captain. Motherfucker, Katakuri, that, before the battle, the bounty of the Marine headquarters is as high as 1.3 billion 3.2 million Bailey, and he died at the hands of Marine Admiral Momoshiki. Charlotte Linlin, the Four Emperors, is really going crazy. Deserts 3 stars, 2 of them were killed by their Yanwang pirates, and now Momoshiki Admiral has killed the first-ranked Katakuri, and it's more than that. In addition to Katakuri, Marine killed many other Charlotte Linlin sons and daughters, and if Marine killed Charlotte's sons and daughters, they were much more than their Yanwang pirates. It's unimaginable. Marine is so tough this time, and that Momoshiki Admiral's strength has improved so much. Marine Headquarters, Sengoku Office. Sengoku, smoking a cigar on Bilibili, heard the phone bug. After receiving the news, he immediately stood up with a loud bang, his right hand shaking while smoking the cigar. All the cigars fell to the ground, and the ashes drifted in the wind. What? Katakuri is dead. Good. Ha 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 ha, great. Sengoku slapped the table with a slap, and the corners of his mouth were grinning to the back of his ears, but the news from the other side made Sengoku even more happy. Together with Katakuri, tens of thousands of pirates, and 7 children of Charlotte Linlin, great. Great. It seems that things can be announced. Knowing that Momoshiki had killed Yan Jajin and his party, Sengoku could not wait to make the good news public, but in the end he resisted the urge, because it would be even better if Momoshiki killed Charlotte Linlin's 3 most powerful desert generals, Katakuri, in one fell swoop. However, Momoshiki really did not let him down. He really killed Katakuri, and even more annihilated a group of cadres in one fell swoop. How many years? How many years? Remember the last time it was their hero Garp, but that was decades ago. A big happy event, knees at the door. You must know that a fire disaster and a Katakuri are 2 completely different effects. Their marine is about to come. However, if Sengoku knew that Momoshiki at this moment no longer belongs to their marine, I don't know how to react. I am afraid that he will have a big fight with Baizi. Of course, no one knows this at the moment. Hanging up the arc, Sengoku asked people to reveal this matter. They marine needed this record too much, especially after they experienced the Top War and the Fishman Island incident. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaido of the Beasts, HQ. I haven't contacted Jin yet. The hill-like Kaido of the Beasts said to a subordinate in front of him, frowning slightly, somehow feeling that something big was about to happen these 2 days. Since that, Baizi of the Yanwang pirates killed Jack of Drought and Queen of Epidemic, he never dared to underestimate that. Baizi, that's why he didn't go to Baizi to settle accounts in the first place, but to Momoshiki the reason. Captain, no, I haven't been in touch yet. The one in front of Kaido of the Beasts. Subordinate, hesitantly answered the question, because he knew very well that Kaido of the Beasts was very angry at the moment. As soon as Kaido of the Beasts didn't get in touch, there was a tendency for him to get angry on the spot, but before he could get angry, the door of the room was slammed open with a loud bang, and a Kaido of the Beasts cadre stumbled in with a pale face. Captain, it's not good. Something big has happened. The pale-faced cadre held a newspaper in his hand, and his eyes were full of horror and panic. That newspaper reported nothing else, but it was related to the first of their 3 major disasters, Yanjia. To be precise, it is not only related to the fire disaster, but also has a lot to do with the 6 sons of the sky and the cadres of their pirate group. Because the Yan Calamity Jin and the 6 sons of Linkong who did not come back all died on a small island ambushing Momoshiki Admiral, the 5 or 6 that Jin brought, and the 1,000 men were wiped out by the entire army, and the culprit of all this was there for retaliation, Momoshiki Admiral. Chapter 95 _ The world boils. What's the matter? Kaido of the Beasts, who was ready to vent his anger, saw the cadre's horrified appearance. His face was gloomy, and his unpleasant feeling was even worse, but he was abruptly suppressed by him. Was his worst period, bar none. First, the captains of the 4 pirate regiments under his command were killed, and then the Love General Drought Jack and the Plague Queen were killed by Z one after another. Now his 3 disasters are only the embers of the fire, but they disappeared a few days ago. He disappeared without a trace, as if the world had evaporated. If something happened abnormally, there must be a monster. I'm afraid Jin has encountered a very difficult thing, otherwise there will be no news. Captain, Boss Jin and the others have an accident, you have to be mentally prepared. The cadre swallowed his saliva, suppressing the panic in his heart. Say. It's okay if this cadre doesn't say anything, and this makes Kaido of the Beasts feel even more bad. If this cadre can be like this, I'm afraid this matter is likely to be related to Jin. Sure enough, seeing the captain's face even more gloomy, the cadre's heart trembled, hoping that the captain would not be too mad and cruel. I can't explain a sentence or two, Captain, you should read the newspaper. After saying that, the cadre put the newspaper in front of Kaido of the Beasts, and at the same time signaled all the men around him to leave, and after putting the newspaper down, the cadre also stepped back several feet. Because he knew very well that the captain would definitely go crazy after reading the news in the newspaper. Boss Jin was killed just like Boss Queen and Boss Jack. This kind of blow was absolutely unprecedented for the captain who always guarded his shortcomings. Sure enough. Hearing the cadre's words, Kaido of the Beasts looked at the newspaper in front of him. The room also fell into the calm before the storm. Half a minute, 1 minute, 3 minutes. As the time passed by, Kaido of the Beasts looking at the newspaper, his face became more and more ugly, even scary. A certain moment, the emotions that had been brewing for several minutes immediately erupted without any warning, and the newspaper in front of him was instantly shattered by the uncontrollable anger around him and the extremely rich Conqueror haki. Then the dark red haki, centered on Kaido of the Beasts, swooped out and instantly enveloped this sea area. The entire Kaido of the Beasts subordinates, the captains and members of many pirate ships were all depressed and almost fainted. This breath is the captain, my god. What happened to make the captain so angry? Yeah, the first time I saw the captain so angry, is it because of Boss Jin? However, at this moment, a pirate member next to him looked at the center of the dark red haki with fear, and subconsciously swallowed. What do you know? I just saw our captain go to Captain Kaido's room. I think this matter is definitely related to the murder of Boss Jin. When this member said this, it was like a sudden sound in the entire headquarters of Kaido of the Beasts. What did you say? Boss Jin was killed. What? Immediately, everyone in the entire field was stunned. Boss Jin was killed, which was completely beyond the scope of their cognition. On their pirate ship, except for the captain of the pirate ship, the most powerful one was Boss Jin. How could their Boss Jin be? How could someone be killed? Hey, what's impossible? Name. The crew members gossiped to their companions with a sense of superiority. You don't believe me, do you? Come and read this newspaper. Said the crew member took out a newest newspaper from his pocket and unfolded it in front of everyone. After a while. What? Really, it turned out to be true. How is it possible, my god? Boss Jin was actually killed, and he was the Momoshiki Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, can't you? When did Momoshiki become so awesome? I'm darling, it's more than Boss Jin. You look at the 6 sons of Linkong, and there are many cadres that. What kind of combat power is the newly promoted Momoshiki Admiral in Marine? who actually wiped out the entire army of Boss Jin and his party. Ah, hurry down, this, that. Momoshiki from the Marine headquarters even killed Katakuri, the 3 desert generals of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, and 7 other children of Charlotte Linlin. Oh my god, this is crazy, that. Is Momoshiki Admiral of Marine headquarters crazy? He actually killed Boss Jin and Charlotte Linlin's only remaining desert star, Katakuri. That woman is so strong. How can this strength be Admiral level, completely beyond the scope of Admiral? That's right, our Boss Jin's strength is faintly above the grand prize. This Momoshiki's strength is absolutely unimaginable. Could she be comparable to our Captain Kaido? It shouldn't be possible. Many of Kaido of the Beasts, men, all caught up in unprecedented heat. Crazy, all of them crazy. Wanokuni, Charlotte Linlin residence. Charlotte Linlin, who has always liked to eat cakes, has a gloomy and bleeding face, and at this moment, there is a newspaper in front of her, which is exactly the same as the newspaper that appeared in front of Kaido of the Beasts. Momoshiki. Bastard, that stinky bitch dared to kill my Katakuri son, and even killed 7 of my children. I want you to die. Marine headquarters, you are courting death. Charlotte Linlin at this moment is completely angry. Those are all her children, and even the best Katakuri son, and Katakuri is already the last of her Charlotte Linlin desert 3 generals. At this point, she couldn't help losing many children, and there were obvious faults in many of her cadres. In this way, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts fell directly from the strongest 2 emperors to the bottom. Strength of the 2 of them, I'm afraid they might have fallen out of the 4 emperors at this moment. Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin are like this, and the red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates on the other side are also completely given by Marine's news. Shocked. Able to kill the Fire Calamity Volley 6 and Katakuri's strength. I think with my toes to know how extraordinary the strength of the newly promoted Momoshiki Admiral from the Marine headquarters, the previous one. Akainu, I am afraid that it is definitely not the opponent of this Momoshiki. Kidding, that Akainu can destroy the fire and the 6 sons of the sky at the same time, and can kill Katakuri and many children of Charlotte Linlin. Stop kidding. Once this news from the Marine headquarters came out, it was originally a new world that was scrambled by the Yanwang pirates. Now it has been completely overturned by Momoshiki's maddening actions again, and a bloody storm of New World pirates, I am afraid, will kick off soon. Chapter 96_24 Emperors, declare war on Marine. After learning that Fire Beasts and Katakuri were killed by Momoshiki, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin immediately went crazy and declared war with Marine headquarters. Deceiving. The Marine headquarters is really deceiving people this time. The 4 emperors who were both enduring and unbearable, mobilized all the elites under them at the same time to kill Marineford once again. Then Whitebeard saving Ace before. Although the 2 of them lost the 3 major disasters and the 3 desert stars, but the strength of the 2 monsters alone is enough for Marine to eat a pot. Although the 2 are less famous than Whitebeard, their strength is not much. Otherwise, it would not have formed the current situation of the 4 emperors. At a time when Momoshiki Admiral's reputation in the army was at its peak, the news that the 4 emperors declared war on Marine at the same time swept the whole new world like a hurricane. Whitebeard pirates. Goo la 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 la. The 4 emperors declared war at the same time, and Marineford will experience another bloody storm. Before Marine's Akainu died on the top, I don't know who will put the corpse on top this time. Whitebeard, who gulped down a gulp of spirits, was very happy, and at the same time, he was very pleased with Momoshiki Admiral who was attacking against the army. Kaido of the Beasts one after another, and Charlotte Linlin's actions, undoubtedly gave him a little bit of a good impression of Marine. How many years have passed? Will Marine have a legendary hero Garp born again? It's getting more interesting. Dad, should we take action? After all, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin were both involved in the war before. Phoenix Marco, bored, took a sip of strong wine and said indifferently. Hearing this, Jozu clenched his fists. Yeah, Dad, if it wasn't for Baizi who went to war before, we'd definitely lose a lot. The other officials around also lowered their brows in thought, apparently agreeing with Marco and Josu's words. Participate. Listening to Marco and Josu's words, Whitebeard's mouth curved into an arc. Why should we participate? This sea area has been silent for too long, and we have been active for too long. In the future, opportunities like this will be left to young people. It is said that the fifth emperor of the New World should appear soon. Whitebeard's deep eyes looked in the direction of Fishman Island, the corners of his mouth curved in an inexplicable arc, and he whispered in his heart, "Ace, little friend Baizi, I look forward to your Yanwang pirates becoming the fifth emperor as soon as possible, and we will meet again at that time. There must be a fight. Although my father is old, I still don't want to miss the era of the great pirates." The fifth emperor. Dad, you mean Baizi's Yanwang pirates? Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, his eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. Could it be that Baizi and the others will do something with this war? It can't be. If this is the case, then the 5th Emperor is probably born in advance. Eyes of many squad captains shone, and they were looking forward to the next war on the top. Like Whitebeard, the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army kept silent in tacit agreement, as if they had reached a special agreement. Fighting. No matter who wins or loses, it's good news for them. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. Sengoku Office. You are all clear about this matter, so let's talk about how to deal with it. Sengoku glanced at the many senior executives of the Marine Headquarters in the office, and said solemnly. Although he had thought of such a result, but when it really came, he still felt a little lack of confidence. After all, the other party was the existence of the four emperors. As soon as Sengoku said this, the eyes of the surrounding people subconsciously focused on Momoshiki, because since Momoshiki killed Yanjajin and Katakuri one after another, there is no doubt that Momoshiki at this time is definitely the most powerful among them. Even Garp might not be her match. It's just that Sengoku has never looked for Garp, but he said that he is no longer a vice admiral rank, but an instructor who trains recruit. Besides, he doesn't want to pay attention to the conflict between Marine and the pirates. Seeing the old friend insist, Sengoku can only sigh and give up. Who made Marino him? To be honest, after the war, Garp did not retire and go home to retire for them. Marine has been very good for them. He wasn't surprised that he couldn't win Garp this time. Kaido of the Beasts, or Charlotte Linlin, I can hold one of them. Everyone's eyes. Momoshiki's first words startled everyone. Holding Kaido of the Beasts or Charlotte Linlin is the four emperors. Although Momoshiki's strength surpasses them, she is still not optimistic about her. How can they not know the strength of the four emperors is the high-level Marine Headquarters? Doesn't hold back the four emperors Momoshiki your strength. Sengoku is different. Hearing Momoshiki's words, he immediately thought of the multiplication fruit she got. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room stunned and focused their eyes on Momoshiki again, and thoughts like Sengoku came to mind, even Kuzan Kizaru. Yes, my strength is now more advanced, almost twice as much as I have not obtained the multiplication fruit. Momoshiki didn't hide it, and told the truth that he showed his current combat power. The strength is twice before, isn't it? If that's the case, then it might be possible to hold back the fourth emperor. Many high-level executives who had no confidence at first, one by one, could not help but have some confidence in the coming four emperors. As for the other four emperors, I have a personal choice, maybe they can help us stop them. Thinking about Momoshiki for a moment, the voice came out, and Sengoku stood up from his seat with a bang. Who? Not only Sengoku, but Tsuru Vice Admiral all looked at Momoshiki, but she knew from the intelligence report that Whitebeard, the redhead, and even the Revolutionary Army had the slightest tendency to be dispatched. It is precisely because of this that she is even more curious, who has the ability to compete, and help their marine stop a new world standing at the top of the pyramid's four emperors. Every one of you knows this person, and you are very familiar with it. and you have also dealt with this person is. After Momoshiki succeeded in attracting everyone's attention, the corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Captain of the Yanwang Pirates, Baizi. Words came out, everyone in Sengoku's office roared in their minds, and they went blank. They heard something about Baizi of the Yanwang Pirates. They heard it right, it's that. The big pirate Filu who was once attacked by their marine reminded them you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 97 Momoshiki Temptation, The Ultimate Blow. Baizi. Momoshiki's words made everyone in Sengoku's office thunder roll in their ears, and their eyelids jumped wildly. How is that possible? This is the unanimous opinion of everyone, and Suru Vice Admiral, who knows Momoshiki the most, has his eyes twinkling and wisely said, the enemy is the friend. What Momoshiki said may not be impossible. What do you mean by that? Hearing that he agreed, Sengoku couldn't help but hurriedly asked, if that Baizi can really block a 4th emperor for their marine, it would definitely solve the biggest problem for them. Suru Vice Admiral did not directly answer Sengoku's words, but looked at Momoshiki. Go ahead. Hearing Suru Vice Admiral's words, Momoshiki nodded and began to say, although our marine headquarters is facing 2 emperors at the same time declaring war, this is not necessarily an opportunity for me, marine, to re-establish prestige. Opportunity. And like us, this time is also an excellent opportunity for Baizi, an opportunity to completely step into the threshold of the 5th emperor, and this opportunity is to hold off or even fight against Kaido of the Beasts, who is now relatively weak. Charlotte Linlin. Hearing Momoshiki's words, everyone's eyes flashed, because they knew Momoshiki Admiral was right. And the most important point, in the face of Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, we are definitely partners. After all, don't forget, just before, the other 2 disasters and the 2 desert 3 stars all fell on in the hands of Baizi's Yanwang pirates. After these 2 have troubled us, the next person to look for is Baizi. Although there is an irreconcilable conflict between us, but that has become the past, and now if we can take a look at the offensive of the 2 emperors, for as marine, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I have to say that the role of the Devil's Contract has become increasingly prominent. Momoshiki's subconscious decision will take into account the interests of Baizi and the Yanwang pirates. Even she herself does not know these subconscious things. So good. But who are we to contact? Hearing that, Kuzan frowned, knowing that they and Baizi's Yanwang pirates were in full swing before, and they looked like they were going to destroy each other. This was not an easy job. Since this suggestion was made by me, then this matter will be left to me to do. Momoshiki took this matter down without waiting for the others to speak. After all, he has a private interest relationship with that Baizi, and it is more convenient to communicate this. Sengoku immediately fell silent when he heard Momoshiki's words. Now Momoshiki is their marine's stabilizing needle. In a few days, they will still count on her to fight against the 4 emperors. It can be said that in this situation, any one of them present can have an accident, including him. Sengoku accidents can happen, but Momoshiki alone can't. Since Momoshiki has this strength, let her go. Suru Vice Admiral thought over and over again, and felt that Momoshiki would be the most suitable one, to show his sincerity, and secondly, if the other party overturned Momoshiki's strength, he would have the power to protect himself. A little while. This matter was ordered by Sengoku on the spot, and the matter was kept top secret. After all, this was a secret deal between Marine and the pirates, and it was something that could not be obtained. An unprecedented fatal blow. However, apart from this, they sincerely. I can't think of any other way to deal with the war provoked by the 2 emperors. It's not too late, I'll leave now. Momoshiki heard that, and after saying a word, his figure flashed, and the next moment he left the office, killing him in the direction of Fishman Island, leaving behind the stunned Sengoku and Kuzan Kizaru and others. Little while, after letting everyone leave the office, Sengoku and Suru Vice Admiral looked at each other, both seeing the expectation and worry in each other's eyes. Hopefully this Momoshiki will be successful. Sengoku sighed slightly and muttered to himself, if their marines were strong enough, why should they borrow the power of the Yanwang pirates? From what I know about Momoshiki, she will definitely do her best to persuade Baizi, and now the elite marines of each department have been summoned almost. This time is the most important battle for my marine to establish its prestige, and it must be won. No matter the cost, even if it costs my life. Sengoku took a deep breath and took a cigarette, his eyes shining with determination. This time is an excellent opportunity for their marine to make a name for themselves. No matter how much they pay, they will fight this battle beautifully. After half a day. A small uninhabited island not far from Fishman Island. Momoshiki has been on the island for a long time, waiting for the appearance of this target. Somehow she felt a little excited, and she couldn't say why. After a while, on the sea in the distance, a man stepping on a glass-colored octopus the size of a house appeared in the field of vision. From a distance, the picture was very impressive. That's the North Blue Demon. Sure enough, it was the North Blue monster that killed Katakuri. How much power does this guy have yet to use? Looking at the stunning glass-colored octopus, Momoshiki couldn't help but straighten her mind. Thinking of the worry in her heart when she came, she smiled for a moment. To be honest, she wasn't sure that she was the opponent of this miniature version of the North Blue monster until now. Before it was over, when Baizi came to the shore, the house-sized North Blue monster shrank sharply again, lying on Baizi's shoulders, dressed like a pet. Cute appearances at the moment, it is difficult for anyone to associate them with the savage North Blue monster who killed tens of thousands of marine elites before. I'm very curious, how strong is your North Blue giant demon subordinate? Although Momoshiki's strength has now soared by 50%, she still feels the extreme danger from the North Blue giant monster with golden color. This palm-sized North Blue monster actually gave him a life-threatening danger, and that's why Momoshiki asked. How strong you are, you can test it yourself. Hearing Momoshiki's words, Baizi looked at Momoshiki deeply. To be honest, he only had a rough guess as to how strong the little demon was, but he was definitely stronger than the admiral level. Good. Momoshiki didn't hesitate at all, and immediately the multiplier fruit's combat power doubled, and with a bang, the double Six Kings sword intent spear was used, and the book's pink fist with the sound of tearing the air instantly appeared in the palm-sized slap in front of the North Blue monster. However, at this moment, the glazed gold North Blue giant monster soared into the air, and instantly 8 small tentacles slammed into a pink fist that destroyed the sky and the earth. Chapter 98_Kaido of the Beasts. Dull sound of bang resounded, and in the next moment, a torrential wave was set off at the intersection, which instantly swept around, and the entire island trembled, as if a 10th magnitude earthquake had occurred. The air waves spread, and the seawater around the island set off waves that were more than 10 feet high. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The confrontation between the two was really shocking. Between one man and one beast, the island was torn apart abruptly, almost splitting the island into 2 halves. A single blow is so terrifying. However, just after a single blow, Momoshiki stepped back several dozen feet away, while the opposite Luligan North Blue giant monster retreated only less than 5 feet back, and the superiors immediately judged. It was also after this attack that Momoshiki realized that before they co-authored the Marine the self-righteous encirclement and suppression of Fishman Island, this North Blue giant monster is far from mercy. If the North Blue giant monster shot with all its strength, at this time, she is probably already dead and gone. Moreover, she had a feeling that this golden-colored North Blue monster even had the strength to fight against the 4 emperors. Strong. Too strong. This is Momoshiki's evaluation of the North Blue monster. Momoshiki's look at Baizi once again changed. The monster he subdued was so terrifying. She really couldn't imagine Baizi's strength. Fighting against the 4 emperors is completely possible with the strength of the North Blue giant monster. If Baizi's strength is added, the so-called 4 emperors in the New World will definitely be killed. Thinking of this, Momoshiki was even more excited. She knew very well that the purpose of her cooperation with Baizi was to destroy Tenryubito in the future. If she wanted to completely destroy Tenryubito, she had to deal with IM, the real ruler of the world government. A terrifying and desperate guy. He is also the leader of Tenryubito, the lord of the Void Throne, and even the Gorosei, 5 elders kneel before him. An extremely mysterious, extremely powerful, and extremely proud man. And this IM is also Momosegi's only fearful existence. If you let him know that he has the intention of subverting Tenryubito, he will definitely be wiped out immediately, and he may even be personally killed. Get started. As for Iam's face, no one knows, even the Gorosei, 5 elders, because everyone who saw Iam's face is dead. The airwaves returned to calm, as if nothing had happened, but the bottomless cracks showed what kind of terrifying aftermath had just been experienced here. It was also a blow that completely refreshed Momosegi's understanding of this private partner. Hold back the 4th Emperor with just the glazed gold North Blue Giant monster. If Baizi makes a move, it is possible to kill the 4th Emperor. That is to say, at this time, Baizi already has the power of the Emperor. Strength and qualifications. The 5th Emperor really didn't expect that. At this time he was already waiting for his combat power. After the test, Momosegi was completely conquered by the strength of the North Blue monster, even when he told Marine's plan. A few days later. Marineford, above the sea. Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Limland set sail to kill the Marine headquarters. This time Marine has done too much and cannot be forgiven. And to deal with Marineford from Marine headquarters, kill that Momosegi admiral. By the way, they will go to Fishman Island and slap to death that little flea-like Yanwang pirates. Of the 4 emperors must not be violated. Kaido of the Beasts was the first to appear on the sea where the sea and the sky meet in Marineford, with nearly 100 ships behind him, all of them pressing towards Marineford. This time only there are nearly 100,000 pirates. Without the slightest strategy, they attacked Marineford directly. That Momosegi dared to openly kill his favorite general, Yan Jajin, and the 6 sons of Linkong. If Kaido of the Beasts does not retaliate for this hatred, how can the power of the 4 emperors be maintained? And here, Marineford, who has been waiting for a long time, on the city wall, Sengoku the Buddha, Momosegi, Kuzan, Kizaru, Suru Vice Admiral, etc. are lined up. In a trance, everyone's mind can't help but come to the execution of Ace. This time, how long does it take for Marineford to be attacked by another 4 emperors? Hundreds of thousands of elite marines regrouped on the city wall, looking at the crowded ships, swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. The level of madness of Kaido of the Beasts this time is much stronger than that of Whitebeard last time. Kaido of the Beasts is finally here. Yeah, I am afraid this war will be more tragic than the last war on the top. That's right, this Kaido of the Beasts is different from Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard had an old disease and was far from his peak. Otherwise, the loss we lost last time was not so small. However, Momosegi Admiral was so powerful that he even killed Fire Calamity Ash and Desert 3-star Katakuri one after another. Such combat power is definitely beyond the Admiral level. I'm looking forward to it. I seem to have seen another hero like Garp Vice Admiral in the near future. Facing the Kaido of the Beasts at their peak, and having experienced the rise of their Momosegi Admiral, many more than 100,000 marine elites not only did not have the slightest fear, but their hearts were filled with excitement. They are not without fear, but at this moment their excitement has completely overcome the fear of the 4 emperors in their hearts. When many marines were excited, a thunderous voice spread out, "Marine Admiral Momosegi, it's really good. How dare you to openly kill the fire embers under my heart? Now that I am Kaido of the Beasts, I want to see how many lives you marines have to fill." Kaido of the Beasts looked across the sea and stared at Sengoku the Buddha, who was standing on the city wall. Sengoku, I advise you to hand over Momosegi to me, or I will walk on Kaido of the Beasts. Flatten your marine headquarters Marineford. The roar pierced the sky, and even the white clouds in the sky were scattered by the town. Sengoku the Buddha, who was standing on the city wall, snorted coldly, and looked at Kaido of the Beasts sarcastically. After learning that Baizi would stop Charlotte Linlin, he really ignored Kaido of the Beasts. What a big breath. Tap down my marine headquarters, today I'm going to see how you Kaido of the Beasts pummel my Marineford. Sengoku looked solemn, and his eyes fell to Momoshiki. Momoshiki Admiral, Kaido of the Beasts will depend on you next. Although Sengoku's strength is not bad, it is still a little short of Kaido of the Beasts, and if their entire marine fights at the peak, except for Garp who has retreated to the second tier, I am afraid that Momoshiki in front of him has the ability to compete with Kaido of the Four Emperors. Battle of the Beasts. If that's the case, then you Marines, bear my wrath. Sing. The sound of Kaido of the Beasts fell, and the next moment, the sound of the dragon's roar, which pierced the sky, swept away, lingering in the sky above Marineford, like a real sonic attack, and everyone present heard ringing in their ears. Follow the reputation and look for a while. Everyone just saw the sky in front of them, and a figure of a dragon appeared in the air. This figure was none other than the Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts after the transformation of the dragon. Of a dragon with 1,000 feet covered the sky, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at the opposite Marineford fiercely. Chapter 99 Momoshiki gives Kaido of the Beasts. Marineford, in front of the city wall like a giant beast, the dragon that covers the sky and roars, its ferocious fangs and dragon eyes are breathtaking, making people look cold. After the Shenlong, nearly 100,000 pirates stared at the Shenlong in the sky with fiery eyes, and their captains of the Four Emperors were full of excitement. This is the captain's transformation, ha 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 ha, the dragon transformation, those Marines are over. Mummy, this is the first time I see the captain's transformation. It's too big. It turned out to be the legendary dragon. Shenlong transformation, tisk tisk, I really didn't expect the captains to be the most powerful dragon fruit. Hey, this time Marine has completely annoyed the captain, those Marines are dead. That's right, it is said that when the red-haired boy challenged the captain, he didn't use the dragon to transform himself. Nearly 100,000 pirates couldn't be more excited, and they were full of hot discussions and complaints. They looked at the people above Marineford on the opposite side, and the corners of their mouths were full of playful arcs. This time, their Kaido of the Beasts boss is really angry. Not only the nearly 100,000 pirates behind Kaido of the Beasts, but also the more than 100,000 marine elites opposite Marineford, who were not far away. The behemoth was shocked. The Shenlong turned out to be the legendary Shenlong. The rumors in the New World are true. It is said that Kaido of the Beasts has a dragon-related devil fruit, but they never expected it to be a legendary one ancient dragon. This battle, many of the more than 100,000 marine elites who were originally confident, at this moment, looking at this situation, their eyes couldn't help looking at Momoshiki Admiral on the city wall. Can they really resist? Kaido of the Beasts deserves to be on the same level as Whitebeard. Such a rare devil fruit is simply hopeless. This is completely beyond the level of human beings. Moreover, this is just Kaido of the Beasts. You must know that there is another Four Emperor Charlotte Linlin who came to Marineford this time. Whoever dares to kill me, go to die. Open black lens bracket dragon's breath close black lens bracket. Senran's voice fell. Kaido of the Beasts, who turned into a dragon, spewed out a breath of energy that was several times hotter than magma. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it cut through the air and came to the sky above Marineford. Open black lens bracket defensive ice shield close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, Kuzan, one of the 3 Admiral Marines, inserted his hands into the ground, and instantly erected a huge ice shield that was thousands of meters high in front of the entire Marineford. The moment the ice shield was formed, the heat of fear bombarded it, and the unparalleled energy instantly evaporated all the tens of meters of ice shield, and Yue was attacked again. Open black lens bracket Yatada mirror close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, Kizaru's figure flashed before the giant pillar of energy, forming a mirror directly in his hand, and then a beam of light came up to meet it, over Marineford, with the fierce heat of the dragon of Kaido of the Beasts. bumped together. Bang! Immediately above the sea in front of Marineford, the waves of thousands of feet suddenly rose into the sky, and it took a long time to see the end of the aftermath. One blow, the two admirals shot in succession before they were able to block the blow of Kaido of the Beasts, who turned into a dragon. Can be seen that the strength of Kaido of the Beasts is not comparable to that of Whitebeard, who was suffering from old diseases in the war. Really good strength. Dragon hung in the air, with its huge dragon head facing Marineford, looking deeply at Kuzan and Kizaru who blocked his blow, but then he sneered, "If that's the case, then I won't let go." Open black lens bracket dragon swinging tail close black lens bracket. A bang, the body of a 1,000-foot dragon came to Marineford in an instant, and the savage and domineering tail-wagging blow directly and ruthlessly directed towards the Marineford city wall, to be precise, where Momoshiki was located. If this is drawn, the entire city wall of Marineford will be smashed to shreds. When first a marine, no one can't do it. A domineering dragon waving its tail. If Momoshiki didn't dare to resist it before, but now she is not. Before, she immediately stepped on the moon step, disappeared from the place in an instant, and reappeared the dragon's tail that was already more than 100 meters away. Below. Without the slightest sluggishness, a punch suddenly slammed out in an instant. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth Open Black Lens Bracket 6 King's Spear, Close Black Lens Bracket. There were no fancy movements. A dragon tail, a fist, collided with pure force in an instant. There was a thunderous explosion, and the Marineford swept away in an instant, centered on one person and one dragon, destroying the air waves that annihilated the earth immediately spread to the air, and the marine and pirates on both sides could faintly feel the oncoming heat waves. The ground on the shore of Marineford suddenly burst into a crack of unknown length, several feet wide and bottomless. Destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It is really destroying the sky and destroying the earth, a world-shattering war. After the loud noise, Momoshiki stepped back more than 100 feet, and the 1,000-foot dragon on the opposite side also retreated a few dozen feet away, and one person and one dragon died in the air, with a dignified flash in his eyes. Slightly sour right fist, Momoshiki took a deep breath, took out the transparent potion from his hand, and took it immediately. This potion is nothing else, it was just another bottle he gave him when he parted with Baizi before. Restoration Potion. After taking it, Momoshiki felt as if her body and mind were baptized. The next moment, she was extremely excited, and the surging power in her body soared again. All of this is invisible, and no one has ever seen it. Kaido of the Beasts, who turned into a dragon, his eyes were cold, and he said, "No wonder you have the ability to kill Yan Zanjin and Linkong Luzi. It seems that you really underestimate you. You talk too much." Momoshiki in the air held a samurai sword in both hands. The momentum of the whole body rose sharply, and the unparalleled sword intent continued to pour into the samurai sword, just like the real sword intent, forming a vacuum zone within 5 feet of Momoshiki's body. Such a scene, Kuzan Kizaru watching, including Sengoku, were all stunned. Because they found that Momoshiki's strength has exceeded twice the original strength at the moment. Is she stronger again? Sengoku, our marine, is afraid that another marine hero has appeared this time, and Momoshiki may be better than Garp. Tsuru Vice Admiral stared at the sky with his eyes narrowed, and his sword intent rose to the extreme, and this kind of strength may have surpassed the level of a great swordsman. Sengoku's eyes flickered, staring blankly at Momoshiki Admiral, who was showing his might, and muttered to himself, "Yeah, it seems that I'm getting old. This world will eventually be handed over to these young people." Sengoku stared deeply at Momoshiki in the field, his eyes became determined, as if he had made some kind of determination. Chapter 100 Against the Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Marineford, Sea Air. Cut. The infinite sword intent converged from the samurai swords Momoshiki held in both hands, and in the next instant, a sword beam of several hundred meters appeared in the air, and instantly slashed towards Kaido of the Beasts in the distance. Open black lens bracket dragon claw close black lens bracket. Immediately, armament, huge dragon claws were filled with all of them. On the entire dragon body, there was a dark red hockey coercion in all directions, and the observation hockey was even more open. The three-color hockey was used to the extreme here by Kaido of the beasts. It suddenly turned into a streamer and moved towards the sword beams of hundreds of meters. Zhang Daomeng was actually smashed by the claw of Kaido of the beasts, who was the body of the dragon, and then the thunder claw took Momosegi's mouth directly, as if traveling through time and space, and arrived in an instant. Open black lens bracket multiplier 6 King's Spear, close black lens bracket. It was in this room that Momosegi also stopped holding his hands, and directly poured all the power of the multiplier fruit, which had doubled the combat power, into his fist, and slammed it with Thunder's claw. Immediately after the next moment, the body of the dragon, which was over 1,000 meters tall, was forced to stop by Momosegi, and flew out several dozen meters. Above Marineford, the scalps of more than 100,000 marine elites were numb, and they raised their heads to the sky and shouted, "God of War!" Exclamation mark quote. God of War! God of War! The scene, everything was blown up. It was true that their Momosegi Admiral's strength was beyond their expectations, and even the marine elites such as Kuzan Kizaru and Sengoku were fooled. Kidding, where is Momosegi's combat power holding back at this time? This is a stance against Kaido of the beasts. Awesome, Momosegi is really amazing. At this time Momosegi already has the qualifications to challenge the four emperors well. This kind of combat power is afraid that Garp is inferior to it. After all, Garp at this moment has lost the ambition of his youth. While Marineford was fighting fiercely, the other side was hundreds of kilometers away from here. The other four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, came with many children and subordinates under her command. Although there were not nearly 100,000 of Kaido of the beasts, there were also 7 or 8, and 10,000 pirates. The highest point on the pirate ship Anthem. A pirate in charge of reconnaissance and lookout, through the telescope, saw several ships lying across the sea in the distance. This is not the most important. The most important thing is that the flag on the pirate ship, the golden 5-claw soaring ferocious dragon pattern, this pattern is nothing else, it is the recently famous Yanwang pirates. Moreover, it was this pirate group that killed their 2 Desert 3 generals, Smoothie, Sama and Cracker, Sama, one after another. His Baizi is the Yanwang pirates, and they actually appeared here. Charlotte Linlin crew member who was in charge of the investigation, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a harsh sound wave came from the anthem. As soon as these words came out, the entire crew of the anthem immediately jumped in their hearts. Yanwang pirates, they are all too familiar with the name Baizi. It can be said that this name is the main culprit of the humiliation of their pirates. Their Smoothie and Cracker were killed by this guy. It can be said that in terms of sin, this one is bigger than that. Marine Admiral Momosegi. Word spread, the pirates and officers of the more than 20 pirate ships around were all shocked, and their eyes subconsciously looked at the sea area ahead. Sure enough, there were several pirate ships floating on the sea at a distance of several hundred meters in front of them, and the pirate flag on it was the pirate flag of the Yanwang pirates. The Yanwang pirates are actually the Yanwang pirates. Quote. They are so daring to appear here openly, is this preventing us from going to Marineford? Bastard, they killed Lord Smoothie and Lord Cracker, they're dead. When they appear at this time, Mama won't let them go. For a time, tens of thousands of Charlotte Linlin's subordinates looked at Baizi and his party with cruel eyes, and they were all too familiar with their captain's temperament. Moreover, they were still declaring war with the Yanwang pirates, which meant that the war was going to start early. The noise from outside the ship quickly reached Charlotte Linlin's ears. Not surprisingly. Immediately, Charlotte Linlin exploded. What? That nasty boy Baizi actually blocked our way. Looking for death. Old hatred, Charlotte Linlin immediately appeared on the deck, looked across the sea, and sure enough, she saw that. The kid she dreamed of killing. Zeus, take me there. Charlotte Linlin, who was furious and her eyes were red, immediately ordered her crony Layan Zeus to step on it and come into the air. Yanwang Pirates. Boy by Z. Die. Charlotte Linlin, who had lost the love of the two desert three generals, didn't talk nonsense, and immediately killed the ship whereby Z was in one move. Open black lens bracket the gun of Elbath, powerful kingdom close black lens bracket. Immediately, Charlotte Linlin slashed towards several ships in by Z with one hit, and the giant sword Chi of Love for You suddenly slammed, and the speed can be said to be reaching its peak. Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. By Z could make a move. Fujitora Isho on the side was the first to erect a gravity barrier in front of the ship, but obviously underestimated Charlotte Linlin's attack. Boom. Sound. Was like the sound of bubbles breaking on the water, piercing the air and resonating in the ears of Bai Z and his group. Fujitora Isho's face suddenly paled, and then he groaned. Obviously, the first time we played against Fujitora Isho suffered a dark loss. However, after the gravitational barrier was broken, Charlotte Linlin's mighty kingdom did not end, but continued to attack Bai Z and his party's ships rapidly. When Ryokugyu saw the attack, he slammed into it with a smashing punch, and even when the aftermath of Charlotte Linlin's mighty kingdom was smashed away, the surrounding water immediately splashed with waves of more than 100 meters. Only the aftermath is like this, which shows how powerful Charlotte Linlin's move is. As expected of the two vice captains of the Yanwang Pirates. But Jin can't stop me and you with this. Boy, Bai Z, go to hell. Emperor's sword breaks 5, blade. Immediately, the sun Prometheus injected into the broadsword, and once again slashed at Bai Z and his party. This attack was much stronger than the previous one. The speed is so fast that it is even worse than the previous one. In a blink of an eye, it is near. Open black lens bracket air shock close black lens bracket. Who was standing on the deck, raised his right hand and slapped it towards the front and above, and then the Emperor's sword, which was originally attacking, immediately collided with Kong Gen. Of destroying the sky and destroying the earth rang in the ears like thunder, and waves of thousands of meters were raised on the sea surface. The entire sea area was devastated. Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 Strange Force vs Gravity 6 King's Gun. Above the sea, an unparalleled aftershock spilled out. Bai Z's full-level air shock collided with the four Emperors Charlotte Linlin's Emperor's sword breaking 5, blade. Such power is definitely a match of the four Emperors level. Originally waiting to watch a good show, the scene of the Yanwang Pirates and Bai Z being tortured and murdered by them already came to mind. At this moment, 1 counts as 1, and 2 count as a pair, and they all fall into a state of dazed and dumbfoundedness. How is this possible? Impossible. Mama's Emperor sword was broken by that damn boy. This guy is so strong, and his ability is very similar to Whitebeard's shock fruit. I'm darling, this Bai Z is going to defy the sky. Crazy, the world is so crazy, what did I see? I'm not dreaming. The sun Prometheus merged into the sword and was broken by that guy named Bai Z. Is this the existence that killed them? Smoothie, Sama and Cracker Sama, so scary. It's terrible. No wonder Lord Smoothie and Lord Cracker are planted in their hands. I'm afraid that if Lord Katakuri meets them, there will be no second ending. I don't believe that Mom is invincible. That's right, Mama is just warming up now, the next thing is the real action. 7 or 8, the subordinates brought by Juan Charlotte Linlin were all emotionally intense, shouting and complaining excitedly. Everyone, leave this place thousands of feet away. Just on July 8, 10:00 Charlotte Linlin's subordinates shouted at the same time. Charlotte stepping on the thundercloud. Zeus ordered a sharp and piercing sound wave lingering over the entire sea area, hearing the roaring in everyone's ears. 7 or 8, Juan Noisy's subordinates, like dead dogs strangled by their necks, fell into a dead silence in an instant, and in the next moment, all the ships turned around and left thousands of meters away, with expressions on their faces full of horror. Angry. Mama is completely angry. Now something big is going to happen. The sky in the new world completely collapsed in less than a minute. Charlotte Linlin in this scene had no worries. His eyes fell on Baizi, who was on the opposite side. His body was full of evil spirits, and the dark red Conqueror hockey slammed open. Baizi raised his right palm and faced Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu and his party. You should also retreat 1,000 feet away. The next battle is not something you can participate in. Yes, Captain. Baizi said this. Fujitora, Isho, Ryokugyu and the others looked at each other and said solemnly, looking at the competing arena, with endless enthusiasm and anticipation flashing in their eyes. Captain, did you finally take action against the 4 emperors? If they win this battle, if not, they stop the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, then their Yanwang pirates deservedly become the 5th emperor of the New World. A little while. Above this sea area, there is no one within a radius of 1,000 meters except Baizi and Ling, not even a single sea king in the deep sea. Because under the previous confrontation, in this sea area, at least none of the sea kings in the sea area under the feet of the 2 survived. What an arrogant boy! If he really thinks he is so strong, he is self-righteous. Today I want you to know how far the strength of the 4 emperors is from you. 3 kinds of devil fruits. Marinarokushiki's ultimate mystery, Jia Jia. Charlotte Linlin looked at the sea area with only 2 people within 1,000 feet, sneered, and said with disdain, "Don't worry, you will die today. Go, I will let all of your comrades be buried with you." With dark eyes, Charlotte Linlin looked at Baizi as if she was looking at a dead person. In her mind, Baizi at this moment was no different from a dead person to tell the truth. Even if this guy blocks himself and even if he kills his 2 children of desert 3 generals, only when he becomes the 4th emperor will he know how far the 4th emperor's strength is. Scoff. Is Charlotte Linlin of the 4 emperors a talker? Facing Charlotte Linlin's threat of eating guago, Baizi obviously didn't buy it at all, and continued with a sneer, but also, if you die here today, I will let your 7 or 8 subordinates all be buried with you. Needlepoint naming, the depressing atmosphere of the scene suddenly rises. What a sharp-mouthed boy, let me fall, what a big breath. Mother, I want to see how you made me fall today. Looking at Baizi's arrogant words, Charlotte Linlin laughed outright and made her fall. Just kidding, let alone Baizi, even Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts and the Redhead don't have the confidence. This kid is really not ordinary big. If that's the case, then go to hell. This point, Charlotte Linlin's fierce mouth flashed a ruthless color, and when he raised his hand, endless dark red Conqueror hockey surged out. Armament hockey poured into his right fist, and immediately attacked Baizi with the power of tearing the space. Open black lens bracket, strange power, close black lens bracket. Air was instantly blasted, and along the way, the space around Charlotte Linlin's right fist was distorted and squeezed to both sides by the strange force. Such a punch, I don't know how much higher than Ryokugyu. Thousands of feet away, many Charlotte Linlin's subordinates were all excited when they saw Mama unleashing a strange force. You must know that when Mama was 5 years old, she could kill a bear with 1 punch. According to legend, when she was a child, Mama wanted to help the giant. The clan beat the mosquitoes away, but with a slap in the face, the elite of the giant clan broke several ribs, directly helping the serious injury. In the past few decades, even when the 3-color hockey has been brought to the extreme, there are only a few hands that can be received with 1 punch in the world today. Are you stronger? Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth Open Black Lens Bracket 6 Kings of Gravity Spear, Close Black Lens Bracket. The rumbling extreme gravity fruit was poured into his right fist by Baizi, and Marine Rokushiki's ultimate profound meaning, 6 Kings Spear, instantly used it, carrying an unparalleled impulse, to meet it. Short-handed encounter, the 2 instantly slammed their fists together. Loud roar. The next moment, the seawater metal within a radius of 1,000 meters boiled, and 2 dark red hockey, with Baizi and Charlotte Linlin as the center, instantly spread thousands of feet away. Charlotte Linlin's 7 or 8 subordinates, more than 20 ships were blown upside down by the terrifying energy and flew out more than 100 meters away. Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. Fujitora Isho did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the gravitational barrier again, but observation Haki paid close attention to the two people fighting on the field. Gravity and the Six Kings Spear. Combination, the strength of the captain is really more and more terrifying. Even with the resistance of the gravity barrier, Fujitora Isho and his party have stepped back more than 10 feet, which is worthy of resisting the horror of being played. To the ultimate Conqueror Haki competition. Female Emperor Boa Hancock, who also has the presence of Haki, looked at Baizi and Charlotte Linlin's Haki in the field, and the difference between himself and their use of Haki was too far. Captain's control of Haki has reached the level of terror of the four emperors. It's incredible. Chapter 102_Hachirai. Instant collision. Like two high-speed trains colliding together, a thunderous explosion blasted away over the Dead Sea, and waves of energy and dark red Haki continued to destroy the space in this sea. Under the impact of a volcanic eruption, Baizi has retreated more than 8 feet, and the four emperors on the opposite side, Charlotte Linlin, are also fully retreated. They are evenly matched, and the result is undoubtedly far beyond Charlotte Linlin and the thousands of feet behind him. Evenly divided. This is the result, but when the Empress Hancock and Ace saw this scene, their hearts were about to jump out. The four emperors and the others guessed right, the captain's strength is already comparable to the four emperors. What an amazing kid. Above the sea, Charlotte Linlin, who was stepping on Thundercloud Zeus, finally turned dignified. The blow just now was that Admiral was going to be severely injured, but Baizi, who killed his 2 children, was just retreating. After reaching 8 feet, Vivi stepped back a little bit more than himself, which was completely negligible. Take out some means to get the table, your means are not enough to kill me. She glanced at Charlotte Linlin, whose face was like a pig's liver, and said with a joking smile. Crazy boy. Since you are in a hurry to find death, my mother will help you. Hearing Baizi's almost provocative contemptuous words, Charlotte Linlin, who was already full of anger and hatred, immediately went completely crazy. Open black lens bracket fire in the sky close black lens bracket. The next instant, a fist hit Baizi, and immediately the endless flames above Baizi fell from the sky. The solidity and use of the flames were far beyond Ace's comparison. Of flames covered the entire sky, and the ocean that suddenly turned into fire pressed down on Baizi, and it was about to engulf Baizi in an instant. Not only Baizi, but also the Empress Hancock and others can clearly feel that the temperature of the entire sea area has skyrocketed by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Just at the moment when the sea of flames was about to engulf Baizi, Baizi's right hand stretched out to face the sea below him. Palm up, Vivi lifted up, and the seawater with a radius of several hundred meters was used by Baizi's anti-gravity and blasted into the sky. Get up. In an instant, it was dozens of meters above his head, and it slammed into the sky with Charlotte Linlin's move. Chi-chi-chi. The flame ocean and the sea Wangyang collided in an instant, and the extremely high temperature caused the extremely dense water vapor to form within a radius of thousands of meters and even beyond. The blow failed. Charlotte Linlin countered with a move, open black lens bracket great wave close black lens bracket. Bang! A 1,000-foot-long ocean wave erupted from Charlotte Linlin's back. Under her control, with unparalleled wealth, it slammed into Baizi with a bang. This was not an ordinary ocean wave, but Charlotte Linlin injected soul power. It can be said that the thousands of waves at the moment are part of Charlotte Linlin. Open black lens bracket high gen close black lens bracket. Charlotte Linlin just came out with one hand, and Baizi, who was standing opposite to him, shook the fruit with a bang in his palm, and in the next instant, a monstrous ocean wave was also set off behind Baizi, and it also rushed into the sky. Then 2,000-foot waves crashed toward the center from both sides. Ryokugyu and the others could feel it at that moment, and the sea surface was dropping several points at a visible speed. End to the waves on both sides, and the great battle that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Watching 7 or 8, Charlotte Linlin's men and Hancock and his party, are all shocked, it can be said that from the beginning of the battle, their eyeballs have not blinked even once. The sea water slammed into the two sides, like two endless springs, all of them collided in the center, the endless sea water crashed down, and the whole sea area was covered with rain for a while. The battle between the two can be said to be a splendid duel at the peak of the four emperors level for everyone present. The various means between the two emerge in an endless stream, which is completely beyond the scope of everyone's cognition. In a sense, this Whitebeard's Haikwan is 1% more evil than the one used by Whitebeard, who was on top of the war. However, it is not over yet, but the real fierce battle continues. Every move of Baizi and Charlotte Linlin is with endless hidden murderous intentions, and it is definitely a big stroke that surpasses everyone's imagination. Open black lens bracket storm close black lens bracket. Before one hit, another attack had already been launched by Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, the sound of lightning and thunder rang out over the entire sea area, followed by an extremely heavy pouring downpour. However, this one hand Charlotte Linlin did not end, but the right hand protruded again. The endless thunder power of Thunder Cloud Zeus under her feet poured into her hands as much as possible. The voice of Ziz, this person's hands formed this from Charlotte Linlin's hands. The thunderous light ball of speech, the sound is harsh and makes the scalp numb. Open black lens bracket thunder close black lens bracket. Boy, go to hell. The two murderous intentions merged into one, the power of thunder mixed with endless storms, and the indiscriminate bombardment within a radius of 100 meters where Baizi, who was as small as an ant, was located. If you are hit by a second hit, you will definitely die. The might of the four emperors is so terrifying. With an angry blow, this move can already be regarded as Charlotte Linlin's full force blow, and it can be said that this move is more ferocious than any previous move. Thunder. Looking at the thunder and storms in the sky, Baizi murmured, in that case. Yaki Thunder Dragon, now. Baizi, who roared lowly, burst out with the endless power of thunder under his feet. In the next moment, with Baizi as the center, the power of thunder that was so strong to the extreme emerged. Even the thunder cloud Zeus under Charlotte Linlin on the opposite side trembled. Sing. Sing Yi Yin. The sound of your dragon's roar pierced through the air in everyone's horrified eyes, and spread among this sea area. The next moment, the thundering thunders that were rushing around instantly turned into a giant dragon formed by 8 thunders, and the 8 dragons were created by the 8 thunder dragons. Thunder Dragon appeared, and instantly attacked Charlotte Linlin's 2 ultimate moves. Lightning flickered, Thunder Dragon raged, and the endless coercion instantly took Charlotte Linlin's shock wave after wave. Lasted for a few minutes, and after receiving all the attacks, the Thunder Dragon Protector dissipated between the heavens and the earth as if he had completed the task, but the scene just now shocked everyone present. Thunder Dragon. 8 Thunder Dragons, my god, what else does Baizi have? Even Mama can't take him down. Bastard, how could it be like this? Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 103 With the utmost sword intent, cut off the arms of the 4 emperors. 8 thunder dragons disappeared, and many attacks were calmed down. Of the rolling waves of more than 100 feet showed what kind of battle was going on here just now. Asshole boy. You are courting death. Until now, Charlotte Linlin was completely shocked. All the means she had always been proud of were all taken over by this kid in front of her, which made Her Majesty of the 4 Emperors furious. Charlotte Linlin finally once again unleashed a powerful blow. Open black lens bracket flame crit close black lens bracket. Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus poured into Charlotte Linlin's right fist, and Napoleon, the double-horned hat in his hand, immediately appeared in his hand, and immediately slashed towards Baizi with a sword, and the 3-colored hockey around him was urged to the extreme. Charlotte Linlin carried 3 of her 3 strongest cronies, homies, the giant sword, the thunder and the flame, and slashed by Zetian Lingai with 1,000 feet. Wherever he passed, the air trembled, the space was distorted, and he appeared above Baizi's heavenly spirit cover in an instant. Sword of 1,000 meters, thunder and flames fused together perfectly, and slashed towards Baizi with a devastating blow. It could be said that this blow was something that no redhead had ever tasted before, and it was Charlotte Linlin's trump card. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth, Air Shock 6 King's Thunder Gun. Instant, Baizi didn't dare to take it too big, and he punched the two devil fruits to the fullest with a single punch, and the same three-color hockey all over his body opened up. An instant, it slammed past Charlotte Linlin's ultimate sword, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Countless eyes stared at the field, they wanted to know the final answer as soon as possible. If two comets collided, the center of 1,000 meters seemed to have turned into a small sun, and the endless fiery rays of light were shuttled recklessly, and everyone watching could not open their eyes, even observation hockey could not detect it in the center. One blow, Baizi and Charlotte Linlin both retreated more than 100 meters away, but before Charlotte Linlin could recover, they felt the sword intent on the opposite side soaring to the extreme, and instantly reached the peak. In the field instantly attracted everyone. Sword intent. That's right, it's sword intent. And this kind of sword intent is many times stronger than Shichibukai, the #1 swordsman king, who is behind Baizi. Thousands of meters away, Ryokugyu, Kurostar and others were also stunned. Sword intent, this is the wrong sort of Daijinhao, it seems to be a bit more powerful than Daijinhao. The captain is also a swordsman. This is the conclusion that everyone has come to mind at the same time, and it is not an ordinary swordsman. This kind of sword intent is hard to beat in today's world, even if they killed Momoshige. Open black lens bracket sword intent / close black lens bracket. The unprecedented sword intent that suddenly erupted instantly stunned everyone. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his sword out, and the white-silver light several feet disappeared in Baizi Dao in an instant, and the next white light appeared in Charlotte Linlin's heavenly spirit cover. Up! The blow that surpassed the top swordsman made Linlin immediately stunned, but he suddenly wanted to move away from the side, but it was too late. PFF'd. A bang, the blow that surpassed the top swordsman immediately flashed past Charlotte Linlin's arm, and the next instant brought a string of blood flowers. Ah! Terrifying. The screams came from the sky in an instant, a huge arm fell into the sea in the eyes of everyone, and Charlotte Linlin's left arm was cut off abruptly in the air at this moment, and the blood on the shoulders was as if it gushed out like a spring. Great waves. Charlotte Linlin endured the huge pain in her arm and launched another wave of attacks. However, facing the tens of thousands of men behind her, she resented and gave the order to retreat. Lost. When she fought against Bai Zefeng again, she was cut off by that kid. How could it be like this? That kid's strength. He is still a swordsman who surpassed the top swordsman level. Damn, careless. What withdrawal? What happened? I really want to see an arm. Ah, that's a numb arm, how is that possible? The invincible mama was actually cut off by that. Damn it, Baizi kid. Impossible, how is it possible? How could mama lose to that kid? No. Fake, it must be fake, all this must be the illusion of Baizi and the others, it must be. Mad, whether it's true or not, it's the most important thing to leave this place of right and wrong first. Did you leave without seeing mama? Oh what, mama she left. Thousands of feet away, there were also 7 or 8, 10,000 pirates, all of whom looked around at mama, Charlotte Linlin, who had never seen them, and a figure behind them shrunk sharply, while a sentence floated in the air. Child Baizi, if you dare to hurt me, wait until the next time, I will let you live and die. Wow. Mama actually left, run away. A sudden, seeing Charlotte Linlin turn around and run without ignoring them, how dare they stay for half a minute, they can't wait to grow a leg and leave this place of right and wrong. However, they want to leave, but someone doesn't want them to leave so easily, this person is none other than Baizi standing in the air. Want to leave. Baizi came to a distance of 1,000 meters in a flash, the power of thunder in the void condensed, and looked at Charlotte Linlin's men who had already fled nearly 1,000 meters in front of him. It's not that easy. Thunder God punishment. ZZZ instantly landed within 1,000-meter radius with Baizi as the center. There were many Charlotte Linlin's ships that had not yet escaped from 1,000 meters away. It is also the 12 trillion sweat pores all over the body standing upside down. One blow, more than 20 pirate ships were left behind, and nearly half of the men brought by Charlotte Linlin were instantly electrocuted by endless thunder gods and could no longer die. After the thunder god's punishment, Bai Zi was satisfied. God has the virtue of good life, and he didn't want to commit too much murder. Of course, in fact, his real thought was that he had done so much, and someone had to spread it out. And the remaining 30,000 to 40,000 people are undoubtedly the best publicity personnel, free labor. Bai Zi felt nothing, but Ryokugyu and the others behind him were terrified. Tens of thousands of people, with just such a move, completely met the King of Hell. At this moment, they were extremely emotional, and life was too fragile in the new world. However, their eyes were full of excitement when they looked at Bai Zi. The fifth emperor, after this battle, their captain will finally become the fifth emperor. Chapter 104 Blackbeard reappears, target soul fruit. Under the turn of the hand, half of the elite men of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin were destroyed. Between heaven and earth is restored again. Looking at the lightning flashes all over the body, even Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu are trembling. Is this the true strength of their captain? It's really terrifying and despairing. The four emperors Charlotte Linlin, that is, an arm was cut off by their captain's sword. With such strength, Nima is too fierce. Although there is a little bit of cleverness, but being able to be so proud, if this matter spreads, it will definitely surprise everyone's attention. Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, was cut off with an arm. What kind of record this is, you can even imagine it with your toes. After a while, Bai Zi also left this sea area. Between the heavens and the earth, duns fell into silence. About half a quarter of an hour later, a pirate ship appeared in this sea area. Looking at the scarlet sea water that had not yet retreated and was stained with blood, everyone on the ship looked solemn. Captain, you see that's an arm. At this moment, a sharp-eyed cadre saw a huge arm in Li Haihui. The reason why he was surprised because this arm was so familiar. That is, Charlotte Linlin, is the arm of the fourth emperor Charlotte Linlin, mother, that. Bai Zi is so powerful that she cut off an arm of Charlotte Linlin, the fifth emperor of the New World. The other officials looked around and recognized the owner of the arm, and these people were none other than the black-bearded pirates who had been hit by Bai Zi's thunder on Fish Man Island before and hit the bottom of the sea. Group line. Except for Sanyuan Wolf and Tarina Devon who died on Fish Man Island before, none of the Blackbeard pirates of today's Blackbeard pirates have fallen. Obviously, the original thunder power was swallowed up by Blackbeard's dark fruit. Would be the result now. The arm of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. The Blackbeard muttered to himself, his sinister eyes rolled, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised a sharp arc. This is a good opportunity. Since we can't get the Junjun fruit, it would be nice to have Charlotte Linlin's soul and soul fruit. Blackbeard grinned Isho, and looked towards the direction Charlotte Linlin was leaving. He was far away before, not realizing that Charlotte Linlin was injured so badly, and attacking Charlotte Linlin was definitely the best chance at this moment. The captain meant to kill the four emperor Charlotte Linlin. When Captain Burgess heard the captain's words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After following Blackbeard for so long, they also have a good understanding of his cautious temperament, and besides, they are not good birds. It's said that things gather people by similarities and divide them into groups. If so, the captain killed Charlotte Linlin instead, that scene. And Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit, which doesn't exist much, plus the captain's dark fruit, which is Whitebeard's red hair, and that. White Z is not to be afraid of. Cadres echoed it out, obviously agreeing with this approach, and they have done it more than once, and they are completely familiar with it. If so, then do it. The Blackbeard with sullen eyes, his face is full of madness, although the straight layout is the shock fruit, but now it is obviously not so easy to get, so, this special Linlin's soul fruit is undoubtedly a very good target for him. The dark fruit and the soul fruit are enough to achieve his status as the four emperors. It's not too late, Then let's go, Captain. Captain number 4 Pizarro looked out at the sea and said gloomily, if he could kill the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin, it would be the same for them. Very impressive record. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. At this moment, Momoshiki and Kaido of the Beasts are fighting more and more bravely, and the sky is like a doomsday. Between more than 100,000 marine elites and nearly 100,000 pirates was extremely tragic when viewed from the air. The corpses of Marine and the pirates were piled up like mountains, and Kuzan Kizaru and the others did not take time to fight against all the remaining cadres of Kaido of the Beasts. Right here, above the walls of Marineford, an officer with the appearance of Rear Admiral, panting, shouted excitedly, Sengoku, Sama, something big. Something big has happened. Yanyan Wanghai and Charlotte Linlin started a battle ahead of schedule. Bai Zi, the captain of the Yanwang pirates, defeated the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, and even cut off Charlotte Linlin's arm. The loud scream, like a sound wave, spread from above the city wall in an instant. Sengoku was shocked when he heard this, and his eyes were fixed on the Rear Admiral. What did you say? The Yanwang pirates won, and the captain Bai Zi actually defeated Charlotte Linlin, and even killed one of his arms. This is not only Sengoku, but also Kuzan Kizaru and many other high-level marine headquarters are also shocked. No one knows, but it's clear. All of them have the confidence to fight against Kaido of the Beasts. The biggest source is that another 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin and Bai Zi and his party of Yanwang pirates shot. Many Marinefords were stunned when they heard the scream of the Rear Admiral's voice, and the fighting Marines and the pirates stopped. I'm obedient, what's the situation? The other 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, were defeated by the Yanwang pirates. It seems like that, and meow, it looks like that. Charlotte Linlin also had an arm chopped off. It's too powerful, it's crazy. Huh, even the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin broke his arm, this is incredible. Ha ha ha, who cares, Charlotte Linlin can't make it today anyway, so, hee, why does this side have an absolute advantage? The more than 100,000 marine elites were all excited. On the other hand, many pirates brought by Kaido of the Beasts were in low spirits, and even a few cadres lost their minds and suffered heavy losses on the spot. How could the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin not be able to come? This news is like a bolt from the blue, hitting the minds of nearly 100,000 pirates and making a loud bang. How could it be like this? The reason why they are so confident is that their captain like a god of war is one of them, and the other is the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, who is an existence comparable to their captain, and now it is actually taken by that. The captain of the Yanwang pirates, Bai Zi, was killed. At this moment, in this situation, they couldn't believe everything they heard. Everyone was like this, and Momoshiki and Kaido of the Beasts, who were fighting fiercely in the sky above the Beizong Sea, also knew the news. Charlotte Linlin, that crap. Kaido of the Beasts, lungs are going to explode. Without Momoshiki, who is a powerful monster in front of him, he would be able to take Marineford by himself, but he never expected that. Momoshiki who killed his powerful subordinate Yan Beast. The strength is actually tyrannical to such a situation. At this time, he was extremely convinced that although this Momoshiki's strength was weaker than his own, the difference was not much. But why was this? Why the newly promoted Momoshiki Admiral's strength in the Marine headquarters increased so much in such a short period of time? Chapter 105 You can't kill me anymore. In front of Marineford, above the sea. Hearing the news from below, unlike Kaido of the Beasts, Momoshiki's mouth curled up, and he knew that Guy would not lose. Now that it's over there, you can give it a go. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles Fungzon close black lens bracket. Endless sword intent poured into the sword, and just now Momoshiki exchanged experience with Bai Zi on the unknown island before, and at this moment sublimated the marine Rokushiki 6 King's Spear, and once again evolved the Zeon attack. Multiplying the fruit, the strength of the full 3 times sword to the limit in an instant, and a slash fell. Squeak. The clear and bright sound of the phoenix roaring pierced the air and swept away, and a phoenix slash formed by the sword glow of several hundred meters, instantly slammed towards Kaido of the beasts, who turned into a dragon in front of him. Air vibrated, and Dao Jujian's blow instantly rushed to Kaido of the beasts less than 100 meters in front. Not good. The sudden attack made Kaido of the beasts look solemn. I saw that the dragons of thousands of meters in the air were connected end to end, forming an energy shield of dozens of meters around the body, and the sound of the dragon's roar rose to the sky. And in this room, Feng-ning and even, a loud roar. Kaido of the beasts with the body of the 1,000-foot dragon was hit thousands of feet away by the unparalleled impact at the moment of the bang, and there is a huge body on the dragon's body. Scar, under this kind of injury, Kaido of the beasts can no longer maintain the body of the dragon, and turned into a mountain-like body. Later, there is a scar on its mouth, and blood and water can't stop flowing from it, but the injury is not enough. Recovering at an extremely fast speed, the self-healing ability of the dragon fruit is also one of its anti-sky. However, Kaido of the beasts' face turned pale. Opposite, Momoshiki, who had used the strongest sword, was not relieved, and immediately fell from the air, hitting the city wall with a bang. And immediately, poof, a mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out. The tiger's mouth on both hands was on the verge of cracking, and the unparalleled stinging pain went straight to the mind from all over the body. A little while. Above the Marineford city wall, Momoshiki Admiral knelt on one knee on the opposite side, his face paled a bit, suppressed the rising blood, stood up and straightened his back. The effect of the recovery potion was stimulated to play out, with a very fast speed repairs the injury that has just been overloaded. The whole body's fighting spirit was rising one after another, and the entire Marineford's more than 100,000 marine elites were about to jump up with excitement. God of War. The unison sound wave that pierced the air rose into the sky, and the blood of more than 100,000 marine elites was completely ignited at this moment. This is their Momoshiki Admiral, the one who blocked the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, and who opened the Kaido of the Beasts under the rage of combat power, after today, will definitely be famous in the whole world. Kaido of the Beasts, what is the concept of the existence of the 4 Emperors? They haven't had such a beautiful battle in Marine for a long time. Momoshiki Admiral is too powerful. And the last blow, or the ultimate mystery of Marine Rokushiki, which they are most proud of in Marine, using the Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 Emperors that they slashed by Marine Rokushiki. Grandma drops. It turns out that the Marine Rokushiki they practiced so hard could actually develop to such a state, too amazing. Idols, myths, this is their guardian. Compared to Marine's excitement, the pirates on the opposite side are full of astonishment. How come? It was blocked, Captain Kaido was blocked, and it was still in the state of the dragon. Terrible. Marine's Momoshiki Admiral strength is really terrible, no wonder he was able to connect. Our boss Jin and Charlotte Linlin's henchman Katakuri. It's unbelievable how strong Marine Rokushiki, who Marine has been practicing, is so strong. We've always underestimated Marine's Marine Rokushiki, that's their foundation. How could it be simple? Yes, Marine has existed for nearly 800 years, not without a reason. Many of the men brought by Kaido of the Beasts were in a state of ecstasy for a while, and the army was disillusioned, and there was no momentum to fight again. Kidding, it's a bit of a joke. Their Kaido bosses are blocked. Come out, their Kaido bosses, who can stop Marine's endless admiral and vice admiral. Maybe, they will all be wiped out this time. The sudden change in the battlefield situation. Obviously Kaido of the Beasts is also aware of this. At this moment his face is gloomy and terrifying. Now that there are no 3 major disasters around him, and there are no 6 suns in the sky, even the cadres have lost nearly half of them. The most important thing for the remaining cadres is that at this time, he really does not have full confidence in that. Momoshiki was killed, that guy's strength far exceeded his expectations. Damn, how could this happen? Kaido of the Beasts never expected to be in this situation now. If they continue to fight, their Kaido of the Beasts pirate group's last fortune will be wiped out. Kaido of the Beasts, whose eyes changed, did not have the determination to fight to the death, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered the remaining less than 100,000 men to retreat. Sengoku, this time I'll throw in Kaido of the Beasts, but... Kaido of the Beasts with narrowed eyes, staring at Momoshiki standing on top of Marineford city wall. Momoshiki, next time I will definitely kill you. If he was alone in Kaido of the Beasts, he would not be afraid at all. Even if he was defeated, he would be able to leave, but not now. Here are all his remaining subordinates. If Marine was defeated, he would be true to Kaido of the Beasts. Has become a veritable polished commander. Kill me. Standing on the city wall, Momoshiki, the god of war, stared straight at Kaido of the Beasts, threatening gaze. You can't kill me this time, and you can't kill me in the future. I want to avenge your subordinates, Yanjajin and the 6 sons of the sky. I, Momoshiki, will accompany you at any time, but at that time, prepare yourself to be killed. The voice of the cold bird, like 1,000-year-old ice piercing the air, lingered on Marineford and the surrounding waters. Hearing many Marines and many pirates shivered, his mind seemed to have emerged in the near future. The scene where Momoshiki and Kaido of the Beasts fight again. Ha 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 ha, well said. Sengoku on the side listened to Momoshiki's extremely domineering words, and his heart was full of excitement, and he couldn't be conceited. He has never been so happy since he served as Marine Fleet Admiral. Really, a new generation replaces the old one, and the new generation is stronger than the new generation. It seems that my position as Marine Fleet Admiral will soon give way. Hey, I will come back. Kaido of the Beasts, who snorted coldly, left behind tens of thousands of cadres in the field, and left Marineford with less than 100,000 subordinates. This time, they and the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin returned with a bad luck. If this news spreads out, I am afraid that the 4 emperors will become the laughing stock of the New World. Bastard, damn, everything is that. Baizi of the Yanwang pirates, trash, Charlotte Linlin is a trash, was actually caught by the boy chopped off an arm. Bastard, please download Feilu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 106 The Fall of the 4 Emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Marineford, fell silent. Looking at Kaido of the Beasts and the retreating ships under the golden sunset, it is particularly confusing. Win. We won. Don't know, a voice resounded from somewhere among the more than 100,000 Marine elites in Marineford, and all of a sudden, like a magic sound, it pulled back many of the Marine elites who had fallen into a daze. Kaido of the Beasts is back. The 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts were defeated by Momoshiki Admiral. We won, ha 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 ha, we won, special mother, so cool. I didn't expect this to happen. I originally planned to die for Marine. Me too, I didn't expect Kaido of the Beasts to be beaten back by us. Thanks to Charlotte Linlin's absence this time, otherwise even if we barely win, I am afraid we will lose a lot. That's right, let's just say that. Baizi of the Yanwang pirates is really a ruthless person who actually killed Charlotte Linlin with an arm. For a time, the entire Marineford was instantly filled with intense excitement and excitement in every corner of the air. As Sengoku ordered many Marines to clean up the battlefield, a defensive battle against Kaido of the Beasts was completed perfectly, and after Momoshiki's great display of power, I am afraid that no one in the whole New World would dare to underestimate them, for many pirates undoubtedly also a good deterrent. Even Sengoku is the same, looking at the back of Kaido of the Beasts slumped back, his heart can't help but feel happy. It's so cool. This time, the battle with Kaido of the Beasts is tantamount to washing away the previous Whitebeard riot. The shame of Marineford is also the same. At the same time, they prove another thing to the people all over the world. That is, even if the 4 emperors of the New World are shot, they Marine will follow suit. But just when Marineford was immersed in victory, a conspiracy against the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was rapidly unfolding. Charlotte Linlin, who lost her left arm, has a face as pale as snow, her strength is inexhaustible, and her breath fluctuates. Now she not only lost her left arm, but also has a lot of injuries in her body. After all, he is not the same as Baizi. Restoration potion. Cough cough cough. The blood in his mouth was sprayed on the ground, and the four emperors Charlotte Linlin's breath weakened again. And just at the moment when the breath weakened, there was no sign of a few harsh sounds of Kai, and they instantly attacked Charlotte Linlin, who was dying. Looking for death. Charlotte Linlin didn't expect that such an unknown island would hide so many masters. She immediately forced the injury and used the mighty country again. Obviously, ordinary methods don't work for these people at all. Judging from the attack, these people's the purpose is obvious. It is to kill her. Could it be to delay the pirate group? Except for Bai Zi, Charlotte Linlin at this moment really can't think of his subordinates. Who knows her track? The strong offensive caused more than a dozen attacks to collapse, and at this moment Charlotte Linlin, who was almost like a bear commander, turned pale again, holding back blood. Clap 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 clap. Just after Charlotte Linlin pushed back the sneak attack, the crisp applause sounded from behind the rocks on the island, which was particularly harsh in the quiet environment. But Charlotte Linlin frowned. As expected of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, in this state, I can force back the full blows of many of my captains. I admire it. As a voice came over, a figure also appeared in the field. Teach, you are. Seeing a man with a sinister face. Charlotte Linlin frowned. She had heard of the whole insidious and cunning villain. It is said that this person joined the Whitebeard pirates for the sake of Whitebeard and their dark fruits, and even killed Thatch, the captain of the 4th Division, and was on top war wants to sneak attack on Whitebeard. It's just that this person was not smashed into the seabed by Bai Zi's thunder, and he actually appeared here. Hee, it seems that this captain is very famous. Charlotte Linlin of the four emperors knows him, but this time I came to you for one thing. As long as I get it, I will leave immediately. Looking at the prey, he stared at Charlotte Linlin. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't dare to look at him with 10-10 courage, but now, it's different. Losing an arm and getting injured is an absolute once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Something. Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly. Now the most important thing is to recover from the injury. If she can send this clown away, she will not be stingy. It's very simple. I'm just interested in the captain's soul fruit. Why don't you give it to me? As soon as these words came out, Charlotte Linlin's face suddenly sank, and his eyes were cold. Teach, you are courting death. The Emperor's sword breaks 5, blade. Soul fruit, how could it be given to him? Once the devil fruit is taken by the user, it will merge with the user. Unless the user dies, the devil fruit will not automatically separate. Teach's move was tantamount to killing her, and immediately Prometheus merged into it and attacked Teach. Looks like he doesn't want to. Open black lens bracket dark fruit devour close black lens bracket. The Emperor's sword, which was greatly reduced in power, slashed towards Blackbeard Teach, and immediately all around Blackbeard was swallowed up by black. When the Emperor's sword slashed into the dark fruit field, it instantly weakened at a visible speed, and finally dissipated into nothingness. Seeing the strange dark fruit ability, Charlotte Linlin's heart sank. Apparently did not expect Teach to be able to decompose his attack. Hey, did you see it? This is one of the abilities of my dark fruit, Devour. I used this trick to easily defeat Ace. Speaking of which, I'm still the King Shichibukai, but I believe it won't take long for me to make the new 4 emperors, and you Charlotte Linlin will be the past. It's ridiculous, you just want to replace me with a few trash fish, dreaming. Immediately Charlotte Linlin made a ruthless move again, and seeing Charlotte Linlin wanting to counterattack, Blackbeard immediately ordered, everyone will do their best. Kill her in the shortest time possible. After speaking, Teach pushed the dark fruit to the extreme, covering the entire island in an instant, and the blood that Charlotte Linlin had flowed out was swallowed by the dark fruit. Teach, give me death. Immediately after the rumbling, the whole island roared with thunder, and the monstrous battle started again, but at this moment Charlotte Linlin was obviously like a trapped beast still fighting. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It lasted for nearly half an hour before the sensation on the island fell, and then there was a dong, and a huge one-armed body slam to the ground, blood gurgling. No money poured out from the mouth of Hungarian, and a dark devil fruit appeared in the hands of Blackbeard. This fruit is nothing else, it is the soul and soul fruit of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. As for the existence of the 3/3s of Thundercloud Zeus, they were shivering and watched by many officials of Blackbeard. So far, the four emperors Charlotte Linlin have fallen, and all their forces have been destroyed. Chapter 107 You want to scare us to death. In the Battle of Marineford, Marine became famous in one fell swoop, among which Momoshige Admiral became the god of war for countless Marines. The overwhelming news is like countless crucian carp crossing the river. Fishman Island, Mermaid Cafe. Hey, have you read today's paper? Marine is really in the limelight. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Momoshige Admiral is so powerful, directly hard steel Kaido of the beasts. That's not it, we still can't believe that there are still people in the Marine who can make the four emperors undefeated. Where is the undefeated? It is clearly the last Kaido of the beasts dare not fight anymore. Tisk tisk, Grandma, that. Momoshige Admiral of the Marine headquarters, is this the rhythm of suppressing an era? People in the cafe, while holding snacks and drinking coffee, discuss the big event in Marineford. Sitting on the bar seat, Mrs. Shiarly, who was reading the newspaper, also showed a look of surprise. This Marine headquarters admiral, who had fought on Fishman Island before, had such a terrifying strength. It seems that the Marine headquarters has produced an incredible admiral this time, which is more than a point higher than the Garp of the year. Listen to Neptune, Lord Byzee and the others also went to see. I don't know what the situation is now. Before Mrs. Shiarly's murmur ended, the Mermaid Cafe banged a bang, and an employee in the shop broke in from the door, his face full of surprises and excitement. Mrs. Shiarly, something big, something big. The employee hadn't even entered the door, but the voice had already come in. When he came in, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and the eyebrows were filled with suspicion and surprise. What happened? I'm in a panic. Could it be that Master Byzee and the others have news? The appearance of the always stable employee, Mrs. Shiarly frowned slightly and said. It's Lord Byzee. Lord Byzee, they have something serious. The employee swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, Mrs. Shiarly, you don't know, while the Marine headquarters, Momoshige Admiral and the four emperors Kaido of the beasts were fighting fiercely, in another sea area, Lord Shirazawa, war with the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. Boom, boom boom, there are no clouds in the sky, and the explosion of a thunderbolt from the blue slammed into the minds of everyone including Mrs. Shiarly. In that instant, everyone in the Mermaid Cafe was stunned. A short while, everyone in the coffee shop stood up in shock. All of them were dumbfounded, and a heart couldn't stop raising their throats. The war is on. Lord Byzee and his Yanwang pirates, along with the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, my god, are attacking Marineford at Kaido of the Beasts. And why didn't Charlotte Linlin go to Marineford? Because they were with their Yanwang pirates. The team battle, I'm a goddamn. So fast, we started a war with the four emperors, and then thinking of the importance of the Yanwang pirates to their Fishman Island. At this moment, all eyes are all uneasy gathered on the employee who came to report the situation. Seemingly aware of the expectations and anxiety of the surrounding guests, the employee had a bright smile on his face, and said in surprise, if you say it, you don't believe it, you don't know, Master Byzee is so amazing. At the same time as the Marineford battle, Lord Byzee's pirate group and Charlotte Linlin fought a monstrous battle. It is said that countless sea kings died in the entire sea area. In the end, Lord Byzee and the others won, and they won a big victory. As soon as this statement came out, the hearts of everyone present couldn't help twitching for a moment, and the next moment was occupied by a strong excitement. Victory! I'm not dreaming, Lord Byzee and the others defeated the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. Ha ha ha, Lord Byzee is too powerful, that's the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, just doing it like this, it's too powerful. As expected of the guardian of our Fishman Island, so strong, really strong, Charlotte Linlin, that's it. Master Byzee was able to defeat Charlotte Linlin, doesn't that mean that Master Baizi is now enough to compete with the 4 emperors and become the 5th emperor in the new world? Isn't it true? I can defeat Charlotte Linlin, so if I can't become the 5th emperor, I really don't know who else in the whole new world has this ability. Excited, proud, surprised, etc. All kinds of emotions were displayed on the faces of everyone in the Fishman Cafe at this moment. Their Lord Baizi defeated Charlotte Linlin. Doesn't that mean that in the future, no one will dare to invade their Fishman Island? You must know that Fishman Island is the headquarters of Lord Baizi. Whoever wants to do this will definitely be impatient. This is more than, do you know the ending of the war between Lord Baizi and Charlotte Linlin? You probably don't even think about it. The employee thought about the news from the latest newspaper, and the whole person has been in a state of excitement since the first time he saw the news of the newspaper. And didn't we win? Isn't it as simple as we thought? Come on, you want to scare us to death. That's right, it's really hard to imagine what will happen to Charlotte Linlin if Lord Baizi takes action. Without waiting for Mrs. Xiarli's urging, the entire Fishman Cafe was blown up, which made Mrs. Xiarli's Vivi, who was about to speak, stagnate, looking at the scene in front of her. She was filled with emotion. Quietly, has Lord Baizi's prestige reached such a level? It's really terrifying. I am afraid that the King Neptune of their Fishman Island is far from having such influence, let alone her. The employee was urged by everyone. His face was flushed abnormally, and his body was full of excitement. I heard this news. To be honest, I haven't recovered yet. You can't imagine that Lord Baizi and Charlotte Linlin fought, and finally with a sword that surpassed that of the great swordsman, Shirakawa-sama directly cut off the left arm of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, and Sir Baizi was finally punished by lightning, and Charlotte Linlin, 7 or 8, Wan's pirate subordinates and cadres were directly destroyed by half, and there were more than 30,000 people. When Mrs. Xiarli's employee said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Mrs. Xiarli's expression was stunned, and her face was full of confusion. Cut off the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin's left arm and turned over half of Charlotte Linlin's subordinates and killed more than 30,000 people. Oh my god! The 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was beaten so badly by their Lord Baizi. I am darling, as expected of their guardian. Tet Miao is amazing. Chapter 108 Luffy vs. Captain of the 4th Division. As soon as he said it, all 4 were shocked. This is, our Baizi-sama. Cut off Charlotte Linlin's arm, destroy half of her subordinates with a backhand, more than 30,000 people, Mamma Mia. I seem to have seen the scene of more than tens of thousands of Hody Jones's subordinates dying under the thunder of Lord Baizi that day in Joel Cordo Square. The combat power guarded by Baizi is as invincible as ever. Amazing, Mama, I want to be a big pirate like Baizi-sama when I grow up. In the cafe were all boiling in an instant, even some children were stunned for a moment, facing the adults beside them seriously, blinking their big eyes, and talking excitedly, while in the hearts of these children, is to bury the dreams of one pirate, one who can become a generation of big pirates like Baizi-sama in the future to protect their Fishman Island and protect their hometown. Mermaid Cafe, there was a lot of discussion, and the faces of many guests couldn't help but be full of excitement and excitement. Everything here is seen by Mrs. Xiarli, who is prophesying. Quietly, Mrs. Xiarli's mind came to the scene of Baizi and his party coming to the Fishman Cafe for the first time. At that time, she used prophecy to present the prosperous future of Fishman Island. The island is rapidly moving towards prosperity and prosperity at a speed she could not have imagined before. The prophecies that I have seen are really about to come true. The title of the 5th Emperor, their Lord Baizi, is about to be realized. The arm of Charlotte Linlin, the 4th Emperor, was cut off, and it was only a matter of time before he became the 5th Emperor. Meanwhile, a street in Fishman Island. See Gao Yi, it's amazing. Ace's captain has defeated the Big Mom pirate group. Charlotte Linlin has had an arm cut off, and it must be very enjoyable to play with him. Nami heard that. Without the slightest temper, she immediately punched Luffy on the forehead. Sanji and Zoro were speechless. Compared to the victory of the Yanwang pirates, what Zoro cares about most is the swordsmanship published in the newspaper that surpasses the great swordsman. A swordsmanship more powerful than Hawkeye. The original opponents were Hawkeye and Marine Headquarters Admiral Momoshige, but now it seems that there is another by Z. Nami. Wow, ha ha ha, look, that's the headquarters of Ace and his Yanwang pirates. It's so grand and big. When Nami was speechless, she heard Luffy's surprised voice coming from the side. In the next moment, Luffy, who was doing things with the rubber fruit, stretched his arms and directly slammed the high point of the gate of the Yanwang pirates, and was about to enter. Armament open black lens bracket Renkyaku Tempest kick close black lens bracket. Before Luffy started to move, Marine Rokushiki Renkyaku Tempest kick burst out from the inside of the Yanwang pirates, piercing the air. A hurry, Luffy loosened his arms and returned to the original place again. In front of the Yanwang pirates, Luffy and his party saw a terrifying ditch, showing just that. That armament Renkyaku Tempest kick effect. So strong. This guy will Marine Rokushiki. And Zoro immediately stepped forward and stared at the person opposite the Yanwang pirates who appeared in front of the door of the Yanwang pirates, Kuro Star, the captain of the 4th Division of the Yanwang pirates. He is also the one who guards the headquarters this time. It's that Captain Shirasawa's subordinate who dragged Kuzan from the top. Wow, ha ha ha, great opportunity. I want to see how strong the captain like Ace is. As soon as he finished speaking, before Nami and the others could react, Luffy had already hit him with a rubber fist. Armament open black lens bracket rubber pistol close black lens bracket. An extremely fast fist appeared in front of Kuro Star in an instant, and it slammed into it immediately. Open black lens bracket iron block close black lens bracket. The extremely skilled Marine Rokushiki used by the star of Kuro easily blocked Luffy's blow, since the shot, then Captain Luffy will also take my blow. Open black lens bracket squeeze moisture close black lens bracket. Luffy, who was still alive and kicking at the last moment, immediately turned into a sluggish look, but immediately used Gear 2 and 2 decisively, falling into excitement and getting rid of the limitation of Kuro Star. Open black lens bracket rubber rocket close black lens bracket. Immediately, Luffy, who was out of the sluggish state, immediately started to fight back, but he was instantly dodged by Kuro Star's shaving, and in the original position of Kuro Star, there was a huge deep pit. Sanji Zoro looked at each other and looked at the very skilled Kuro Star used by Vice Admiral Marine Rokushiki, a method that few people in Marine can do. Open black lens bracket rubber bullet. The first blow failed, and Luffy struck again, and was still easily dodged by Kuro Star, as this the proud younger brother of the captain of the 2nd Division 2 of Ace, and his strength is the same. Oh, the third gear. By the Kuro Star, Luffy immediately bit his thumb and blew air into the bone gap. Open black lens bracket rubber giant pistol close black lens bracket. Immediately, Luffy's right hand instantly became huge, and with armament's blessing, he slammed towards the opposite Kuro Star. And the battle here, the more people from the surrounding Fishman Island came to watch, they wanted to see who dared to run wild in front of the Yanwang pirates. Ah, this is Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates. He is the younger brother of Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Yanwang pirates, Luffy. Is this what they shouldn't be friends? How are they discussing? No matter how I look at it, it feels like it's coming true. The captain of the 4th Division of Lord Shirasawa, Lord Kuro Star. I didn't expect Lord Kuro Star to be so powerful. Yeah, the opposite is the grandson of the hero Garp, Luffy. Of the surrounding Fishman Island stared at the field with wide-eyed eyes. Although Luffy's reputation was not as loud as Bai Z's, it was also extremely good, and the bounty was as high as several hundred million. That's Kami-e. It's the hardest Kami-e among Marine Rokushiki. In the crowd of Fishman Island, a voice sounded out of nowhere, and everyone who heard this voice all turned their attention to Kuro Star. Looking at the body hesitantly, it was like a paper, showing an arc that human beings can't bend at all, and very skillfully dodged Luffy's giant pistol. This guy. Of Sanji Zoro's mouth twitched. This person named Kuro Star is much stronger than the top war, and even Marine Rokushiki's Kami-e is so skillful. It's just that they know that Kuro Star did this, how many times he was beaten by Bai-Z, and the process of learning Kami-e. To be honest, there are many times that Kuro Star has a kind of, the urge to die. Bang 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 Luffy's various third-level tricks came out frequently. The giant battle axe, giant whip, and giant rocket launcher lasted for half an hour before the battle subsided in the field. Luffy also returned to normal state, full of excitement. Looking at Kuro Star, it's amazing, isn't Ace that amazing too? Chapter 109 Ryokugyu's Sanji Duo. The Yanwang Pirates, the square in front of the gate. At this moment, it has been ruined by Luffy's various third-level tricks, and there are pedestrians in the surrounding Fishman Island, all of them are dumbfounded. My darling, that rubber man Luffy's strength is terrifying. The square has been destroyed beyond recognition. Yeah, an absolutely devastating battle. No wonder this guy was able to faintly compete against Kuzan Admiral in the war at the top. This strength is really extraordinary. I didn't expect Master Bai-Z to be able to compete with Luffy as a team leader. It's amazing. Luffy scratched the back of his head and giggled when you were talking and complaining, and the series of battles also made Sanji Zoro tickle, and he immediately took a step forward to shoot. Sanji Zoro, please advise. The two made a sound at the same time, and immediately turned their heads to look at each other, filled with the color of not giving in an inch. The Kuro Star on the opposite side frowned slightly. After all, these people are Ace's friends. If something happens, it's not good. Ha ha ha, fighting, I like it the most. You don't have to be humble, let's go together. Suddenly, a sound came from above, and the next moment, it was the dull sound of dong, like a thunderous explosion, piercing the air and wafting around. The dust settled, and everyone looked around. Another tower-like man appeared opposite Sanji and Zoro in the field, and the people of Fishman Island who saw this figure were shocked. Ryokugyu. That's right, it's none other than Ryokugyu, the vice-captain of the Yanwang Pirates, who went to war to overthrow the existence of a Kainu admiral, and was also the ruthless man who killed Smoothie, the third desert general of the Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin. The most important point is that he is a complete fighting maniac. That's right. As long as there is a place to fight, he is indispensable. On that day, if Bai-Z hadn't shot first, he would have rushed up to fight the Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin. Just because he looked anxious, Ryokugyu had been suffocated these days. It was just a provocation. From Z Fujitora Isho to Jinbei and others, everyone took care of him. Not only did he come back and saw someone fighting Kuro Star in front of their headquarters, he immediately jumped out. Deputy Captain of the Yanwang Pirates. Ryokugyu. Zoro and the two saw Ryokugyu, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their eyelids jumped wildly. The shadow of the famous tree, this guy is definitely a ruthless character, no, to be precise, a violent man. But now that the words have come out, they are gone. Open black lens bracket first meet close black lens bracket. Marine Rokushiki and Moon Step used one after another, sticking to armament hockey with extremely hot feet, kicked Ryokugyu's neck, and the attack came instantly. However, bang's sound. A dull sound came, and Sanji, who was going to the extreme, was immediately hit by a punch from Ryokugyu, and there were faint sparks flying, staggered, and Ryokugyu stepped back half a step, while the opposite Sanji was spinning in the air. After several laps, it stopped and fell back to the ground. Vivi's right foot was aching. This guy. At this time, Sanji's face was unprecedentedly solemn, because the strength just now was too strong. He moved his muscles and bones, and gave Zoro a careful look at the side. 36 Troubles Wind. No. With the slightest sluggishness and contempt, Zoro slashed out in an instant, and the sword slash swung at high speed instantly appeared in front of Ryokugyu. So fast, it's almost in the blink of an eye. Collapse. Facing the 36 troubled winds from Zoro, Ryokugyu slapped the sword wave to pieces, and his eyes fell on Zoro, who was twitching at the corner of his mouth. The move is good, but the strength is too weak. As soon as Ryokugyu grasped Zoro's 36 troubles, everyone around him was stunned. Oh my god. Janbo was directly crushed by Ryokugyu-sama. This strength. Awesome, too powerful. Bounty hunter Zoro's 36 troubled winds were broken so easily. Unbelievable, unbelievable, I'm not dreaming. The strong Ryokugyu-sama is worthy of being the vice-captain of the Yanwang pirates. This strength is not comparable to the captain's. Listening to the discussion of the people on Fishman Island, Ace's face was full of bitterness. Ryokugyu pushed him up. The two of Luffy's subordinates. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end today without suffering. Captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Yanwang Pirates, of course, he has fought with Ryokugyu more than once, and he has nothing to say about his temper and fighting style. Open black lens bracket Ikiao Lu Juhei Lion Song Song close black lens bracket. Leng Yu's voice came from Zoro's mouth. His hands covered the armed haki, even the sword he was holding. The sword flashed and passed by in an instant. Banquet table leg meat kick. When Zoro sent a sword, Sanji didn't stay idle, appeared behind Ryokugyu in an instant, and attacked Ryokugyu's feet directly. Between the two is tacit understanding, one after the other, very tricky. Facing the front and back attack, the corner of Ryokugyu's mouth curved up, and his right foot stomped on the ground. Immediately, with a bang, a substantial ripple appeared. The next moment, Zoro's sword Ryuii and Sanji's leg kick were all hit by an invisible force. The aura is stalemate. Immediately, he slapped Sanji with his backhand, and directly fanned him out more than 10 feet away. You should go all out, otherwise you will not be his opponent at all. As Luffy's sworn eldest brother, Ace doesn't want Sanji Zoro to be too embarrassed, he just wants the battle to end soon. Hearing Ace's voice, Sanji Zoro glanced at each other with a flash of determination. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 360 trouble wind close black lens bracket. That pierced through space came in an instant, gathered at one point, and attacked Ryokugyu's abdomen. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely explode and die. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki iron nugget close black lens bracket. Where the two attacked was instantly covered by the iron blocks of marine Rokushiki, and there was a loud roar. There was a thunderous vibration at the intersection of Ryokugyu and Sanji Zoro. Hunting sounds. In the surrounding Fishman Island could feel the strong wind blowing from the field. Without waiting for Sanji Zoro to react, two casserole-sized fists slammed directly at the two of them. Fast speed, instant arrival. Whoosh. People reacted again. The bodies of Sanji and Zoro had already appeared 20 feet away, and in front of them, there were black marks that were more than 10 feet away, which were very conspicuous on Baizi's square. Chapter 110 _ All martial arts in the world are invincible, only fast is invincible. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After a full quarter of an hour, the fierce battle on the field stopped, but Sanji and Zoro were already out of breath. As for Ryokugyu, who was still in a state of excitement, the judgment was made. Ha 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 ha, happy. If there is such a good thing in the future, I, Ryokugyu, will always be there for you. A fight. Ryokugyu, who was so refreshed, laughed up to the sky, very satisfied. Hearing this in Sanji Zoro's ears, the corners of his mouth twitched as he stepped on a horse. After this time, they would never discuss with this big man again, it was simply a one-sided crush. Look, Lord Baizi and the others are here. In the crowd of onlookers, a voice sounded out of nowhere. Immediately, everyone looked around and saw Baizi and Fujitora Isho coming from the direction of Ryugu Castle. The local residents of Fishman Island on both sides of the street were excited. Worship is no good. This is their Lord Baizi, their guardian, their hero and myth. Wow, Lord Baizi is so handsome and charming. I feel in love. If I have a boyfriend like this, I can wake up laughing in my dreams. But I can feel the pressure. The captain of the first team of Lord Byzee is the female Emperor Boa Hancock, the first peerless beauty of the pirates. I envy the female Emperor Hancock to be with Lord Byzee every day. Me too. The chirping voices of the people around, listening to the ear of the Empress Hancock. I don't know why there is something strange in my heart. This is a feeling I have never had before. As time goes by, Hancock finds that she is more and more dependent on Byzee. As for why, she can't say. Of course, she will never know that there will be a demon contract in the world that should not appear in this world. Jinbei looked at his hometown, the respect of many people for the captain. The best is to bend the arc of relief. Now the captain's strength is comparable to the four emperors. I believe that it will not be long before Mrs. Charlie's prophecy will come true. The real prosperity of Man Island has officially begun. Wahaha, Mr. Byzee, I, Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, challenge you. Seeing Byzee, Luffy jumped into the field, stared at Byzee Empress Boa Hancock and Fujitora Isho, who were walking across from him, and fixed his eyes on Byzee, challenging him. When Nami Chopper heard this, she was so frightened that she almost fainted, and Usopp and the others were also full of fear. What did they hear to challenge Byzee, the captain of the Yanwang pirates? Are you crazy? Is the captain crazy? This is the ruthless man who defeated the four Emperor Charlotte Linlin abruptly before, and even cut off one of his arms. This is no different from courting death, although Byzee won't kill Luffy because of Ace's relationship. You sure? Luffy, who most wanted to be the fifth emperor, appeared in front of him. The corner of Byzee's mouth twitched. To be honest, he also wanted to know how powerful the protagonist Halo Luffy is now. When? Of course, but get over me first. Just as Luffy was about to speak out, Zoro, who had been beaten out of breath by Ryokugyu before, was full of fighting spirit, and the peak of the swordsman's fighting spirit soared, and he appeared in front of Luffy first. I heard that your swordsmanship is superb. I would like to see it. Soon as the voice fell, the sword intent that soared to the extreme burst out. Open black lens bracket 3000 worlds of three swords flow profound truth close black lens bracket. Biao's sword intent, at this moment, was like a rocket, and the inexplicable Zoro's attack at a certain moment reached the level of a great swordsman. As soon as the strike was cut out, the white sword light hit instantly. Just as the sword light was about to approach, there was a sound of breaking the air. I don't know when a simple and unpretentious sword light came up to meet Zoro's sword light, and instantly break through it for a while, and in the next moment, there is a crisp sound. The demon sword Guido held in Zoro's hand was learned in two, and it fell to the ground with a clatter, making a crisp sound. This. Broken, how can the demon sword ghost be like this? Looking at the broken blade in his hand, Zoro's eyes were full of disbelief. He believed that even the great swordsman Mihawk would not have broken his ghost with just one blow. Cut off with one blow, this guy. Zoro's eyes were round, and his face was full of astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was going through. Not just Zoro. Of the Straw Hat Black Thief were all wide-eyed, their eyes filled with stunned eyes. Zoro was one of the three most powerful captains, and now even his most beloved ghost after being cut off. The impact was no different from a cannonball blessed by one armament, slamming into their minds fiercely. Thinking High One, the captain of Ace is so powerful. Is this the ruthless man who overthrew the four emperors Charlotte Linlin? It turns out that his savior is so powerful. Luffy's mouth widened and he stared at Byzee with wide eyes. He was a man who aspired to become One Piece, king of pirates, and the guy in front of him would definitely be his strong competitor in the future. Luffy, this kind of person is not something we are waiting for. Let's go. Usopp's calf twisted, completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The same is true for Chopper and Nami, but it is clear that Usopp's shock has no effect on Luffy at all. At this moment, Luffy's eyes are full of fiery fighting intent. However, Zoro in the field at this time was completely shocked. It was the sudden and tyrannical sword intent that made him feel the extreme despair. What kind of sword intent was that? Even Mahak didn't give him that feeling. Why? Whose face was full of confusion, and Kitaru, who stared blankly at the ground, questioned the dream of becoming the most powerful swordsman in the world for the first time in history. Can I really defeat this guy in front of me? Glancing at Zoro, who is only a line away from the realm of the great swordsman, I have a good impression of this guy who is persistent in kendo, and he said with a deep meaning, the world's martial arts are invincible, only don't break it. And among them, the way of swordsmanship is also the same. The swordsman is the king of 100 soldiers. He walks lightly, but he is fierce, and his spirit is like a dragon, and he is as fierce as a fierce tiger. The swordsman is even more skillful. Of the twilight drum and the morning bell resounded in Zoro's ears, and his whole body was instantly shocked, as if he had broken through some kind of bottleneck and shackles. Even Fujitora Isho, who was good at using knives, was thoughtful, and it was obvious that Baizi's words also touched him. Quite deep. A little while. Voice fell, and Zoro in the field was still in a sluggish state. 1 second, 3 seconds and 5 seconds. It seemed that he was in a state of epiphany. Rising, in an instant, it broke through the peak of the previous swordsman, and still increased, yeah. This is the momentum of the great swordsman. The green algae head has become a great swordsman. Who is struggling to get up, looked at the aura around him in disbelief, which made him feel extremely dangerous. He had only felt this kind of sword stance on Mahak. When Zoro fought against Mahak, he almost didn't die in the hands of that guy. Great swordsman. As soon as Sanji said these words, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Zoro. Immediately, the eyes that looked at Baizi once again changed. This guy is too powerful. With just a few words, Zoro entered a state of epiphany, and a generation of great swordsmen was born out of nowhere. Chapter 111 Zoro's Apprenticeship, Luffy's Provocation. Yanwang Pirates, in front of the headquarters. When Sanji spoke, everyone was stunned, and the local residents of Fishman Island were even more stunned. What did I hear? Just now, Sanji Kurozu of the Straw Hat Pirates said that Zoro became a great swordsman. Isn't he it? And it is said to be related to Lord Baizi. My god, I said that. How did Zoro's aura become so strong? Great swordsman, it is said that the King Shichibukai Mahak is currently at this level. In this way, a new great swordsman was born today. Lord Baizi is too powerful. The state Zoro was in before was like a legendary epiphany. Surrounding Fishman Island, all of a sudden, the sound of chatter pierced the air, agitated, spreading around, and more Fishman Island people all boiled. Great swordsman, what kind of existence is that? Now they only hear about the King Shichibukai Mahak, and the newly promoted Marine Headquarters Admiral Momoshige who came to attack their Fishman Island before. Ruthless man. The great swordsman, these 3 words alone are intimidating, and it is enough to protect the existence of one party. The most shocking one is Zoro himself. Great swordsman, once upon a time, that was the height that he had always pursued, and now he has achieved. Zoro with a solemn look like this. Only at this moment did he realize the terrifyingness of the White Sea in front of him, and just a few words allowed him to break through the threshold of the peak of swordsman. If you were Zoro, who was almost paranoid about kendo, he would immediately kneel in front of Baizi with a plop. Very solemn and sincere, Mr. Baizi, please accept me as your disciple. One day, I will definitely defeat you in swordsmanship. Soon as Zoro said this, everyone around him, including the Straw Hats, were dumbfounded. Nani and the others are not mistaken, this is apprenticeship. And the target is the extremely arrogant Zoro, a man who is determined to become the most powerful swordsman in history. They never imagined that this scene would happen. Ryokugyu watched the scene on the field, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Although this green algae head was not his opponent, he was able to reach the peak of a swordsman at this age, which is enough to show his extraordinary swordsmanship. This green algae head. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, his chin was about to fall to the ground, his hands were trembling, the cigarette was almost not caught. The shock in his heart couldn't be more. Just kidding, if such a strong man was worshipped as a master by Choromedu, then he would still be able to there as a day to come. Appreciation. Zoro kneeling in front of him, Baizi was stunned by Vivi for a moment. He obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen. Nonsense, if there is a great swordsman apprentice, it would be quite good. Hey, Captain, since this green algae swordsmanship. If you beat you in attainments, why not give him this chance? Ryokugyu, who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, Hihi Isho, echoed. Yes, Daijinhao's apprentice, anyone is qualified. The female emperor, Hancock, also spoke aloud, her beautiful eyes looking at Baizi with a look of admiration. Ryokugyu and Hancock, the others also cheered up one after another. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely cause a sensation in the whole new world. The apprentice of the great swordsman. Mahawk, S level, this Nima, absolutely shocked the eyes of countless titanium alloys. Moreover, what is even more interesting is that this green algae had threatened to surpass Baizi in swordsmanship. This may be so many ways he agreed with Baizi, who was so in line with Baizi's wishes. He nodded, reluctantly, and said, if that's the case, then fine. Till the day you can beat me with swordsmanship, then. The day you graduated. Soon as this voice came out, the corners of Fujitora Isho and others' mouths were twitching. Surpassing the captain is afraid. This Zoro will never be possible in this life. Hey, Mr. Baizi, it's not good for you. Zoro is me subordinates. Now I'm going to challenge you. The nerve-wracking Luffy, instead of restraining himself, squeaked, looked at Zoro. Zoro, look, I beat this guy, you don't have to take him as a teacher. Ace, hearing Luffy's words, Ace's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. He knew too well how terrible the captain was. Luffy's challenge to Captain Baizi was absolutely no different from looking for abuse. Ace, you get out of the way, don't pull me. Luffy finally broke free from the speechless Ace, came to the arena, stared at Baizi. You are the benefactor of me and Ace, I will let you do a trick. Sanji. Nami Chopper and the others are all holding their hands on their foreheads, as if we don't know this guy. As for Ryokugyu and the others, they looked at the boy of the Straw Hat Pirates with great interest, and challenged the captain. Is it because they thought it was not long enough? Oh yes, Accepting Zoro as a potential apprentice, Baizi was in a good mood, and his eyes fell on Luffy, who was most likely to become One Piece King of Pirates if he didn't show up. I heard that you are immune to thunder, and you defeated the self-proclaimed one on Sky Island. For the god Enel, it just so happens that I can also use the power of thunder. Then I will only use the power of thunder. If you can support 10 strokes and 10 Zoro's apprenticeship in my hands, this is the end of the matter. Baizi, who spread out his hand, rose up. In his hand was the power of thunder that was extremely rich. That kind of thunder, no matter its color or power, is obviously far from what Enel can match. Hearing Baizi's words, Luffy became even more energetic. That's what you said. Of course. The corner of Baizi's mouth showed a radiance, but it was Luffy who heard the definite answer, and his fighting spirit soared. This is what you said, let's start. After he finished speaking, Luffy turned on gear 2 and 2, steaming all over his body, and watching Baizi on the opposite side. Bang! Just after Luffy finished speaking, the preparation was over, and in the next instant, it turned into a meteor and crashed into a building more than 100 meters away. At the position where Luffy was standing, the ghostly figure of Baizi already appeared. Thunder, one punch knocked Luffy, who had yet to react, by more than 100 feet. Is this the ruthless man who cut off an arm of the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin? It's amazing. Usopp's eyes widened. He had no idea what was going on, and Luffy was directly knocked into the air. This thunder ability was many times faster than the Enel they met on Sky Island. Is this the power of the 4 emperors? It's too scary. Luffy is too far behind. One move. Baizi raised a finger and looked at Luffy, who looked like a little beggar in ragged clothes more than 100 feet tall, and said with a smile. So strong. Luffy felt the thunder rushing all over his body. This feeling is completely beyond Enel's ability, and his own rubber fruit is not immune to thunder. At this moment, Luffy is completely solemn. The strength of the four emperors, this is the first time he has faced. It turns out that Shank's strength is so strong. Third gear. Without the slightest hesitation, Luffy soared directly to the third gear, and a battle was about to begin. Chapter 112. Luffy was crushed unilaterally. Fishman Island. Not far from the Yanwang pirates, a young man with short wavy blonde hair approached. Listening to the heated discussions of the local people on Fishman Island, his expression froze. Luffy, who was in the third gear, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his forehead was full of speechless colors. That guy Luffy, doing something again. To challenge the second leader. The young man shook his head bitterly, looking at the letter and the appointment and dismissal certificate in his hand, the deep smile of the leader Long Huimo before he came to his mind, and he couldn't help shivering. Who was about to become the fifth emperor, to serve as the second leader of their revolutionary army? This absolutely shocked many cadres of the revolutionary army at the time, but no one dared to question Long's vision and pattern. After all, the dragon is facing the existence of hard steel with Tenryubito and Marine, so the pattern of the mission is not. They can understand. And the person who came to deliver the letter was none other than Ace and Luffy's sworn brother, Sabo, the current second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. The second-in-command and the second leader are two completely different concepts. This is the difference between a leader and a subordinate. Moreover, the leader Long John has already written this letter, and the reason why it is handed over to Sabo now is for nothing but waiting. This opportunity is the opportunity for Baizi to become the five emperors. It can also be regarded as a way back for the Revolutionary Army. What Sabo did not expect was that the first scene he saw when he came to Fishman Island was the battle between the good brother Luffy and the leader. Long time no see, Luffy must have grown a lot. Open black lens bracket rubber grizzly gun close black lens bracket. Instant, armament, hardened rubber giant rocket launcher suddenly attacked by Z from the air, and Sabo's eyes were full of differences when he saw the use of such abilities. I didn't expect that since the top of the war during this period of time. Luffy's strength has grown so much, armament has used it to such a degree. Only this level can win while the leader. Regarding the thoughts in his mind, Sabo said that it was completely impossible. If so, his own leader would be too incompetent. Sure enough, Baizi calmly looked at the sky-covering grizzly gun that was attacking from the opposite side. The thunder in his hand shone. The thumb, index finger and middle finger were at an angle. A claw covered with thunder came up, and the corner of his mouth curved into a radian. Open black lens bracket thunder close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured the thunder that was integrated into armament into Luffy's grizzly gun, and the sizzling sound instantly filled the entire grizzly gun that covered the sky. The deity's Luffy's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Under the power of thunder, Luffy stood upside down with 12 trillion sweat pores all over his body, just like a human-shaped hedgehog. Was sour, it could only be understood and cannot be described in words. The next moment, Luffy shot up into the sky, and he was stuck on the plaza with a thud. It was like there was an 18th magnitude earthquake, and Luffy was smashed on the spot. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds one lasted a full half a minute, and the staggering Luffy recovered from the numbness. The eyes that looked at Baizi were full of fear and jealousy, and soon they were filled with excitement. How could I fall here? I am determined to become a pirate. Yang Tian shouted, and immediately seeing that the third gear was not an opponent, Luffy directly bit his arm and shouted, fourth gear on. With bloodshot eyes, Luffy's body was full of arrogance, and in an instant, a diamond-like bouncer appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person was none other than Luffy in fourth gear. Under the fourth gear, Luffy's strength is full. That he has not yet fully mastered. The speed is faster than the second and second gears, and the strength and defense are stronger than the third gear. Open black lens bracket rubber king gun, close black lens bracket. Under the fourth gear, he vomited and indented his body, and the sound of smashing the air swept away, and the next moment appeared in front of Baizi. The speed was so fast that it was no more than 0.1 second. This attack is that Ryokugyu's eyes are full of light, and this level of strength, he likes it the most. Haha, a good attack. Looking at the attack that erupted, this power is vaguely capable of threatening the Admiral level, but it is really not enough to see him. It's just too slow. Immediately, Baizi's right hand stuck out, and the next moment, a giant palm of thunder energy formed more than 100 feet in front of Baizi, and instantly slapped towards Baizi, who was attacking Xiao Budian. And the huge palm was shot at Luffy's 8th King Spear under the 4th gear. On top, without the slightest hesitation, Luffy immediately turned into a cannonball and crashed into the ground, leaving a hole, and that's not all. The aftermath of the thunderous palm slammed on the square, and the earth and stones splashed in an instant, and the energy was crowded. The clothes of the people around the square were not moving without the wind, and the strong wind squeaked. A single blow is so terrifying. Die. Open black lens bracket rubber Great 8th King Gun, close black lens bracket. A loud roar. Luffy, who came out of the hollow, immediately used an upgraded version of the King 8 spear in the air, adding chi to his muscles, and the huge King 8 spear instantly covering the sky, slammed his head towards Baizi with a bang. A little while. The huge thunder palm reappeared without any hesitation. Another shell smashed towards the ground with a loud roar. A hole several times larger than before was shot into the ground, and the entire square trembled as if it had been sunk. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched and their eyelids twitched wildly. This is riding a horse. There is a battle of mutual learning, and it is clearly a one-sided killing. Sabo looked at the thunder palm with dull eyes, and seemed to understand the reason why the leader tried to invite Baizi to join, although their leader Long was very strong, but there are not no people in this world who can defeat him, even kill him. Perhaps, Baizi is the leader chosen by the leader. Ah. Open black lens bracket rubber King Crow cannon close black lens bracket. Tang tang, Luffy slammed into the air, his fists retracted into his body, and he immediately beat Baizi, who had knocked him out twice. The overwhelming 8th King Spear attacked Baizi. Facing the overwhelming attack, Baizi murmured, "It's time to end." Immediately, his right hand turned into a fist and smashed towards the attack that came forward. The instant the thunderous giant fist formed in the air, the whole sky was filled with the sound of thunder, and it rushed away with a terrifying attack to the extreme. Bang 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 bang, and then 3 consecutive attacks landed on the thunder giant fist, like raindrops falling into the water. Except for the spots and ripples, there was no response. Under the horrified eyes of everyone and Luffy, he slammed his head on it. Bang! Sound. Luffy instantly smashed into the building thousands of meters away, and then slipped to the ground, releasing the 4th gear, unconscious, if not gasping. Nami, Chopper and others really thought their captain was dead. I knew it was the result. Ace twitched his unnatural lips. His eyes fell on Baizi, and he took a deep breath. This was their invincible captain. Chapter 113 _ the second leader of the Revolutionary Army. Thunder Giant Fist shocked the 4 poles. Sanji and Zoro sipped their mouths, but they didn't react for a long time, especially Zoro, who just worshipped Baizi as his teacher, was extremely horrified. Too strong. Only use the power of thunder to kill Luffy in seconds. You know, he still has the shock fruit, the gravity fruit, and the ultimate interpretation of Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning. This time, I am afraid that they are not weak among the 4 emperors. Sabo, who is not far away, stared blankly at the scene of Luffy being madly abused. His eyelids jumped. I am afraid that even the leaders may not be able to defeat the second leader. It's no wonder that the second leader can cut off an arm of the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin. Around Fishman Island, many people were also stunned. Is this the strength of Lord Baizi? It's too powerful. Yeah, with the power of thunder alone, he killed Luffy, who was making a fuss at the top of the war. Terror, it's really terrible. It seems that the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was not wrong to have one arm cut off. That's not it. I guess it's hard to win even if the 4 emperors show up, Lord Baizi. With Lord Baizi and the Yanwang pirates here, I'll see who dares to bully us in the future. Hey, I have a hunch, the prosperity of our Fish-Man Island is coming. Master Baizi, our guardian, our eternal myth. On this day, the entire Fish-Man Island was immersed in excitement. And in the Yanwang pirates' headquarters, in the living room. Sabo, long time no see. Ace looked very happy when he saw Sabo, who met for the first time after saying goodbye. Yes, long time no see, but I have a mission today. Sabo nodded to Ace with a smile, and then his eyes fell on Baizi. Mr. Baizi, please forgive me for calling you the second leader abruptly. Second leader. A title from Sabo, even when the expressions of Ryokugyu, Ace and the others in the living room froze. This title came out of Sabo's mouth, and it was like a thunderbolt resounding in everyone's mind. Whoever was present did not know that Sabo was the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the second in command. And he can call him a leader, except for Luffy's father, that. The dragon of the Revolutionary Army, there is no second person. It's just that they really don't understand these 2 leaders. Could it be that Baizi has joined the Revolutionary Army? Seeing everyone suspicious, Sabo is also bitter. Isho. To be honest, when the leader said this decision, I was also very surprised, but the leader said that Mr. Baizi will understand after reading this letter. While speaking, Sabo carefully took out a letter and a certificate-like object from his pocket, and handed it to Baizi. He has never read this letter, and if the leader reads it, he will never read it. Opening the envelope, Baizi looked up with a slightly upright expression, allowing Sabo to come in person to show his sincerity, which has already demonstrated the importance of this letter. Following Baizi's reading, the entire living room fell into silence for a while. Took about a few minutes to read the letter, and Baizi also knew the reason why Long's trip made Sabo come, and he did not expect that the current situation of the Revolutionary Army was also very bad. Because according to the account of this letter, the reason why Long came to Baizi so urgently was because, just half a year ago, when he returned from a mission, he faintly noticed that there was a presence that was so powerful that he could not imagine it. He secretly spied on him, and he did not expect that the person was probably the highest tenor of Tenryubito, and the ruler of the world government. I am an extremely mysterious existence. Although that person in the dark didn't make a move, the dragon could sense that if that person made a move, the dragon would probably have a life-threatening situation. It was also from then on that the dragon started to take matters into his own hands. He originally wanted to hand it over to Sabo, but although Sabo's ability was good, his strength was still too weak. The current scene. Say it was an invitation was more like a plea. After all, if one day Long was assassinated by a mysterious man, the Revolutionary Army would definitely be destroyed. Long couldn't think of it. If he passed away, who would have the ability to provoke him? This burden. Therefore, after various screenings of character, behavior, temperament, and his own strength, in the end, Baizi and their Revolutionary Army are the most appropriate. After a little. In that case, I promise. Thunder flashed across Baizi's palm, and in the next instant, the letter turned into ashes and fell with the wind. In this world, apart from the Revolutionary Army leaders Long and Baizi, no one else in the world knew what was written in it. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Yanwang pirates in the living room, as well as Nami and others, had their brains bursting. To the second leader of the Revolutionary Army. This is incredible. Fujitore's heart skipped a beat when he heard these words. With a quiet heart, he woke up again. Revolutionary Army, Monkey Dragon, a legendary man. And, he is also the first in the world to stand up against Tenryubito, against the existence of the world government. Among them, the most important thing is that he is very aware of the kingdoms and cities captured by the Revolutionary Army. People's life is completely different from the life under the world government marine. In the field of the Revolutionary Army, there is no so-called class stratification, and there are no nobles and slaves. It is a world where everyone is equal. And that kind of people's life, isn't that what I only pursue? Really? Great, the leader really saw the wrong person. Seeing that Baizi accepted the so-called certificate and agreed to this matter, he immediately bowed and stepped forward. Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, has met the second leader. A solemn appearance. Sabo has never done this to anyone except for the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Okay, this matter has to be kept secret for the time being. After all, I won't miss the fifth emperor's seat. Baizi said with a laugh, this matter is finalized, the Revolutionary Army will definitely become its own force in the future. Dealing with the world government and Tenryubito will have another big boost. Yes, second leader. Sabo respectfully said yes. As for the identity of the outside world, it is not too important. After all, the current dragon is enough to deal with the war of the world government. Contrary, the two leaders maintain their identity here and can easily do more things. Ace and the others, who were stunned, took a long time to react. The news just now was too shocking for them. The second leader of the Revolutionary Army, and he still defeated the fourth Emperor Charlotte Linlin, and cut off her arm Baizi. If this news spreads, it will definitely be the whole new world was turned upside down. Chapter 114_Red Hair is coming. Revolutionary Army, second leader. This news is like thunder in the sky, banging in everyone's ears, and their minds go blank. Marine headquarters and Tenryubito's henchmen are in serious trouble, as if they were stuck in their throats. This is unbelievable. For a time, the entire hall fell into an unprecedented silence, and even their own breathing could be heard clearly. Right in this, bang. A bang, the door of the hall was pushed open, and a terrified member of the Yanwang pirates came in from the outside. The captain of the ship has a big problem. The red-haired pirates appeared outside Fishman Island, saying they wanted to fight with each other. The member of the Yanwang pirates swallowed his saliva to suppress his shock. When he received the kid from their detective, he was stunned on the spot. The four emperors' red-haired shanks came to fight, that is the four emperors. Although their captain defeated the four emperors Charlotte Linlin, but now that the red-haired shanks is attacking, he is really startled. As soon as these words came out, the whole living room was immediately shocked, and all eyes focused on Baizi. Before red-haired shanks knew, Baizi was the 14th cadre of Captain Red-haired Shanks. The most shocking star in the living room was Kuro Star, because he joined the red-haired pirates with Baizi. Became an intern, and now, after a long time, the captain has grown to the level of red-haired Shanks. Oh, is Captain Shanks here? I thought it would take some time. Since that's the case, it seems that the throne of the five emperors will be brought forward. Baizi heard that. He was indifferent to Isho, and he was only a little bit concerned about the red-haired Shank's intentions. That's right. It's just to build momentum. Let's go. Follow me to meet the red-haired captain. Maybe after today, the Yanwang pirates will be the fifth emperor of the new world. Bending a radian, he turned into a thunderbolt, and the next moment he appeared at the door of the living room, and then headed out of Fishman Island. As for why the red-haired Shanks chose to be at sea, the reason is very simple. With the fighting power of the four emperors, if the battle is fought on Fishman Island, the entire Fishman Island will be wiped out. Words came out. Ryokugyu couldn't help but get excited. As for Nami and the others, their pupils suddenly shrank. This is going to fight the four emperors' red hair. Tisk tisk, Charlotte Linlin used to be the fourth emperor, but now she has red hair again. The fifth emperor of the new world has been seated. If Luffy knew about this, what would happen? Let's go to. The battle at the level of the four emperors must be very exciting. While talking, Ryokugyu and his party, who left Chopper Usopp, headed out of Fishman Island. Meanwhile, the red hair pirates. Hey, I didn't expect this new fifth emperor to be the 14th cadre on our ship. Baizi is really powerful. That guy from the four emperors Charlotte Linlin was defeated by him. What's more, that guy cut off one of Charlotte Linlin's arms. With such a record, he is the fourth emperor on the same level as our captain. 3 kinds of devil fruit abilities. I really don't know where that guy got it. Earthquake, thunder and gravity, any of them are top-notch existences, so the three appear in the same person. Their combat power is not as simple as 1 plus 1, its future support is likely to be inferior to Whitebeard. Many cadres of the red-haired pirates sighed with emotion. How long did it take? In less than half a year, that. The interns on their ship have grown to the point where they are now, and they are definitely the biggest evildoers they have ever seen. Smoking a cigar on the bow of the boat, looked at the direction of Fishman Island, and smiled at the red-haired man beside him. How about Shanks, are you sure to win the current by Z? I can't talk about it. 5 to 5.5. 5, let's do it. Ben Beekman, he breathed a sigh of relief, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes with a curved corner of his mouth. That kid is not easy now. The 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin have all had an arm cut off. I don't dare to be careless. The red-haired Shanks' eyes were full of solemnity and prudence. If Baizi had a 90% chance of winning before, but now he has experienced the battle of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, his chance of winning is also 50%. The arm of Charlotte Linlin, who is also the 4th emperor, even if he succeeded, he would have to pay a small price. Oh. With such emphasis, it seems that there will be a wonderful battle next. Ben Beckman laughed as he looked at the tumbling waves, and his heart was also solemn. Obviously, this was the first time he was so afraid of a person from the red-haired mouth, although this person was the 14th cadre of their captain a few months ago. On the other hand, the fact that the red-haired Shanks went to Fishman Island quickly spread to the whole new world like a plague. Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. Goo la 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 la. The red-haired boy actually went to Fishman Island. It seems that he can't wait for the peace of the 4 emperors. He wants to be the 5th emperor of Bai Zi Xiaoyu. Whitebeard took a sip of strong wine and poured it on his chest. The wine stains, listening to the information obtained by the 5th Division Captain Foyle Vista from the newspaper, he laughed. I really didn't expect that Mr. Baizi and the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin really got into a relationship and cut off her arm. Marco's dull eyes in the past were also shining at this moment. Awesome, Mr. Baizi's 5th Emperor's seat is now. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin has become one-armed like the redhead. I am really looking forward to seeing another wonderful picture of another one-armed 4 Emperors next time. Charlotte Linlin lost an arm, and her combat power will definitely plummet. I am afraid that many people in the New World will challenge her again. Eyes of many squad leaders shone brightly, and their expressions were very excited. Their benefactors of the Whitebeard pirates could become the 5th Emperor of the New World, and they were really happy for him. More importantly, Mr. Baizi's captain of the 2nd Division of the Yanwang Pirates, but their brother Ace. New World, an island. Nazawa Tavern. The pretty tavern proprietress widened her beautiful eyes and held the newspaper in her hands with trembling hands. Her eyes were full of horror. This. He actually defeated the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, my god. Nazawa felt her feet were softening as she walked, and her mind was roaring. That guy had grown to such an extent that at this moment, she could still recall the scene when Baizi was outside her tavern, destroying the 3 pirates. Who is the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin? That's the god in their area, Kaido of the Beasts, the same level of powerhouse, who was actually defeated by the one I saw. Baizi, and also killed an arm. And it doesn't stop here. More importantly, at this moment, the Red Hair Pirates are going to openly fight against the Yanwang Pirates, that is, Baizi. Remind you. Chapter 115 Conqueror Hockey vs. Boom. In front of Fishman Island, above the sea. Captain, Baizi and the others are here. Cadre of Shanks saw a soaring flag of a ferocious 5-clawed dragon in his field of vision. Sure enough, I saw the Yanwang pirates approaching from the direction of Fishman Island. Many cadres and members of the Shanks ship looked at the ferocious dragon rising in the wind in the distance. Their thoughts were flying, and they were filled with emotion. This is the Yanwang pirates, Baizi's ship. It's really unusual. Yes, there was a time when Captain Baizi was just one of our cadres. I never imagined that I would not see him for a few months, but he has grown to such a state. No, but it's excusable. After all, Baizi's Kadri's ambition is not something I can compare with. Hey, by the way, you said that we Captain Shanks and Baizi fight, who will win? It's hard to say. If I had thought it was our Captain Shanks before, but now, not necessarily. Never mind, it's not a life and death battle. Don't forget that the purpose of our visit is to build momentum for Baizi. If Baizi becomes the 5th emperor of the New World, then our red-haired pirates will be even more embarrassed. Numerous cadres and members were chatting hotly. Ben Beckman looked at the approaching boat and laughed at the red-haired Shanks. It's been a long time since I've seen you, it's really emotional. I was a hairy boy at the beginning, but now I have grown to a level that I can't match. It seems that I am getting old. Ben Beckman Beebe shook his head. If this sentence was known to the outside world, it would definitely set off a hurricane. Who is Ben Beckman? That is the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, the most advanced fighting force other than the Red Hair Shanks, and the person who replaces the Red Hair to exercise the captain's rights if the Red Hair is not on board. A little while. The two sides meet. Is this my father's captain? Usopp's eyes were round, staring at the red-haired Shanks on the deck, but he didn't find his father Usopp, and there was a little loss in his eyes. It can be said that all the way he went to sea, what he most wanted to see was his father, and to get his approval personally, and the reason why Usopp didn't come was because he was left by the redhead to guard the headquarters. Red-haired Shanks, Luffy's guide to the sea. Nami, Chopper Sanji and the others also fixed their gazes on the ship ahead. The one-armed man with a short beard, that man was the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors of the New World. A man full of legends. Originally an intern on the Roger ship, after not seeing him for several years, he has become one of the top beings in the pirate world pyramid. Even Whitebeard Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin are extremely fearful beings. However, compared to the red hair, when their eyes fell on Baizi, they were even more shocked. The red-haired Shanks took several years to complete the achievement, while Baizi only took a few months. The time has been shortened 10 times. It can be said that Baizi is an accelerated version of the rise of red hair. The time is shorter and the speed is more evil than the rise of red hair. If the rise of red hair is strange, then the rise of Baizi that is a miracle that no one can understand. Since the era of the great pirates, no one has been around, and it took only a few months for a pirate to go from obscurity to standing on the top. Now, it has reached a level that is comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Captain Shanks, long time no see. Baizi, who was standing on the deck, looked at the opposite deck. The one-armed man above, smiled slightly. From the red-haired body, Baizi felt a more dangerous aura than Charlotte Linlin. Yes, long time no see. Seeing Baizi's greeting, the red-haired gentleman Isho also revealed, like chatting with friends whom he hadn't seen for many years, but apart from that chat, between the two of them, there was no more. Even a trace of sound. Because everyone knows very well that there will be a world-shattering battle here next. And the chat at the moment is just the calm before the storm. More precisely, they don't have the energy to distract it, because all attention is focused on the upcoming battle. Baizi glanced at Ben Beckman and the others, and landed on the 4 Emperor Shanks again, and a confident voice rang out, "You don't have to keep your hands in this battle. As you wish." The smile on the red-haired face faded away, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Baizi again, and his fighting spirit soared. "I haven't seen you for a few months, let me see how your Conqueror haki is applied." Booming voice fell, with the red hair as the center. The dark red Conqueror haki immediately pressed towards Baizi with the coercion that covered the sky. Although it was said to be accurate, the dark red haki of the aftermath caused many cadres and the crew was horrified. The dark red Conqueror haki that covered the sky came crashing down, but he saw Baizi and different Isho on the opposite side. He did not speak, but expressed his actual actions with actions. There was no sign of it, and immediately a stream of haki, who was not weaker than the red-haired Shanks and dark red, directly attacked without any hesitation. The next moment, bang, a dull sound exploded, and the two developed the top-notch Conqueror haki, and they collided on the sea in an instant. In the field where the Conqueror haki collided, a wave of more than 100 meters was instantly set off. You know, this is just the aftermath of the Conqueror Haki confrontation. His Captain Baizi is so powerful. Is this really our former cadre Baizi, Conqueror Haki, who has developed to such a degree, is like Captain Shanks? No wonder Baizi was able to defeat the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin and cut off one of his arms. It's terrible to be hit like this. If I was hit by this blow, I'm afraid I would be seriously injured. Many cadres and members of the red-haired pirates looked straight. They couldn't imagine that a guy who had been missing for only a few months now became so terrifying. The red hair is like this on this side, but Ryokugyu and Sabo on the other side are also shocked. Fortunately, Ryokugyu and others have seen the battle with the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin after all, and Sabo and Nami are looking at the eyeballs are broken. Is this the strength of the second leader, Conqueror Haki, facing the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors? Such strength, I am afraid that it is comparable to their leader dragon. Sabo here, more and more feel the decision of the dragon that's right, with such an existence serving as the second in command of their revolutionary army, even if Momoshiki Admiral rises like a comet, it's no longer a threat. Damn, last time the captain fought against the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was useless. Ryokugyu murmured, and Fujitora Isho and the others were also shocked. When they fought against the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin before, they had never seen the captain use haki. In this way, the captain of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and the others still kept their hands thinking of this, and many of the squad leaders and members of the Yanwang pirates were all in constant shock. Chapter 116 The Great War, open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles katakana middle dot ray close black lens bracket is now available. Above the sea, hundreds of feet of waves crashed down. Ha ha ha, good. As expected of the 14th cadre of my red-haired pirates, so the use of Conqueror Haki is definitely not weaker than mine, it seems to be more important today. Speaking, the red-haired Shanks took off the famous sword, Griffin, he was wearing from his waist, and his slanted fingernails glanced at Baizi. The whole venue fell into silence again as Shanks said these words, only the sound of seawater roared. Baizi defied gravity and appeared at a height of more than 100 feet, facing the Yanwang pirates and his party behind him. For the next battle, you should step back 1,000 feet. Came to Baizi in the Beizong void, Lang Ran's voice came out. Yes, Captain. Hearing Baizi's order, the helmsman turned around immediately, as if the Hiyori 4 emperors were fighting against Charlotte Linlin, and quickly came thousands of feet away. Because they know very well that the next battle will definitely shock them. Hee, you guys should go too. Rokushiki Moonstep, which was developed to the extreme, in a flash, and in an instant he came to the Beizong void, and directly walked in the air. Such means, if seen by those marine elites, they will definitely be shocked. It turns out that the Rokushiki Moonstep can still be like this. About half a minute later, within 1,000 feet, Baizeshanks and the two stood opposite each other above the sea, and the momentum around their bodies was rising, and they kept colliding between them. Tenjong, dozens of Zhang ocean waves rise and fall one after another, galloping endlessly, all caused by the two people in the void of hundreds of Zhang. Of the momentum alone has far surpassed the level of Admiral. Everyone thousands of meters away could clearly feel the breeze blowing, and the clothes of Baizi and the red-haired Shanks in the arena moved even more when they heard the wind, and were blown by the strong wind. Quietly, Baizi's whole body was full of thunder, and half of the sky was covered in an instant, as if the god of thunder was alive. The attitude of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, compared to the previous crushing Luffy, I don't know how many levels. Gouda, Nami Chopper, Frankie and the others all swallowed their saliva subconsciously, thinking about Luffy's utter nonsense at that time, that is, the scene where he was crushed in the 4th gear, and looked at the field again, if he was white at the time. Z has the intention to kill Luffy. I am afraid that at this moment Luffy has already gone to hell. Strong. Too strong. Especially Zoro, who was cut off the ghost, his eyes are completely dull at this moment. Is this the master he just worshipped? Although he has entered the ranks now, but the two in the field in front of him, he will definitely be killed by a single move. Is this the strength of his cheap master? Can he really defeat him? And today is an excellent opportunity to see his master clearly. After all, according to legend, the red-haired Shanks is also a sword house presence. Zoro was full of energy and stared at the field without blinking. Gap. That's right, he wants to see how big the gap is between himself and Bai Zi, the cheap master he worshipped now. Breeze was blowing, and finally, at a certain moment, the battle to cover the sky kicked off in the expectation of everyone. In that case, Captain Shanks takes me a punch. Above the sea, Bai Zi's voice fell and his figure disappeared in a flash, and he reappeared and came to Shanks. Less than 100 feet, open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon close black lens bracket. Rumbling punched out, and immediately the whole sky behind Bai Zi trembled, and the endless power of thunder gathered on Bai Zi's right fist. A loud roar slammed into the red-haired Shanks. As soon as this move came out, it really scared the many officers and members of the Red Hair Pirates, all of them staring at the sea area with dull eyes, the figure like a thunder god of war. This is the Marine-style ultimate mystical Zeon derivation attack. Before Marine Headquarters Admiral Momoshige used Rokushiki, 6 styles Feng Slash, and now Bai Zi has also used a figured move, but, the power is much stronger than Momoshige Admiral. Rokushiki, 6 styles, Thunder and Dragons. I'm a good boy. What kind of evildoer is this to develop Rokushiki, 6 styles to such a situation? Terrible, terrible. Nyang Exipi. Fortunately we are not Bai Zi's enemies, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hey, what do you guys think if Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, who had an arm chopped off, see this scene? With this attack alone, Bai Zi's strength is definitely at the level of the 4 emperors, there is no doubt about it. I'm darling, Thunder Dragon, this is the Rokushiki, 6 styles of a special mother, do you want to be so cocky? This move is too terrifying, it seems that today we Captain Shanks will do our best. Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon, which is not weaker than the power of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks did not dare to be too big. Armament Haki, who was endlessly developed to the extreme, was instantly entangled in the famous sword Griffin Pa Cut. Slashed with one blade, and instantly collided with the Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon who rushed forward. Roar. Sing. The sound of the dragon roar and the sound of the sword chirping intertwined, rising above the battle between Bai Zi and Shanks, and then spread to all directions, instantly reaching the ears of everyone thousands of feet away. The deafening sound resounded between the entire heaven and earth in an instant. Under the collision, there was more than 2,000 feet of sea water below, and it rose into the sky. The scene in front of me was caused by a fight, more like a world-destroying catastrophe when the terrifying creator descended on the world. More than 2,000 meters of sea water, instantly photographed the 2 people fighting in the air. Thick sea water, if it is photographed, it may be directly buried in the sea. Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket imperial / close black lens bracket. 2 soft shouts swayed from under the sea water of more than 2,000 feet. In the next instant, Bai Zi became a restricted area of sea water within a radius of 10 feet, and the red-haired Shanks on the other side was also cut off by the endless sea water within a radius of 10 feet. Empty. Crash. The sea water of more than 2,000 feet, like a giant palm covering the sky, fell from the sky in an instant, and the piercing sound waves instantly burst like a lion roar in the east of the river, without the slightest sign. A moment. Everyone thousands of meters away suddenly felt a tinnitus. In the arena where everyone observation hockey covered the battle, they couldn't see a single point clearly at this moment, and they were all destroyed by the super strong combat power of the 2. The sea area under the 2 of them, let alone a sea king, is within a radius of 1,000 feet, and even a mayfly has been strangled, it has become nothingness. Within the 1,000-foot sea area where the 2 are fighting, it has completely turned into a sea of death. Chapter 117 _ all the mayflies were strangled. The Yanwang pirates, on board. Looking at the monstrous waves and the magical powers of Byzeshanks and the two, Ryokugyu, eyes lit up with excitement, while the Empress Boa Hancock and Nami were all speechless. And, it doesn't stop there. At this moment, with the shocking battle, many people on Fishman Island, thousands of feet away, are also watching with binoculars from a distance. It's a fight. Lord Byzee and the four emperors' red-haired shanks are fighting. A Fishman Islander with binoculars trembled with excitement, because the roaring sound in the distance could be clearly heard here. As soon as this statement came out, many people who were watching were excited to the public, and among them, Mrs. Shiarly, King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, 3 princes of Shark Star, and even Princess Shirahoshi appeared here. Of the red-haired shanks, which shook their Fishman Island too much. Moreover, this battle was very important to the Yanwang pirates, and it was also the same for their Fishman Island. The fate of their Fishman Island can be said to have been completely bound to the Yanwang pirates. One prosperous, all lost. How about Shirahoshi? What is the specific situation over there? Neptune looked at the battle in the distance through the telescope in awe, and Mrs. Shiarly also followed her eyes. Shirahoshi can communicate about the Sea Kings, and she knows it, but she did not know that Shirahoshi is one of the 3 ancient weapons. Sea King Poseidon. But it was Shirahoshi at the moment, with a pale face, completely stunned by the recovered information. It's scary, so scary. Shirahoshi, whose pretty face was pale, stared at the sea in front of him with beautiful eyes. What's the matter? What happened there? Shark Star saw Princess Shirahoshi's pretty face turning pale, and knew that something terrible had happened in the field. Brother Shark, just when the team of Lord Byzee and Captain Shanks retreated thousands of feet, the two just started to fight with dark red Conqueror hockey, and then Lord Byzee played Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon, a blow with Captain Shanks caused waves of more than 2,000 feet to rise across the sea. When Princess Shirahoshi said this, Neptune and Mrs. Shiarly were shocked. What does it mean to be more than 2,000 feet? From here, although the tide is very high, it doesn't look like this figure at all, more than 2,000 feet. Their Changar square is only more than 50 feet in diameter, and more than 2,000 feet is dozens of times that of their square. Meow, how high is that? No, Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon. King Neptune seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed, and he looked at Princess Shirahoshi excitedly. Shirahoshi, you are sure you heard it right? The Rokushiki, 6 styles Kiki Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon heard by those Sea Kings. No wonder Neptune is like this. Of course he has some understanding of this Rokushiki, 6 styles who often dealt with marine before, the reason why he decided to bet the future of Fishman Island on Byzee and them. One of them is because of Mrs. Shiarly's prophecy, and another reason is that he is very clear about what it meant when Byzee was able to use Rokushiki, 6 styles on the top, and now he hears the upgrade and derivation of Rokushiki, 6 styles again. Attack, just imagine how Neptune wasn't shocked. Well, that's right. That's what the Sea Kings in that sea area said. Princess Shirahoshi nodded her pretty little head with certainty, like I was sure. Father, what's wrong? What is this Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon? Why have I never heard of it? Seeing Neptune's shock, Prince Shark asked a few people who were equally suspicious. I've heard of Rokushiki, 6 styles somewhere. Maybe it has something to do with marine. Mrs. Shiarly heard it. She frowned and said something. It's more than related. The so-called Rokushiki, 6 styles is a move that will be awakened and used when marine Rokushiki is performed to the extreme. It is Momoshiki Admiral, who is highly promoted by marine, and is another person who can use Rokushiki, 6 styles. In the Battle of Marineford, a Rokushiki, 6 styles Phoenix Slash caused countless marine elites to go crazy, and that Phoenix Slash is the Rokushiki, 6 styles upgrade move awakened by Momoshiki Admiral, stronger than Rokushiki, 6 styles. As for Byzee-sama's Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon, it is different from Momoshiki Admiral's Rokushiki, 6 styles Phoenix Slash. After all, thunder power is Logia's most destructive ability, if it is combined with marine rokushiki, 6 styles together, the power it exerts is definitely many times stronger than Momoshiki Admiral. Quote. Along with Neptune's eloquent words, including Mrs. Shiarly, the 3 Sharks brothers, Shirahoshi and others all looked stunned, and once again looked at the world-shattering war in the distance. Their eyes changed. Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon. That move is so powerful, it's terrible. Such a terrible attack. Did the 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks, 4 Emperor Shanks take over? What was the result? Mrs. Shiarly withdrew her gaze and asked in a shrewd voice. Hearing Mrs. Shiarly mentioning the result, Shirahoshi shuddered all over, and looked deeply in the direction of the battle. Go ahead, 4 Emperor Shanks will go next. As for the result, after Lord Baizi and the 4 Emperors Shanks fought each other, all the creatures in the radius of the 2 were strangled in an instant. The Sea Kings who provided information to me before were also strangled in an instant. They became minced meat. Neptune. Mrs. Shiarly et al. Meat foam. No, the aftermath of the 2 is so strong, it is unbelievable. Before Neptune and Mrs. Shiarly have the next step of horror, Princess Shirahoshi's voice came out again, and not only Sea King species, that is, mayflies and other creatures in the ocean, were also strangled, empty. It can be said that within a radius of 1,000 feet, except for Lord Baizi and the 4 Emperors Shanks, there is not even a single living being. Even if the seabed of 10,000 meters is so booming in a message, it explodes in everyone's ears like thunder. All the mayflies were strangled. I am a god in the air, mayflies, that is, a tiny existence with super vitality. What's more terrifying is that all the creatures in the deep sea of 10,000 meters were wiped out by the aftermath of the battle between the 2. This is appalling, absolutely appalling. It's terrifying. Master Baizi and the others' battles are terrifying. With just one blow, thousands of Sea Kings died within 1,000 feet, and the mayfly creatures are as high as billions. It's a catastrophe. Thousands of Sea Kings have died unexpectedly. More than 1 billion mayfly lives have died in Wongquan, and the mother is greedy. How many murders have been made, and they are dying. Chapter 118 Fight to a Draw. Above the sea. More than 2,000 feet of waves crashed down, and the harsh sound waves made people tinnitus. Thousands of meters away, the people who came back to their senses all looked at the arena. At this moment, Baizi stepped back more than 10 meters and stood in the air. Under the blow from the opposite side, the red-haired Shanks also retreated more than 10 feet, in the void of 100 feet. No match. The 2 fought each other again, killing the quartet. Looking at the situation in the sea, the 2 sides were secretly stunned, staring at the field without blinking. Of the 4 emperors is rare in a century. It's amazing. The red-haired Shanks above the sea felt the huge force that just came, some kind of full of brilliance. I haven't seen you for a few months. Has it grown to such a degree? No wonder even Charlotte Linlin is planted in you. In hand. However, the warm-up is over, so be careful next. The solemn-looking Shanks, the griffin in his hand hummed, as if resonating with Shanks. The dark red Conqueror hockey burst open, and the ultimate armament covered the entire famous sword griffin. That's not all. That is, at this moment, Shanks' eyes flashed brightly, and the sword energy all over his body was arrogant. In an instant, he reached the peak level of a great swordsman, and he was 1 point stronger than Mahawk. However, this is just the beginning of the great swordsman-level sword intent breaking through the limit in an instant and continuing to soar. Zoro, who was thousands of meters away, shrank his pupils and stared at Shanks, who dominated everything above the sea, beyond the great sword master's sword intent. This is the true swordsmanship of Shanks. The attainment surpasses the level of a great swordsman. The power of a great swordsman who surpassed him like him. Just holding the knife in his hand, his eyes are full of determination. He must defeat him. Baizi, be careful. The red-haired Shanks raised the momentum of his body to the extreme, looked at Baizi who was opposite and reminded him aloud, and then, without stopping, severing. Griffin swung out a knife, and the sky was shattered, and 1,000 Zhong knife light slashed through the void, slashing towards Baizi. Such a blow, I am afraid that Admiral will be seriously injured. The sea boils and the sky changes color. Wherever the thousand-jong sword light has passed, everything has been turned into a vacuum. With such a move, the whole new world can take over no more than one person. Of the red-haired pirates looked solemn. The heading is the captain's trick. It's serious, this is even the trick, can he stop Bai-Zi? The captain used this attack to challenge Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, and forced them to shut up. The captain's stunt to become famous for the four emperors, look at Bai-Zi's move. A crew member of the red-haired pirates screamed in shock, and Bai-Zi, the target of the thousand-jong sword strike, moved. I saw Bai-Zi clenched his right fist, and all of a sudden the endless thunder poured in. Stared at the attacking sword light, and punched out, open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles Yachi Thunder Dragon close black lens bracket. After the rumbling punch, all of a sudden 8 huge thunder dragons covering the sky emerged from Bai-Zi's right fist full of thunder, and the domineering dragon's roar raised in the sky and roared towards the attacking thousand-jong sword light. There was no pause at all. The thunder dragon in the sky and the sword that covered the sky collided with each other. Bai-Zi's fist and the red-haired Shanks griffin also collided together, with a loud roar, and the next moment, above the sea area, it is as hot as the explosion of the sun, making people very dazzling. As if 2 stars collided. Immediately, the 2 turbulent waves spread out thousands of feet away, and instantly affected the ships on both sides, and they were washed away more than 100 feet away on the spot. Power is monstrous, and nothing can stop it. Everyone in the field took a deep breath. Even Boa Hancock and the others are like this. In such a battle, they are 1 point stronger than Charlotte Linlin when they are the 4 emperors of Hiyori. Obviously, the strength of this red-haired Shanks is slightly higher than that of Charlotte Linlin. Unimaginable that Shanks, who does not have devil fruits, can do this just by means of the fighting technique. Was another explosive collision, and the 2 broke apart at the touch of a button, and instantly each withdrew to a distance of more than 100 meters, and immediately the sea below them burst into endless waves again. Ha 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 ha, happy. Come again. Before the monstrous waves fell, Shanks laughed out loud, without pausing at all. In an instant, he struck Bai-Zi with a fierce blow again. The next moment, on the sea area, an earth-shattering battle between ghosts and gods was kicked off like this, and various means of coming to that person came out frequently. More he fought, the more courageous he became, and the degree of tragic intensity was so intense that the entire sea area and sky had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The sea collapsed, the sky was torn apart, and the raging sea and wind raged. The monstrous battle in the field caused the scalps of everyone around to explode. In particular, Neptune and the others in the distance all had dull eyes. They were extremely glad that this level of battle was not on their Fishman Island, otherwise the Fishman Island at the moment would have been destroyed. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. The 2 fought for a long time, more than an hour before the battle on the field stopped. Although the battle just experienced, however, the clothes of the 2 of them are still intact. They are not enemies of life and death, and of course they will not kill them. After another collision, Bai-Zi Shanks separated. Shanks' hand, the griffin was drawn towards the sea on the right, and when the sea was about to be pulled out thousands of feet of waves, his eyes were full of joy, happy. It's been a long time since I fought against Whitebeard. If you can't become the 5th emperor of the new world, I really can't think of anyone else who is qualified. This battle will end in a draw. Bai-Zi clenched Vivi's numb right fist. This red-haired Shanks was stronger than Charlotte Linlin. After all, he had cut off one of Charlotte Linlin's arms before, which seemed like a trick. Is it a draw? Bai-Zi's right fist, Vivi, is numb, and Shanks is not relaxed. Holding Griffin's right hand, he is also a little sour. This guy's fist is so hard, it is comparable to Kaido of the Beasts. No wonder this guy has the courage to kill Kaido of the Beasts. 3 calamities and Charlotte Linlin's desert 3 stars. This guy's strength has already reached such a terrifying situation, and it's only been a few months. If he is given some more time, I am afraid that he and the whole new world will have no one to be his opponent. Since this is the case, then let's tie. Shanks waved his hand and said with concern that he had placed Baizi at the level of the four emperors long ago, and he didn't feel too much unacceptable about it. After the war, the ships of both sides rushed over from thousands of meters away to meet their captains. Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, stay safe, laughed when he saw Ben Beckman, who looked complicated and shocked. Hearing Baizi's greeting, Ben Beckman's mouth twitched. Looking at the messy sea after the war, he couldn't help but sigh. It's unbelievable, the original Maudo boy intern, after a few months, has become strong enough to the four emperors level. In this regard, many officers and members of the red-haired pirates were deeply touched, and looked at Baizi with envy and fiery eyes. Chapter 119 Ryokugyu uses martial arts to boost the fun. Fishman Island, on both sides of the street. Empty alleys. All the people stood on tiptoe and looked towards the entrance, and the uproar was heard. Lord Baizi and the four Emperor Shanks got together, it's true. Hey, of course it's true, just an hour ago, I'm darling, you don't know, our Lord Baizi fought with the four Emperor Shanks and disappeared. That's not it, but the most shocking thing is that our Lord Baizi and Shanks ended up in a draw. It's a tie, I will drop the sky. Lord Baizi is indeed the ruthless man who cut off the four emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Hey, why don't you hear that four Emperor Shanks is coming to visit our Fishman Island? We, Lord Baizi and Shanks, won't really fight. A few months ago, they were still a pirate ship. To put it bluntly, we Lord Baizi came from the Red Hair Pirates. After this battle, I am afraid that the whole new world will know that our Lord Baizi became the fifth emperor. Looking at the empty street, the people around them were boiling with excitement, all of their faces flushed with excitement, and they were chattering about the sky-covering battle just outside their Fishman Island. Look, here they come. I don't know where the crowd in the street sounded a voice, and then it exploded like a cannonball in everyone's ears and minds. Swipe, swipe, 5, 10, hundreds of thousands of eyes on both sides of the Fishman Island streets in a short while, all of them looking towards the entrance all at once. Lord Baizi and the four Emperor Shanks at the same time is enough to make them like this. Finally, at the moment when the people of Fishman Island's eyes fell in the direction of the entrance, they saw Baizi and Shanks jokingly talking from the entrance of Fishman Island, appearing in the field of vision. The two of them were laughing and chatting like good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was hard to imagine that in the past hour, the two had a shocking battle. As soon as they came to the streets of Fishman Island, the red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman were stunned by the huge battle. Obviously, they did not expect the people of Fishman Island to be so warm. Captain Baizi, it seems that your prestige on Fishman Island is very high. Shanks looked at Baizi from both sides. His eyes were full of worship and respect from the people of Fishman Island, and he joked with laughter. It's okay. Looking at the excited people on both sides of the street, Baizi smiled lightly, and the group walked towards the headquarters of the Yanwang pirates while talking. Wow, this is the four Emperor Shanks, okay. Yes, but I think Master Baizi is more handsome. I heard that Bai doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Hey, girlfriend, stop joking. Ordinary girls are not worthy of Lord Baizi. Haven't you seen the girls next to Lord Baizi? Empress Boa Hancock, and our Princess Shirahoshi. I'm afraid they can be worthy Lord Baizi. Listening to the comments of the people around, Hancock subconsciously glanced at the way he was chatting and laughing with the fourth Emperor Shanks before walking away. From this angle, Captain Baizi looked so handsome. I don't know what to think. Hancock's pretty face was slightly dizzy. A heart can't help but start beating vigorously. About half an hour later, everyone came to the headquarters of the Yanwang pirates. After today, when the news spreads, I am afraid that Captain Baizi will. It's the fifth emperor. I would also like to thank Captain Shanks for his kindness. After arriving at the headquarters, drinking and laughing at the same time, the atmosphere is very light. But it was Ryokugyu, who had long been tiring, and stared at Ben Beckman with a pair of bull-eyed eyes, and a thunderous voice swayed. Captain Shanks, I have long heard of the Four Emperors' red-haired pirates, and now they are taking advantage of it. It would be a pity not to use no martial arts to add to the fun. Quote. Oh. The redhead who took a sip of wine heard Ryokugyu's words and looked at Ryokugyu. I don't know what Vice Captain Ryokugyu means. Who knew a little about Ryokugyu's temperament, looked at Ryokugyu meaningfully, but it was Ryokugyu who spoke out directly and looked at Ben Beckman beside Shanks. Hee, I am a straight person and like to fight the most. Captain Shanks' strength, I don't think I can beat it, so. Voice said this. Ryokugyu stared at Ben Beckman with eyes full of fighting intent. Ryokugyu, the vice captain of the Yanwang pirates, wants to ask the vice captain of Ben Beckman. As soon as this statement came out, including the redhead, everyone stopped drinking, and Ben Beckman, who was drinking in his spare time, was also slightly startled. Obviously, he did not expect Bai Zi's deputy captain to make such a request. Ben Beckman looked at Bai Zi, and the cadres of the red-haired pirates became very interested. They also knew Ryokugyu's record very well. One who can kill the three desert generals smoothly, is the top war to kill Akainu. The existence of them, to be honest, is enough to fight their vice captain Ben Beckman. Hee, don't take offense, Deputy Captain Ben Beckman. Ryokugyu has such a temper and a straight temper. Listening to Bai Zi's words, the red-haired looked at Ben Beckman and said with a smile, since Vice Captain Ryokugyu said so, then Ben Beckman, you should discuss with Vice Captain Ryokugyu. Okay. Ben Beckman, who wanted to drink happily, pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed. He also wanted to see how strong Ryokugyu, who defeated Akainu, was. As soon as Ben Beckman said this, many officials and members of the pirate groups on both sides were full of brilliance in their eyes. Their respective captains have not decided the winner, and now the deputy captains are going to confront each other. In this case, let's move to the training ground, after all, it can be opened there. Seeing that Ben Beckman agreed, Bai Zi laughed out loud. So good. Shanks heard that he stood up with a jug of wine, and Bai Zi, who also got up, went to the training ground. Many cadres behind him were stunned for a moment, and they all followed. After a while, only the excited Ryokugyu and the slightly gloomy Fujitora Isha were left in the living room. Ryokugyu, that, Ben Beckman is not easy. Based on the information that this old man knows, before the captain went to the top of the battle, this Ben Beckman was able to hold back the existence of Kaido of the beasts, so don't be careless. Hearing Fujitora Isho's words, Ryokugyu solemnly looked towards the training ground. Don't worry Fujitora, although I'm a bit aggressive, but I'm not a fool, I won't be careless if I can hold back Kaido of the beasts. Hey, I just wanted to see how powerful this red-haired pirate's vice captain, Ben Beckman, is. Ryokugyu Hei Isho, he raised his feet and walked towards the training ground. Fujitora Isho saw Ryokugyu's flamboyant appearance, and Vivi shook his head and went to the training ground. Chapter 120_Father's head caught in the door. After a few minutes. Yanwang Pirates Headquarters, Training Ground. Boom with the dull sound. Ryokugyu who was hit by boom immediately took more than 10 steps back, while Ben Beckman took less than 10 steps back, but then Ryokugyu fell into a state of excitement and became more and more brave. Ben Beckman's face became more and more solemn, and he also looked squarely at the vice captain of Bai Zi. Boom bang 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 as time goes by 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. After about a quarter of an hour, the two stopped, and Ben Beckman here looked at Ryokugyu's eyes full of surprise and amazement. No wonder this guy can beat Marine Admiral Akainu to the ground. That level of strength is really terrifying. It can be said that alone is enough to compete with Admiral, if coupled with the poisonous fruit obtained from Impel Down Magellan. Its strength, this is the red hair. The vice captain of the pirate group, really amazing. Ben Beckman was shocked, and Ryokugyu was also very surprised, sighing with emotion. There are not many people who can reach this level with him. Afterwards, the two pirate groups started drinking without getting drunk again, and from time to time faint laughter spread from the headquarters of the Yanwang pirates. On the other hand, the people of Fish Man Island near the Yanwang pirates were arguing in groups of 3 or 5. Hey, did you hear the voice from Master Baizi and their headquarters? It seems like they are fighting. They won't fight. How is it possible to fight? If he and the others really fight, do you think Lord Baizi's headquarters will still exist? It's unbelievable, the prosperity of our Fish Man Island is coming. It's not, I'm a little excited now. The next day, early morning. The first ray of golden morning sun in the sky pierced through the thick clouds and poured into the room through the hollowed-out window, dispelling the last ray of darkness in the room. What? Thinking high school, Baizi and Shanks are doing it. And just yesterday, Luffy, who was knocked unconscious by Baizi's punch, woke up and learned what happened after the coma yesterday. His mouth was so open that he could stuff Chopper in, and his eyes were even protruding. Luffy jumped up immediately, completely unable to accept what he heard. Baizi and Shanks fought, and finally ended in a tie. That guy can't even take Shanks. Damn it, the 5th Emperor seems to it's that guy's. Hey Zoro, what about Soren? Luffy looked around the room without seeing Zoro, and asked suspiciously with big eyes. Zoro him. Cut. That, the traitor with green algae head, went to the master to practice swords. Snorted, and a sour voice came out of his mouth. What? The sound waves that pierced the air, the super high-pitched shells filled every corner of the room, and instantly spread out, and the whole room almost couldn't bear Luffy's voice. What did you say? Zoro went to Baizi to practice swordsmanship. Luffy's eyes widened, and his face was full of anger, but when he thought about yesterday's complete defeat, Luffy's fist slammed on the edge of the bed, and with a bang, the fragile edge of the bed was instantly smashed and burst open. Come. No, I'm going to find that one again. Baizi fights and brings Zoro back. While talking, the nervous Luffy was going to fight with Baizi again, but before he could take a step away, Nami, who was angry with the little devil, knocked on the spot with a chestnut. Luffy, give it to me. Calm down. Nami glared at Luffy with hatred for iron and steel, and then said solemnly, Captain Baizi's strength is far from what we can deal with. Yesterday, someone kept his hand, and... You know, now Baizi has not only become a new world. The 5th Emperor, and the 2nd leader of the Revolutionary Army, that is to say, in the Revolutionary Army, besides your father Long, Baizi has the highest status, including Sabo. Rumbling undeniably, Nami's words immediately shocked Luffy back from her anger, and her eyes were filled with dullness. 1 second, 10 seconds 1.5 minute of sluggishness lasted for more than a minute before Luffy came back to his senses. The 2nd leader of the Revolutionary Army, the top leader of the Revolutionary Army below his father, how is this possible? Did my father's head get caught in the door, and he made such a decision? Nami. Sanji et al. Luffy, this is absolutely true, and Sabo who delivers the letter is still here. Chopper jumped to the table and shouted with wide eyes. Gah! Sasebo didn't wait for Luffy to react further, when he heard the door slammed open with a bang, and a figure broke in. Luffy, long time no see. That's right. Who pushed in the door was none other than the Sabo they were talking about now, the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army and Chief of Staff Sabo. Sabo, it's really you. Seeing the approaching person in front of him, Luffy with wide-eyed eyes jumped 3 feet high, and the matter of Zoro's mutiny was immediately forgotten by him. Seeing Sabo coming to Nami Chopper, a few people breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that Sabo was able to stabilize the out-of-tune captain. Soon after learning about Zoro, Seguai looked at Luffy. You should find the 2nd leader theory for this matter. Listening to Luffy's words, Sabo was a little amused, and said earnestly to Luffy, Luffy, to be honest, there are many cadres in the Revolutionary Army, but I don't know how many apprentices want to be the 2nd leader, even if I am willing to be the 2nd leader. I will worship him as my teacher. Sabo, you are. After listening to Sabo's words, Luffy's face was stunned, and he couldn't understand why Sabo said that. When Sanji heard Sabo's words, the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. So that's it. Zoro made a lot of money by taking Baizi as his teacher. Seeing Luffy's confused appearance, Sabo said deeply, Luffy, it has been more than a year since you went to sea, and it takes only a few months for the second leader to go to sea. According to the information I have, in a few months, the strength of the previous second leader can be said that every one of us here can kill him in seconds. And a person who has only used a few months to increase his strength to compete with the four emperors, and even cut off Charlotte Linlin's arm, such a person can be honestly called a god. Booming Sabo's words is like a word that wakes up a dreamer. Nami, Chopper and the others are shocked, but Sanji's heart is screaming bad. If this is the case, then the chance of catching up with Zoro is almost zero. Furthermore, it must have a deep meaning for the leader of the dragon to let Mr. Baizi be the second leader. If it is because you delayed your father's plan, then the time will come. As Sabo's words unfolded, Luffy's face became heavier, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Ever since he learned that his father was Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy had never met his legendary father. Full of adoration and admiration. The world government alone is definitely a man who has reached the peak of hockey. Sabo, who knows Luffy well, continued to strike while the iron is hot. Besides, Zoro can take the second leader as his teacher. This is definitely the turning point of his life. If Zoro's strength breaks through the boundaries of great swordsmen in the future, you will have a strong man on board that even Mihawk can't match. The swordsman who surpasses the great sword. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, quote. Same as Shanks. Grunt. Luffy swallowed his saliva. Now that he has calmed down, he almost ruined Zoro's life chances. As a captain, he shouldn't be so selfish. Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 teaches not dead. At the same time, the new world boiled over. That the battle between Baizi and the four Emperor Shanks ended in a draw is like a prehistoric plague, which instantly spread to the whole new world. Regardless of agree or disagree, believe or not, Baizi, the captain of the Yanwang pirates, is the fifth emperor of the sea today. The original four emperors were also rewritten today and became the five emperors. The fifth emperor of the new world, Baizi. Marineford, Sengoku office. At this moment, Kuzan Kizaru, Momoshiki Suru Vice Admiral and others were all here, and Sengoku stared at the newspaper and muttered to himself, the fifth emperor has appeared in the new world, and our marine has another powerful enemy. New world was promoted to the fifth emperor, and of course they were marine, Tenryubito of Mariajoy and the Gorosei, five elders. If they learned that Baizi who killed Tenryubito became the fifth emperor, it is estimated that he would be scolded again. The Marine Fleet Admiral's seat is a useless girl, but Sengoku's eyes fell on Momoshiki, and his mind became alive, thinking of some excuse to get out. Time, take a back seat and teach marine students light garp, then life is not bad. As for the mess in front of them, it's up to their young people to toss. Sengoku had a headache, and the marine executives in the entire office were all solemn, even though they knew it was over too early. However, only Momoshiki's eyes flickered at this moment, and the picture of the incarnation of thunder and a far shield appeared in his mind. The fifth emperor of the new world, has he already done it? It seems that I have to work harder. The next Marine Fleet Admiral on Marine's side must be myself. Momoshiki, who clenched his pink fist, his eyes changed again. He became determined, his eyes narrowed slightly, remembering the scene when his family and the whole village were massacred by Tenryubito when he was a child. Tenryubito, wait for me, your end will not be far away. Momoshiki, is she wrong? Suru Vice Admiral's expression moved away from Momoshiki's face, and his mind kept thinking of Momoshiki's somewhat crazy arc. What kind of arc? That kind of weird smile that Suru Vice Admiral had never seen before, and since last time Momoshiki killed Yanjajin, Linkong Luzi and Katakuri, she felt that she didn't know her sister more and more. For the sake of rights. Suru Vice Admiral murmured to herself, During this time she knew very well that Momoshiki was very close to some of the top executives of Marine headquarters, and she was even courting some potential Marine executives in various ways. This kind of temperament is completely different from Momoshiki in the past. At this time, Momoshiki in Suru Vice Admiral, eyes is familiar and unfamiliar in one sentence. More confident and decisive than ever. Kaido of the Beasts, HQ. Thorn. Kaido of the Beasts rages, looking at the newspapers twisted to ashes in front of him. A loud slap slapped on the special seat. The fifth emperor of the New World. By Z. Good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Eyes are red, the veins are bulging, the teeth are gnashing, and I can't wait to swallow the words by Z and the fifth emperor alive, except for the one from the Marine headquarters. Momoshiki, the person Kaido of the Beasts wants to kill the most is not someone else, it is the one. Kill him. The two love generals, Jack of Drought and Bai Z of Queen of Epidemic, are now the captain of the Yanwang pirates, and the newly promoted fifth emperor. You must know that no matter the Drought Jack or the Epidemic Queen, they are his extremely important right-hand men, and they are not comparable to ordinary cadres and the 6 sons of the sky. Quote, quote. Just when Kaido of the Beasts was angry, a unique laughter rang in his ears, and then a figure appeared in his room. This man with short blonde hair, sunglasses on his eyes, a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, and pointy shoes, let out a weird laugh. The majestic Kaido of the Beasts and such a furious man on the one hand, it seems that the loss of the 3 favorite generals has hit you hard. Doflamingo, are you pissing me off? Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Kaido of the Beasts' eyes narrowed into a straight line, and the suffocating aura that was so strong to the extreme pressed down on Doflamingo. That's right. At this moment, appearing in the Kaido of the Beasts' room, to alarm anyone, but no one else, is the partner of the deal with Kaido of the Beasts, now the Doflamingo of King Shichibukai. In the face of Kaido of the Beasts' anger and threats, Doflamingo waved his hand as if he had never heard it before. Isn't it just 3 feet stronger subordinates? As long as there are resources, I can completely help you create 3 more 3s, yee. You didn't come here yourself to tell me all this nonsense. Kaido of the Beast suppresses the anger in his heart. Although Doflamingo is not his opponent, he is very useful to him. Now that the 3 plagues have been wiped out, he has to rely on Doflamingo to make a comeback. I'm here to discuss a major matter with you, one that is enough to gain greater benefits than the 3 disasters. Doflamingo stared at Kaido of the Beasts with sullen eyes, and continued, 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin, just like you know, Charlotte Linlin who was cut off by the 5th Emperor Bai Z that day. Immediately, Doflamingo started to talk about what happened to Charlotte Linlin after the defeat, but when Kaido of the Beasts heard this news, his expression changed suddenly. Tengdu stood up from his seat. What did you say? Charlotte Linlin, she's dead. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kaido of the Beasts was shocked, and then looked suspicious. You sure didn't lie to me. Even if Charlotte Linlin loses an arm, not many people in the whole New World can kill her, and as far as I know, Bai Z and the others have not pursued her. Kaido of the Beasts pondered for a moment, and said aloud, he had also heard about the battle between Bai Z and Charlotte Linlin that day, but of course it was limited to what was said in the newspaper. White Z. Doflamingo looked at the livid Kaido of the Beasts and sneered, in the New World, not only Bai Z has the ability to kill Charlotte Linlin with a broken arm and serious injuries, except for him, such as Blackbeard Teach. You mean Teach didn't die, and just waited and killed Charlotte Linlin? Even if Kaido of the Beasts understood what Doflamingo meant, with Teach's temperament and methods, it was possible, and if there was a clear battle, it would be difficult for Charlotte Linlin to fall. Wah young, it seems that you are not stupid. Let me tell you the truth, at this moment Teach, and my general King Shichibukai, have now obtained Charlotte Linlin's soul and soul fruit, and the combination was originally very strange dark fruit. This person's strength is probably comparable to your 4 emperors. A message came out. Kaido of the Beasts fell into silence. After a while, Kaido of the Beasts looked at Doflamingo with a sigh of relief. In that case, I agree to this cooperation. Chapter 122 The Crushed Sanji. Moby Dick. On the Whitebeard Pirates, a group of people gathered around the newspaper and chatted with laughter. Mr. Baizi, have they finally become the fifth emperor? K, the fifth emperor of the New World. It seems that the red-haired Shanks is perfectly presented. It's over early. This is a big gift from Shanks to Mr. Baizi and the others. Is Mr. Baizi already the same as Dad? That guy's strength, possessing 3 superpowers, is it because he took 3 devil fruits? It's incredible. Many cadres are not happy, seeing their benefactor Baizi and brother Ace become the 5th emperor of the New World. They got what they wanted, and they are sincerely happy for them. Gee la 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 la. I knew that little friend Baizi would not let me down. Sure enough, the 5th emperor is him. Whitebeard couldn't be happier either. After all, Baizi was his savior and the nobleman of their Whitebeard pirates. Now that he heard that the 5th emperor was Baizi, how could he not react? The New World is getting more and more interesting, and the era of the great pirates is about to enter the era of peak hegemony. Whitebeard turned his eyes towards Fishman Island and muttered to himself. Charlotte Linlin's territory is a small island. The captain hasn't come out yet, it's been a few days. Lafitte, holding a cane, looked towards a room on the island with a cynical theatrical smile. It is estimated that it will not be long before the captain will fuse the soul fruit and the dark fruit. By then, the combat power will definitely soar by a lot. At that time, we will be the new 4th emperor to replace Charlotte Linlin, not even the 5th emperor. The slender fighting champion Bashaken clenched his fist full of explosive power and smiled sinisterly. By the way, that Baizi really helped us a lot, otherwise we wouldn't have the strength to kill Charlotte Linlin and take his devil fruit. It's not. A few days later, after our captain took control of Charlotte Linlin's territory, we made public the identity of the 5 emperors. I don't know how many people will be surprised. Gia. Unfortunately, Wolf and Devon can't see it anymore. The captain's fusion of soul and soul fruit will definitely be able to defeat that boy Baizi, in order to avenge the Fishman Island that day. Wait, during this time we have controlled many territories where Charlotte Linlin is located. When the captain comes out, we will give him a surprise, he. Of Blackbeard's subordinates talked excitedly, obviously looking forward to the captain's exit. Fishman Island. As the news of Baizi becoming the 5th emperor of the New World spread, the prosperity and development of the entire island entered a period of acceleration. Unsurprisingly, Fishman Island really ushered in an unprecedented prosperity. Meanwhile, the daimyo New World of Fishman Island. The headquarters of the 5th emperor is located in the Yanwang Pirates' training ground. After nearly a week of training, Zoro's strength can be said to have been improved in all directions, and he can't help but stabilize the realm of the great swordsman. Zoro even mastered Marine Rokushiki's shaving. Such a scene was all seen by Sanji, and he couldn't help sneering bitterly. What's there to be proud of, traitor? As Sanji said this, Zoro, who had just finished training, knitted his eyebrows, and his hair immediately exploded. Needless to say now. Boy with curly eyebrows, what are you talking about? Say it again if you have seeds. Was smoking a cigarette, heard the words, curly brow boy, and his anger jumped up. Why, green algae head, have the guts to do it, but don't have the guts to admit it. A traitor is a traitor. Kai didn't wait for Sanji to finish speaking, and Zoro's figure flashed immediately, and the next moment, he appeared in Zoro's magical place, and punched it directly. Sanji subconsciously blocked with both hands, and it turned into a cannonball and flew backwards more than 10 meters away. Nami, Chopper, Usopp and the others, who were watching, all had their mouths open, staring at the place where Sanji was originally. Zoro. I read that right. K Marine Rokushiki shaved. Zoro mastered Marine Rokushiki shaved in 1 week. I'm dripping. Zoro is amazing. Nami and the 3 of them were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They stared blankly at the arena, and all that came to mind was the picture of Zoro smashing Tobi Sanji with a punch just now. On the other side, laughing about Sabo and Luffy who came to the training ground. Sabo's eyes couldn't help but be startled when he saw Zoro. If I read it right, Zoro probably learned to shave Marine Rokushiki. Marine Rokushiki shaved. Zoro. When Luffy heard it, he blinked his eyes and stared at the field, looking like a curious baby. Of course he knew very well about Marine Rokushiki. Shave. You actually learned to shave Marine Rokushiki. Sanji looked at Zoro more than 10 meters away in disbelief, and that kind of proficiency, he was almost catching up with himself. Before the two didn't want to go up and down, but now this guy has learned to shave. That, curly brow boy, I have endured you for a long time, but today I will not torture you to death. Zoro immediately pulled it out. Chu Shui, the black knife at his waist, stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant. Marine Rokushiki shave, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and slashed towards Sanji. I'm afraid you won't succeed, you green algae head. Although he knew that he was a little lost, Sanji was also stimulated by Zoro, and also stepped on Marine Rokushiki to meet Zoro. Open black lens bracket devil's foot close black lens bracket. Telling the spinning Sanji, his right foot was red with high temperature, and with the blessing of the shaved, he slammed into Zoro's slash in an instant. Boom. The invisible air wave swept away instantly, and Nami Chopper and Usopp's expressions changed. Because of the imposing momentum from the ripples, they realized that they were afraid that they were coming. Sure enough, as soon as the idea of 3 people appeared, a fierce battle broke out in the field. Open black lens bracket 360 treble phoenix close black lens bracket. A sword wave carried unparalleled power, and under the blessing of Shao he had just mastered, it slashed towards Sanji, and in the face of Zoro's slash, Sanji once again used the devil's foot to the extreme. The dull sound of bang, the energy scattered, but this time it was Zoro who took a step back. As for Sanji, he flew out and slammed heavily on the training ground more than 100 meters away. When the field was settled, all 4 were shocked. Only the corner of Sabo's mouth curved into a radian, and he secretly sighed that he was indeed the second leader. After just 1 week of training, Zoro had the strength to suppress Sanji. Even Zoro himself looked at the knife in his hand in disbelief. His Marine Rokushiki was just beginning to shave, and with the strength of a solid swordsman, he directly suppressed Sanji. Is that guy so terrifying? Chapter 123 Sanji decides. Was dead silence in the training ground. A gust of breeze blew, and Sanji's eyes, who were lying on the ground, were full of horror. Suppression. That's right, I'm being directly suppressed by Zoro, which is something I've never seen before. That guy is so powerful, it's only for a week, just let Zoro direct you to have yourself, if you worship him as your teacher. Thinking of a certain possibility, something of Sanji shone brightly, the Vinsmoke family, then I will make all of them submit to my feet. When I thought of calling myself back recently to marry for the family, the thought in my heart became more certain. Bastard son, I want to see who is the trash when we meet again. In any case, I must worship that guy as my teacher. It turns out that I have become so strong. Zoro murmured and looked at the black knife Chu Shui in his hand. His eyes were a little dull, and he couldn't digest the change in strength for a while. At the same time, Baizi and Shanksburn Beckman walked over from the side and saw Zoro's unilateral suppression in the field. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Captain Baizi to be such a great teacher. After just a week, Marine Rokushiki of Zoro realized what he is now. Then Beckman looked at the field with emotion, although they watched the result of the last move closely, but it was enough to see the doorway. If Bai Zegwang accepts disciples, then in the near future, it seems that the previous 4 emperors will become the past tense. I think Kes is getting old. Shanks, who was smoking a cigarette, took a breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke. As a top swordsman, how could he not see that this kid named Zoro was getting stronger at an extremely fast speed? Although today's Zoro boy, he can still kill with 1 move. The era of Captain Shanks is far from over. Huh, is it? 3 of them were laughing and chatting. It was in this room that a figure appeared, and an unfamiliar but familiar scene appeared. Sanji, who was originally disdainful, came to Baizi and threw his knees to the ground sincerely. Captain Baizi, please accept me as an apprentice. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger in the shortest time. Sanji, whose eyes were red, was full of determination at the moment, and everyone in the field who saw such a scene was startled. And after the vanity was shattered by Zoro, Sanji's move by Z was not too surprised. After all, others didn't know Sanji's past, but he knew all about it. The abandoned son of the Vinsmoke family, others only see Sanji's inconspicuousness now, but no one knows what his childhood went through. Sanji. When Luffy saw that Sanji was like Zoro, Sabo's persuasion was immediately put to the back of his mind, and the anger of the nerve-wracking man was rushing to the top. Nami and the others kept silent, because they had never seen Sanji with such an expression before. While Luffy jumped to the training ground, Bai Shang Sanji glanced at Zoro. Accept you as a disciple. Your Zoro is enough for me to teach, why should I accept it? I think I'm idle, but I still think you are qualified to be my apprentice. Mr. Baizi, I want to become stronger. Please accept me as a disciple. Although Sanji is impulsive at this moment, he knows that this is the fastest chance for him to become a real powerhouse. Just like Zoro, for this, he is willing to block his poor vanity and face. Voice fell, and Sanji even slammed, and his head immediately slammed on the hard training ground, making a dull sound, and Zoro, who had just recovered, was stunned. This is what happened. The curly brow was irritated mad, however, this. Baizi didn't seem to hear it. Sanji, get up for me, you are my Luffy's crew. Baizi, you. The nervous Luffy on the other side had not had time to finish his sentence, but was directly controlled by Sabo and dragged him away from the training ground, because he saw an irresistible determination in Sanji's eyes, which he understood very well, even though I don't know what kind of past Sanji has. Sabo, you let me go, you. It didn't take long for Luffy to be taken away by Sabo, and at the same time he said respectfully and embarrassedly to Baizi, second leader, this guy Luffy won't bother you anymore. The speaker does not intend, the listener does. Sabo's casual remarks were heard in the ears of the red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, like being struck by lightning. Still at the level they are today, I will never hear it wrong. Second leader, this is what Sabo called Baizi just now. This guy is not only the 5th emperor of the New World, but also the second leader of the Revolutionary Army. Shanks and Ben Beckman glanced at each other vaguely, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes, obviously not expecting to hear this name at all. Especially Shanks. When he heard Sabo's name, Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to think of something, and glanced at Baizi with deep meaning. Could it be true? Get up, I won't accept you as a disciple. Glancing at Sanji, Baizi passed by him. The red-haired Ben Beckman glanced at Sanji kneeling on the ground. He seemed to have guessed Baizi's intentions, and he didn't even point out his foot. To leave. A little while. In the training ground, only Sanji, Zoro and Nami Chopper were left. Sanji, forget it. Get up first, it may rain tonight. As soon as Usopp's voice fell, the rain was dripping from the dark clouds in the sky. Nami Chopper et al. Sanji, do you need me to talk to you? Although surprised, Zoro still couldn't bear to go up and say a word, but in exchange it was Sanji's speechless, only his hands gripped the ground in pain. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Zoro and the others are hiding under the eaves, looking at Sanji who is lonely in the rain curtain. Their eyes are full of unbearable sighs. The other side. Shanks and Ben Beckman walking side by side, among them Ben Beckman, who frowned. Shanks, Sabo just called Baizi the second leader, you heard it. The red-haired Shanks looked in the direction where Baizi left, nodded and said, why, I am surprised. Oh, it's a little bit. Hearing Shanks speak his mind, Ben Beckman stunned Isho. That's the second leader of the Revolutionary Army. Long is too hasty. In a hurry. It's a bit hasty, but he's afraid he doesn't have the time. The redhead looked in the direction of the Revolutionary Army with a trace of worry in his eyes. Compared to Marine, he hoped that the Revolutionary Army would lead the world. No time. Did you hear something? When Ben Beckman saw the familiar Shanks showing dignified worry, he couldn't help being shocked. There are not many things that can make Shanks like this, and every time it is a big thing. I didn't hear it, but I really felt it. Speaking, Shanks recounted the matter of his relationship with the Revolutionary Army leader Long Yi at sea, especially the mysterious master who was hiding in the dark. And this remark is like being struck by lightning in Ben Beckman's ears. How can it be possible to surpass the existence of the four emperors? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 124 _ The Mysterious Powerhouse, Sanji Kurozu is apprenticed. How is it possible to surpass the four emperors? Hearing Shanks' guess, Ben Beckman made a deep and unbelievable voice. Beyond the four emperors, even the Gorosei 5 elders can't be called beyond, the person you speak of. I don't know the identity of that person, and I believe Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, doesn't know either, but one thing is certain, this person should belong to Marine, or more precisely, Tenryubito. Tenryubito. That, Ben Beckman had an unprecedented dignified expression, which could make the red-haired Shanks pay such attention, and even let the Revolutionary Army dragon find a way back for the Revolutionary Army, and even think with his toes to know how strong the opponent is. That is definitely an existence that even the four emperors can't handle. Is there really such a person in this world, Tianlongren, Holy Land Mariajoy? It seems that Tenryubito, who is no different from ordinary people in their perception, is not as strong as they imagined. Simple. If this is the case, then if this person targets the pirates and our four emperors in the future, it will not be the 5 emperors. Speaking of this, Ben Beckman's back was chilled for no reason, and his mind seemed to have the scene of a million corpses lying on the sea, slaughtering Shira. So, Long Yang's future of the Revolutionary Army is considered to be entrusted to Bai Zi, and this is his choice. Shanks nodded heavily, and immediately said, originally, I just wanted to make our red hair pirates have more good allies. Now it seems that we have to re-evaluate our relationship with Bai Zi. With the extent of this kid's soaring strength, he may be able to become the person most likely to resist that mysterious powerhouse in the future. Ben Beckman, you mean? The conversation between the two was just overheard by Sabo, who had locked Luffy in the room and returned, and immediately stopped. His face was as white as snow. At this moment, he didn't dare to take a sip. He heard something that surpassed their leader and the four emperors. How could it be possible? 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, he was stunned for 7 or 8 minutes, and Sabo was shocked. He recovered from the state. Looking at the empty field around him, Sabo felt as if he had auditory hallucinations, but he knew very well that the conversation just now was true, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, so that's the case. So it is. No wonder the leader told himself many times that this letter must be handed over to Bai Zi in person, and no one should open it before that. So that's the case. Did the leader and the four Emperor Shanks feel that kind of existence? Grunt. Sabo swallowed. It seems that the letter is not an invitation, but a plea. The leader gave them the backup of the Revolutionary Army Patrol. It turns out that this is the real leader of the two leaders. That person is likely to be a strong player in Tenryubito. In this case, the safety of their leader must be known to the Marine, the biggest enemy of their Revolutionary Army, and Tenryubito of the Holy Land Mariajoy. And their purpose is to abolish the aristocracy of Tenryubito and establish a world where everyone is equal. With so many words, their leader is definitely the most personal target to get rid of. While Sabo was shocked, the lobby of the Yanwang Pirates headquarters. Officers of two pirate groups who were drinking. PFF'd, what did you say? The Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji Kurozu wanted to worship Captain Hakuzawa as his teacher, but Captain Hakuzawa refused. Kuro Star heard the words from his subordinates, and almost choked to death with a sip of wine. His mind was buzzing. Zoro the bounty hunter a week ago, and now it's Sanji Kurozu. What happened? The first reaction of the Kuro star was that something must have happened, otherwise it would never have come out suddenly. You must know that in the morning, they also heard Sanji complain about their captain. It's the fourth captain. Zoro and Sanji clashed an hour ago, and then they got into a big fight. Explained what happened at the training ground before, but it didn't matter what he said, but it shocked everyone in the hall. When the time came, the uproar was everywhere. What? The bounty hunter Zoro completely suppressed Sanji Kurozu. How is it possible? 1 week, just 1 week, to increase Zoro's strength to this level. Even if Zoro stabilized the strength of Daijinhao, it won't be like this. Yeah, Kurozu Sanji, the strength of the two of them before was on a par with each other. Hearing the surprised expressions of many cadres and captains, the members swallowed. It's not like that. The bounty hunter Zoro is not only swordsman. He is stable among the great swordsmen, and he has also learned to shave marine rokushiki skillfully, which is why he completely suppressed Sanji Kurozu. As soon as these words came out, all the people in the hall were shocked. Marine rokushiki shaving in a week, is Zoro a monster? Of course, they are very clear that Baizi's anti-sky teaching is absolutely indispensable in this. Such a speed increase, let alone Sanji, now they all want to worship Baizi as their teacher, of course. Among them, the red-haired cadres were the ones who thought about them the most, and Ryokugyu and the others were only a little surprised. After all, as the captains of the Yanwang pirates, they had mastered the use of marine rokushiki shave long ago, but the time ranged from 10 days and a half months. Of course, their captain's advice is indispensable, but there is no such thing as teaching Zoro. That's how hard it is. It was just when everyone was shocked, the rain curtain outside the house became even bigger. The visibility was not even 20 meters, and it was completely covered by the rain curtain. Star of Kuro looked at the rain curtain outside the house, his mouth twitched and looked at the subordinate. That Sanji Kurozu hasn't gotten up yet. There was nothing blocking the training ground, so Sanji was kneeling in the rain. Cough, fourth captain, that's true. Our people have persuaded him many times, but that guy just said, if the captain doesn't accept him as an apprentice, he won't be able to afford it. Ryokugyu Fujitora Isho. The star of Kuro and many cadre captains. This is a rogue rhythm, and that person is also Sanji Kurozu, a guy with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Mother, is this the charm of the captain? The admiration for Baizi was like a surging river for a while, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Chapter 125 _ Your attack is a mess in my eyes. Pouring rain, and it was raining all over the sky. A full night. Until the next morning, the golden morning sun evaporates the rain at night, and everything is full of vigor and vitality. Many people came to the training ground and looked at Sanji, who knelt all night, but his eyes were still stubborn. Because he knows that once this opportunity is missed, he will not have it. But right here, waves of people from the Yanwang Pirates headquarters rushed from the training ground to the room where Baizi was, shouting, "Something's happened, Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. The captain is going to fight with our captain again, so hurry up and take a look." Yeah, this time I heard that Luffy is going to block, honor and dignity fight. It seems that Zoro and Sanji's continuous apprenticeship has stimulated him a lot. Get up quickly, you won't be able to get a good seat if you go late. The last time I was madly abused by our captain, it's only been a few days. The scars are healed and I forgot the pain, and I'm drunk too. The heat that rushed to Baizi's residence immediately attracted everyone who was watching Sanji, and their expressions were all shocked. Luffy is going to challenge Baizi. Even Sanji, who was kneeling in the field, frowned and struggled a little, quickly walked towards Baizi's residence. Although he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity, he also didn't want Luffy conflict with Baizi again. In front of Baizi's residence. At this moment, a lot of people have gathered, including Shanks and Ben Beckman. Luffy's face was full of uncontrollable anger. Baizi, I respect you as the benefactor of me and Ace, but you made Sanji kneel for a day last night. As his captain, Monkey Luffy challenges you again. I bet on my honor and dignity. Honor and dignity. Hearing Luffy's words, Bai Zi smiled. To be honest, your so-called honor and dignity are worthless in my opinion. It would be better if you said something practical enough to impress me to accept your challenge again. You. Luffy, whose lungs were about to explode, stared at Bai Zi with round eyes. If his eyes could kill, Bai Zi would have died many times now. Exasperated, Luffy blurted out, okay. If you can defeat me again, I will join your pirate group. Before defeating you, I, Luffy, are at your disposal. Luffy's furious bet. Nami Chopper and Usopp jumped in unison. It was the rhythm that Luffy was going to sell their boat. But if they can really become a member of the Yanwang Pirates, to be honest, it's really a good choice. After all, Captain Bai Zi is already the 5th emperor of the New World, at least not as big as their nerves. Reliable Captain Luffy is much better. Oh, join me, sounds like a bet. Hearing Luffy's words, Bai Zi showed an imperceptible arc, and he was very satisfied with Fei's bet. As for defeating himself, I am afraid that it is impossible for Luffy's generation or the next life. If that's the case, then come. Such a good combat power. Don't want it for nothing. This is not a trick, it's the kid Luffy who catches up. Luffy, don't. Sanji, who hurried over, didn't finish a sentence, and just after the last word came out, he saw Luffy turned into a beam of light toward Bai Zi. Just smashed it in the head. Second gear. Third gear. On. In an instant, the second and third gears were opened, and the combat power immediately soared, and its strength was much stronger than that of a week ago, which made Bai Zi couldn't help feeling that he was indeed in existence with the aura of the protagonist. Open black lens bracket rubber giant battle axe close black lens bracket. There is no unnecessary nonsense. Luffy directly hit the huge sole of the foot, and immediately like the soul of a giant, he fell in the air, and instantly slammed into the opposite Bai Zi, and the entire sole of the foot was covered by the rich armament haki. Come up. It was the ultimate move, Luffy's attack, and everyone around looked at them and ducked to the outside to make room for the two of them. Why don't they stop it? Just kidding. How could they miss such a good-looking show, and it's a battle that is already doomed without watching it. As for casualties, there is absolutely no need to worry. If this is the case, Bai Zi doesn't need to be the 5th emperor of this new world. Sure enough, Luffy's sturdy kick smashed down. The momentum was slammed to the top. Hee, since that's the case, it seems that our Yanwang pirates need more deputy captains. Bai Zi, who had finished speaking, stuck out his right palm and turned into a claw. Zitza. Then, the power of thunder that pierced through the dense air appeared, and in an instant, dozens of meters above Bai Zi, a giant claw of thunder dragon appeared, and the thunder dragon that destroyed the sky and the earth made people's scalp numb, and their hearts trembled. Even Ryokugyu looked at the thunder and lightning dragon claws hanging in the air, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Many officials and members of the Yanwang pirates who knew Bai Zi were all dumbfounded. Motherfucker. The captain is really getting more and more proficient at using the power of thunder. He can easily get it at his fingertips, and the power of the thunder can be seen to be extremely extraordinary. Another Zoro, who was about to open his mouth, looked at the thunder dragon claw in the air. His whole heart was in his throat, and he swallowed everything he wanted to say. This is the power of thunder from the master. In Zoro's heart at this moment has all turned into intense surging and excitement. Everyone around is staring at the field without blinking. To be precise, they are staring at the impending collision in the field. Giant battle axe and thunder dragon claw. Quietly, the two collided. Luffy's slightly distorted face was full of madness. Battle axe. Burn it. A loud roar in the sky, the power of the battle axe soared a step again, and the hearts of the people around were trembling. I'll be darling, mother-in-law, this rubber boy is so violent. Just as everyone's thought arose, the corner of Bai Zi's mouth on the opposite side curved up. Is it a giant battle axe? To be honest, your attack is a mess in my eyes. At the moment when the Zilla collided, there was no so-called earth-shattering sound, some just endless thunder spread, instantly flooding Luffy's whole body. As for Rubber's immunity to thunder, there is Armament Hockey, who was developed and integrated by him, among the Baizi Thunder at the moment. The so-called devil fruit is basically useless, and the rubber fruit is no exception. Hey, today I'm going to wait for your father to teach you a good son. With a bang, the right hand dreamed hard, and Luffy was immediately pulled into the air, and then with a bang, he slammed into the hard ground. Chapter 126 Once again the abuse, except Sanji. Ah! Luffy, who was suddenly thrown into the air, screamed in agony. The next moment, he slammed his head into the hard ground, and his head still landed on the ground. If this were an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago. Shanks, Sabo and Ace both looked away and couldn't bear to look at it. Obviously, they had expected Luffy's ending, and they would definitely be repaired by Baizi. Luffy's attack was nothing but a blue nose and a swollen face. Nothing more. Obviously Baizi didn't kill him. Otherwise Luffy's end would be more than that. After all, he is also the second leader of the Revolutionary Army no matter what. Luffy is the son of the leader Long, and it is impossible to kill him. Fourth gear. Just as Luffy was about to turn on Gear 4, Baizi's Thunder Dragon Claw flew straight into the air, and then slammed into the ground again, destroying Luffy's movement of turning on Gear 4 on the spot. Boom. Another dull sound, piercing the air and rippling open, rose above the field, a long-lasting, deafening sound, which caused people's tinnitus to be heard. The sound just fell, and then a more intense sound pierced the air again and entered the ear. Dong dong. Dong 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 dong. The violent sound of the rhythm rang out one after another in the arena, and Luffy provoked again, in exchange for the perfect torture. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times as time flies, half an hour has passed. No one knows how many times Luffy has been smashed, and the sound in the field finally stopped. The last sound swayed from more than 100 meters away from the thunder, and the energetic Luffy was panting heavily at this moment, let alone fighting strength. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to stand up or even move his lower finger. On the other hand, Baizi, who restrained the thunder at a very fast speed, was calm and relaxed at this time, and even his breath was not disturbed at all. No comparison, no harm. Luffy suffered a tragic defeat in this battle, too tragic, even worse than the last battle. This time, Baizi didn't save Luffy any face. Luffy's consciousness is completely awake. Immediately after, Baizi threw a bottle of potion to Sanji. Luffy's stubborn appearance. You apprentice, I will accept it. Sanji, Zoro. All around. Shanks and Ben Beckman glanced at each other, both curved with a deep meaning. It seemed that Baizi had long planned to let that Luffy be his subordinate. This is your answer, you promised. Happiness came too suddenly, and suddenly came to Sanji without the slightest preparation. Shan Sanji you. Luffy on the other side struggled and tried to speak, but no matter what, he couldn't express a sentence clearly, and the corners of the mouths of the people who looked at the miserable image twitched. Even Ryokugyu shrank his neck in fear, muttered to himself, and looked at Baizi in amazement. It seems that I can't fight with the captain in the future, this strength is too terrifying. Why, you don't want to. If you don't want to, then don't say it. Baizi, who was not unconcerned, glanced at Sanji. Ah, no, please. I would. Master, don't worry, I promise Luffy will not make trouble again. Even if I leave the Straw Hat Pirates, I will guard the bottom line. Yamasanji you. Luffy's voice was weak, he faltered and didn't know what he was talking about. Anyway, it was clear to everyone that he was beaten so badly. The whole person was bloated for several times. Made a fat man. Captain Baizi, we'll take Luffy out right now. Nami, Chopper and the others immediately took Luffy and hurried towards their place, for fear that Luffy was causing some trouble. While Nami Sanji and his party disappeared in front of the residence. Okay, it's all gone, what's there to see? Wave of his hand, Baizi turned around and went back to his residence again. A voice floated out, Hancock, you stay and make tea for me. As soon as these words came out, the corners of everyone present froze, and Boa Hancock blushed, but he still lifted his foot into Baizi's yard. Being fair and upright, leaving the pirate Empress Hancock in the residence means that there is an uproar at the moment. Fuck, has the captain finally flopped? I just said how could the captain put such a beautiful captain by his side, there must be no deep meaning. A generation of queens, if I can be treated like this, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Hey, it seems that our captain will have another captain's wife. The captain's wife and the first team captain, this position, tisk tisk. Other side, Luffy's room. Sanji helped Luffy take the potion that Shirazawa had given him, while Chopper, the ship doctor, put a dear hand on Luffy's wrist, checking Luffy's injuries. Soon, Chopper discovers something incredible about him. How is this possible? Chopper's pair of deer eyes were round and cute, and the hot Nico, Robin and Nami almost didn't go up and pinch them twice, completely unable to resist. What's wrong? Brooke on the other side probed forward and asked, thinking what happened to their captain. The previous two captains were abused, and the impact on them was also great. To be honest, they've never seen Luffy so miserable, planted twice in a row by the same person. Amazing. Luffy's injury is recovering at an unpredictable speed. What a terrible recovery ability. At this speed, I am afraid that it will take less than a quarter of an hour to fully recover. As early as after Luffy returned to the room, he passed out immediately, to be precise, passed out from exhaustion. What, could it be that potion? Nami thought of something, her eyes fell on the potion that Luffy had just taken, and she said aloud. Well, probably. It's a pity that there is not even a drop left in the medicine, otherwise if it is developed and researched. The medical Chopper is the most professional, the eyes of a pair of deer are full of wise brilliance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Luffy, whose eyelids were struggling, jumped up immediately. I hit. Boom. Luffy, who had just woken up, was immediately punched on the skull by Nami, and a small bag was bulged directly. Now you are happy, sold all of us, who gave you so much energy. Nami, me. Hey, what happened to me? It's so strange, has my ability become so strong? Halfway through Luffy's words, he suddenly felt that his body, which was bloated and weak, was instantly filled with strength, and his strength seemed to have soared a lot. Captain Luffy, no, now he's the vice captain. It's not that your ability has increased, but that Captain Baizi gave you a bottle of potion. The reason why you are like this is because of the credit of that bottle of medicine. Nico Robin showed a sweet issue, but a deep meaning flashed in her eyes. Obviously, the effect of the potion also made her very surprised. Nanani. A bottle of medicine, how is it possible? That devil, no, the devil would be so kind. Hearing the words of Nico Robin, Luffy jumped 3 feet high, his eyes were round, as if he had heard the most impossible thing in the world. Chapter 127 The Future of Fishman Island, Fishman Holy Land. Dragon Palace Kingdom, Palace. At this time, King Neptune was in his study, engrossed in the affairs of Fishman Island. Your Majesty, Mrs. Sharley asks to see you. Voice fell, Mrs. Sharley's figure had already arrived in the study, her face was hurried but couldn't hide her joy. Your Majesty Neptune, something has happened, and there is another happy event from Lord Baizi. Soon as I came to the study, and before I stepped in, Mrs. Sharley's voice could be heard in the air. Hearing the sound coming from his ear, King Neptune froze for a moment, then twitched his beard and said with a warm smile, What happened? There are not many things that can make Mrs. Sharley so happy. What else happened? Do you know what has happened in the headquarters of Lord Baizi this week? Mrs. Sharley swallowed her saliva when she thought of what she had predicted before. Zoro and Sanji Kurozu, the bounty hunter of the Straw Hat Pirates, took Baizi as their teachers, and just an hour ago, according to reliable information, Straw Hat Luffy honor and dignity are the stakes, and we have another battle with Lord Byzee, and now the Straw Hat Pirates are all subordinate to Lord Byzee. That is to say, the current Straw Hat Luffy, grandson of Marine hero Garp, son of Revolutionary Army leader Long, Luffy became Lord Byzee's deputy captain. Oh, Luffy has become Lord Byzee's puff, Kekakik. What? Say what? Neptune, the sea god, suddenly realized something was wrong in the middle of his words, and immediately stood up from his seat, staring at Mrs. Shiarly with unblinking eyes. The bounty hunter Zoro and Sanji Kurozu have worshipped Shirazawa and became their apprentices one after another, and even the Straw Hat Luffy was brought under his command. What kind of existence are Luffy and several people, and now the bounty is as high as several people, hundreds of millions, and Luffy himself is one of the supernovas in the New World. Such a character joins under the command of their Lord Byzee, it is enough to be called an even more powerful, icing on the cake. Gouda. Shiarly, who swallowed her saliva again, was stunned when she thought of the future predicted by divination before she came, and it's more than that. Just when Mrs. Shiarly was about to speak, the door was pushed open again, and the three princes of Shark Star and the Princess Shirahoshi, the Sea King Poseidon, came in from outside. After coming in to salute, Shark Star saw Neptune and Mrs. Shiarly with excited and surprised expressions, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Father, what is going on here?" "Yeah, Father," Shirahoshi seems to know too. Shirahoshi on the side also echoed. Hearing the children's words, Neptune repeated what Mrs. Shiarly had just said, roughly. And when they heard Neptune's words, Shirahoshi and the three princes of Shark Star, the eyes of the four of them flickered with excitement similar to Neptune and Mrs. Shiarly. After a little of Neptune, the god of the sea, the third prince of the Shark Star died immediately. "Father, what did you say?" Byzeta was apprenticed by the bounty hunter Zoro and Sanji Kurozu. And even the Straw Hat, Sama Luffy is under his command. "My god, I'm not dreaming, someone as arrogant as Luffy in the Straw Hat is deeply impressed by Lord Byzee." Shark Star Trio 3 was completely unable to digest this shocking information at a time. It was unexpected and unbelievable. They know the Straw Hat Pirates very well. It can be said that none of the people on his ship are ordinary people. They are all top players, especially the bounty hunter Zoro and the Black Foot Sanji. The bounty of these two people is only one level lower than that of Luffy. These three people are the captains of the four emperors, and they are all qualified for the positions of cadres and even core combat power. Now these people have all been subdued by Lord Byzee. Of Lord Byzee and his pirate group will definitely improve a lot. As for the beautiful Princess Shirahoshi on the side, when he heard this, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but think of Lord Byzee. A handsome face. Even the bounty hunters Zoro, Sanji Kurozu, and even the Straw Hat Luffy have conquered. Is this the charm of Shirahawa-sama? It's amazing. At this time, Princess Shirahoshi also felt proud, as if the Straw Hat Luffy and the Zoro Sanji and the others are not Shirahoshi, but Shirahoshi from Fishman Island. It was also at this moment that Princess Shirahoshi's admiration for Shirahoshi-sama became even more profound under the influence of the Devil's Contract. "By the way, Mrs. Shiarly, what did you say just now?" Neptune thought of what Mrs. Shiarly was going to say just now, and continued to expand the topic. Shirahoshi and the three princes of Shaoxing, the four of them were not outsiders, but they did not hide their smiles. "Before coming again, I predicted the future of Fishman Island again. You guess I saw the future of Fishman. What is Man Island like?" Thinking of what she saw in the crystal ball, Mrs. Shiarly's eyes showed a longing and blurred color, and it was because of this that everyone, including Neptune, was full of curiosity. Today's development of Fishman Island can be said to basically confirm Mrs. Charlie's prediction, and she is undoubtedly full of curiosity about what their Fishman Island will look like in the future. What did Mrs. Shiarly see? Shirahoshi blinked his big eyes, and asked curiously and expectantly. "Yeah, Mrs. Shiarly, what did you see?" Of Shark Star also couldn't help being curious and asked urgingly. Pause. Mrs. Shiarly took a deep breath, her eyes fascinated, and she said, I see. The future of Fishman Island will no longer be called Fishman Island, but will be called Fishman Holy Land by the world. That's right, it's the Fishman Holy Land. In addition, the status of Fishman Island at that time was not much higher than that of the holy place Mariajoy today, and everyone yearned for it, and the status of Fishman Island in the hearts of the world was extremely high. This is the common recommendation of people. Not the really real. Comparable to today's self-righteous Tenryubito. Neptune, the god of the sea, immediately began to speed up his excited heartbeat. Such a Fishman Island, but as the king of Fishman Island, he couldn't even think about it. Really, the future of Fishman Island turned out to be so bright. What else did you see, Mrs. Shiarly? This. When Mrs. Shiarly heard this, her expression became excited and eccentric. Mrs. Shiarly, but it doesn't matter. Seeing Mrs. Shiarly's expression, Neptune became even more curious, what kind of things she saw, and she had such an expression. Okay then. Mrs. Shiarly looked at the beautiful Princess Shirahoshi deeply, and truthfully reproduced the pattern of the future Fishman Island. I did see other things. The future Fishman Island Dragon Palace Kingdom still exists, and its status very high, but Fishman Island, no, the person with the highest status in the Fishman Holy Land is the Fishman Lord. Lord Fishman. When Mrs. Shiarly said this, the title of the Lord of Fishman is too clear. Does that mean that the master of the Holy Land of Fishman, the strongest existence, is him? Chapter 128_Mother of Two Holy Places. Lord Fishman. The master of the entire Fishman Island will reach that height in the near future. Will Master Baizi wait until then? I am afraid that the prestige and influence of Master Baizi will be more than the so-called One Piece King the First. Don't know how much of the pirates must be high. The whole world is rushing to it. That's right. Today's Marines can't do it. The Four Emperors can't do it. The Revolutionary Army can't do it. And Tenryubito, who thinks he is the master of the world, can't do it. Not. And all this, under Mrs. Shiarly's prophecy. In the near future, their Fishman Island did it, and their Lord Baizi did it. This is a rhythm that is going to subvert the world. Holy Master of Fishman Island, is this person Baizi-sama? Neptune, the sea god, could no longer remain calm at this moment. The future of Fishman Island has become such an unattainable existence, which is something he can't even imagine as the king of Fishman Island. This is the case with Neptune. Not to mention the three princes of Shark Star. At this moment, the three of them, hearing Mrs. Shiarly's words, have long been shocked. Shirahoshi even has a pair of beautiful eyes full of infatuation, and Wang Quan's beautiful eyes flashing with the luster of autumn water. The Holy Master of Fishman Island, this is the achievement of Lord Shirahoshi in the future. Seeing Princess Shirahoshi's appearance, Mrs. Shiarly was a little more convinced of the scene she saw in the crystal ball in the future, and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, the owner of Fishman Island, the Holy Master of Fishman Holy Land, is none other than our Master Baizi of Fishman Island, and said this, Mrs. Shiarly's expression was strange and she stopped talking again, as if she was struggling to speak. And what? Neptune didn't have the time to pay attention to Mrs. Shiarly's expression at the moment, and then asked urgently, it can be said that now he attaches great importance to each of Mrs. Shiarly's self, because it is related to the future of their Fishman Island, and the fate of their Ryugu kingdom. This. Mrs. Shiarly pondered for a moment, and her eyes changed. Since I'm talking about this, I won't hide it. Hearing Mrs. Shiarly's unreasonable words, Neptune, the three princes of Shark Star, and Shirahoshi all cast suspicious expressions. Don't hide what it means. Could it be that the next words are the main point? Sure enough, Neptune and the others just thought of this, and Mrs. Shiarly's next words really confirmed their guesses. In the crystal ball, I not only saw that Fishman Island became the holy land of fish, man, Master Baizi became the holy master of Fishman Island, but also saw the expansion of the territory of our Fishman Island. 10 times, even 100 times. Neptune. Shirahoshi, the three princes of the Shark Star. Their Fishman Island has expanded tenfold, or even 100-fold. What did they hear? Before Neptune and the others were further shocked, they heard Mrs. Shirley's voice resounding in their ears. And, in the future, when Fishman Island becomes a Fishman Holy Land, the people are still discussing the names of the 3 Fishman Holy Land virgins. Our Lady of the Holy Land of Fishman. As soon as these words came out, Neptune and others were all blown up immediately. The Holy Lord represents the master of the Fishman Holy Land. Doesn't the Virgin mean that Lord Baizi's confidant does not know why? When she heard Mrs. Shirley's words, Princess Shirahoshi Teng's heart was raised in his throat. Master Baizi's confidant. Then I don't know Mrs. Shah, who are these 3 people? Was the first to ask out loud. The coming Fishman Virgin is too important to their Dragon Palace Kingdom, and they must be prepared in advance, otherwise, if they inadvertently offend the 3 Fishman Virgins, their sins will be great. Mrs. Shirley glanced at Princess Shirahoshi, whose pretty face was full of apprehension, and coughed dryly, that. The 3 of you actually know each other. And now there are 2 of us on Fishman Island. Swipe, swipe. As soon as Mrs. Shirley said these words, Neptune and Shaxing 3, and even Shirahoshi all focused on Mrs. Shirley for the first time. Now there are 2 people. This sentence, undoubtedly, one after another possible figure appeared in the minds of Neptune, Sharkstar and Shirahoshi. 5 people. 5. Who? Neptune's eyes shone brightly, and Mrs. Shirley's next words were definitely related to their next plan. After all, it's about Fishman Island, and it's about their Dragon Palace Kingdom, so there must be no sloppiness. These 2, the first person is at the headquarters of the Yanwang pirates, and they are even more capable subordinates of Lord Baizi. This person is the queen of a kingdom. As Mrs. Shirley's words rang out, Neptune and Shirahoshi all came to mind, and they were the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the captain of the 9 snake pirates, the former King Shichibukai, and the Empress Boa Hancock. That's right, that's it. The beauty pirate, now the captain of the first team of the Yanwang pirates. The Empress Boa Hancock. Neptune immediately let out his voice, but quietly realized that the 3 future holy mothers of Fishman, one of whom was the Empress Boa Hancock, was not too surprised. Mrs. Shirley, watching Neptune's loss of voice and the change in her clear expression, nodded silently. Yes, the first one is none other than the Empress Boa Hancock, a legendary Her Majesty. To be honest, it is not surprising that she can be the future mother of the Holy Land. Who is that other holy mother? Note of the Empress Boa Hancock. Sharkstar asked the other person that a few people cared about most, the mother of the Holy Land who made them extremely curious. Another one. Curious appearances of the 3 of Shaxing. Mrs. Shirley turned her gaze to Shirahoshi, who was also staring at her, and said with a deep smile, as for the other person, you are more familiar with them. They are far away in the sky and in front of you. The mother of the Holy Land is closely related to Her Majesty Neptune, and the 3 princes. Following Mrs. Shirley's words, the 3 princes Neptune and Shark stared strangely and muttered to themselves. Far in the sky, close in front of you. Mrs. Shirley means that this person is in the Dragon Palace Kingdom. When Mrs. Shirley heard this, she nodded and continued, not bad. This mother of the Holy Land is not only in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, but also the #1 beauty recognized by our Fishman Island for thousands of years. This girl is none other than the daughter of His Majesty Neptune, the beloved sister of the 3 princes, our beautiful Princess Shirahoshi. Quote exclamation mark 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 quote. Mrs. Shirley's voice fell, and the eyes of Neptune and Shashing immediately fell on Shirahoshi's body. Hiss. This is, another mother of the Holy Land, it turns out to be Shirahoshi. Fei Lu reminds you, the Chapter 129_terrible third Holy Mother. Shirahoshi. That's right, they definitely heard it right. Fishman Island has been recognized as the #1 beauty for thousands of years, Princess Shirahoshi. Isn't she their sister? The eyes of the three princes of Shark are full of surprise and astonishment, and Neptune, the god of the sea, is also full of excitement staring at the most beloved daughter in front of him. This is another Holy Land mother of the Fishman Holy Land in the future. It will be her own daughter. It's unbelievable. If you say that, wouldn't the relationship between Baizi and their Dragon Palace Kingdom become a reality in the future? Family. Shirahoshi, who was originally in a very lost mood, felt a roar in his mind at the moment when Mrs. Shiarly said something, and lost his ability to think to the second level. Shirahoshi's shock could no longer be added to the fact that this other mother of the Holy Land of the future would be her. The news was so sudden for her that she had no preparation at all. A heart pounded violently, excitement, and joy, all sorts of inexplicable emotions, like spring water, emerged from the bottom of my heart in an instant. Will I be Lord Baizi's confidant in the future? Thinking about it, Shirahoshi feels very beautiful, it must be very sweet. Hearing Mrs. Shiarly's words, the three princes Neptune and Shark all breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts fell on the ground. If Shirahoshi is one of the three holy mothers, then their status in the Ryugu kingdom will never be shaken. Just kidding, if that time comes, the Ryugu kingdom will be Baizi's own home. World, who would be an enemy of their own home, I'm afraid it's too late to protect them. The silence in the room lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before Neptune, Shark Star and others came back to their senses, and they were able to calm down. Lower your own mind. Call. With a sigh of relief, Neptune seemed to have solved the most worrying thing in his heart, and he was in a very happy mood. He couldn't help asking Mrs. Shiarly again, since the two future mothers of the Holy Land, one is the Empress Boa Hancock, and the other is a cough. Ahem, Shirahoshi, who is this third holy mother? Three Shark Stars 3 heard Neptune's words. They took the teacup and prepared to drink tea to suppress their shock. It was at this juncture that Mrs. Shiarly took her eyes back from Shirahoshi, looked in the direction of Marineford, the headquarters of Marine, and said faintly, the third mother of the Holy Land of the Fishman Holy Land in the future, the same is not easy, no matter what the achievements are. Or the prestige can be said to be the highest among the three holy mothers. Achievement and prestige are the highest. Neptune and Shark Star 3 heard that. They couldn't help jumping for one. Do'nt know Shirahoshi's identity. They can't be more clear. On the surface Shirahoshi is a princess. She is also the current Sea King Poseidon of Fishman Island, one of the three ancient weapons, even more powerful than her. Then this person and, even more frightening, they also know the mother of the Holy Land. Say it, you may not believe it. This person is none other than Admiral, the Marine headquarters who came to Fishman Island to encircle and suppress Lord Baizi, and later killed one of the three disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, Yan Jajin and the 6 Sons of the Sky, and even more so. Killed many children of Katakuri and Charlotte Linlin, and blocked the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts at Marineford more than a week ago. Now Marine is a god of war and surpasses Marine Admiral in combat power, Momoshige Admiral. Boom boom boom. Mrs. Shiarly said this, no. Different from a flat ground thunder blasted in the minds of Neptune and Shirahoshi. Was completely blinded by Mrs. Shiarly's words. Momoshige Admiral. How could this be possible? At the time of the Fishman Island battle, Marine recognized the number 1 beauty. Momoshige Admiral was the strongest one in Marine, and it can be said that he and Baizi-sama are definitely enemies existence. How could this third virgin of Fishman Holy Land be? Her shock and astonishment when she saw the people in Neptune, Mrs. Shiarly said with a little astonishment, and the achievements of the future Momoshige Admiral are far from what they are today. Did you Shiarly see Momoshige on the crystal ball again? No, the future of the third holy mother. Neptune knew Mrs. Shiarly very well and couldn't help but ask a question. Mrs. Shiarly, who took a deep breath, shone brightly in her eyes. To be honest, that's true. It's just a few pictures, but I can't believe it's correct now. This is. Could it be that the mutation that happened in Heimoto, what happened to Momoshige Admiral in the future? Shark Star swallowed his saliva and asked in awe. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen something that could make Mrs. Shiarly react like this. Those few brief images, I saw. The third mother of the Holy Land of our future Fishman Holy Land, led many Marines to defect from the world government, and finally killed the Holy Land Mariajoy with the Revolutionary Army, and destroyed countless High Tenryubito, and soon after that, Momoshiki resigned from all positions in Marine and became the third virgin of the Holy Land of Fishman. Listening to Mrs. Shiarly's eloquent remarks, Neptune, Shirahoshi and others seemed to have scenes in their minds. That is the mother of the Holy Land of the Fishman Holy Land. Momoshiki, the god of war of the Marine headquarters, took Marine and Jun all the way to the Holy Land Mariajoy, and slaughtered endless Tenryubito scenes. The extremely real picture, everyone was covered. But it was Neptune who soon realized a very serious problem, Mrs. Shiarly, so to speak, that in the future Tenryubito them. Since Momoshiki Admiral took everyone to the Holy Land Mariajoy, and finally withdrew safely, it means that Tenryubito did not chase Momoshiki. If this reasoning, it will happen in the ultimate battle in the future, and Tenryubito's fate can be imagined. This is also what I predicted this time, and the biggest backlash against me. Mrs. Shiarly thought of the final scene she saw. Her body trembled and said excitedly, I can tell you clearly, in the future. Not long after our Fishman Island became the Fishman Holy Land, there will be no Tenryubito in the world, let alone the world government. All countries in the world are performing their duties, and there is peace, while the Fishman Holy Land is standing above all nations. Exist. Quote! As soon as these words came out, Neptune and his party trembled again. Mrs. Shiarly, you mean, in the future Tenryubito will be wiped out by the entire army? The terrifying prophecy, listening to Neptune and others, was shocked. They never imagined that the third Holy Land mother of the Fishman Holy Land in the future would actually be the existence that wiped out Tenryubito. Chapter 130 Sengoku Retreat _ Time flew by until 2 days later. The Straw Hat Pirates were officially disbanded and merged into the new 5th Emperor Yanwang Pirates. The news of Baizi's subordinates, like a plague, instantly spread to every corner of the New World. Headquarter of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, who had already returned, looked at the leader long with a worried look in his eyes. Because, he overheard the mysterious existence that the red-haired Shanks said. It was an existence that even their leader and Shanks couldn't deal with, but he wouldn't say these words. After all, the dragon didn't tell him, it was for the sake of the overall situation. If this news spreads out, I am afraid that the entire revolutionary army will fall into despair. Ha ha ha, as expected of the second leader, Luffy was taken down by him. Seeing the reports in the newspapers, and Luffy's so-called battle of honor and dignity, he laughed from ear to ear. Defeat Baizi, the second leader he selected. Luffy is afraid that there is no possibility in this life to know. The second leader he chose, in his perception, is an existence that can definitely compete with that mysterious powerhouse in the future. Even, he suspects that the so-called One Piece King of Pirates is a trivial joke in the eyes of that existence. Because if that person shoots, the One Piece King of Pirates Roger who was executed will not have the power to resist. That is a terrifying existence that exists in the dark. Not only that, Luffy's subordinates, Zoro and Sanji Kurozu, the bounty hunter, also follow Baizi as their teachers one after another. Sabo said aloud. As soon as Sabo said this, many of the cadres present were full of curiosity. Bounty hunter Zoro and Sanji Kurozu have heard of them. These are the existences of the two Marines who are extremely troublesome. In a way, they also helped the Revolutionary Army a lot. It seems that this trip to Fishman Island is very exciting, tell me carefully. At this moment, Long heard the news of Baizi's promise, and he was in a good mood, so he shared it with the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Yes, leader. Sabo sorted out his thoughts, and then explained the experience of these days, and said it over and over again. From when he first arrived on Fishman Island to see Zoro apprentice, Luffy was furiously killed by Baizi for the first time, until he said what he wanted, and then the Red Hair and others attacked, the battle on the sea, the draw ended, and then later, Ryokugyu in the battle with Ben Beckman, the cadres and captains of both sides were also discussing with Sabo's narration. Many cadres of the Revolutionary Army looked solemn, and only then did they realize that quietly Baizi's subordinates were no less than the four emperors like the Red Hair Pirates. Existence. Even with the current Luffy, it is very likely that he is in the front of the four emperors, or not, the five emperors. After all, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Limlin were both named by Baizi and Momoshige Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Is this the second leader of their revolutionary army? It has not been disclosed, but this hand alone is enough to show that he is extraordinary, and even his strength may not be under their leader. After a long time. With Sabo's eloquent arrival, Baizi's second leader's status in the hearts of many cadres has risen a bit again, and Long is even more smiling happily, although laughter is more ugly than crying. After the chat, Long stood up and said solemnly to the many cadres around him, "The matter of Wawang Baizi's joining the Revolutionary Army and becoming the second leader is temporarily classified as a top secret, and no one is allowed to talk about it to outsiders. I will enforce the military rules myself." "Yes, leader." Hear Long Lang. The voice of the prey, all the cadres were shocked, and the atmosphere did not dare to say anything. Although Long didn't say it clearly, the top secret information and the implementation of military regulations were enough to explain everything. The consequences of leaking top secret information, each of them is very clear. There is only one way, and that is death. There are no rules and no circles. The reason why the dragon can lead the revolutionary army to fight against the marine and even the world government is based on this. This is the foundation of their revolutionary army. Marine headquarters, recruit training camp. Crack. The hero Garp immediately slapped the newspaper, his face full of anger. That stinky boy actually joined the banner of the five Emperor Baizi and became the deputy captain. Ha ha ha, first didn't expect marine hero Garp to have such a side. Garp's frantic look on the other side. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha was happy with Isho. He hadn't seen Garp like this for a long time. "Sengoku, are you looking for a fight?" Seeing Sengoku's happy expression, Garp suddenly became angry, and he had a big fight. "I won't fight you." Sengoku the Buddha rolled his eyes at Garp, and said, "Since you can't control your grandson, let others control it. Although this Baizi is a pirate, regardless of his position, I have a good impression of this kid. Unfortunately, this person is not Marine, otherwise he would definitely be the best candidate for Marine Fleet Admiral." Sengoku, who took a sip of his tea, spoke in a succinct manner, talking about his shared thoughts with Suru Vice Admiral. Marine Fleet Admiral. A being called by the Tenryu dogs and the Gorosei, five elders, just like you are now. Shush. You whisper to me. Sengoku immediately glared at the hero Garp, but then sighed and said with emotion, "To be honest, Garp, I have regretted it over the years. Back then, you were actually the most qualified for this position, but you and Zephyr were wiser than me and gave up that position. I've had enough of the cowardice over the years, but fortunately I found a good seedling. I believe it won't take long for me I can grow old like you, he he he." Thinking of his own plan, Sengoku grinned wickedly. He doesn't want to toss with his old bones anymore. As for what the future of Marine will do, it's up to their young people. "Oh, you want to pass the seat to Momoshige." Although he is not in the army, Garp still knows Marine's situation very well, but whether Marine wins or loses, it has nothing to do with him. He didn't want to, and he couldn't. Although Momoshige has good strength, but her temper is too straight. You are not afraid of her conflict with the world government and the Gorosei, five elders. Garp knew very well the little girl Momoshige back then, and said with some worry, but he knew that Momoshige didn't have a good face for Tenryubito. It really a good decision to hand Marine Fleet Admiral to that girl. This is not something I can manage. Even if Marine is destroyed in the future, I don't want to worry about it anymore. I've been really tired all these years. Sengoku looked at Garp and said with a smile, "Also, I have already said hello to the Gorosei, five elders, and I believe Momoshige's appointment will come down soon. Now that you've decided, I'll ask Adjutant Bogart to help her. After all, being a Marine Fleet Admiral has a lot of trivialities to deal with. Garp Sengoku's small talk, listening to Bogart's ear, can't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Do you want to push her away? But Momoshiki, it's been a long time since he said it. Chapter 131 Time scroll, target locked. New World, Moby Dick. This is the bounty hunter Zoro and Sanji Kurozu who apprentice to Shirasawa, and all the Straw Hat Pirates join Mr. Shirasawa. Foil Vista stared blankly at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise. Zoro Sanji apprenticed to Bai Z, Straw Hat Luffy and his party joined the Yanwang Pirates. Oh, with the surprised sound of Foil Vista piercing the air, it spread. Many officers on the Moby Dick pirate ship also flashed a rich look of surprise and stunned. After the war on the top, Luffy and his group can be said to be famous all over the New World. More importantly, this Straw Hat Luffy has a very special identity. His grandfather Garp is Vice Admiral, the hero of Marine. Although he has resigned now, his father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but he himself is an uncompromising Marine thief. The combination of this family is definitely the most bizarre existence in the New World. Gu La 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 La, or all Garp's grandsons under the command of Bai Z income. The New World is getting more and more interesting. It seems that the days of our battle with Bai Z's little friend are not far away. Whitebeard's eyes shone brightly as he looked towards Fishman Island. He heard that since Bai Z became the 5th emperor of the New World, the prosperity of Fishman Island can be said to be the same day by day. Thinking about it, since the last time I went to Fishman Island, it has been more than half a year, and I have time to go. Look, how is Bai Z's Fishman Island now? Charlotte Linlin, a certain island. A rebellious pirate group in Charlotte Linlin with one knife. Blackbeard showed a ferocious Isho, looking at the newspaper obtained from that pirate group. Isho, have the Straw Hat Pirates joined Bai Z's command. What a stupid guy, but that's more fun, isn't it? Gia. Captain killed Charlotte Linlin's elite pirate group, Blackbeard's Kadris Bashaken and others, his eyes lit up. The captain's soul fruit is becoming more and more proficient. Yeah, the combined abilities of the dark fruit and soul fruit are simply too powerful. After killing people and then swallowing the enemy's soul power, the entire New World is estimated to be within the captain's hands. Hey, I have a feeling that the future One Piece King of Pirates must be our captains, and that Bai Z, who has 3 kinds of devil fruits, will also stand aside. It's not, the captain always wanted to get the Junjun fruit, but I didn't expect that the magical effect of this soul fruit is even more suitable for the captain than the Junjun fruit. Hearing the adoration of many subordinates and cadres, Blackbeard's vanity swelled, and the endless power surged within him. At this moment, he felt that a single punch could blow Marine's so-called explosion. Okay, go to the next location. I heard that the forces of Kaido of the Beasts are also in Charlotte Linlin's territory recently. It seems that we have received the news of Charlotte Linlin's fall. We have to speed up. Be sure to capture more territory as quickly as possible before the fall of Charlotte Linlin spreads. Blackbeard's inflated ambition in his heart, Bai Z became the 5th queen, and Blackbeard accelerated the pace of replacing Charlotte Linlin. While the outside world is surging, another major event is happening in the Yanwang Pirates. These days, the frequency of the female Emperor Boa Hancock going in and out of Bai Z's residence is quite frequent. As guest, Boa Hancock was flopped by Bai Z a few days ago, and is also his first confidant in the pirate world. I have to say, the Empress is the Empress. How strong is the fighting power? The battle between the two is no less than a peak duel of the 4 emperors, and under the influence of the demon contract, Boa Hancock's heart is also completely for Bai Z open. This day, Bai Z asked Fujitora Isho to guard the door, and no one was allowed to enter without his order. The cadres and members of the Yanwang Pirates thought that the captain was going to retreat, but no one knew what he was doing, only Bai Z himself knew. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Bai Z. Age, 19. Ability, /1, Conqueror Hockey 1, Armament Hockey 1, Observation Hockey 1, C Rokushiki 1 Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit 1, Gravity Fruit 1, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, 1 item. Restoration Potion 15, Demon Contract 2, Telescopic Potion 18, and Time Space Scroll 5 feet closed, because Baizi was going to use the Anti-Sky Time Space Scroll, the so-called out-of-control scroll, that he had obtained during this period of time. Baizi learned from the system that this scroll can make the host travel through any parallel space such as novels, movies, and anime. After learning about the function of the time-space scroll, Baizi finally couldn't hold back his curiosity after spending a few days with the Pirate Queen, and for the first time began to try to use the time-space scroll that he had obtained for a long time. Tell the truth, now that he is all full level, the 4 emperors have already made him uninterested. As for that, the ruler of the world government, Tenryubito's highest ranking IM, he didn't bother him now, and he didn't bother to go. Consider. At that time, wouldn't it be fragrant to wander around in other time and space? Would be even better if he could bring someone to the world of pirates. The one from the world of pirates couldn't satisfy Baizi's interest, and the current time and space scroll undoubtedly gave him the ability to travel to and from the world. However, for the first plane to travel through, Baizi has to plan carefully. There are only 5 space-time scrolls, which means that he can travel through the plane of myriad realms 5 times. Unlike when he first came to the pirate world, he was just a rookie at that time, but now he is different. All kinds of abilities have reached the top of the pirate world pyramid. That being the case, the plane to be chosen next must be the one that I have always liked and preferred. My previous life, besides the pirates, I liked Naruto. That's right, it was Naruto, a world like Luffy in the pirate world, a world full of excitement, a world full of all kinds of ninjutsu. Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Senju Hashirama, Hinata Hinata, Orochimaru, Obito, Sarutobi Hidden, Shikamaru and so on. Every character can be said to have left a deep impression on Baizi. If he came to Naruto world with his current strength, I don't know what interesting things would happen. Baizi couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming time-space scroll. Get up. Chapter 132 Naruto World, Konoha Crisis. Different time and space, Naruto World. Moon is dark and the wind is high, and in the quiet Konoha hidden village between heaven and earth, you can vaguely hear the sound of crickets and insects. Today is an important day for Konoha of the 5 great ninja villages. Kushina, the vortex of the 9-tailed pillar force, is about to enter childbirth, and the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi have strengthened the guard force in the hospital to prevent accidents. And today is also the last day of Kakashi Hataki's care for Uzumaki Kushina giving birth. Since Kakashi lost his 2 companions, Obito and Rin, both physically and mentally, he suffered from nightmares one after another. In order to get Kakashi out of this state, the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi had him join Anbu. Now taking care of the Whirlpool Kushina during childbirth, and also his wife, is his current task. Kakashi, I've worked hard for you this time. The pretty vortex Kushina looked at Kakashi who was wearing a dark mask in front of the hospital bed and thanked him. Looking out of the dark window, the figures of his companions Obito and Rin flashed in his mind, and grief flashed in his eyes. This is my mission. The stubborn Kakashi bit his lip, trying his best to restrain his fluctuating mood. On the other side, in the jungle not far from Konoha Ninja Village. On a branch as thick as a well, there is a Uchiha Madara, with long hair, a single eye mask with orange-red stripes and black stripes, a long black grandmother, and the right eye is a writing wheel. In fact, Obito is disguised as Uchiha Madara. At the same time, he is also the deceased companion of Hitaki Kakashi, the actual controller of Akatsuki's organization. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes looked in the direction of Konoha village, but he did not act, but was waiting for something. A little while. Beside the tree trunk, a black and white humanoid monster rose from the branches. This person is nothing but a black and white monster. Sir, Ju Taranzuli is in Konoha's hospital, protected by a secret guard from Konoha Anbu, and there are many Konoha Joinin Chunin guards around. I know, you go. Madara Uchiha heard the message from Ju, and his body disappeared strangely with the vortex eye as the center, leaving a fearful person above the tree branch. Time and space teleportation. The next moment Uchiha Madara, disguised with soil, shuttled through space, broke through the powerful barrier around Naruto Uzumaki's birthplace, and appeared in Kushina's ward out of thin air. Who are you? Vortex Kushina sensed the fluctuations, screamed, and appeared out of thin air when there was a strong barrier around the hospital. The strength of this person can be imagined. Obito's disguise is about to escape into the space by grabbing her. Also aware of the strangeness, Kakashi wearing a mask was shocked. 8 inner gates gate of opening. Open. Under the 8 inner gates, Kakashi's speed soared in an instant, and at the same time, he swiped towards Sinai's vortex masked man with a kunai. Kunai slashed across the masked man's neck in an instant, but there was no trace of blood in it, but with a bang, the masked man smashed Kakashi's belly with a flat punch, and Kakashi, who was a part-time ninja, vomited blood and flew upside down, crashing on the ground. On the walls of the hospital, a large pool of blood spurted out. Lost his fighting power directly. The power of a single blow is so terrifying. Kakashi couldn't believe it. Now that he had been promoted to Jonin, he was instantly killed by that person's bland blow, and he had absolutely no ability to resist. Broken. Something big is going to happen. Kakashi's face changed drastically. This is what came to his mind. The first thought. Immediately, without any hesitation, Kakashi reported the news directly. Naruto office room. What? Kushina was kidnapped by a mysterious person. The 4th generation Hokage Naruto Minato, the father of the future Uzumaki Naruto, jumped up from his seat. Kushina was not only his wife, but also about to give birth, and she was the 9-tailed person in the village. This matter is too big. Kakashi, be careful. The 3 generations of Sarutobi Hizen had a solemn expression. They had already set up a powerful barrier outside the hospital. Even the shadow-level combat power could not be easily broken, and this person reached Juxin so easily without disturbing anyone. Nai's room is definitely something that has been planned for a long time, and this person's strength is definitely strong. Since Kakashi was seriously injured by a random blow, this person's strength is at least shadow rank, and even surpasses shadow rank. Yes, Lord Sunzan. Kakashi breathed a deep sigh of relief, calmed down a little, and straightened his thoughts to tell the incredible scene he had just experienced. Just a few minutes ago, without any warning, a man with long hair, wearing an orange-red, a man with a striped single-eye mask, black robe, and right eye. Hearing Kakashi's narration, the faces of the 3rd generation Megumi Sarutobi and the 4th generation Megumi Feng Shui became solemn. It's him, Madara Uchiha. Sarutobi Hizen's expression turned solemn to the point where he said the secret that only the shadow level knows. And hearing these words in Kakashi's ears, it was like being struck by lightning. Uchiha Madara. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't believe hearing everything. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara was not long after the establishment of Konoha village. Was killed by Hokage Senju Hashirama. How could it be? The matter of Kakashi Madara is a top secret in the major ninja villages. Today's affairs, you must remember not to disclose the slightest rumor to anyone. Otherwise, the whole ninja world will be in chaos. Minato, you are going to tell Kakashi about that. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Namikaze Minato and said with wide eyes. Kakashi is my student, I trust him. Revealed his glad Isho, which moved Kakashi inexplicably. At this moment, Minato Namikaze spoke solemnly about the battle that happened in Konoha shortly after Konoha was established. Kakashi's eyes widened and he listened intently. Back then, Madara Uchiha and our generation, Senju Hashime, established Konoha village together, but for some unknown reason, Madara came back and launched an attack on Konoha. In the war called the Valley of the End, our generation, Senju Hashirama, killed a former friend in order to protect the peace of Konoha. It was only a year ago that we got the exact news that Uchiha Madara did not really die. Just cheated to death in some way, and he is still alive to this day. The message rang in Kakashi's ears, like a thunderbolt crashing into his mind, and he felt that his mind was completely blank. What did he hear? Madara Uchiha, that. The same powerful existence as their Konoha village generation, Senju Hasuma-sama, is still alive, so at this moment he robbed Mrs. Kushina, is it to unblock the Nine Tails? Thinking of this most likely and wildest guess, Kakashi's head roared loudly, and his scalp felt numb. Chapter 133 Finally unblocked, the nine-tailed demon fox strikes. Madara Uchiha, still alive. This information is really a shock to Kakashi Hatake, who has just been promoted to joinin. And not only that. Madara Uchiha, in his opinion, is a legendary existence. Not only is he alive, but what is even more terrifying is that that guy has to unblock the Nine Tails, that. An existence that destroys the world. If Madara Uchiha succeeds in unblocking the Nine Tails, then their Konoha and even the whole world will be wiped out, and the whole world will become a scorched earth. This night is doomed to have no sleep. However, as time passed, the entire Anbu did not find any information about Uchiha Madara. But at the same time, Danzo, the leader of Anbu, is a crazy careerist. Sir, the situation has been checked. One of Danzo's confidants, but kneeling in front of Danzo's hideout, like a few treasures, reporting the information that came from the investigation. The reason why the fourth generation Hokage-sama has launched all the Anbu this time is because Mrs. Hokage's whirlpool Kushina was unknown. The powerful man was quietly robbed, and it is reported that Kakashi, newly promoted from Anbu, was seriously injured by the powerful man. Hearing the report from his confidant, Danzang's eyes couldn't help but shine brightly. Even Joran Kakashi was seriously injured by a random blow. Although Kakashi was just promoted to Joran, his strength is definitely higher than that of ordinary Joran. Speaking of which, the person who kidnapped Vortex Kushina was probably a shadow-level person. The powerhouse, even beyond the shadow-level existence. If this is the case, then the plan may be advanced. Since Danzo took over Anbu, he has been cultivating his own power and improving his own strength. As for why, the reason is very simple, because he has ambitions and has a close to supreme power. Twisted obsession. Along the way, I don't know how many of his opponents were secretly eliminated by him. Of course, even the third and fourth generations of eyes can't see the means and the way of doing things, but Niheiden's roots in Anbu are very deep. If you act rashly, it will be very difficult. It is possible that the entire leaf will be destroyed. They can't afford to gamble, and they don't dare to gamble. As for Danzo, it is different. They are not as kind as Sarutobi Hipson and Minato. Shubo loves even if Konoha is destroyed. Both sides were hurt, and they all appeared on the stage by themselves, killing all these people silently, and the next Hokage would be his own. Knowing this news, Danzo immediately cast a net for all of his many confidants and Anbu's subordinates. Although his purpose was also to find the strong man, he was not to stop the rescue of the Vortex Kushina, but to cooperate with the strong man to kill the third generation of Megumi Sarutobi and the fourth generation of Megumi Fung Minato together. No one but him knew about this crazy plan, not even his henchmen. Moreover, not only that, now the Uchiha clan is rebounding very violently, and he not only has to get rid of the third generation Megu Sarutobi Hiazan and the fourth generation Megumi Fung Minato, but also the entire clan. To know of the Uchiha family is really frightening, like a time bomb buried in Konoha, which may explode at any time. And what he wants in Danzo is not only to control Konoha, but to completely control Konoha in his own hands, and do not allow any hidden dangers. As for the Uchiha family, it is the first hidden danger and stumbling block that he wants to eradicate after this time. It is said that Itachi is very good in Anbu, why didn't we start with him? While Ine was worried, Uchiha Obito was one step away from unsealing the Nine Tails. Shinwei exerted his power, and Obito, who turned into Madara Uchiha in the next instant, came not far from Konoha, and the corner of his mouth curved into an arc. Holding a handprint in his hand, the next vortex Kushina turned into a one cannonball and smashed it in the direction, and at the same time, the last seal of the nine tails was also untied by Obito. Ow! Of the demon fox that destroyed the sky and the earth pierced the air and rose up, like a substantial sound wave, instantly covering the entire sky above Konoha village. That's not good, it's Mrs. Kushina. Konoha was shocked when they saw the figure falling from the sky. Isn't Mrs. Kushina supposed to give birth in the hospital? Open black lens bracket Flying Thunder God's Art close black lens bracket. Konoha. Everyone was shocked. Minato Namikaze made a move and disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already thousands of meters high in the sky, and took over the vortex Kushina, who fell from the sky with a pale face. Kushina, are you alright? Embraced Kushina's waist at a high altitude, and his eyes were full of worry. Ever since Kushina was kidnapped, the thing he was most worried about happened. The nine tails were completely unsealed, and from that demonic fox's length howling, Namikaze Minato had already guessed everything. And, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that, as a tailed orc's pillar power, once it is forcibly stripped, that person's pillar power will die, and there is no remedy. Today, Kushina is in this state, and now Kushina has not given birth yet, and Kushina, who has only half her life left, will definitely step into the arms of the god of death if she gives birth again. Damn, Madara Uchiha, you are courting death. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, his eyes are red, and the blue veins are bursting on his forehead. This is something that no man can tolerate. However, right here, Whirlpool Kushina's tender eyes looked at Minato in front of him. Slender hand brushed Minato's own lover's cheek. A far-fetched smile appeared on his pale face. I'm fine, Minato, you hurry up and protect the villagers and people. They need you more than I do. Speaking, Kushina had broken free from Minato, and two doctors from the treatment department helped Kushina into a room, ready to give birth. On the other side, Konoha village is more than 10 miles away. The demon fox appeared, roaring in the sky, accompanied by the bright moon hanging high. The whole picture looked even more terrifying. The towering nine-tailed demon fox waved in the air, causing the space to shatter. Its height is 1,000 feet tall, and its nine tails symbolize the nine tails, and it rises into the sky. Every time it hits, all the earth and rocks are splashed, and the number of jungles are all broken into pieces, and they fall in the air one after another. At the moment, the nine-tailed state is obviously very abnormal. The scarlet and frantic eyes make people cold, and the nine-tailed at this moment is completely in a state of rage. Among Konoha, at this moment, many upper, middle, and even lower ninjas rushed forward. No one backed down. Behind them is their homeland, and with their relatives, it is not that they do not want to retreat, but they cannot. 10 paths, 100 paths, 1,000 paths, countless Konoha ninjas attacked the nine-tailed demon fox, which was destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the earth was shaking, and a war was brewing here. Chapter 134 Watergate vs. Nine-Tailed Fox. Konoha Ninja Village, not far away. In the jungle. Darkness of the night, there are many ninjas in the jungle, ranging from elite Sharingan to the newly promoted lower ninja. To stop the fourth generation before it comes. Can't let it. It's one step closer to the village. On the forehead, on the cheeks, on the chest and knees, many Konoha ninjas with wounds everywhere screamed loudly, staring at the nine-tailed demon fox that covered the sky and the sun in the distance. Color. This night, even if they lose their lives, they must stop this ferocious demon fox from ravaging their village. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. Few miles away from the nine-tailed demon fox, a young man with yellow hair and blue eyes, wearing a cape with the words, "Fourth generations of Hokage," on his body, let out a loud voice. Next moment, a huge behemoth with the same length of more than 1,000 feet was summoned under him. It was a toad that only covered the sky. It had a scar on its left eye, and was wearing a hockey coat. Pipe. As soon as he appeared, the entire jungle was roaring loudly, as if an 18th magnitude earthquake had occurred. Thousands of Konoha ninjas around him all looked up at the behemoth opposite the behemoth in a violent state. 4th generation Hokage-sama. It is Namikaze Minato-sama. Minato-sama, the 4th generation has finally arrived, and the 9 tails are too powerful. Fortunately, the 4th generation arrived, otherwise we would definitely lose a lot. It's too terrifying, destroying the world, absolutely destroying the existence of the world. Minato-sama and his psychic beast, Toad-sama-sama, they will definitely be able to defeat the 9 tails. The thousands of Konoha ninjas who had originally rushed towards the 9 tails with a resolute look, stopped their steps one by one when they saw the scene where Minato summoned Toadbunta. Their master, Naruto Minato Hokage, has a very high prestige in the village, and is also the most powerful being. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi thinks he is inferior. The teacher met the most terrifying 9-tailed demon fox among the tailed beasts, who was seriously injured and regained a bit of strength. His eyes flickered, and his eyes were full of worry. Obito and Lin left him. In this world, the person he cared about most was Minato-sensei. If something happened to the teacher, he really couldn't imagine what kind of state he would be in. The 3 generations of Sarutobi Hizen on the side looked solemnly at Namikaze Minato and the 9-tailed demon fox who were facing each other outside the village. I hope Minato can win, otherwise the situation will be worrying. If even their strongest current Konoha Minato, is not an opponent of the 9-tailed demon fox, I am afraid that Konoha will suffer. As for why he did not join, the reason is very simple. First, he is getting old, and second, he thinks that his strength is not as good as Minato, and going up will only distract Minato. The teacher will definitely win. Kakashi clenched his fists tightly and stared at the arena without blinking. If his eyes could kill people, the 9-tailed demon fox at this moment would die many times. Hey, I hope Konoha is really eventful now. With a slight sigh, Sarutobi Hiro, the 3rd generation, knew where Anbu was, but he knew that Danzo must be paying attention to all of this now. Thinking about it, the whole Konoha who most wanted Namikaze Minato to die in the battle was probably him. And, not only that, the eyes are just the 9-tailed demon fox, that Madara Uchiha who kidnapped Kushina before has not appeared yet. I am afraid that hiding in the dark could be a fatal blow at any time. This battle is definitely an unprecedented crisis for them Konoha. Once Kyuubi defeats Minato, the consequences will be unimaginable. This time is definitely Madara Uchiha, a long-planned plan. It seems that he still cares about what happened back then. Nita when, we're going. Namikaze Minato's face was solemn, his eyes focused on the 9-tailed demon fox who had fallen into a rage on the opposite side. When the voice fell, he used an instant body book, gathered chakra on his feet, and disappeared in place in an instant. Carelessly, the twitching short knife attacked the fierce 9-tailed demon fox. Not only that, but at the moment when Minato Namaifung rushed out, the immortal mode was turned on, and the speed, strength, attack, etc. soared in all directions. Toad Wentai's knife, in the blink of an eye, immediately slashed above the forehead of the 9-tailed demon fox. The speed was fast and the strength was strong, at least shadow-level strength. Ow! Who was caught in a rage, stared red-eyed at the swiftly attacking Toad Wentai from the opposite side, and with a big sharp front claws, it probed out with a loud roar. The next instant, the Toad Wentai, who was attacking violently, turned into a cannonball and flew out under the claws of the violent 9-tailed demon fox, and the countless earth, rocks and trees along the way were completely shattered. When everyone came back to their senses and looked away, they were horrified to find that their toad text was too big and flew out 1,000 feet away. Along the way, 2 deep grooves were plowed, very conspicuous. Before the many ninjas of Konoha were stunned, a soft shout erupted from the air, open black lens bracket Shanfa spiral pill close black lens bracket. It was as if Minato Namaifung who had passed through the void came to the belly of the 9-tailed demon fox who had fallen into a rage and slammed into it. Chi-Chi. The sound of tearing the air came from the abdomen of the nine-tailed demon fox. In the next instant, the nine-tailed demon fox was shot at a speed even faster than Toad Wentai. Namikaze Minato's famous technique, the spiral pill, is used, and the power of a single blow is so terrifying. You know. That is the strongest nine-tailed demon fox among the nine-tailed beasts, and it is still in its current state of rage, and being knocked away by their fourth-generation Megamifung Minato, a celestial spiral pill, is enough to show the strength of Namikaze Minato. Was a terrifying shock, and the many ninjas in Konoha were excited. Cage level. Even an attack beyond cage level. Is this the youngest Hokage Naruto Minato-sama in the history of their fourth generation? What a powerful strength. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. The incomparably harsh voice came from the mouth of the nine-tailed demon fox more than 2,000 feet away. I saw that the endless energy in the air gathered towards its mouth, and in the blink of an eye, purple-black energy was formed. The color alone it makes people desperate. This is a tailed beast. As a voice in the crowd pierced the air, everyone trembled, and despair was on the surface. Tailed beast shoots my sky. This is the ultimate move of the tailed beast, but any area hit by the tailed beast can be said to be at least tens of thousands of feet in a radius. No grass will grow, and it will become a dead place. And it is also the tail of nine tails. Beast bullet. If this is shot down at their Konoha ninja village, the entire ninja village will definitely be turned into nothingness, and there is no possibility of survival. When people came back to their senses, they looked up to the sky and screamed, and the tailed beast bullet in the mouth of the nine-tailed demon fox who launched the big move was already hundreds of feet huge. Fell towards the leaves. Chapter 135 _ Kaleidoscope Susanoo now. Among the leaves, there is despair. Looking at the aura of destruction that fills every corner of Konoha village, the extremely rich and depressing atmosphere of death and oppression instantly soared to the highest point. Nine-tailed beast bomb was about to land on Konoha in extreme crisis. A figure traveled through space and came under the hundreds of feet of tailed beast bomb. Compared with the beast bullets of hundreds of feet, the figure is small, almost negligible. However, just such a figure has brought the last hope of dawn to everyone in the entire Konoha village. The man had yellow hair and blue eyes, and he was wearing a fourth-generation Naruto cloak. That person is none other than Konoha village's fourth eye Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Fourth eye. Mr. Watergate. Hokage-sama. In that instant, the image of Namikaze Minato soared in the hearts of countless Konoha villagers and ninjas. One person fighting against the nine-tailed beast bomb. This is their great fourth-generation Hokage-sama. Namikaze Minato. Open black lens bracket Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder Close black lens bracket. Loudly, looked at the nine-tailed beast bullet that was rushing towards the sky above his head. His eyes were dignified, and his eyes were full of determination. This blow must be taken, otherwise the entire Konoha may be wiped out. Disaster. The endless chakra in his body was mobilized to the extreme by him. His eyes resolutely stared at the hundreds of jong-tailed beast bullets that had already struck, and he used a move that exceeded his limit. Hundreds of paths, thousands of paths, and 10,000 paths. I don't know how many lines of sight, all gathered in the sky above Konoha, Minato Namifung hanging in the air, staring at the eyeballs without blinking, because of what happened next, about the lives of all of them. That is, after Namikaze Minato used the great trick of Flying Thunder God, the tailed beast bullet that was several hundred meters disappeared on the spot. Yes. It just disappeared without any warning, not a single sound. At the same time, there was a loud explosion on the sea surface in Konoha village, not knowing how far away. From here, you can see a huge explosion covering the sky. When it swept away, many people and ninjas in Konoha village could clearly feel that at the moment of the explosion, their feet trembled obviously. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hizen's face was solemn, although Minato Namikaze blocked the attack of the nine-tailed beast bomb, but that move already caused the chakra in Minato Namikaze to drop sharply. Obviously, the current wave of wind and water gate is at its peak. Bang! At the same time, Toadwen on the other side was hit by the nine-tailed demon fox again and flew out, and he was also injured, and blood flowed like a stream from the ferocious wound. Immediately, Minato Namikaze once again appeared on the battlefield of the nine-tailed demon fox. Instant, a world-shattering war unfolded on the field, and every attack would arouse endless strong winds overflowing. Even if the Shengnin participated in it, it would be twisted into nothingness for the first time. Wow! In this room, Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto World, was born, but Kushina, who was originally pale, turned pale again, and quickly set up a seal formation on Naruto, because she knew what was going on at the moment. She has little time, she can only try her last life to help Minato and protect Konoha together. Yes, let Naruto act as Konoha's next successor, and only she and Minato know this formation in Konoha. That is, when Vortex Kushina quickly arranged the formation, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the house out of thin air, and Hizen Sarutobi, who was paying attention to this side, saw this person's face changed greatly. Not good. Open black lens bracket fire escape fireball technique close black lens bracket. Immediately, Sarutobi Hizen spit it out from his throat, turning it into a large fireball, with great lethality, and instantly drowned Madara Uchiha, who was disguised by Obito. Sighed in relief when they saw the mysterious man who suddenly appeared and was engulfed by the arrogant fireball technique of Hokage 3. However, before they could finish their breath, they heard the horse devil's voice. It's really disappointing that the current Konoha 3 generations of Sarutobi Hizen have such strength. The mocking voice swayed from the field, and everyone looked towards the field in unison. After the fireball technique was extinguished, everyone looked around and saw a scene that shocked them. What? How is this possible? This guy has nothing to do, this. Damn it, who is this guy? It's so weird that he was hit by the arrogant fireball technique of Lord Hokage of the third generation, and there is nothing wrong with it. Bastard, the guy who kidnapped Kushina before is probably him, this is broken. The faces of many Konoha ninjas were solemn. Hiruzen Sarutobi came to Madara Uchiha with a flash, and protected Kushina who walked out of the room behind him. Open black lens bracket water escape water dragon ball close black lens bracket. Sarutobi Hizen shouted softly, and in the next instant, a sky-covering water dragon with ferocious fangs appeared in front of him. It was more than 500 meters long, and the speed was as fast as blinking an eye. Past. Open black lens bracket kaleidoscope Susanoo close black lens bracket. Madara Uchiha, who snorted coldly, after mocking Isho, used Susanoo, a unique feature of the Uchiha clan, and in the next moment, Madara Uchiha was the center, and appeared in the form of a god of war beyond the mountain, and all the houses in the surrounding Konoha collapsed. And looked around again. In front of everyone's eyes, there is a pair of wings on the back, and it is equipped with double swords. As soon as this form came out, all the ninjas around were startled, all staring at the behemoth in front of them with amazement, stuttering when they spoke. This is Susanoo. How is it possible who this guy is? Someone from the Uchiha family. It is definitely the existence of the Uchiha Sinner family. This Susanoo is the symbol of their family. Damn the Uchiha clan, they should have been destroyed before. How could the bad words of these people escape Obito's ears, and immediately used Divine Might Shuriken to hit more than a dozen people accurately, and in the next moment, a strange thing happened. I saw more than a dozen people who were hit, as if they were sucked away by something. They were sucked into a different dimension by the soil, and they disappeared directly on the spot, and could never return to the real world. Such a hand, the many Konoha ninjas who were originally muttering were frightened, and they were all shocked, and they dared not say a single word again. Fear. Chapter 136 Kakashi's life is in danger, and a time-space wormhole emerges. Open black lens bracket fire escape fire dragon bullet close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tuden Tuliuda close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5 shields Dalian bullet technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hand of necromancer ape demon close black lens bracket. In Konoha, one after another, the big moves were skillfully used by the 3 generations of Sarutobi Hyazan, and they came at ease, and they fought with Susanoo, the kaleidoscope with soil. Within 1,000 feet around the two, there is no one else. The fierce battle, the visual impact is unparalleled for a while. But at the same time, the battle between Minato and the 9-tailed demon fox on the other side has also reached its peak. With the frequent use of unique tricks, Minato is gradually showing signs of decline. After all, Minato, who fights Chakra's energy, is far from the 9-tailed demon fox. Opponent. His face turned even paler, and his shots became more and more ruthless. At a certain moment, with an attack, Minato Namikaze forcibly separated the 9-tailed demon fox into 2 halves, yin and yang. Shadow clone technique. Instant, another shadow avatar technique was used, and a shadow avatar exactly like him appeared beside Minato Namikaze, but it was the deity who appeared again with an ultimate ninjutsu technique. The ghouls are sealed. The deity used a corpse to seal his face and his face suddenly turned pale again, and he swallowed the blood in his mouth. Today, he is Konoha's 4th generation Hokage, and he must not let them see their current decline, even if they die. However, seeing Konoha's many ninjas, including Kakashi, who used the ghost seal for the 4th generation of Megami Kamo Minato, their hearts jumped. Ghouls are sealed. That is an absolute forbidden technique. It is a move that summons the god of death at the price of the name of the caster. Through this, the soul of the target can be taken out. You can choose to remove part of the subject's body or yin and yang chakra. After thinking about it, in order not to destroy the balance between the tailed beasts and to deter Konoha's many forces, Minato Namikaze decisively chose the latter, sealing half of the chakra of the 9-tailed demon fox. Reason for this was because he knew that after this ghoul was sealed, his time was running out. At the same time as Namikaze Minato's main deity used Dead Ghost Seal, the other clone used the 8 trigram seal to teleport young Chakra's 9-tailed demon fox and himself to the already prepared Kushina by using the Flying Thunder God technique. Beside them, the two worked together as a tacit understanding, and in less than 3 seconds, they sealed half of the 9-tailed demon fox's chakra power on the newly born Naruto Uzumaki. Namikaze Minato also uses the Gossip Seal ready to completely seal the 9-tailed demon fox. Boo's sound. When the Avatar mission ended, the energy dissipated immediately and disappeared between heaven and earth, while the deity of Namikaze Minato on the other side regained a bit of strength again. The ability of Ghost Sealed was once again increased by 1%, and the 9-tailed demon fox with the yin attribute was pulled and sealed away by the god of death. Say it slowly, say it fast. When Madara Uchiha, who was disguised with soil, reacted, the seal of ghouls had been completely unfolded. Asshole. Madara Uchiha, who originally wanted to kill Kushina and Minato Namikaze's son, had a gloomy expression on his face, and in the next instant, he unleashed his divine power and appeared on the side of Minato Namikaze in a teleport. Jiao slammed towards Namikaze Minato. Madara Uchiha, who spreads his wings and flies, integrates the endless divine power into the shuriken, open black lens bracket Shinwei large shuriken close black lens bracket. A large-scale shuriken full of divine power, instantly appeared in front of Minato Namikaze through the void, instantly urging the ghouls to seal off Namikaze. Hit, and there was a puff sound of blood on the spot, and he shot backwards and flew out. And the ghoul seal that was about to be completed was also interrupted, and it was backlashed. Minato Nami was instantly seriously injured, and his expression aging shriveled. Open black lens bracket wooden hell rebellion close black lens bracket. The moment when Uchiha Madara's voice fell, several big trees full of thorns from under Heifeng Minato, spiraled upwards, and rushed straight towards Heifeng Minato in a swift and violent manner. Drink. Open black lens bracket fire escape Phoenix immortal fire technique close black lens bracket. Just as the thorn tree was about to be strangled, on the occasion of Minato Namikaze, several fireballs attacked several thorn trees in a row, and under the control of Sarutobi Hizen Chakra, they constantly change their trajectory and escaped with the wood. The chaos of hell wants to resist. Taking the seriously injured Minato with both hands, Hiruzari Sarutobi stared solemnly at Madara Uchiha of Susanoo in the air, because he could clearly feel that Minato Namikaze's vitality was dissipating at a very fast speed. Teacher. Kakashi immediately moved over with a teleportation technique, staring decisively at the mysterious powerhouse of Susanoo. And when he heard Kakashi's voice, disguised as Madara Uchiha's Obito, his eyebrows knitted together. This voice was too familiar to him. Hitaki Kakashi, the murderer who killed Rin. Madara Uchiha used an illusion to temporarily control the interference of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and then a large Kamui shuriken pierced the space towards Kakashi. Such a move was beyond everyone's expectations, and a strong breath of death rushed towards him, but Kakashi did not have the strength of the fourth generation of Megami Fung Minato, and could compete with the divine shuriken. The large rotating shuriken full of space energy instantly came to the sky above Kakashi's head, and it was about to be stabbed in the head. No, Kakashi. The Namikaze Minato on the side and Kushina in the distance are both discolored. They have long regarded Kakashi as their younger brother, although they are a teacher and a student relationship. After the sudden change, everyone's color changed, but Kakashi met the scarlet eye full of anger. How familiar. Yes, he is too familiar. Obito. That's right, he has only seen that look from Obito. How could he be Obito, not Madara Uchiha? Could it be that at this moment Kakashi thought of something terrible? The conclusion is that Obito and Uchiha Madara came together, and Kakashi felt chills all over his body when he heard this possibility. Other side, the nine-tailed demon fox with yin-type chakra hesitated to lose the other half, and the violent aura around him was even more daring. Sky, and a one-tailed beast bullet gathered from his mouth again, and in the blink of an eye, it was a giant of 10 feet. At the same time, Obito's Kamui shuriken was about to pierce Kakashi. It's a good ending to die in the hands of Obito. Kakashi was bitter Isho. He killed his teammate Lin himself, and at the same time his best brother became an enemy with him, which was an unprecedented blow to Kakashi, who was already autistic. In Konoha, many ninjas looked unbearable. And under the action of the Kamui shuriken, Kakashi's Anbu mask was twisted into nothingness, revealing a cheek that Obito was very familiar with, and the anger in his heart was even more rubbed. When the Kamui shuriken was about to stab Kakashi, a portal, in the shape of a time-space wormhole appeared out of thin air, and a figure came out of it. Chapter 137 I implore the adults to save me Konoha and protect my clan. Among the leaves, in the fierce battlefield. Space-time wormhole emerged without the slightest sign, and it was filled with destructive space energy, and within such terrifying energy, a young man with a slightly strange style walked out of it. Seeing Kakashi, who was in danger in the field, turned into a thunderbolt, and instantly appeared beside Kakashi. With a flick of his hand, he used the giant shuriken attacked by Madara Uchiha, who was disguised as Obito, using the air shock power, and offset it into nothingness. In an understatement, the crisis here has been resolved. Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with inconceivable, that large shuriken full of divine power. He knew too well, that kind of ability definitely exceeded the scope of shadow level. But even with such an attack, he couldn't even get close to this young man's body. Strength of this person is so terrifying, it definitely exceeds the existence of the shadow class. The 4 generations of Hokage Nami Fung Minato were shocked, Kushina and the newly recovered Sarutobi Hizen were also shocked, and the eyes of everyone around were even more stunned. It must be round, staring at the field, never moving away for a moment. IWI yourself and swallowed a veteran around the sputum, and I took a cold breath. This young man is so terrifying, too powerful. If we misunderstood, the guy just waved his hand lightly and smashed the shuriken that injured the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato and flew out. Yeah, it's terrifying. Before, several of our companions were sucked away by that guy's weird attack. This person's attire doesn't seem to be from the country of fire in our Konoha village, nor is it like people from several other village countries, so strange. No matter who this person is, it must be extraordinary to be able to block the Uchiha family traitor's attack. Kakashi, who was rescued, was stunned for a moment, looking at the young man in front of him who was about the same age as him. For some reason, Kakashi felt that he was safe at this time. It's just that, the scary guy is really Obito. What has he experienced these days? The most shocking thing is Madara Uchiha, who is standing in the air with Susanoo's wings outstretched. Earthy eyes jumped wildly. Dangerous. He felt the extreme danger from the person in front of him. Broken, the other half of the nine-tailed demon fox is completely violent. Sarutobi Hizen looked at the light group full of violent energy in the distance. His face was solemn. The tailed beast bullet was removed by the fourth generation of Megami Fung Minato, and now who can resist this tailed beast bullet? Madara Uchiha in the sky still maintains the state of Susanoo, while guarding against the sudden appearance of the mysterious person. He secretly operates the divine power. If the tailed beast bombs land on Konoha, he will leave as soon as possible. What? As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi said this, he immediately glanced at the nine-tailed demon foxes who were thousands of feet away, and his complexion instantly became white as snow. Tailed beast bomb. Another tailed beast bomb. This is over, the end is over. The fourth generation of Mubo Fung Minato has a dignified face. How can he use the flying thunder god to guide mine in this state? Even you can feel that time is running out. It can even last until the end of this crisis. While thinking about it, a big pool of blood sprayed out with a puff sound. Obviously, the large-scale shuriken of Obito is not so easy to resist. That was bigger than before. It is roughly estimated that it is almost 1,000 feet in size, not to mention a Konoha village, that is, within a radius of 1,000 feet. I am afraid it will become one. Pieces of scorched earth. If this tailed beast hits them, Konoha, Minato, Konoha's fourth Hokage, will probably become the last generation, and everyone here, including the newly born son, Naruto Uzumaki, will all perish. Damn, besides myself, who else has the ability to block this more terrifying tail beast bullet than before? Uchiha Madara is the rhythm that will make their entire Konoha turn to ashes. Jiraiya, who is out of Hokage 3, Tsunade is still right. The mysterious man just now, the young man who waved his hand to attack Kakashi's Kamui large shuriken, he must have a way. This, although the Lord does not know your name, the fourth generation of Konoha village, Hokage Nami Fung Minato, begs you to take action and join Konoha. For this reason, I am willing to do anything for the Lord. Soon as Minato Namikaze finished speaking, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Baizi saw this way ran Isho, do anything for me, I'm afraid you don't have the time. This. Namikaze Minato heard that for a while, his expression suddenly became sad. The person in front of him said it was right, he really ran out of time. But it was when Nika's Minato was slightly startled, plopped. One sound. Kakashi immediately knelt on his knees on the ground and clasped the ground tightly with both hands. Whether it was Konoha or that strong man with eyes like Obito, his intuition told him that this person was probably Obito. If Obito destroys Konoha, then they really have no chance of returning to the past, even if not at all. Sir, I beg you to save Konoha. From now on, I, Hitaki Kakashi, would like to be a cow for you. Horse. Oh. Hearing Kakashi's words, Baizi raised his eyebrows, and Vivi became interested. Hitaki Kakashi, the sixth-generation Hokage of Konoha village in the future, is very powerful, especially the writing wheel that replicates various abilities. If it is brought to the world of pirates, it will be very exciting. Hizen Sarutobi was moved when he saw and his eyes flashed. Sir, if you save our Konoha, you will be the benefactor of our entire Konoha. I implore the adults to save me Konoha and protect my clan. As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi said these words, many Konoha ninjas who came back to their senses also spoke out in unison, and their eyes were filled with sincerity and hope. Pleading in unison, the loud and clear voice pierced the air and rose above the entire Konoha. By Z, at this moment. The young man who turned his hand to resolve the Uchiha clan mysterious people Shinwei's large shuriken became their only hope of survival at this moment. Their last straw. Countless Konoha people looked at this scene, folded their hands, knelt on the ground and prayed to God devoutly. Pray that the mysterious young man at this moment can save them Konoha from the dire crisis. Perhaps it was their sincere prayers that moved God, and the corners of Baizi's mouth curved up under the weighing, and reluctantly agreed. Sounds good, so I promise. Baizi retracted his gaze, and finally landed on the tailed beast bullet that had already reached 1,000 feet above his head. Madara Uchiha looked at the field with cold eyes. This guy who suddenly appeared was too strange. The large shuriken was actually solved by this person waving. Madara Uchiha, who is wearing a soil disguise, is now thinking about how this guy will deal with such a devastating tail beast bullet. Chapter 138 Smash the tail beast bomb with one punch. Leaves, between heaven and earth. Thousands of feet in the sky. A sky-covering tailed beast bullet with a diameter of 1,000 meters, carrying the power of destroying the sky, destroying the earth, and destroying everything, slammed toward the top of the leaf cover at the speed of sonic waves that pierced the air in the void. Among the leaves, countless eyes were all focused on that extremely mysterious man, because what happened next might be the most unforgettable thing in their lives, and if they failed tonight, they would be the end of their lives. Under everyone's attention, Baizi moved. A flash of lightning flashed, and Baizi appeared at a height of thousands of meters in an instant, and when he raised his hand, he punched it. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles Thunder Dragon close black lens bracket. He punched out with a bang, and the next moment, groaned. Under one punch, centered on Baizi's fistful of thunder and thunder, the next moment, the sound of a thunderous dragon's roar pierced through the air, swaying to the 4 poles, and in that instant, the endless dragon's mighty pressure 4 poles. A fierce and domineering punch. When everyone in the arena was stunned by Lei, all of them were blinded. What did they see? Then that lord, I'm not dreaming. I punched the 9-tailed beast that was in a frenzy, my god. What a terrifying power of thunder, what level of ninjutsu is that lord? Thunder shield, at least level. No, such a terrifying energy thunder, I am afraid it has surpassed the level. Supernatural ninjutsu is unimaginable. This person's strength is definitely beyond the shadow level existence, but can he win? The opposite is the tailed beast bullet of 9 tails. No one has ever dared to resist the tailed beast bullet so hard. Ah! Look, it's about to hit. There were so many ninjas and Konoha people around, their eyes widened, and they swore that what happened today would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. Along with the Konoha crowd, out of nowhere in the noisy arena, screams that were almost shrill, instantly overwhelmed everyone's heated discussion. Immediately, the eyes of everyone gathered to 1,000 feet in the sky. To be precise, it was the sky-covering tailed beast bullet and the white Z that was as small as an ant. After the dragon roared, the purple lightning thunder dragon crashed into the sky-covering tailed beast bomb. An instant, Biao broke 5, the limit, deafening, not several times higher than the deafening sound, and immediately spread to everyone's ears, and everyone in the entire Konoha ninja village was heard roaring in their minds and tinnitus. The next moment, with the collision between the purple lightning dragon and the tailed beast, the space collapsed and the air was strangled. It became empty. 10 jong, 100 jong, 1,000 jong. The thunderous sound continued to stir, and in the blink of an eye it was 10,000 jong away, and the white arc here also changed from the original 10 jong to 100 jong, and then again it has spread thousands of feet, and even spread farther. The strong wind that followed, also followed, and a little spread to the faces of many Konoha ninjas and the people on the ground. This is the case with Minato Namikaze, Hizen Sarutobi, Kushina, Kakashi and the others for 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds 1. The strong wind in the field made everyone unable to open their doors. The eyes lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the Nika's Minato Some people raised their heads and looked towards the cosmic explosion-like field. The eye can see a handsome young man standing above the void. His clothes were blown by the strong wind in the field, and he moved against the wind. The aftermath of the tail beast bullet vanished into nothingness, and the thunder that filled Baizi's body also subsided. At this moment, Baizi was in the center of the wild and unparalleled tail beast bullet. Not to mention his injuries, not even his clothes were damaged. Looking at the crowd standing in the void, everyone at Namikaze Minato was stunned, dumbfounded. This is this adult who actually blocked the nine-tailed beast's bullet head-on, and was still in a state of rage. I'm not dreaming. How is it possible? This lord is too strong. It is hard to resist the nine-tailed beast bullet, not to mention the shadow level. Even if it is beyond the shadow level, there is no full confidence in it. This lord is amazing, really amazing. It's unimaginable, and the power of thunder just now, what kind of ninjutsu is that? It's terrible. Nine-tailed beast bomb, just smashed by this adult with one punch. I'm a motherfucker, I still can't believe what I've seen. The many ninjas and people in the surrounding Konoha village swallowed their saliva and looked at the field in awe. The result was far beyond their cognition. Smashing the tail beast bomb with one punch, how heartbreaking, absolutely outrageous. Ow! It was as if he felt that his tailed beast bullet was destroyed by an ant, and the violent nine-tailed more than 1,000 feet away was furious, with a pair of red eyes staring at Konoha, to be precise, Baizi standing in the void. This suddenly appeared human being. With a swoosh, it turned into a red lightning bolt, and instantly rushed towards Baizi in the air, and a brutal claw fell on the head. Open black lens bracket gravity god's palm close black lens bracket. But I saw Baizi stick out his right palm and press it towards the attacking nine-tailed demon fox void. As soon as this action was made, everyone saw the nine-tailed demon fox that was rushing, as if it was being held down by an invisible giant palm, and then, it turned into a red cannonball and attacked fiercely. Towards the rear, smashed it out. Next moment. Bang! The unparalleled momentum blasted away, and the invisible giant palm slammed into the jungle with the nine-footed nine-tailed demon fox covering the sky. Rocks splashed, and the wind was raging. Once again, they looked at the roaring field, including the disguised Obito. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched and their eyelids twitched. A huge palm mark within a radius of 5,000 feet, and all the earth and stones in the palm were strangled, turned into powder, more than 10 feet deep, and the violent nine-tailed demon fox was photographed directly. Falling into the ground, the blood dripped endlessly on the ground, converging into a small stream, and the scene was very infiltrating. However, when many Konoha ninjas in the crowd, including Obito of Susanoo and Minato Namikaze, saw them, their scalps felt numb. Too miserable. The nine-tailed demon fox, under the palm of his hand, was kicked out by the adult, and he vomited blood again and again. Meow, is this a fake nine-tailed demon fox? It's too weak. Chapter 139 Hang and beat the nine-tailed demon fox like a child. In the darkness. The entire Konoha, tens of thousands of ninja people, all gathered in unison towards the miserable nine-tailed demon fox thousands of meters away from the village. There is nothing more exciting than the nine-tailed demon fox's palm being turned over. Strong. Yes, it is too strong. They had hoped for was far more powerful than they knew, what they had just experienced and seen. Thunder Dragon, who was similar to a thunder shield with a punch, smashed the tailed beast projectile violently and domineeringly, and now it was shot with a palm, directly causing Jue to suffer serious injuries. As for Obito, who pretended to be Madara Uchiha in the air, his heart skipped a beat. How could this sudden appearance of a guy just happen, over and over again, like a movie, and an endless loop reappeared in his mind. Of Uchiha Madara, he believes in everything that is happening in front of him, although he is not sure if this person is Uchiha Madara's opponent. Aang. The nine-tailed demon fox, who was severely injured by the palm of his hand, not only did not restrain his anger, but became even more intense, roaring up to the sky, and the destructive energy around his body was ravaging the void, tearing the air apart. There were many Konoha ninjas around, looking at each other with fright and terror. This is how the Nine Tails have such a terrifying defensive power and endurance. It's simply too terrifying. This kind of attack is just an injury, and it is not a particularly serious injury. If this palm falls on their Konoha, absolutely countless houses will collapse, and the earth will be sunken. It's really a stubborn and ferocious beast. If that's the case, then let's play with you. Bai Zi, who was standing in the air, looked at the violent nine-tailed demon fox within a radius of 5,000 meters, bent an arc and muttered to himself, and then glanced at Konoha, where the frying pan was empty, and the loud voice pierced the air. Which was very clearly passed on to everyone's ears. People of Konoha, remember your promise. If you can't do it, I don't mind erasing you from the country of fire. The rumbling sound of thunderous explosions, like the twilight drum and the morning bell, lingered in everyone's ears, and everyone's mind couldn't help but tense. Among them, the most tense were the 4th generation Megami Fung Minato and the 3rd generation Meguro Sarutobi Hizen. Their minds seemed to have the image of the mysterious young man destroying their Konoha under the palm of his hand. Just thinking about it, they now feel horrified. They must not break their promise just now, otherwise, Konoha will pay an extremely painful price for it. Sound falls behind, the incarnation of thunder disappears from the sky in an instant, and it reappears thousands of feet away. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles Yachi Thunder Dragon close black lens bracket. Sing. Yan yin. The 8 thunder dragons smashed out, and in an instant 8 purple lightning thunder dragons were in the air, and the sound of the 8 dragons roared across the 4 seas, approaching the 8 deserts without hesitation. It slammed towards the fierce nine-tailed demon fox. In the scene in the field, all the ninjas and people in Konoha who were watching, were speechless. They were truly terrified by the heaven destruction dough in front of them. Nippons. 8 thunder dragons. This is, you must know that just one thunder dragon blasted the 1,000 jong-tailed beasts launched by the 9 tails into nothingness. Now there are 8 paths. The ghost knows that such an attack on Juwei will cause such a terrifying injury. The 8 purple lightning dragons gathered together, blasted at Juwei with the sound of dragon roar, and the opposite side fell into a peak frenzy. Seeing the 8 purple lightning thunder dragons full of danger, the 9 tails roared up to the sky and took a step. The endless chakras poured into the 9 tails behind him, like 9 scarlet pythons, heading towards the 8 purple lightning dragons. Instant attack, blink of an eye. Yan. The sound of 8 dragon roars sounded at the same time, and in the next moment, in the horrified eyes of the countless Konoha ninja people, they slammed into each other, and the next moment was a thunderous sound. The endless thunderbolt instantly swallowed the 9 tails of the 9-tailed python giant tail, and then engulfed the entire body of the 9-tailed. Squeak. With the shrill screams, the 9-tailed demon fox disappeared from its place, and reappeared more than 10,000 feet away. The aura around it became withered for a few minutes. However, this is just the beginning of open black lens bracket thunder dragon claw close black lens bracket. The head of the 9-tailed demon fox, Bai Zi in the form of thunder appeared, his right hand transformed into a claw, and then endless thunder surged, forming a thunder dragon claw with a length of more than 500 meters in front of him. Immediately afterwards, an extremely familiar scene appeared in the field of vision. If Luffy was here, he would definitely be scared and run away, because this scene was very similar to the scene where he beat him violently in front of Bai Zi's residence of the Yanwang pirates. Ow! A stern whistling sound came violently, piercing the air, and the eyes of the 9-tailed demon fox were full of bloodthirsty blood, as if to tear the human who turned into a thunderbolt into pieces. Immediately, the 2 giant ferocious front claws slammed towards the falling dragon claws, but it was because of this scene that the corner of Bai Zi's mouth curved. The right hand probed slightly, and in the next moment, the thundering dragon claw that charged forward was more than 10 times faster, and instantly grabbed the right front paw of the 9 tails without any error. The ground fell, which was more than 1,000 feet tall, was instantly thrown to the ground by the dragon claws of Zidian Laming, making a deafening dull sound. Even the people in the Konoha village more than 10,000 feet away can clearly feel it. Looking at the battle of the sky, the unilateral crushing of the wave Fung Minato was stunned. Sarutobi Hizen was stunned. Kushina was stunned. Kakashi was stunned. Uchiha Madara Soil was stunned. As well as the people of the village, they all fell into a daze. What did they see? Before, the demon fox who almost killed their Konoha was hanged and beaten by the adult at this moment, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. Meow, this is ridiculous. The most important point is that they are very clear that it is not that the nine-tailed demon fox who almost destroyed their Konoha is too weak, but the adult, too strong, too powerful. Ruin the nine-tailed demon fox that destroys the earth is actually in the hands of the adult, who is hanged and beaten like a child, so terrifying strength. Bang 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 breathed, and the explosion sounded. Chapter 140 Demon Contract, Conquering the Nine Tails. After 10 minutes. Then 10,000 feet away, a dull voice fell, replaced by a dead silence. Night wind was bleak, the Xuanyu was in the sky, and there was no sound between heaven and earth. Fight, in the field finally stopped under the dazed and horrified gazes of everyone, and here, the nine-tailed demon fox, who had ravaged Konoha before and was violent, even fired two-tailed beast bullets in a row. The sluggish, red pupils are now full of intense fear. That's right. Is the ultimate fear and fear. Although the nine-tailed demon fox is a beast, it does not mean that it has no intelligence, but its intelligence is still very high. You must know that this is a pet of the legendary Six Paths. How could it be a mortal thing? Intuition tells it that this human being is very powerful, and it is definitely not an opponent. The battle just now has already explained everything. Escape. The nine-tailed demon fox that is out of control is no longer under control. Without the will to fight, the first reaction is to flee. His eyes flicker, and the nine-tailed demon fox will have the tendency to flee in the next instant. However, all of this was noticed by Bai Zi, who shrouded the entire area under observation haki, and even the faint, imperceptible curvature of the eyes of the nine-tailed demon fox could not escape. How could it be so easy to escape? After finally encountering the nine-tailed demon fox ravaging Konoha, how could Bai Zi's temperament allow such a terrifying existence to pass him by? The best way, of course, is to completely control this violent nine-tailed demon fox, earn it under his command, and then bring it to the world of pirates. To be honest, the world of pirates before he passed through the world of Naruto was too bland, and adding a little flavoring would also be a good idea. Not bad. It is not in vain for him to use a precious time and space scroll. Kakashi is his target, and the same is true for this nine-tailed fox. Say it slowly, but then fast. All this was in Bai Zi's thoughts. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth flashed a radian, and he turned into a thunder. Just as the nine-tailed demon fox was about to leave, he found a terrifying thunder in the sky above his head. Crashed down. In an instant, it landed on its huge head like the bottom, and a wave of lightning instantly covered the entire body of the nine-tailed demon fox, even if it was a convulsion. Looking from a distance, Bai Zi and the 1,000-foot nine-tailed demon fox, who could already be ignored, were at the center, and a strong thunder force burst out, tearing the air and wreaking havoc in the space. The screeching sound of thunder and lightning alone makes the scalp tingle and the sweat pores stand upside down. And that's not all. Seeing the fearful eyes of the nine-tailed demon fox, Bai Zi curved up in a playful arc, and a dark red aura suddenly opened up. Conqueror Haki. Top-notch Conqueror Haki. Full opening. An instant, with the two at the center, the dark red chi burst out instantly, and the aftermath of the overflow immediately spread to the sky above Konoha, and then wrapped the entire Konoha. Short while, within a radius of 50,000 meters, there is no dark red Conqueror Haki, coercing on everyone's shoulders, as if it is like a mountain topping. This is such a terrible power. Whose vitality continued to dissipate, flickered, looking at the dark red Conqueror Haki more than 10,000 feet away, his face was full of shock. Not only Namikaze Minato, the 3rd generation Megaman Sarutobi Hizen, the 4th generation Megumi Hokage wife Kushina Kakashi, etc. All changed their expressions abruptly. Especially in the empty space, Obito in Susanoo's state felt the pressure of a real mountain, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes flickered. This person's strength has far exceeded his expectations. If he waits until he solves the 9-tailed demon fox, then the next goal will be that he thinks about this place. With a gloomy face dressed in Madara Uchiha, this person is definitely not something he can deal with, at least he is now. Open black lens bracket Shinwei close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a deep look at Kakashi, clenched his silver teeth to unleash divine might, and then went to space, took back Susanoo's Obito, and escaped through a different space. On the other side, in the field, located in the dark red hockey and was specially taken care of by Baizi, immediately felt his whole soul tremble. He seemed to see the shadow of his childhood master, the 6 paths immortal, in this human being. What a terrible temperament and coercion. The 9-tailed demon fox at this moment feels that his soul is trembling. Devil contract. There is no doubt that at this juncture, when the 9-tailed demon fox was the most fearful and weakest in willpower, Baizi, following the North Blue Giant Kalakan, once again forcibly used the demon contract. The last time it was an octopus monster, and this time it was a 9-tailed demon fox that became the yin attribute of Naruto world, and only Zeben knows all this. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. After a few minutes, the 9-tailed demon fox has completely formed a contract with Baizi, and at this moment, there is a piece of information in the soul of the 9-tailed demon fox of the yin attribute, and that is the human control in front of him. In addition to the immortals of the 6 paths, it is another master who controls its life and death. My lord, I'm sorry, but Koei offended you just now. Just after the successful invasion of the demon contract, a voice similar to the North Blue monster appeared in his mind. Hearing the voice in his head, Baizi raised a radian, and was very satisfied with it. So far, he succeeded in capturing the 9-tailed demon fox. Although it was only half, it was enough. The time-space scroll was useless this time. Immediately afterwards, without hesitation, he used 3 bottles of recovery potion and 3 bottles of telescopic potion on the 9-tailed demon fox, just like the North Blue monster. And, just like the order to the little demon, let the 9-tailed demon fox call him by Xiao, and the 9-tailed demon fox was called Xiaoju by him. You go to another place and wait for me, and I will take you out of this world when you leave. Seeing the horrified look on the 9-tailed demon fox, he knew that it had already experienced the changes in its body. Master, young Master Bai is not from this world. As soon as this statement came out, a heart of Jiwei immediately raised his throat. In his cognition, 6-path immortal was already the most powerful person he thought, and even he couldn't leave this world, the owner in front of him said. If you are not from this world, isn't it because young Master Bai is even more powerful than his previous master, immortal 6 paths? Although he was horrified in his heart, he did not dare to show any slack in his mouth. The red hockey looked stunned, disguised as fright, and fled in a panic. But no one knows that the 9-tailed demon fox at this moment not only healed all the injuries, but also is much stronger than when it was at its peak. It knows very well that this is what Bai Xiao bestowed on him. Blink of an eye, the 9-tailed demon fox disappeared from the field of vision, and also between heaven and earth. A world-shattering war was extinguished. Many ninjas and people in Konoha were filled with emotion, but here, someone screamed, that guy, that Uchiha clan guy is gone. What? Hearing the screams that pierced the air, the people at this time reacted, that the masked Uchiha clan has already left. Was scared away for the first time, everyone's minds came up with such an invariable sentence. Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 Pumping Danzo, 9 Tails attacked. Among the leaves, there was a dead silence. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then the many ninjas and people who had come back to their senses were in an uproar. The knot is over, is it over? Ah, it looks like it's over. I can't believe it. I can't imagine that the biggest crisis in our Konoha's history has passed like this. My God, it's terrifying, the destructive power of Doomsday. Who is that young man? What a powerful strength. Isn't he that right? Didn't you see that the traitors of the Uchiha clan awakened to the kaleidoscope Susanoo were scared away? Before, Yui even smashed the nine-tailed beast bomb with one punch. It felt like a dream. What's more, the nine tails that destroyed the world were directly beaten by an adult and beaten by a child. What a terrifying strength. Ha ha ha, we are saved, ha ha ha. There were many ninjas and people in Konoha who came back to their senses, and they all jumped up with excitement. The joy of the rest of his life after the catastrophe instantly filled every corner of Konoha, rising above Konoha, and it never subsided for a long time. Snorted. Sound of breaking the air came, and the next moment, a thunderbolt flashed in the air, and after it converged, Bai-Z, who was a thunderbolt, appeared in front of everyone. With this kind of method, everyone who looked at it was speechless, and the speed was so fast that there was no time to react. Cough cough cough. Minato Namikaze, whose vitality has come to an end, vomited a large pool of blood, and was helped by someone with a pale face to come to Bai-Z, and bowed respectfully to thank him. Minato, on behalf of everyone in Konoha, thank you for saving your life. Well, from now on, Your Excellency will be Konoha's most honorable benefactor. Sarutobi Hizen heard this, and his expression was equally excited. From now on, I will have people in Konoha Square and order craftsmen to build a statue of the benefactor, Cough, I don't know the name of the person. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hizen coughed dryly, and asked a little embarrassedly, after all, they saved your entire Konoha, but they didn't even know the name of the benefactor. My name is Bai-Z. Looking a little embarrassed, the three-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with fluttering beards smiled, but this smile made Sarutobi Hizen a little flattered. Cough cough, Lord Bai-Z has the grace to recreate Konoha, and I will send it to you immediately. Wait. Before Sarutobi Hizen finished speaking, there was a middle-aged man with short hair and one eye. His head was bandaged and his face full of sullenness. The voice that interrupted Hizen Sarutobi came out, and immediately everyone turned to look at the middle-aged man who appeared on the street. Hizen Sarutobi immediately turned ashen when he saw the person coming. Danzo, what do you mean? What do I mean? What can I mean? Shimura Danzo saw the fourth-generation Megami Fung Minato, who was still unable to survive, and the third-generation Megubuki Hizen, who was old and frail. His ambition was soaring, and he finally stood up to suppress him. What is that place in Konoha Square? That is the place guarded by the statues of Hokage and Hokage 2. You let an unknown person stand on the square. Are you worthy of the two Hokage adults? Danzo, shut up. Cough cough. Hearing Danzo's remarks, Minato was so angry that he coughed a few times. His face blushed strangely, and he was about to spurt out blood, but this scene was full of excitement in Danzo's eyes. Presumptuous. Sarutobi Hizen was already furious, but now seeing Minato Nika's being so angry, he looked at Danzo like a volcanic eruption. Sir Shirasawa is my benefactor of Konoha, and his contribution to Konoha is enough to match the eyes of a generation. Comparing with the two Hokage lords of the second generation, how can you be so slandered? Apologize to Lord Bai-Z immediately. Finished speaking, Sarutobi Hizen with a face full of livid turned towards Bai-Z, who was apprehensive about the crime. Master Bai-Z, don't take offense, I will definitely discipline me when I go back. Oh, no, I never take flies to heart. Hizen Sarutobi with laughter. What did you say, kid? Don't think you can save Konoha. Crack. Finish speaking, Bai-Z slapped it out from the air, and the invisible giant palm transformed into the fruit of gravity instantly shoved Danzang above the street, and there was a deep pit of more than 5 feet. Appearing on the ground. Wow. Immediately, when Danzang opened his mouth, a large pool of blood spurted out, his face was as pale as snow, and he was severely injured by a slap like a fly, and he didn't even have a chance to react. Strength is not on the same level at all. Next time, I don't mind swatting your fly to death. Baizi breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Danzo, who had a pale face on the ground. He didn't have a good temper with this guy. Hearing Baizi's slap in the face, Danzo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which floated out in the air, and then his eyes passed out. Not because of the injury, but because of being angry. As the leader of the Anbu, he has never encountered such treatment, being swatted away like a fly, and threatened by Kai Guago. He is not even a word. Dare to say, it's not okay to be embarrassed. Face was even more fiery and painful, and he could not wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. At this time, he looked like a jumping clown. Cough cough. Come here, take Danzo-sama to the hospital. Sarutobi Hizen saw his mind, and Danzo, who was extremely weak, was swept away by Baizi, and even fainted from anger. He was very comfortable, but there was no sign of happiness on his face. He waved his hand to call someone and they took Danzo to the hospital. Today, I'm afraid it will be the most humiliating day in Danzo's life. Meanwhile, on the other side, who deliberately escaped, activated the energy of the recovery potion in his body, felt the surging power, and grinned. Young Master Bai is too powerful, my strength has soared by an unknown amount, it's all that. Damn masked man, let me offending young Master Bai and getting so many beatings. If I catch him, I will definitely let him. Open black lens bracket Wooden Hell Rebellion close black lens bracket. While the nine-tailed demon fox was muttering, several thorny trees were about to trap them in an instant. The crisis struck the two sharp claws of the nine-tailed demon fox subconsciously, and the tree of thorns, filled with violent energy, would suddenly appear. Strangulation. To smash. Open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Fire Escape is the highest ninjutsu. In the original book, only Uchiha Itachi awakened, and Obito also used it here. The next moment, the powerful and destructive black flame was directed towards the nine tails who had just cut off the thorn tree. The demon fox burned. Open black lens bracket Tailed Beast Bullet close black lens bracket. And just as Obito's voice fell, the nine-tailed demon fox who sensed the rich crisis actually spit out a few words, and then the instant Zhang Xu tailed beast shot towards the black and attacked. Chapter 142_9 Tails vs Uchiha Obito. Deep in the jungle. The black flame touched the tailed beast shell of Jiangsu in an instant, and made a thunderous roar, but the black flame was like the poison of the Tarsus, and the line of fire followed the trajectory of the tailed beast shell. And quickly spread. The masked Obito raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Although he was a little surprised that the nine-tailed demon fox was speaking out loud, he didn't care about his Amaterasu's black flames. Although the Konoha was not destroyed, the death of the fourth Megami Fung Minato was half the expected result. Burned by the fire of his Amaterasu, Obito mocked and despised Isho. That is, their Uchiha clan can be said to be the highest ninjutsu. If it can be solved so easily, then it is not worthy of being called the highest ninjutsu. On the other side, the nine-tailed demon fox saw that its tail was scorched by the black and strange black flames, without any hesitation, and immediately slapped it with a claw. The next moment was burned into nothingness by the black flame. Open black lens bracket Susanoo close black lens bracket. A low voice, Obito's thought was replaced by the rich chakra immediately, and the full version of Susanoo was used by him again. In an instant, it turned into a mountain-like giant, and the nine-tailed demon fox opposite had red eyes and a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Under Obito's slightly stunned gaze, the figure of more than 1,000 feet immediately moved at an extremely fast speed. Shrinking, it turned into 100 feet in the blink of an eye. However, the face of Obito on the opposite side was extremely dignified, because he clearly felt that the danger level of the nine-tailed demon fox on the opposite side was rising sharply, and his breath was soaring, breaking through another peak. The most bizarre thing is that the tail of the nine-tailed demon fox that was cut off by it has been restored to its original state at this moment, as if it had never been cut off. How could it be possible that with Obito's current knowledge, He couldn't believe everything in front of him at all. Although the tailed beast has a strong self-healing ability, he has never seen a tailed beast whose self-healing speed is so fast. It's probably half-healed before and after. Less than a minute. Weird. So weird. Besides, what surprised Obito the most was the height of the nine-tailed demon fox, which was 10 times different from before, but the aura around him was something that even he was extremely afraid of. Thinking of the task of catching the nine tails back this time, his eyebrows knitted together. Open black lens bracket double sword / close black lens bracket. Obito, who was in a state of complete body Susanoo, immediately pulled out. The two giant swords with both wings were held in his hands, and they crossed their heads and slashed towards the strange nine-tailed demon fox on the opposite side. The two swords that cut through the void, the air was wiped out by streaks of sparks, as if two comets came in an instant. But it was the fierce-eyed nine-tailed demon fox on the opposite side, raising his front claws and holding them together, without any fancy movements, immediately slammed towards the oncoming double swords. Bang with the dull sound, the next moment, an incomparable hurricane swayed from the field, and the nine-tailed demon fox and the hairy clothes on the surface of the body danced with the wind. With one person and one beast as the center, countless buildings, trees, rocks in a radius of 1,000 meters were blown away by the strong wind, and even were strangled. They became nothingness. After one hit, Obito, who was as complete as a hill, retreated more than 50 feet, while the nine-tailed demon fox on the other side only retreated 40 feet. Looking at the distance between the two sides retreating, Obito's face was gloomy again, and he took advantage of the attack, not occupying, but faintly suppressed. Obito, who disguised Madara Uchiha, was stunned. Impossible. How is this possible? Although the nine-tailed demon fox is very afraid of him, but just now the nine-tailed demon fox was severely injured, and he fled in embarrassment. Just started. He couldn't figure out why the nine-tailed demon fox, who was seriously injured, is now stronger than when the yin and yang attributes were combined before, and the body of more than 1,000 feet could shrink tenfold. Combat power has soared by an unknown amount. Ow. Open black lens bracket large tail beast bullet close black lens bracket. In the eyes of Obito, who doubted his life, Ninetails uttered human words again, and the simplified Bazong-tailed beast bullet burst out of his mouth, more than twice as fast as before. The child kept beating. Bazong-tailed beast bullet arrived in an instant, and the speed was much faster than before. Bastard. Open black lens bracket wooden hell guardian close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Shinwei close black lens bracket. Obito unleashed two abilities in an instant. First, a steel-like tough thorn wall formed around it. Of course, this could not stop the attack of the tailed beast at all. It was just that he delayed Vivi for a while. And in this short period of time, Shinwei made a direct escape, and it was obvious that the nine tails here were no longer what he could deal with now. Although Obito made the most correct choice at the first time, it was still so small in time. Ah! The tailed beast bomb that exploded suddenly, a second ago. Obito's shrill screams pierced the air and swayed, and the slightest trace of blood was floating in the air, and the moment it appeared, it was vaporized and strangled. It became nothingness. Finally, the tailed beast bomb exploded, and instantly spread to a radius of thousands of feet. The ground immediately dented. In an instant, at the center of the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, a bowl-shaped pit of thousands of feet appeared on the field. At this moment, the nine-tailed demon fox, who had transformed into 100 Zhong, was less than 100 Zhong away from the center. What a terrifying strength! The attack power is 10 times that of the previous one. Tailed demon fox, muttering to himself, looked down at his claws. His intelligence has soared a lot, his body has shrunk 10 times. And his combat power has soared 10 times, then if you think of this. Nine-tailed demon fox eyes, the light flickered, and then controlled the body to shrink by 100 feet again. 90 feet, 80 feet, 70 feet. In the blink of an eye, the nine-tailed demon fox reached the size of 10 feet, and Yanran's strength was 10 feet stronger than when it was 100 feet. It's 100 times as long as 1,000 feet. Master, this is such a terrible potion. It's unimaginable. The nine-tailed demon fox who gulped his saliva, his pupils shrunk a little. Of course it was very clear that all these were bestowed by Bai Xiao. It can be said that if there was no young Master Bai, it would not be what it is today. If young Master Bai did not have a primary election today, its fate would either be sealed by Konoha, or it would be captured by the human who controlled it. Although Bai Xiao beat it, but it saved its life, even if it was only half. After a while again, the nine-tailed demon fox transformed into a Zhong-sized fox, holding the claws of endless surging power, not spitting out unpleasant, immediately clenched the claws into fists, and slammed towards the opposite side below. The next instant, a dull roar rang out, and with the nine tails of the size of Zhong Xu as the center, the depression that was originally around Zhong Xu Zhong once again spread to the surrounding area, extending out more than 500 Zhong. Of one punch is so terrifying. Chapter 143 Ninja Village Trends, Take Kakashi. The change of the leaves, the ninja villages of various countries quickly got the news. The Land of Thunder, Cloud Ninja Village. Lord Raikage, Konoha encountered a traitor from the Uchiha clan, suspected to be attacked by Madara Uchiha, kidnapped the current Naruto's wife Kushina, unblocked the Nine Tails, and the current Naruto wave Fung Minato fought against it, and used the ghoul to seal it off. There is not much time now, but the detective sent at the critical moment, wearing masks similar to those of the Hokage Anbu, reported the current situation of Konoha to the fourth generation of Megumi Raikage I, Yunnan Village, the current country of thunder. Listening to the detective's report, the grumpy and impulsive fourth generation Megaman Raikage I slammed into his heart. This is true. The 4 generations of Konoha Hokage Namikaze Minato was wounded by a traitor suspected of Uchiha Madara, and time is running out. As a power that focuses on military expansion, Raikage I's first reaction was to attack Konoha to expand their territory at one time. Lord Raikage, this is absolutely true, and our people saw that. The mysterious man who drove away the Nine Tails left Konoha. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Raikage's expression he became excited, the violent factor in his body rushed out, and his eyes flickered. Looking towards the direction of Konoha, his eyes flickered, facing the confidant next to him. Pass my order and inform Toying, Fungying, Miyage, attacking Konoha this time is an unmissable opportunity. Yes, Raikage-sama. Land country. Surrounded by natural dangers, villages with fortifications all over the place, and numerous rocky mountains form the location of a top-secret natural fortress. Yenian Village, Toying Office. In the dimly lit office, a silhouette of a brush flashed into the office. Lord Toying, Konoha was attacked by the nine-tailed demon fox. The fourth generation of Megumi Fung Minato was seriously injured, and Konoha was disturbed, and the mysterious man took out the nine-tailed and left Konoha, and now he is nowhere to be seen. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Tsuchikage Onogi frowned slightly, then waved his hand. Okay, I got it. After that, let the subordinates leave. After a little, Lord Toying, this is a good opportunity to attack Konoha, and you must not miss it. The confidant next to Oyemu's eyes lit up and said remindingly. I know. That his confidants can think of, how can Onogi, who is the third generation of Tsuchikage, not think of it, but he is waiting for an opportunity, a dynamic of other ninja villages. The trend. Only in this way can you get the most reward at the least cost. Onogi, who is known for his prudence, sees this very well. This is the case with Raikage and Tuikage, and there are very similar conversations between Mizukage and Kazekage in the other 2 major ninja villages. For a time, the 5 major ninja villages except Konoha were all weighing the pros and cons, waiting for a suitable opportunity, an opportunity to destroy Konoha and annex him at the least cost. That night, in the ninja villages, it was not long after the news that Konoha had been attacked by the Nine Tails and the 4th Hokage was dying. Among the 5 shadows, Tsuchikage and Kazekage got an opportunity for an alliance. And this opportunity is the news from Raikage. Among the 5 shadows, Raikage disappeared. Ask the villages to conspire together to eradicate the Konoha that has been on their heads for decades. The three people with their own thoughts did not have too many reasons, and they agreed happily, as expected. The news from Reikage was the opportunity they were waiting for, an opportunity that seemed to them to be beneficial and harmless. Who has just experienced the Nine Tails riot, and the fourth generation may fall at any time, a big fight against Konoha. The war came quietly and agreed, and Konoha didn't know anything about it. Konoha, more than 10 kilometers away. Disciple Kakashi, meet Master. Hatake Kakashi, the sixth Hokage of Konoha's original novel, knelt on his knees at the moment. With a solemn and excited expression on his face, he bowed to a young man about his age. Get up. Baizi looked at the excited Kakashi in front of him with satisfaction. From today onwards, you will be my third apprentice. Third. Master means, I still have two brothers. After seeing how powerful Baizi was, Kakashi was extremely curious, but he didn't expect that his master, who was about the same age as him, actually had two apprentices before him. Not bad. Looking into the distance, Zoro and Sanji, whose strengths are increasing day by day, come to mind, showing a Radian, but they are not in this world. I will take you to see them in a few days. Quote exclamation mark quote. Not in this world, to see them, two words, like the thunder of the sky, fell in Kakashi's mind in an instant, filled with his fragile ability to bear. Master, you are not from this world. Kakashi's eyes widened, staring at the benefactor who saved the whole Konoha in front of him, and then he thought of the scene when Baizi appeared, when the empty wormhole from outside the world cut through the void and came to their world, and the news crashed into his mind like a cannonball. The brain is blank, yet I understand many things. Before I saw that, the masked man who knew Susanoo, since you are your master, you can practice writing round eyes with me these days. A little while. This place, there was a bang, 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 bang. Rachel. After Shirazawa took Kakashi's recovery potion, the advanced ninjutsu invented by him never came back, and it's not just gate of opening. Speed sword, Kakashi's left eye opened, the writing wheel's eyes locked on Baizi, and he attacked directly without leaving his hand in the past, and attacked with all his strength. Because he knew very well that even if his attack was 10 times stronger, it would be impossible to hurt him. With Kakashi's various methods and various trump cards frequently appearing in the field, rumbling is another fierce battle. Of course, the result does not need to be thought about. Under the mode of Baizi's apprenticeship, Kakashi, who has not been promoted to shinobi for a long time, is promoted. It was directly subjected to inhumane devil special training. Open black lens bracket double thunderbolt close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket thunder tiger kill close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket purple electric close black lens bracket. Battle entered the fiery heat. Kakashi's eyes were all red, and he used all kinds of tricks desperately, and powerful attacks came out frequently. Kakashi here looked like a miniature version of the nine-tailed demon fox. That is, in such a battle, Kakashi lasted for an unknown time. A quarter of an hour. An hour. 3 hours. Time passed quickly, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. Each country's ninja villages sent their elite children, led by the 4 major ninja villages such as Reikage, and there were dozens or even hundreds of small ninja villages under them, waiting to drink soup after defeating Konoha. As for eating meat, they understood the 4-bit shadow won't give them a cent. 2 days later. Finally, a team of more than tens of thousands of elite ninjas led by Reikage I-4 people came down to Konoha around the city and surrounded the entire Konoha. A Konoha battle against the entire ninja world is here. The curtain was drawn. Chapter 144 Uchiha Shisui's right eye. Today, in the early morning. From all villages swarmed like locusts, besieging Konoha, not even a fly could fly out of their eyes. It can be said that Konoha has been in the limelight in recent years. The first-generation Mezenju Hasuma, the second-generation Mezenju Tobarama, and the strong Uchiha clan have emerged one after another, and now there are 3 generations of Sarutobi Hyazan and the Rising Star, the enchanting genius, Namikaze Minato. If things go on like this, their major ninja villages will definitely be suppressed without a chance to turn around. Konoha, Hokage Office. At this moment, the atmosphere is extremely solemn. After the war the day before yesterday, the fourth generation of Megami Fung Minato passed away, and Kushina also closed her beautiful eyes forever the next day. Today, they originally planned to hold a memorial ceremony, but they received news of changes in the villages. In the room, Sarutobi Asma, Yugi Kane, Kato Mute, Hinata Hazu and Yumi Shia all had very bad expressions on their faces. The one sitting on the seat of Hokage here is the one who just served as Hokage, the original third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hizen. Yesterday because of Hokage's post, Danzo left the seat with resentment. Destroy the Uchiha clan's plan to get Sharingan. Bang. Sound. The depressing atmosphere, the sound of the door knocking swayed in the office, which was extremely harsh in the silent field. Lord Hokage, it's not bad. Something big has happened. Raikage, Tsuchikage, Tsukage and Kazekage brought hundreds of small ninja villages and surrounded Konoha without warning. What? After listening to the detective's report, Hizen Sarutobi, who had a gloomy face, stood up from his seat with a sigh, his face full of solemnity. Sure enough. What he feared the most had happened. Compared with the threat of the nine-tailed demon fox, the major ninja villages are undoubtedly a greater threat to their Konoha at the moment. Over the years, in order to maintain the peace and stability of the ninja world, their Konoha has established a lot of opponents. More or less, it also violated the interests of the other four major ninja villages. Everyone obeys the order, and must not let any person enters Konoha, unauthorized entry. Kill without mercy. The third generation of Sarutobi Hizen is really panicked. This crisis can be said to be worse than the attack of the Nine Tails the day before. Yes. Moment, many elite Junin faces are heavy, all of them have obtained their own tasks and went to execute them, and a Konoha blocking battle was staged rapidly. On the other side, Konoha Anbu Danzo office. He was planning to destroy the Uchiha clan. When he heard the report of Shinjuku's subordinates, his eyes lit up. Oh, it's true. 4 big ninja villages besieged Konoha, which is definitely a rare opportunity. It is better to take the opportunity to send someone to kill Sarutobi Hizen's henchmen and the Uchiha clan, and kill each ninja at the same time to gain prestige. As for the Konoha ninja and the people, he didn't think about it at all. In its view, as long as he becomes Konoha's Hokage, even if everyone dies, he can create Konoha again. Years of resentment have already made Danzo's mentality distorted. After the confidant left, Danzo looked in the direction of Hokage's office and muttered to himself, Hizen Sarutobi, my old rival, you are dead today. Jia, the Hokage seat is mine, Konoha is also mine, everything is mine. The 4 great ninjas. Village, you helped me a lot this time. Just when Tuan was hiding his Hokage dream, a thunderbolt flashed by himself, and along with a voice, a figure emerged. It seems that your dream is about to die. The ethereal voice made Tuanzang's scalp go numb, but when his eyes fell on the place where Lei Meng converged, he was shocked. You are you. Lightning flashes. This person is none other than Thunder and came to Bai Zi. As for the purpose, of course, not to kill the fly, he came to borrow something from Danzang for his apprentice Kakashi. Shocked, Danzo looked at Bai Zi in front of him, and a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. With Uchiha Shisui's right eye, he was able to use the strongest ninjutsu, Baidanjin, to control human beings. Controlling this terrifying existence, then Hokage is not something that can be captured by hand. If so, open black lens bracket Mudden Storm Spear Tree close black lens bracket. Without the slightest sign, Danzang's right arm instantly created a giant tree and smashed it towards Bai Zi, who was on the opposite side. Thousands of accumulated chakras attacked Bai Zi with a strange arc like a bullet. Gravity barrier. In the face of Danzo's repeated attacks, Bai Zi bent a radian. This Danzo's ambition is really not ordinary, as he knows Danzo very well. How could he not know this guy at the moment mind? Bitianshin, that is the ability of Uchiha Shisui's writing wheel eye development. Uchiha Shisui is a rare genius of the Uchiha family, and he is also half of Uchiha Itachi's teacher. The gods are quite famous. After some gravitational barrier, Danzo's wood-done storm spear tree and wind-done vacuum jade were directly blocked by Jiangshu, and could no longer go any further. And in this room, the sinister Danzang opened his right eye, and the water-stopping Bitianshin was used by Danzang, and an invisible illusion shrouded by Z. Open black lens bracket hockey thrust close black lens bracket. The dark red Conqueror hockey turned into a conical steel needle and stabbed Danzo in the forehead instantly. The next moment, he wanted to use the Danzo of Bitianshin, but he immediately covered his head with his hands, and his soul and will was severely injured in prehistoric times, and he screamed on the spot. However, hesitant to use Bitianshin in general, but met with backlash, and Danzo was even worse. You asked me to borrow something. Danzo, who took a long time to calm down, his eyes were full of sullenness and ruthlessness, and the most inappropriate was full of powerlessness. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies will be useless, which is vividly reflected here. Compromise. No way, at this moment Danzo can't do anything but compromise. He can't think of another way to solve it. Although he is a power-controlled lunatic, it doesn't mean that he is a fool. It's simple. I want Uchiha Shisui's right eye. The plain voice was heard by Danzo's ears, but it was like a thunderous explosion. His mind suffered an unparalleled heavy blow, and the expression of horror was on his face. I don't know what you're talking about. Was a rare panic on Danzo's face, which can be said to be his biggest secret. If the matter of Uchiha Shisui's right eye were known to outsiders, he would definitely die without a place to be buried. It's just how this guy in front of him knows. I'm afraid, at this moment, Danzo, who is very deep in the city, is completely afraid. Chapter 145 _ Sad reminder of Danzo, Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Uchiha Shisui's right eye. When Baizi said this, Danzo's eyes were filled with fear. No one in this world knows about this except him, because other than him, all the secret guards who performed this mission are all killed by him. Doing things without leaving any mistakes, this is the style of his Danzo, not to mention the genius monster Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha family. However, since everyone is dead, how does this person know? Damn it, who is this guy and why does he know so much? No, the more important it is, the strength of this person is terrifying. No, Danzo, who was shocked, quickly realized an extremely important thing, that is, he said that he wanted Uchiha Shisui right eye. Doesn't it mean that this guy wants his own right eye now? Asshole. Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes are completely gloomy to the peak. If this person took away Uchiha Shisui's right eye, which he had worked so hard to obtain, it would be more uncomfortable than killing him. This would be tantamount to blinding his right eye and greatly reducing his combat power. This is absolutely devastating to his ambitions. Don't think that no one will know if you do it without leakage. He was stunned, and he said, in order to capture the Uchiha Shisui Kaleidoscope Shaker, you can be said to have good intentions, and you did not hesitate to use the Uchiha family's forbidden technique, Izanagi, to sneak up on Shisui and take his right eyes, and then more root, poison kills water, and eventually died of physical exhaustion. Of course, Baizi didn't say that the other Shisui's writing wheel that Danzo wanted to get was already on Uchiha Itachi. But that alone made Danzo so frightened that he was sweating all over his body, his eyes shrank suddenly and flickered constantly. Fear, deep-rooted fear. Yes. That, thinks that his handling is impeccable, but it is precisely because of this that he is stunned. This person named Baizi is like witnessing himself attacking and killing the Uchiha clan Shisui. How come? Danzo's eyes were full of horror at the moment, staring at Baizi with a ghostly appearance. All of this was too sudden, and he was completely unprepared. How do you know that? At this moment, Baizi showed a very innocent look to Danzang. You will never know the answer to this question, now give me your right eye. Kai gravity turned into a claw under the control of Baizi, and in an instant, the air pulled Danzo's right eye, which was also Uchiha Shisui's right eye, abruptly plucked off. Under the severe pain, Tuanzang bared his teeth and let out a scream, and just as Dan Zhang's voice came up, a flash of thunder flashed beside him, and Bai Zi disappeared in place, as if it had never happened. As for why he didn't come in from the beginning to the end, it was because, as early as the first time Bai Zi came, he used the gravitational barrier to form a vacuum with the outside world, and all the sounds, breaths, etc. were completely isolated from the conscience. Otherwise, with the sensation just now, the entire Konoha is expected to explode. The shrill screams came, and immediately many members of the Anbu rushed in, and all they saw was their boss, Danzo-sama's right eye gurgling blood. In addition to the dilapidated battlefield around them, it is difficult for them to imagine what they have just experienced. Crazy, but it shouldn't be, there's no sound at all, and I even cut out my eyes. The same thing, it's not that it hasn't happened before, it's just that it's not as terrifying as it is now. After a little, Danzo's angry voice swept out of the arena and scolded everyone out. Of course he wouldn't say that he was attacked, otherwise he might cause a lot of trouble, and his face would be wiped out. More importantly, if the incident of Uchiha Shisui blows up, he will have nowhere to hide. As Uchiha Shisui's former boss, he will be the first to be involved. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was also news that I heard that Konoha's fourth-generation Hokage Naruto Minato, that is, his former teacher and Mrs. Hokage Kushina had passed away one after another. Not only that, but the major ninja villages were all dispatched. Reikage, Mizukage, Tukage, Fengyin all were present, and among them, the elites of their respective subordinates, Shengnin, Shengren, and Chunin, were tens of thousands, and the lower ones were as high as 5, 6, and 10,000. Kakashi's heart jumped immediately. The 4 major ninja villages joined forces with hundreds of small ninja villages to attack Konoha. This can be said to be unprecedented and something that has never happened before. The Leaf Crisis. This is Kakashi's first reaction to be in a critical situation again. Although Konoha has lost his relatives and cares, after all, it is his hometown and the place where all his good memories are. Hearing that Konoha was facing a major crisis, Kakashi couldn't help but feel worried. Just when Kakashi was worried, a flash of lightning flashed not far from God, and in the next instant, Bai Zi's figure appeared in the jungle clearing and caught Kakashi's vision. Master, you are. Kakashi didn't see Bai Zi when he woke up early in the morning, guessing that the master should be doing business. The fresh scarlet eyeball in his hand explained everything. This eyeball is specially prepared for you. Looking at the worried Kakashi between his eyes, the scarlet eyeball in his hand turned into an arc, and it fell into Kakashi's hand accurately. Looking down, Kakashi's brain was about to explode. This is Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Yes, it is indeed a fully awakened Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye, which is why Kakashi is surprised. Did the master kill Uchiha Itachi? Looking at the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye in his hand, Kakashi's mind Dahao, you must know that the current Uchiha family, since the Uchiha Shisui mission failed, only Uchiha Itachi has awakened this complete Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. That's right, your dirt-covered Writing Wheel Eye, plus this Uchiha Shisui's Writing Wheel Eye, are enough to make you go farther on the road of Writing Wheel Eye. Bai Zi didn't hide the identity of the owner of this writing wheel. Because of this, Kakashi's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. Who is Uchiha Shisui? How could it be possible? Uchiha Shisui, it's not that he failed to perform the mission and destroyed his eyes, how could he still have his Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye? This case, Kakashi couldn't accept it for a while. Could it be true that Mr. Sarutobi Hizen's guess is true? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 146_War is about to start. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. What I can't help but think about is the speculation of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi and the 4th Hokage that day, because the killing of Uchiha Shisui is too strange, and there are many loopholes in it. Ruining both eyes, there are still many things that don't make sense. Was vaguely felt that he was covering up something, and now seeing Master Baizi holding Uchiha Shisui's eyes, it confirmed the speculation of the third and fourth generations with great certainty. The death of Uchiha Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha family, was not so simple. Stunned for a long time, Kakashi seemed to have thought of something. His face was pale, and he said anxiously, "Master, since you can suppress the Nine Tails and drive away Madara Uchiha, then you will definitely be able to defeat the siege of the major ninja villages. I want to invite you." Although Kakashi didn't finish speaking, Baizi already knew what he meant. Is nothing more than letting oneself take action to save Konoha again, blocking this wave of siege that is no less than the raging siege of the Nine Tails. And if this battle starts, it is tantamount to opening the Fourth Ninja War in the original book ahead of time. And all this was created by Baizi. It's not impossible for me to shoot. Baizi glanced in the direction of Konoha, and looked at Kakashi beside him with a profound arc. Really? Sure enough, Kakashi's heart throbbed in his throat when he heard the master's words. The more the master's strength came into contact with Kakashi, the more horrified and unfathomable it became. Only these 4 words can describe his strength very well. It can be said that his young master, who is similar to him, is the strongest person he has ever seen, no one. This includes their 4th generation Naruto wave Fung Minato, as well as other shadows of the big ninja village, as well as the 9-tailed demon fox, Uchiha Madara, etc. He felt that the master's strength was stronger than their 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and the 1st generation Hokage Senju Hashima. It is precisely because of this, the reason why I was so excited when I heard Baizi said that he could make a move. If Master made a move, Konoha's crisis would definitely be solved. Just kidding, although the 5 shadows are very strong, they are far from being able to hang and beat the 9-tailed demon fox, let alone make Madara Uchiha run away in fright. But I have a condition. Looking at the excited Kakashi, Baizi laughed out loud. Condition. Not bad. Looking deeply at Kakashi, who felt bad, the premise of asking me to rescue Konoha is that you must perfectly integrate Uchiha Obito's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye before that. Quote exclamation mark quote. What, so possible? Kakashi's eyes widened, his eyes filled with an impossible look. Perfect fusion. You must know that before, it took him half a year to integrate the writing wheel with soil. It was also under the guidance of this cheap master that he perfectly integrated the writing wheel with soil. After all, it is not his own eyes, and he is also it is not possible for people from the Uchiha family to integrate so easily. Even if he's talented, it's still the same. Nothing is impossible. Why, you don't want to? If that's the case, then forget it. Yes, I do. Baizi could finish speaking. Kaka preemptively agreed, for fear that Baizi would regret it. Although it was completely impossible for him to perfectly integrate in such a short period of time, he would never save Konoha if he did not fight. There may be hope for a fight. Come on for Konoha, Kakashi. With the rush, Kakashi is full of energy, and without hesitation, he stuffed Uchiha Obito's eyeball into his right eye, and blood was flowing from the eye socket, but in the restoration potion. Completely repaired soon. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi used his previous experience of fusion with Obito, and the mixin that Baizi gave him about Sharingan, and started his fusion career. If this scene is known by the Anbu leader Danzo, I don't know if he will be so angry that he vomits blood. Damn, I killed an unknown number of people to get Uchiha Shisui's right eye, and now, Baizi actually used it for his apprentice Kakashi. After Uchiha Shisui's eyeball merged into Kakashi's right eye, he didn't even realize that Uchiha Shisui's eyeball fell in love with Kakashi's right eye immediately. Not because of anything else, but because of the endless vitality and energy nourished by its right eye, it will soon recover to its peak. What Kakashi didn't know was that Baizi's gift of recovery potion gave him the most perfect fusion conditions. Faster, faster, faster. I glanced at Kakashi's fusion of Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, leaning on the reclining chair and basking in the sun, and didn't care about the life and death of everyone in Konoha. To put it bluntly, Konoha, So many people in the entire Hokage world have died, so what does it have to do with him? After all, he is not from this world. As for the so-called intersection, there is absolutely no such thing as a cheap apprentice. As time passed, finally Reikage and the others couldn't wait any longer. It will change after a while, and Konoha must be destroyed before the mysterious powerhouse arrives. That's right, that's the only way to get the upper hand. Although that person saved Konoha once, they didn't meet up with each other. I agree, let's do it right away, so as not to dream too much at night. Then, do it. Reikage, Kazekage, Sokage, and Tsukage all stared at the Konoha in front of them with bad eyes. In their eyes, the Konoha at the moment had turned into a piece of delicious fat. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the sky rang out, and the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi Risen came to Konoha with a livid face, and looked at the overwhelming ninja army, and the sound of breaking the sky rang out. Presumptuous! You ungrateful bunch! Hizen looked at the army of tens of thousands of ninjas, his brows were filled with incomparable heartache, and he said, "You are besieging me Konoha today, don't you have a trace of shame in your heart?" Looking back at the time, Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, was the one who defeated Uchiha Madara and established Konoha in the Valley of the End. Since then, the war-torn Sengoku era has ended, and you have gained a long-term decades of peace. Now, look at what you are doing today. Konoha has always been responsible for maintaining the balance of the ninja villages, but what about you? Are you repaying us in the way you are today? The most important thing for expansion is Reikage. Hearing Sarutobi Hizen's words, he immediately stepped forward. Sarutobi Hizen, don't say that the name is useless. The ninja world was originally the strong prey to the weak. Today, your Konoha has been reduced to this point, and it is all your own fruit. We are following the will of the ninja world, crusade against her, etc. That's right, the many ninjas in Cheyenne village, come with me to eradicate Konoha. The strong men of Iwa Hidden village, let's go together. Kill. The shadow of the 4 major ninja villages took the lead, and after that, many Jonin, Chunin, and even lower ninjas, who could not care about Sarutobi Hizen's preaching, all rushed towards Konoha, screaming and screaming. A Konoha crisis opened again here. Chapter 147 Intense Melee, Tsunade dying. Before Konoha, the melee will start. Tens of thousands of ninjas from the ninja world rushed towards the beautiful prey Konoha, and the situation of Konoha was at stake. The days of paying homage to the 4 generations of Hokage and his wife turned out to be the days of Konoha's critical battle. In that case, don't blame the old man for being rude. Open black lens bracket Tuden Tuliu da close black lens bracket. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi roared violently in his mouth, and immediately manipulated the endless mud in front of Konoha to wash away the ninjas from the villages that were about to rush ahead. However, this is only for those Chunin and ordinary strength, and it cannot have a substantial impact on the elites of the village shadow level masters. Open black lens bracket Tuden earth flowing wall close black lens bracket. The face of the numerous attacking ninjas from various villages, even if Sarutobi Hizen used the earth escape wall, he immediately evoked a solid earth wall before Konoha, resisting the ninjutsu of many ninjas. But it's in this room. Open black lens bracket lightning abuse level close black lens bracket. With a loud shout, the 4th eye Reikage concentrated lay done in his hand, and a hand knife slashed down towards the Tuliu wall in front of him. A thunder knife fell, and the earth wall that covered the sky was immediately cut in half by the thunder, and the endless clods fell in the air, like a rain of clods falling from the sky. HMPH, Sarutobi Hizen, you are already old, you Konoha will surely die today. Reikage of the 4th generation snorted coldly, and immediately hit thunder abuse level again, and slashed towards Sarutobi Hizen. Destroy my Konoha, Lei Yinglao is so loud. Open black lens bracket magic power close black lens bracket. Booming with precise chakra control, in an instant, a punch suddenly slammed towards Reikage's thunder slash, and even the air was smashed, and the rushing Reikage was forced to stop by him. Instant, with the 2 at the center, the unparalleled strong wind raged, and the clothes of the two were blown. This is Tsunade-sama of our Konoha Sannin. When many ninjas in Konoha saw their Tsunade princess, they were all full of excitement. At the critical moment, their Tsunade princess finally arrived. Hee, who am I? It turns out to be Konoha's little Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade who blocked his own blow, Reikage was taken aback for a moment, and then played with the taste. Although your strength is good, you are not my opponent at this time. Tsunade's appearance. Lei Ying was stunned for a moment, then regained her confidence again. Really? Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered, and then he paused. The art of 100 heroes. As soon as this statement came out, from the mark on Tsunade's forehead, the injury caused by the attack with Reikage just now was also restored by metal, and the yin seal was completely released. Layer up. Who was facing him, looked solemn. Obviously this move was beyond his expectations. As for Sarutobi Hizen, he looked at Tsunade standing in front of Konoha with incomparable emotion. The yin seal under the 100 heroes technique. 2 levels of ninjutsu are used at the same time. I haven't seen Tsunade for so many years. Is Tsunade so strong? Looking at Reikage across from him, Tsunade snorted coldly, and slapped the ground with a palm to perform a psychic technique. Open black lens bracket spiritual technique big slug close black lens bracket. Space surged, and in the next instant, under Tsunade, a slug summoned beast with a size of 1,000 jong appeared. Seeing this, Rai Ying's face darkened again. Reason why so many of them are together is to deal with Konoha's many shadow-level powerhouses, Konoha Sannin besides Hokage. The strongest trio 3. Sure enough, he didn't wait for his further reaction. Open black lens bracket spiritual art of 10,000 snakes close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the psychic art of Miaomu mountain toad close black lens bracket. Following the two voices, in the next instant, beside the Tsunade Chenjong slug, there was 1,000 jong snake and 1,000 jong toad. 3 giants no weaker than the 9-tailed body stood in front of Konoha, and on the opposite side was an elite army of tens of thousands of ninjas. Konoha Sannin is here. The worst situation that Reikage expected has occurred. Although these 3 are not their opponents, it can still be done by holding them back for a while. Everyone, destroy Konoha. Kill. The shadows of all the villages gave orders in unison, and immediately numerous upper, middle and lower ninjas rushed towards Konoha in unison. Kazekage and Mizukage confronted Tsunade Konoha Sannin respectively, while Reikage's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slashed towards Konoha's current Hokage Sarutobi. Many ninjas in Konoha and village ninjas also fought together, and the field was in chaos for a while. Reikage, you are courting death. Sarutobi Hizen watched the army of tens of thousands of ninjas fight against Konoha. His eyes were red, and his anger was soaring into the sky. Open black lens bracket spiritual art of ape demon close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire flaming bomb close black lens bracket. Under the anger, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer kept his hands. Although he was old, his strength was undeniable, otherwise he would not have been selected as the 3rd Hokage. Open black lens bracket rainbow level Chio dance close black lens bracket. Reikage used his family sword technique, swooped in the air, and attacked Konoha's current 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi who had done everything he could. You must know that this trick is one of his tricks. When he was young, I used this trick to cut off the left corner of the 8 tails with one hand. In the original book, I used this trick to split Uchiha Madarasu Sano. Almost initial state. The two slaughtered in all directions, the surrounding earth and wood were cracked inch by inch, the wind was raging, the clothes were hunting, and every move implied a strong murderous intent. Reikage and Sarutobi Hizen are like this, so are the other Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya 3 and everyone else. Terrible. Extremely tragic. Only these 2 words can describe what happened in Konoha at the moment seen. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, the war lasted for an hour, and finally Konoha's decline emerged. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had just become Konoha Sannin for a while. Although they fought hard, they still remained not the opponent of the three shadow-level masters. The fourth generation of Mifengying Luo Shaiji, Magnetic Escape Gold Spear, made Sanin a little red. Chinsho Tsunade was severely injured. The 100 Heroes technique was forcibly lifted, and a mouthful of bright red blood was sprayed out. Although Orochimaru and Jiraiya struggled to support, they could see that they would follow Tsunade's footsteps soon. The granddaughter of Senju Hashima, if Tsunade is like this, then she will die. Luo Sha's eyes gleamed fiercely. Magnetic Escape Gold Realm Method. As soon as the fourth generation of Kazekage Luasha said this, the sharp sand gold on the ground in front of Konoha, like bamboo shoots, instantly turned into sand, and attacked and killed Princess Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, one of the three ninjas. If this blow hits, it will definitely be dead. Many ninjas in Konoha were all horrified. Even if Hizen Sarutobi was not careful, he was smashed to the ground by Raikage with one punch. At this moment, the sharp gold dust was already only a few feet away from Tsunade. Chapter 148 Even the disciples of the deity dare to kill. Before Konoha, in the big battlefield, Sarutobi Hizen, Jiraiya and others were suppressed by their respective opponents, completely unable to clone, and could only watch Tsunade encounter the poisonous hand of the fourth generation of Mechas. As Kazekage, who came to besiege Konoha with super attack power, his speed can reach through the void in the blink of an eye. Sharp like bamboo shoots, the sand-on was about to penetrate Tsunade's body. No. Princess Tsunade. The complexion of Sarutobi Hizen and the others changed drastically. Tsunade was the only bloodline of their generation, Senju Hashirama, and the meaning to them Konoha was extremely important. However, no matter what happened to Sarutobi Hizen, Kazekage Ross's attack still pierced through the seriously injured Tsunade at an extremely fast speed. Calcium carbide sparks, thunderous. Tsunade had already seen the sharp sand light attacking at the speed of light. At this moment, her face was pale, her mouth was bleeding, and her heart was full of despair. She knew very well that no one could save her at this moment. Unless a miracle occurs. Senju Tsunade, die. Fengying Luasha. In the original book, Gaara's father's eyes were full of ruthless gleams, and the speed of the offensive in his hand was even more than 1%. The next moment, with the violent roar, the place where Thousand Hands Tsunade was splashed with earth and rocks, and the wind was raging. It was completely impossible to see the ending, but what was absolutely certain was that Konoha's Tsunade princess, the first generation of Aiz, the granddaughter of Senju, is dead. Unlike the others, Luo Sha's brows were furrowed, and he couldn't be more clear about the effect of his own blow. The roaring sound was not like the sound of piercing the human body at all, but more like the sound of wind shadow Luo Sha. As soon as the thought fell, a hill-like energy void appeared in the field not far away, and he was too familiar with this void. Not only him, but Lei Ying and others are also familiar, especially Konoha's people, all of them stared wide-eyed. Susanoo. Not bad. Appearing in the field at this moment, to be precise, what appears in front of Chinsho Tsunade is nothing else. It is the unique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, although it is only in the initial state, but the current Kazekage Luasha's magnetic Dungeness gold boundary law is enough. Susanoo, could it be Itachi? Many of Konoha's ninjas looked towards the arena in unison, and at this time the whole Konoha was able to use Susanoo. I'm afraid only the genius Itachi. After all, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha family is not. Anyone can wake up. Itachi came back from the mission. Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered, and his eyes swept to the young man standing in front of him, and it didn't matter when he saw it, he immediately said, Kakashi. The unbelievable sound that pierced the air rang out, and everyone's eyes converged on the past. I saw that Susanoo, whose arms and ribs were transformed into hills, was protected by none other than Kakashi Hatake, a rising star of Konoha who possessed his own ninjutsu Raiden. Like Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake is one of the rare talents besides him. Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. The three generations of Sarutobi Hizen also had a look of surprise on his face. Not only him, but also the other ninjas in Konoha knew that Kakashi had obtained a writing wheel eye from the Uchiha clan Obito. Thinking of that, Uchiha Obito's writing wheel eye actually allowed him to develop to such a state. What a Konoha! I really didn't expect that a kid who got a writing wheel could make a Susanoo that is unique to the Uchiha clan. It's not a waste of time for such a genius to fall today. Funying Luasha sees the opposite. Who was wrapped by Susanoo, straightened his mind, and stopped talking nonsense and directly hit a move, magnetic escape gold cube. The low voice fell, and immediately before Luasha and Kakashi, a cube like a hill that covered the sky appeared. The next moment, the cube brought unparalleled coercion towards Susanoo, who was maintained by Kakashi. It was as if he was hit in the head. This move can be said to be his famous trick, and the lethality is extremely powerful. Looking at the cube coming from the opposite side, Kakashi's expression was solemn, because he felt the extreme danger in it. Not good. Kakashi, out of the way, now you are not his opponent. Broken. As soon as Tsunade's voice fell, the cube was already above Susanoo, which was maintained by Kakashi, and immediately smashed it. Kakashi, who was standing on the ground, clenched his silver teeth, and endless chakra poured into the beard. Zuonung raised his right fist, and immediately smashed it with a punch with unparalleled power. The rumbling cube and Susanoo's right fist collided violently, making a deafening sound. With the two at the center, waves of energy spilled out, and the clothes of the two were all screeching, and even the Tsunade, who was about to rush, stopped her footsteps, and she was seriously injured and had no strength to set foot at this moment. Wind was raging, and the surrounding ground was ravaged directly. The dust has settled. Took a step back, and Kakashi on the opposite side stepped back several dozen feet and sprayed out with a pop sound, his eyes filled with myopia. Is this Susanoo? It has the ability to fight against shadow-level powerhouses, which is really extraordinary. Good boy, such a genius is qualified to die under my hands. Open black lens bracket magnetic dungeons burial close black lens bracket. With a loud shout, Kakashi Luasha chakra poured into the ground, and the ground instantly turned into a sandstorm within 1,000 meters. Kakashi, who was injured by the blow, had no chance to retreat, and his body began to fall into the sandstorm. Kakashi, get out of the way. Bastard, Mrs. Funying Luasha is fighting with you. Heaven's foot poof. Without stepping down, Tsunade once again sprayed out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his face turned pale again. It's not good to flash. Sarutobi Hizen and many Konoha powerhouses are all discolored, and now Kakashi's ability has shocked them. If he grows up, it will definitely be their Konoha's top combat power, and even the future achievement of Hokage is not impossible. The genius died prematurely. Damn K's Cage Luasha, bastard. Unlike Konoha, many ninjas in the other ninja villages are full of happy arcs on the corners of their mouths. It is no doubt that they can see the genius of Konoha. It's a very good thing for them. Boy, go to hell. The Great Burial of Gold Dust Explosion. Without any hesitation, since Kakashi, the genius of Konoha, will be detonated with his right hand, he will detonate the gold dust. If he was a complete Susanoo, he would still be afraid, but now it's just the initial form and he can only be hanged and beaten. The majestic fourth generation Mufungiying dares to kill even the disciples of the deity. Are you looking for death? Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. Critical moment, a cold voice floated in the air, and Kakashi, who was already buried in the gold duster on the other side, formed an invisible gravitational barrier around it, and it rose into the sky under the action of anti-gravity. Chapter 149 by Z appeared and confronted the four shadows. Explosion. At the same time as the cold voice of the void swayed, the gold dust was buried under the control of Luo Sha, and it exploded with a bang. If the rhythm was not guarded by the gravity barrier, I am afraid that Kakashi would have died and disappeared. The placer's burial exploded, and the endless roaring sound exploded into the sky, and everyone present felt tinnitus bursts, which lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then gradually extinguished in the field where the hurricane erupted. Reikage and the others felt bad the first time they heard the sound of the explosion in the void, and when they saw the young man standing in the void, their eyelids jumped wildly. Damn, that mysterious person is still here. As for Konoha's people, seeing that Kakashi was fine, he was relieved, especially the secretly regretful Chisho Tsunade. At this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at the man standing in the air. Baizi muttered to himself, "Is this the young man who saved Konoha, drove away the nine-tailed demon fox, and scared off Madara Uchiha? What a powerful strength. And he tell this person just now that Kakashi is his disciple. Could it be that Kakashi has worshipped this lord as his teacher?" He said, "With this relationship, today's Konoha's prestige may be understood." Sarutobi Hizen stared blankly at the sky above the gold dust burial, before coming back to his senses after a long time. "Are you coming?" Master Baizi finally came. I really didn't expect Master Baizi to accept Kakashi as a disciple. While Sarutobi Hizen was filled with emotion, many of Konoha's ninjas all exploded. That old man is here, finally. With that adult here, our Konoha will definitely be fine. At dawn today, the statue of that lord was just finished. Sir Shirasawa will definitely defeat the ninjas in the villages. That's for sure. Shirazawa-sama is the existence that even Kyuubi and Madara Uchiha scared away. The many Konoha ninjas who originally held the heart of mortal death are now full of excitement and excitement. On the other hand, the tens of thousands of Ninja Alliance troops on the opposite side were all dumbfounded. Was that the mysterious man who saved Konoha before? That is to slay the nine-tailed demon fox, and to scare away the existence of the Konoha traitor Uchiha Madara. Will they be opponents? Tsunade, thank you for saving Kakashi, and I implore you to save me Konoha from fire and water again. Tsunade on behalf of Konoha is very grateful. Although there is such a relationship with Kakashi, when Tsunade knows that Baizi only protects him, if this adult is not happy, they Konoha will be miserable. Can I save you Konoha? Yes. He spoke. Baizi looked up and down. This one from Konoha's original book. Hokage of the 5th generation, but I have a condition. I can rescue Konoha this time, but you will be my maid. Kakashi. Hearing the master's words, Kakashi's eyes widened. This scene was so familiar. That was how he was captured by the master at the beginning, and now he has stretched his claws towards Tsunade-sama. Master, you are. Kakashi just wanted to say something, but a look in his eyes made him shut his mouth tightly, and he didn't dare to say another word. This man is not good. The upright Tsunade heard this, and his eyes flashed. Although the person in front of him was very powerful, the word made it difficult for her to accept. But if he didn't agree, Tsunade would be in an extremely tangled state for a while today in Konoha. Since you don't agree, then forget it, Kakashi, you have done your duty. Saying that, he raised his foot and moved towards Konoha to leave, but this move was heard by Tsunade's ear as if crushing her. The last straw, struggled for a long time, clenched her pink fist, gritted her silver teeth and squeaked, "Okay, I promise. As long as you save Konoha today, I, Tsunade, will be your maid for the rest of my life." Speaking of this, Tsunade's face turned red. This was the most unintentional thing she said in her life. Kakashi's eyes widened, staring at his respected Tsunade-sama. That's not the case. His master promised himself that as long as he perfectly fused with Uchiha Shisui's right eye, he promised to save Konoha. Ah, how come there is an extra condition now? Suddenly, Kakashi discovered the dark side of his master who was unknown to him. Master is so shameless. He clearly promised himself, and now he has added conditions in the middle, but he can only watch, and dare not say anything, much less say it. As for the people around, I didn't understand a single word of what they were saying. Long ago, Baizi would send the 3 people within a 3 square meter radius to form a vacuum with a gravitational barrier, cutting off the transmission of sound. In that case, leave this Konoha crisis to me. After finishing speaking, the gravity barrier was removed, and at the same time, the devil contract was used again. This time, the target was Princess Konoha Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashima. After a little, in the field where the war had stopped for a while, Kazekage Luasha said gloomily, "Your Excellency, this is what happened before our major ninja villages in Konoha. I hope Your Excellency will not participate, otherwise." "Oh, is this a threat?" Words fell. Baizi swiped his right hand outwards, and in the next instant, Luo Sha, the fourth-generation Makazekage, turned into a cannonball and smashed towards the rear. The dull sound of the boom reappeared. Fungying Luasha had already appeared more than 100 meters away, and a deep pit was smashed under him. Poof! Sound. Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out, his face turned white, and Fungying Luasha looked at Baizi again, full of fear and jealousy. What just happened? Not only him, but everyone else, Konoha, Reikage and others, all stared at the field in disbelief. How is that possible? Kazuki Luasha is not even that guy's one-shot enemy. Damn, how strong is this guy? His eyes swept over Reikage and the others, stepped forward. Don't talk nonsense. This the world's strongest or respected. The four of you will go together. If you win, I will not bother about you in Konoha. As soon as Hong Baizi's remarks came out, it was like a thunderbolt rang in everyone's ears. What did they hear? That guy is going to challenge Reikage, Kazekage, Mizukage, and Sokage at the same time. Even Tsunade's eyes are flickering, but what she doesn't know is that the demon contract in her mind at this moment is quickly tied with the fluctuation of her mood. Fixed. Good. Since Your Excellency is so confident in your own strength, don't blame us for bullying the less. Arrow had to be sent on the string, and Reikage here agreed immediately. He knew very well that this was their only chance. If the four of them can't fight against this man's opponent together, then they will not succeed in attacking Konoha this time, and in addition, they will increase casualties. Shui Ying and Tu Ying looked at each other and nodded. Feng Ying, who was struggling to get up more than 100 meters away, stared solemnly at Baizi on the opposite side. That person's strength was so strange. Next, I am afraid that this will be the beginning of the real war to besiege Konoha. Chapter 150_Hanging Four Shadows. Chilling wind. Front of Konoha, the four were silent, and tens of thousands of eyes fixed on the 5 people facing each other in the field. The 4 people who besieged Konoha, including the initiator Reikage, all had solemn expressions on their faces, stabilizing their minds, and staring at the young man on the opposite side as if facing an enemy. Strength of this man is unfathomable. From the bizarre move that knocked the 4 generations of Makers flying into the air, it has already explained everything. Everyone, let's go together. Delay will change. Reikage, the most powerful of the 4, had a heavy expression on his face, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes, and he gave Onogi a subtle wink, intensifying the level of Iwale's abuse of Chiomai. Voice. The most powerful Reikage and the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage Onoki used a combined attack technique, using Onoki's aggravating rock technique to strengthen their fists, and then used thundering level Chiomai. Bang Long Long punched out, and immediately even the air was smashed open, blasting the void with a strong sound of thunder, and Baizi, who swooped towards the ground, smashed it. Open black lens bracket Thunder Dragon Claw Close black lens bracket. Facing the combined blow of Lei Ying and Onogi, Baizi stretched out his right hand and turned it into a claw. Immediately, the lightning flashed, and then a huge Thunder Dragon Claw appeared in front of Baizi, slamming towards the opposite side. Reikage's attack went away. The 2 thunderbolts collided in an instant. The deafening sound of thunder pierced through the void, lingering in all directions, resounding in everyone's ears and minds, and everyone's eyes turned to the field for the first time. Especially Lei Ying, who attacked first. When the dust dissipated, his pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, he retreated several dozen feet, plowing out 2 groove marks on the ground, while Baizi on the opposite side was wrinkled. The thread didn't move. Competition here is immediately judged. Magnetic dungeons and sans waves. Lei Ying was forced back by Thunder Claw, and Feng Ying was not idle. Immediately, another unique trick appeared. The golden sand that climbed the endless time was like a wave covering the sky, surging up, and swooping towards Baizi like a sharp sword in the air, with a mighty power. You can see how powerful it is. Open black lens bracket lightning water dragon ball close black lens bracket. The strike was unsuccessful, and Reikage and Suiying immediately combined a new attack. Reikage mixed his thunderbolt chakra into Suiying's water dragon bomb, and together with Kage's Jinsha waves he carried it with him. With the congratulations of destroying the world, he attacked Baizi. Two super powerful attacks, one side is the endless sand waves, and the other side is the thunder and water dragon bullets that cover the sky, so and even the 3 generations of Sarutobi Hyazan are afraid that they will be seriously injured. Many of Konoha's powerhouses are all staring at the field without blinking. They have never seen or heard of such a battle. 4 Shadow Masters, let's fight. From a certain point of view, this battle is even more shocking than the final battle. You must know that these 4 Shadow Masters are the same as their Naruto adults, and they are the fighting power standing at the top of the ninja world. 2 super powerful attacks, carrying the power of Lei Ying Feng Ying and Shui Ying, attacked with murderous intent, only to see Baizi looking at the golden sand waves and thunder water dragon bullets covering the sky, and turning his right hand towards the front was convenient for a palm. Photographed. Air shock. Resort. Immediately, just when the Jinsha waves and thunder water dragon projectiles were less than 10 feet away from Baizi, they exploded in the air. The golden sand waves that covered the sky were all turned into dust, and the water vapor of the thunder and water dragon bombs evaporated instantly under the terrifying air shock, and the thunder turned into nothingness. This is not only before the dust settles, the invisible air shakes a palm, and Yue crosses the void and instantly appears on Reiying Fengying and Mizuying 3 people. Bang, 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 3 muffled sounds in succession, and the next moment, the 3 of Reiying 3 were slapped out like flies, more than 500 meters away. Open black lens bracket the art of earth done rock fist close black lens bracket. 3 generations of Medokage turned his right hand into a hard rock fist, and increased its hardness and weight. He slammed a punch, slammed it violently, and slammed into Baizi, who was just shot with a palm, and his power was no less proud than Reikage 3. Person 3. Looking at Onogi's rock fist technique, the corners of Baizi's mouth raised an obscure arc, and a voice came out, open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles gravity 6 king's spear, close black lens bracket. Baizi, who had just shot a palm, turned his palm into a fist again, and used Rokushiki, 6 styles in a smooth manner, and added gravity into it to form the 6 kings of gravity spear. The sound of banging and explosion swept through the field, and the endless strong wind raged around, blowing the 2 men's clothes into the wind, and this state lasted for a long time, and it was accompanied by a crisp, click, sound. Come on. The next moment, the 3rd generation of Earth Shadow, Onogi, turned into a meteor, crashing down, like a meteorite smashed thousands of feet away, which was even more miserable than the 3 of Reikage 3. Tsunade looked at the sturdy blow of the 3rd Tukage Onogi, and was directly punched thousands of feet away by that guy who wanted to make him a maid. Is not a grade at all. If he were to become his maid in the future, then thinking of his strange power and the use of Tianshu's feet, the last ray of unwillingness in Tsunade's heart turned into nothingness after seeing Baizi's circle. Congratulations to the host, the devil contract has successfully bound Princess Thousand Hands. Binding level, perfect level. Who had just smashed the 3rd generation Tukage Onogi with a punch, heard the voice coming from his mind, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. That's it. He thought it would take a while, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Since you were shooting, then lend me a blow. Immediately, Baizi Kongjung used it again, stretched out his right palm and pressed it on the void Vivi. Rumble followed Baizi's palm and pressed down. In the next instant, the 4 people, Reikage and Tuakage 4 were the center, and the area was 1,000 feet in a radius. Inside, the ground was sunken in an instant, and the 4 of them spit out a mouthful of bright red blood, and all the internal organs were shaken, and the bile was about to be spit out. 4 of them vomited blood, their faces turned as pale as snow. Such a devastating attack. Hizen Sarutobi, Tsunade and others were horrified, and the tens of thousands of ninjas from various villages on the opposite side, one a big mouth swallowed saliva. Damn, how do you fight this battle? It's not a level of existence at all, it's too long. Chapter 151_ Worship. In the palm of the Chenjiang Shenking, the four of Reikage 4 wilted. Severely injured on the spot. The four who struggled to get up were like the grand monkeys in the palm of the 444 Tathagatas. At this moment, the four of them looked at Bai Zi, who was more than 1,000 feet away, and their eyes were full of fear and horror. That guy, how is it possible? Going to stare out. That was just now, a palm, how is this possible? My God, I'm not dreaming, what a terrible strength. 4 shadows, those are the omnipotent 4 shadows, how can they be so weak? Unbelievable, dreaming, yes, I must be dreaming. It's fake, it's definitely fake, how could it be possible to kill 4 shadow-level powerhouses in one blow? How can Niang Exapi fight this battle? In the field, more than tens of thousands of ninjas looked at each other in dismay, and no longer. There was not even a trace of fighting spirit. Just kidding, they are not fools. Cough cough cough. Lei Ying sprayed out a mouthful of blood again, staring at Bai Zi unwillingly, his gums were about to bite, and he said, Your Excellency is strong, Yunren village, admit it. Withdraw. The word that was unwilling to the extreme collapsed, and when the voice fell, Reikage did not hesitate at all. With many ninjas from Yunnin village, he lifted his feet and left Konoha. This time, there is that mysterious person taking care of Konoha, and they are destined to come back in vain. Movements, the complexion of Kazekage, Thiage and Miage changed instantly, although he was unwilling, but there was no other way. If they attacked hard, I'm afraid they won't be able to pass the mysterious person's level even if they lose their wealth. After a while, the arena was empty, only Konoha, many ninjas and people, were stunned for a long time and could not react. Did they win? Another crisis has been lifted just like this. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. A few minutes ago, Konoha was surrounded by tens of thousands of ninja elites, but at this moment, Konoha was empty. 10 seconds 1. Half a minute. 1 minute. It lasted for more than a minute, and the Konoha ninja and the people reacted one after another. Are we safe? But, maybe it is. I still can't believe that until now, another crisis in our Konoha was carried by Lord Bai Zi for us. Benefactor, our big benefactor of Konoha, Lord Baizawa's idol, an absolute idol. God of War. Such a terrifying strength. One person has defeated the 4 shadows including Reikage. It's amazing, my Lord Bai Zi. Numerous Konoha ninjas and the public were hotly discussing, and they complained to vent their excitement. Yes. So excited. The joy and excitement of the rest of the life after the catastrophe filled everyone's heart instantly. Is it finally over? The pale-faced Sarutobi Hizen took a deep breath and looked at the figure in the arena with incomparable emotion. In a trance, he seemed to have seen their Hokage generation's purpose, Senju-sama, Sama. The adults are even better. The backhand to suppress the 4 shadows, how tyrannical this kind of strength is, Sarutobi Hizen does not know, but one thing is certain, at this moment in this world, there is probably no one who is his opponent. Terrible power. Strange ability, coupled with the power of thunder, absolutely can be called invincible. Some are happy and some are sad. Just when the whole Konoha was boiling, on the top of a certain building in Konoha, Danzo with a pale face sullenly stared at the field with his pupils shrunk. Trembling all over. Strong and invincible, that guy is so strong. Terrible, such an existence is definitely something he cannot afford to provoke. Thinking that he had shot at this great god before, at this moment Danzo really wanted to slap him to death, and he looked to control such an existence, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is an idiot. It was definitely the rhythm of courting death that he had to fight against such an existence before. As for Bai Zi's poaching of his right eye Uchiha Shisui, Danzo at this moment can no longer feel any resentment in his heart. Just kidding, such a ruthless man. He suppressed the existence of the four shadows with a wave of his hand. Where is he an opponent, let alone him at this time? Even if he became Hokage, he would not be his opponent. He knew very well that even if his strength increased greatly and he became Hokage as he wished, he would still be far from being able to suppress and beat the four shadows so easily. Thank you, Lord, for saving me Konoha from the fire and water again. Please be slaughtered by the sun. Saying that, Sarutobi Hizen bowed respectfully towards Baizi. This move, and the many Konoha ninjas behind him also bowed solemnly, and their eyes were full of gratitude. Thanks Lord Baizawa for saving us Konoha people from peril! ! Quote. Immediately afterwards, the uniform voices of everyone in Konoha pierced the air and spread out, rising above the entire Konoha, and lingering in the ears for a long time. 10 Dao, 100 Dao, 1000 Dao, and finally 10,000 Dao, 100,000 Dao. Countless ninjas and people bowed in unison, bowing down to Baizi like 100 birds facing a phoenix. Is spectacular. Chapter 152 Marine Rokushiki Shaving Blessing, Susanoo. The next day, early morning. Konoha Plaza. At this moment, the crowd is full of people who fall on the two people in the field. These two people are not others. One is Kakashi, the apprentice of Bai Zesho, and the other is Tsunade, the maid known only by the three of Bai Zesho. Sake of Konoha, but also to pursue higher and stronger strength, Tsunade resolutely chose to leave with Baizi, and there was an uproar in the Konoha crowd. Have Kakashi and Tsunade-sama left with Shirazawa-sama? I really envy Kakashi for being able to worship Lord Baizi as his teacher. It would be great if I could worship Lord Baizi as my teacher. Who told Kakashi to be a genius? People who are not Uchiha's clansmen can rely on the writing wheel to open Susanoo. This is not something ordinary people can do. Yes, only a genius like Kakashi is qualified to be Lord Baizi's apprentice. Around Konoha, there were many heated discussions among the people, but when they heard Matekai, who had just arrived at the edge of the square, he was shocked, as if struck by lightning. Kakashi was about to leave, and that guy became the apprentice of Shirazawa-sama who saved Konoha twice, and that guy turned on the unique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. My god, how could it be possible? No! Quote. Matekai, who had just returned to the village after finishing the mission, stared at Kakashi in the field with wide eyes. His figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from the spot, and he reappeared and came to Kakashi in the square. Not far away, his eyes were full of red at the moment. Matekai, who was in a state of rage, was full of fighting spirit. Kakashi, Matekai challenge you 352 times. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Matekai's eyes widened, his eyes full of excitement, and he was full of reluctance. Because Kakashi is leaving, he will lose the most powerful opponent in the future, and he will not see him for a long time. This friend. As you wish, this time you are defeated. Seeing the state of Matekai, Kakashi nodded solemnly. Matekai sent him off by fighting, and only the two of them understood the friendship. After finishing speaking, Kakashi looked at Baizi and bowed respectfully. Trouble Master. Seeing the soaring fighting spirit around Matekai, Baizi knew Isho, and with a wave of his right hand, a large gravitational barrier was created within 1,000 meters around Kakashi and Matekai, making the two of them fight. The aftermath cannot cause damage to the surrounding ground and buildings. Within 1,000 feet, you can fight as much as you can. The dull voice swayed, but it was the Konoha ninja and the people who were around 1,000 feet away curiously, and only then did they find that there was still an extremely strong invisible barrier in front of them, and they thought of it again. Just after Lord Baizi's words, in an instant, the eyes of everyone looking at Baizi became even more adoring and fiery. Lord Baizi's strength, how terrifying the situation is, to be able to do this. Tsunade also felt the invisible barrier, her beautiful eyes shrank suddenly, and for a moment, she really wanted to use a strange force to try to break the invisible barrier. Just that Susanoo is still awakened now, and Matekai will really be an opponent. Teacher Shie thanked the teacher and student respectfully, and then his eyes fell on Matekai. Today, I will use my strongest strength to fight you. Best, me too. Full of explosive hormones, Matekai stepped on the ground, when even the brewing began to open the door. Dunjia. Open black lens bracket Susanoo close black lens bracket. Kakashi, who snorted lowly, was under everyone's attention. He skillfully used the unique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. The blue Susanoo, full of energy, shrouded Kakashi as much as possible. Although there were only arms and ribs, the hurricane energy was enough to illustrate the horror of this move. Call. Feeling the violent energy rushing towards him, Matekai breathed a sigh of relief. 8 inner gates since that's the case. Gate of opening is open. Gate of healing on. Gate of life is on. Without any fancy moves, Matekai opened the 8 inner gates 3 times in a row. With the opening of the 3 gates, Matekai's combat power soared exponentially, and the whole body was full of danger. Attack speed soared and the surging power surged out of Matekai, staring at the opposite Kakashi with excited eyes. Be careful. Open black lens bracket Konoha whirlwind close black lens bracket. With full firepower, Matekai wiped the soles of his feet. With the 3 doors fully open, his legs rotated at a high speed. Finally, his heels ended, and he stomped on the ground. He just slammed into Kakashi who was in Susanoo state. Past. There are no dazzling skills, some are just fierce and domineering offensives. In the scene in the field, the corners of the mouths of the many ninjas and people around Konoha were twitching, and their eyelids were jumping wildly. I am afraid that fighting like this can be regarded as the top level in Shangnan. However, you must know that both Kakashi and Matekai have just been promoted to Jonin for less than a month. A blessing for them to have such combat power after being promoted to Jonin for less than a month. Facing the fierce and domineering blow of Matekai, Kakashi disappeared in an instant, and reappeared with Matekai and Matekai. With a kick from Susanoo, he smashed it hard with a punch from Susanoo. The dull sound of boom immediately exploded from the field. Although it was blocked by Baizi with the gravitational barrier, there was still a little sound that pierced through the gravitational barrier and came out. The roar fell, and Kakashi appeared in the original position of Matekai. As for Matekai, who opened 3 doors in a row, Kakashi was smashed and flew out more than 100 meters away. What I saw, it was that Matekai was completely suppressed. This can't be, even if Kakashi awakens Susanoo, it shouldn't be like this. Just now, it was Matekai who took the lead. That's right, it seems that it's not just Susanoo that Kakashi's combat power has soared. It's hard to imagine what the Lord Baizi gave Kakashi to make his combat power soar so much. The 3rd generation of Sarutobi Hizen also shone brightly in his eyes, and in that moment, he saw Kakashi's feet hitting the ground dozens of times. At first thought, he thought he was wrong, but after careful consideration he found that the scene was true. Not only him, but also Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who looked sullen, also saw Kakashi's abnormal state, and they couldn't help but look shocked. That kind of means, but they Konoha and even other major ninja villages do not have at all. At the same time as everyone was surprised, Kakashi looked at Matekai who was smashed and flew out by his fist more than 100 meters away, subconsciously forgot to put down his fist, his eyes flashed, teacher's marine Rokushiki shaves her beard. Zuonon can achieve such a powerful move. Long before he fused Uchiha Shisui's right eye, Kakashi learned the marine Rokushiki shave that Baizi taught him to shave, and now he used it against Kai for the first time, and only jumped under him. It turns out that the teacher's marine Rokushiki shaved so well. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 153 Kakashi vs Kai, giving out the marine Rokushiki workbook. Cough cough cough. Matekai, who struggled to get up, coughed violently a few times, and just now he felt as if he had collided with a fast-moving train. Looking at Kakashi on the opposite side, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit soared sharply. Ha ha ha, happy. In that case. Matekai's expression became extremely excited. 8 inner gates, 4th gate, gate of pain. On. Seeing that opening 3 gates in a row is still not Kakashi's opponent, Matekai immediately stopped holding and opened the 4th gate of pain of 8 inner gates again. With a bang. Opening of Matekai's gate of pain, a super powerful attack was used again in an instant. Open black lens bracket 8 inner gates Lilianwa close black lens bracket. The voice fell. Matekai was at a high speed exceeding the speed of light, and instantly collided with Susanoo who used marine rokushiki to shave again. Boom! A thunderous explosion swayed through the gravity barrier, and the next moment, I saw 2 figures flying out backwards, both retreating more than 10 feet. Evenly matched, not equal. Matekai, who had opened 4 doors in a row, finally had the strength to push Kakashi back, and it didn't end. 8 inner gates, the 5th gate of limit, open. 6 gate of view, open. 4 gate of pain, Matekai opened the 8 inner gates again, and even opened the 5th gate of limit and the 6th gate of view. At this moment, the momentum around Matekai, who opened 6 doors, soared again. Open black lens bracket 8 inner gates ultimate Rinka close black lens bracket. Voice rang out, and in the next instant, Matekai appeared in front of Kakashi at a speed that surpassed sound waves. No matter how much stronger the speed and strength were than before, it was just like a madman. The beast. This blow is also the strongest state in Lilianwa. At this moment, the air was forcibly blown up by Matekai, and a punch was thrown towards Susanoo. Open black lens bracket marine rokushiki iron nugget close black lens bracket. Controlling Susanoo's right fist, another rokushiki iron block was covered with Susanoo's right fist, and with a slamming punch, it slammed towards Lorenhua, who was deduced to the extreme by Matekai. 2 fists collided, and in the next instant, endless energy overflowed, swaying within 1,000 feet. After a single blow, the 2 of them flew down to the ground hundreds of feet away, and this blow was also comparable, and the record in the field at this point was something that few elite Junin people could achieve. The eyes of many people and people around Konoha were dull. What a terrifying strength. Matekai's 8 inner gates can actually be opened. It's terrible. Many elites are probably not opponents with this one blow. Yes, I am afraid that only Hiyori Sanin and a few existences can suppress it. As expected of Kakashi's opponent, Matekai is very strong. Yeah, Kakashi is strong enough. Susanoo can turn his fist into black. It's the first time I've seen it. It's not in the history of the Uchiha clan. It's a pity that Kakashi and Princess Tsunade have left with Lord Baizi, otherwise our future Konoha will definitely be prosperous. Many ninjas around were full of emotion and discussion, and looked at Kakashi and Matekai in the field again, and their images were all raised. The surging strength of Matekai emerged around him, and Kakashi, who looked more than a few hundred meters away, looked solemn. Sure enough, Kakashi can stop his ultimate Lilianwa. During this time, he thought that his strength had grown enough. Suppressing Kakashi, I didn't expect it to be the current situation. As expected of Kakashi, my opponent. Matekai was overwhelmed with emotion and heaved a sigh of relief. Next, if you can take my move, you will win this time. Open black lens bracket 8 inner gates toward peacock close black lens bracket. Sound was backward, and with Matekai as the center, it was like a peacock opening. Thousands of shock waves and torrents of flames immediately hit Kakashi on the opposite side, covering everything within a radius of more than 10 feet. That is, at the moment when Matekai's peacock was about to fall on Kakashi, Kakashi's face was slightly positive. 8 inner gates gate of opening. Open. Gate of healing on. Immediately, with Kakashi opening 2 doors in a row, with the blessing of speed and power, Susanoo punched his right fist, and the next moment, a shock wave was formed in front of him, and the peacock who came from the top greeted the peacock. Went up. Rokushiki shave appeared, and Kakashi who touched the soles of his feet instantly came to Matekai. At this time, the Susanoo mode had been cancelled, and then there was no stagnation. Open black lens bracket 8 inner gates watch lotus close black lens bracket. With a low voice, he kicked up with a kick, supplemented by rokushiki shaving and iron blocks, and slammed into Matekai's lower abdomen, making a dull sound. Next moment, Matekai turned into a black shadow, crashed thousands of meters away in an instant, and slammed into the gravitational barrier. Many ninjas and people in the nearby Konoha could clearly feel the air in that instant. A tremor occurred. In the original position of Matekai, Kakashi looked at Matekai thousands of feet away and felt the power just now. The practice of marine rokushiki these days has also taken a step from 8 inner gates going to the gate of opening, and integrated marine rokushiki to fight. The force skyrocketed. However, Kakashi's move shocked everyone around Konoha. This is the 8 inner gates gate of opening and gate of healing. Kakashi 8 inner gates opens gate of healing. That's right, plus the weird speed ability. I'm already afraid that the fighting technique is no lower than that of Mat K at the moment. How long has it been? Kakashi's combat power has risen to this level, even if it's not as good as Sanin, it's not far behind. That's right, Kakashi used Susanoo to block Kokage Luash's blow. Biao Lianhua, plus it seems to be called Marine Rokushiki, it's too evil. The surrounding ninjas and people were full of emotion, but it was Matekai who fell to the ground from the gravity barrier. He didn't come up in one breath, coughed a few times, and felt the blow from Kakashi just now. At this moment he is dead. What a weird ability, it's terrifying. What kind of fighting technique is that, combined with 8 inner gates to show such a situation? I lost. Metkei calmed down. Although he was defeated in this battle, he was honored. After all, he lost the battle with Kakashi not once or twice. In this room, Baizi has already lifted the gravitational barrier, and the surrounding ninjas and the people surrounded it. It was also in this room that Kakashi took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Matekai. This is next time we say goodbye. I don't know when we will meet, so this Marine Rokushiki training manual can be used as a parting gift. Finished speaking, he looked at the 3rd generation of Sarutobi Hizen. Lord Naruto, if possible, you can let the ninjas in the village practice this technique. Especially for ninjas with a fighting technique, their combat power will definitely increase a lot. It's marine style. Words came out, many Konoha ninjas and the people around were shocked. Did Kakashi just use the strange ability from here? Especially the eyes of many ninjas were full of brilliance. Chapter 154 This is the Nine-Tailed Fox. Marine Rokushiki. When Matekai saw the manual, his expression was shocked, and he looked at Baizi for the first time. This is a teaching from Baizi-sama, isn't it appropriate? Kakashi heard that, and subconsciously looked at Baizi, who was looking as usual, thinking of the scene he fought for Konoha before. It's okay, the teacher knows about it. Oh. Before Matekai had time to speak, Sarutobi Hizen on the side bowed deeply to Baizi, his eyes full of sincerity. Thank you Baizi-sama for his gift to Konoha. Hizen is here on behalf of the entire Konoha to thank him. Baizi-sama. Jong is still old and spicy. Knowing the importance of the Marine Rokushiki that Kakashi just used to their Konoha, he immediately cut off the retreat, thanked him repeatedly, and finalized this matter. As for what Kakashi gave to Matekai, if he opened his mouth, he would dare not give it. Besides, Kakashi also said that this manual is best for all ninjas in Konoha to practice. With the golden sunrise, Baizi and his group of 3 walked out of Konoha, leaving behind Hizen Sarutobi who was looking out. Not long after, the spies from the ninja villages of various countries learned about everything that happened here, and they reported the things here one by one. The Land of Thunder, Cloudy Village. 4 generations of Reikage office. Due to the Battle of Konoha yesterday, Reikage I, who was seriously injured and still unable to heal, was pale and bloodless at this moment. Oh. Marine Rokushiki. Ying-ai raised her eyebrows when she heard the report of her confidant, and she couldn't help thinking of the previous incident of Baizi's action to drive away the 9-tailed demon fox. That kind of weird ability the Marine Rokushiki here. If he and the Marine Rokushiki from Yunnin village will meet, but thinking about that scene, Lei Ying-ai's pale face flushed with excitement. Get it. You must get it. After thinking about it for a while, Reikijai has made a decision. Even if he calls his confidant and gives this order, he must get this marine Rokushiki with strange abilities at all costs. If it was before, they might not have dared, but this time it is different. That mysterious master named Baizi has left Konoha today with Konoha's genius Kakashi and Princess Tsunade. Other words, it means that the Konoha here has no strong backing. If they attack Konoha again, they will definitely make Konoha pay a painful price, and even wipe the entire Konoha from this world. The order goes on. This mission is told, at all costs, no matter what. No matter how much you pay, you must get it, even if. I would not hesitate to expose all Konoha's spies. Reikijai knew that this matter could not be mistaken. Not only them, but also other major ninja villages would inevitably have various small actions. Konoha, for a long time in the future, will become the active center of spies in the major ninja villages. No wonder. It's all because Konoha has a temptation in their hands that they can't refuse, a ninja village that can make their own a shortcut to getting stronger quickly. Yes, Reikij-sama. In the room, Reikijai's confidant heard the order of Reikij-sama, and immediately claimed that it was, and at the same time as the voice fell, the figure flashed without any hesitation, and disappeared into the air like a ghost. The Land of Thunder, and the major ninja villages in other countries, such as Kazekage, Sokage, Tsukage, etc. all have the same approach. In addition to these large ninja villages, there are also large and small ninja worlds. In the other small ninja villages, all of them went to the marine Rokushiki practice book that Konoha got. While the clouds are moving on all sides, the other side. It is dozens of kilometers away from Konoha, and it is also where Baizi taught Kakashi before. A group of 3 people just came to the vicinity of the thatched hut when there was a swooshing sound. A golden shadow flashed by, and reappeared in front of Baizi, shouting as if to please, "Young Master Bai, you are finally here." Since the 9-tailed demon fox left Konoha, Baizi let it wait around the thatched hut, and took it out of this world at the right time. As the 9-tailed demon fox completely controlled by Baizi, of course, he would not go against Baizi's words. There is only the present scene. This is. Baizi's face was as usual, while Kakashi and Tsunade on the side saw the extremely dangerous golden figure in front of them, and they thought of 4 words in unison. 9-tailed demon fox. That's right, it is the 9-tailed demon fox. But the difference is that the 9-tailed demon fox at the moment has completely lost its ferocity. Terribly strong indeed. Teacher, this is. I am afraid not. 9-tailed demon fox. Princess Tsunade gulped her saliva. Her eyes hadn't left since the 9-tailed demon fox appeared in front of her. Ever since she saw the 9-tailed demon fox for the first time, she had confirmed that the 9-tailed fox in front of her was indeed a 9-tailed demon fox, but she couldn't understand why the 9-tailed demon fox, which was thousands of feet tall, would appear in the present state, and it was still screaming. Baizi Bai Xiao. This name is the same as what Baizi asked her to call her, isn't it? Tsunade, who seemed to realize something, and Kakashi on the side focused their attention on Baizi, and then looked at each other. They all saw the shock and awe in the other's eyes. The 9-tailed demon fox was subdued by teacher Bai Xiao. A terrifying thought reverberated in his mind, as if it lingered in his ears like a mimi demonic sound, for a long time. And this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the 9-tailed demon fox in front of me can actually speak human words. Xiaoju, introduce yourself. Seeing Kakashi and Tsunade's shocked expressions, Baizi said with laughter to the 9-tailed demon fox waving its 9 tails. Yes, young Master Bai. Regarding Baizi's order, as one of the targets of the demon contract, the 9-tailed demon fox certainly would not resist, and then introduced himself, but no one noticed the subtle flickering in the eyes of the 9-tailed demon fox looking at Kakashi and Tsunade with a look of disdain. 2 little devils, you guessed right. Lao Su is the 9-tailed demon fox who attacked you Konoha before, but he was controlled. Fortunately, I met Bai Xiao listening to the golden 9-tailed demon fox spitting in front of him. According to human words, Tsunade Kakashi and two people completely believed that the nine-tailed demon fox who ravaged Konoha and almost never destroyed Konoha was really tamed by Baizi. However, what they couldn't figure out was what method Baizi used to make such a savage and sturdy nine-tailed demon fox control to what it is now. Chapter 155 The strength of the soaring duo returns to the world of pirates. Conquer the Nine Tails. If this news spreads, the whole world will be shaken upside down. Just kidding, Nine Tails, that's it. From ancient times to the present, the first master of the Nine Tails, the Six Paths Immortal, has this ability to completely control the Nine Tails, and that is the Nine Tails in their childhood. Except for the Six Paths Immortal, no one has this ability. Now another person can do this, and it seems to be more thorough than the Immortals of the Six Paths. What they can see from the eyes of the Nine Tails is worship and loyalty. As soon as it was said that if Baizi told Juwei to kill them at this moment, Juwei would definitely not hesitate at all. After getting to know each other, it was a long time. It was only until Tsunade and Kakashi completely digested the shock in their hearts that they also accepted that the nine-tailed demon fox in front of them, who was not as tall as them, was the one. Nine-tailed among the tailed beasts. It's only half the energy, but in terms of the danger level of the nine-tailed demon fox today, it's much stronger than it was when it was completely victorious. Seeing that Kakashi and Tsunade are Hakuzawa, the nine-tailed demon fox's attitude was also slightly better. For the next period of time, Baizi guided Kakashi and Tsunade to improve their strength, while visiting the customs of Naruto World. After all, it was hard to come here, and it would be a pity not to take a good tour. As for Kakashi and Tsunade's opponent, they are naturally locked on the nine-tailed demon fox, but they are very sure that Baizi will dare to control the nine-tailed demon fox with 100% confidence, otherwise they will be given 10-10. I'm afraid I don't dare to face the nine-tailed demon fox, which is more terrifying than the previous peak and violent period, as an opponent. Of course, unless they are courting death. About 10 days later. Unknown Island, Open Space. Open black lens bracket Susano close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Marine Rokushiki Kami E close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Watch Lotus Flower close black lens bracket. Boom boom boom. The sound of shell explosions pierced the air and rose above the entire island. The ground of the island trembled one after another, and it looked like it was about to sink the island. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king's spear, close black lens bracket. Tsunade on the other side of the rumbling was even more like a hang-up. In just half a month, he took control of Marine Rokushiki abruptly, even Baizeduvivi was surprised. S talent is really terrifying. Kakashi's Rokushiki is also very skilled, and Rokushiki, 6 styles are just a step away. Looking at Kakashi and Tsunade's rocket-like strength, Baizedu-sama can't wait to take the two to the pirate world. I really want to see what changes the two of them will bring to the pirate world. It's been a few months since I left the world of pirates. It's time to go back. I looked in the direction of Konoha, and observation haki spread to the surrounding area. It's easy to know that Kakashi left Matekai and Konoha before. Marine Rokushiki, after so long now, has spread all over the major ninja villages. Don't underestimate the strength of the ninja villages of various countries. Although the overall strength is not as good as Konoha, it is not mediocre. With each means, the entire Konoha has become the center of the hurricane. It has become a veritable meat grinder. Every day, even every hour, spies from other villages are discovered. The ninjas of the country are all one word, death. Sarutobi Hizen knew that Marine Rokushiki's training manual could not guarantee Konoha's uniqueness. In the entire Konoha, an unprecedented large-scale cleaning operation was launched, and the group was even more ruthless. Strictly pressed. And, Kakashi and Tsunade, who had been fighting that day, were full of excitement, and obviously their strength had improved a lot. As for their sparring opponent, the nine-tailed demon fox, their hearts trembled. The eyes that looked at Kakashi and Tsunade again changed. At this time, the strength of the two can be said to have undergone a reborn improvement. If you really want to measure it, Kakashi's strength is estimated to be comparable to the shadow level at this moment. As for Tsunade's strength, it has faintly surpassed the boundaries of the shadow level and reached the shadow level. Both of them are like dreams. They can't imagine that in such a short period of time, they have achieved what would take years or even decades to achieve. As a maid, Tsunade prepared a meal diligently. After eating, the sunset in the sky was already hanging on the top of the mountain. It's time to leave. Baizi, who watched the sunset for a while, murmured, Kakashi and Tsunade's strengths have also grown by the same amount these days, it's time to go back. With the sound of, three eyes immediately converged on Baizi's body, and the three hearts couldn't help but mention their throats. Teacher, you mean, we are going to your world? Young Master Bai, it's great to finally be able to leave. The nine-tailed demon fox grinned with ferocious fangs, and his eyes were excited and uttered words. Are you going? Tsunade's eyes swept across the beauty of this world. Just like Kakashi, she also lost her relatives in this world. Long before Baizi was still in the future, Tsunade's parents and younger brother were all killed during the war or the mission. Kill. The sun sets in the west, at a certain moment. Baizi waved his right hand and used the first time-space scroll, and the return mode was turned on. Quietly, a large space-time wormhole appeared not far from the body of the three-person 3-1 beast, as if they knew that there were many people returning this time. Nine-tailed demon fox saw the time-space wormhole, its hair stood up and became smaller again, and then lay tightly on Baizi's shoulder like a small pet, with a pair of eyes staring at the time-space wormhole full of destructive power. In its memory, even the first Master Ludao Immortal could not do this. Bai Xiao is too powerful, and his future achievements are definitely higher than that of the Ludao Master. Okay, let's go in. After saying that, Baizi took the lead and the nine-tailed demon fox entered the space-time wormhole. Kakashi and Tsunade looked at each other, gritted their teeth and followed. Pirate World, an unknown island. In about a quarter of an hour. Space suddenly opened a gap, and then the space-time wormhole appeared. The next moment, 3 people and 3 beasts came out of it. This 3 people, 3 beasts were none other than Baizeji, who had just arrived from Naruto World. People. Is this the world that Bai Xiao lives in? The air smells much better than ours. The nine-tailed demon fox sipped the fox's mouth, and said with a contented expression on his face. Kakashi and Tsunade nodded deeply. The air here is indeed much better than their world. According to plan. Xiaoju, you and Tsunade group press. Map to Marine headquarters to join Marine. Kakashi go to Fishman Island Yanwang Pirates to find me. I will go first. After speaking, Baizi turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared thousands of meters away. In a flash, he left everyone's sight and fled in the direction of Fishman Island. Chapter 156_Kakashi visits Fishman Island. Fishman Island, the headquarters of the Yanwang Pirates. A flash of thunder flashed away and entered a room without disturbing anyone, and this room was clearly Baizi's residence. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of Baizi's room. Luffy kid, don't blame me for being rude if you don't leave. Ryokugyu looked at the little guy in front of him. His body was full of evil spirits, and he was full of fighting spirit. He had been staring at little Luffy for a day or two. Big man, get out of the way, I want to challenge Baizi and become the captain of the Yanwang Pirates. Luffy screamed, the typical scar was healed and the pain was forgotten, and he had forgotten where the 2 previous abuses had gone. No wonder that Garp's previous waves of love fists failed to bring Luffy back on the right track. Good boy, I really thought I became the deputy captain and shouted in front of Lao Su, come on, let's have a fight. Come on, who's afraid of who? Ryokugyu didn't like Luffy, and Luffy didn't like Ryokugyu as well. Needlepoint Maiming said that he was going to fight, and the group of people around were holding their foreheads for a while, and both of them had a lack of temper. It really sucks. A little while. Big man, look at my Super 8 King gun. HMPH, Rokushiki, 6 styles Dragon Fist. In front of Baizi's residence, Luffy Ryokugyu rumbled and punched. Fujitora Isho, Ace and the others all watched with great interest. Co-captains, so I don't know which one is stronger or weaker. Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. The big fight between the two, Fujitora Isho couldn't help Isho, and he waved his hand to lay a gravitational barrier around the two. Although it wasn't as solid as Baizi's, it was enough. Crackling, the two of them punched to the flesh, and they fought fiercely. The one who fought is called the Heat. Just as the two of them were fighting, the door opened, and the figure of Baizi appeared in front of the door, and the sight was impressive. This is the scene of Luffy and Ryokugyu fighting. Reason why Gate of Opening appeared at this moment is because he got an incredible news the moment he returned to the room. That is, the time flow of the Naruto world that he traveled through before is completely different from that of the pirate world today. Z has been in Naruto world for several months, but in pirate world, not even a day has passed. That's right. The time flow rate of Naruto world is much happier than that of pirate world. According to system information, the time flow rate of Naruto time is 100 times that of pirate world. 100 times the speed of time. That is to say, 100 days have passed in the Naruto world, and only 1 day has passed in the pirate world, so it is no wonder that 1 day has not passed in the pirate world. Not only the world of Naruto, but the world that Bai will pass through in the future is similar to the world of Naruto, with 100 times the speed of time. Bang! S sound. Ryokugyu smashed Luffy's abdomen with a punch, and after smashing him out, he slid more than 10 feet before it stopped. Ha 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 ha, happy, really fast. Ryokugyu moved his wrists and looked at the opposite Luffy with bright eyes. His fighting spirit was even stronger. Luffy kid has made great progress, come again. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Okay, that's it for today. Baizi interrupted Luffy's words and said aloud. Stop. Ryokugyu, okay. Stop if you say it. I'll pick it from you, Luffy. Z lala. Before the arrogant Luffy could finish speaking, the endless thunder flashed in the void, and the thunder filled with armament haki submerged into Luffy's body, and immediately began to wreak havoc. It became an explosive head, very funny. One didn't stand still, and fell to the ground with a squeak. Ryokugyu, who was watching this scene, swallowed. Motherfucker, the captain became more and more terrified. Fortunately, I didn't do anything, or Luffy would be my end. At the same time, in front of the Yanwang Pirates headquarters. I want to see your captain. Of the Yanwang Pirates headquarters. He opened his mouth and said this. The words were very provocative. Sufficiency, this is what Baizi meant. Although Kakashi felt that this was not good, he dared not disobey the teacher's order. Good boy, find fault, right. I want to meet our captain, I'll see if you have the strength. The elite members of the goalkeeper armament immediately covered the whole fist, and immediately smashed the inexplicably provocative Kakashi with a punch, and the shadow of Marine Rokushiki, who had just started, appeared on the soles of his feet. Seeing the person coming, Kakashi didn't move at all, raised his right palm and clenched it towards the incoming fist. Crack. Crisp sound. The elite member of the Armament Hockey Guild on the opposite side was stunned and said, how is that possible? He took his own punch with his bare hands. This person is absolutely extraordinary. No wonder he dared to challenge their captain, but it is far from being scary enough for their captain. Cassie entered the Yanwang Pirates headquarters with a swipe of the soles of his feet, and another elite member came back to his senses first, pulled out a signal flare and released it into the air. Shoo! Bang! With the rise of the signal flare, a gorgeous fireworks signal appeared over the Yanwang Pirates and Fishman Island, which was a warning signal that someone was attacking the Yanwang Pirates. One raised by the warning signal, Kakashi has come to the training ground. Open black lens bracket dragon flame close black lens bracket. Seeing the unfamiliar person, Zoro Rokushiki, who was training, came to the midair and slashed down, and a cyan fire dragon appeared in the air, attacking the figure that appeared. The sudden attack was fleeting, and Kakashi responded subconsciously, soil escape and earth flow wall. A low voice, a thick earth wall appeared in front of Kakashi, blocking the incoming cyan fire dragon. After one blow, the blue dragon and the earth flow wall turned into nothingness, making a dull rumbling sound. Seeing that his attack failed to cause substantial damage to the stranger, Zoro's face sank, brewing an attack, and ready to attack again. Open black lens bracket Ichido Ryuji Lion Song close black lens bracket. Zoro, armament haki with a solemn expression, covered the entire blade, and immediately came out with a knife, and between the sparks and flints, he came to Kakashi in an instant. So fast, it's almost in the blink of an eye. In this room, Kakashi's figure flashed and he easily escaped. Zoro's heart was shocked when he saw such a scene. It was marine-style Kami-e just now. 3 things to read, collection, push. Chapter 157 _Kaleidoscope right wheel copy vs Zoro. Marine Rokushiki Kami-e. This trick, he has just learned some tricks, and now this person is not much different from himself, he uses Kami-e easily. Kakashi's slashing slash cut through the ground, and in an instant a ditch of more than 10 feet was cut out of the ground, which was very eye-catching. At the same time, Baizi and his party also came to the scene to see Kakashi using Kami-e to avoid Zoro's blow. This is Kami-e, and it's top Kami-e, this guy is not easy. Rob Lucci looked solemnly at Kakashi, who was skilled in using Kami-e, and said with emotion, so young to perform their marine Rokushiki's Kami-e to such a degree, the entire marine before them was a rare existence. At this age, he can't achieve this far. Rob Lucci is like this, and the others around him are also full of radiance. This young man has been able to interpret marine Rokushiki so well. Yeah, it's really not easy. Isn't it? I just don't know what this young man's intention is to come here. Such a skilled marine Rokushiki Kami-e, I'm afraid it's not for the captain's Rokushiki, 6 styles. Hey, what a coincidence, Captain's Rokushiki, 6 styles are all over the new world now. The current Zoro is completely incomparable to the previous one. I really don't know who will win or lose in the end. You must know that Zoro is a real great swordsman. Next, it's definitely a visual feast. A group of people around, none of them thought about going forward to help, they all looked at the field with their arms on their shoulders, looking at the show. As for conspiracy, joking, if such strength can defeat them with conspiracy, they will also be. I don't deserve to be the 5 emperors of the new world. Then the real battle begins. Ace's eyes fell on the field, and he looked at Kakashi who suddenly visited, and murmured. As expected, the real battle started quietly just after Ace's voice fell. 36 Troubles Phoenix. Armament haki covered Zoro with the samurai sword. No nonsense, and immediately slashed out again. The high-speed sword wave turned into a slash, turned into a 5-foot-sized arc and attacked Kakashi. The expressions of everyone around are staring at the arc, and this is not an ordinary 3 lost troubled phoenix. This is an attack blessed by Zoro's skillful use of marine Rokushiki. It can be said to be more powerful than before and not worth it. Several grades. The arc sword wave tore through the air, and the blink of an eye reached it. However, when everyone's eyes swept to Kakashi in the arena, what happened next made them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. I saw that a samurai sword appeared in Kakashi's hand at some point in the field, like Zoro, and swung it out, 36 Troubles Phoenix. In the same way, the sword wave turned into a slash, and with the sound of tearing the air, it turned into a 5-jong sword light and slammed into the oncoming 5-jong sword light. Rumbling 36 Anxiety Phoenix slammed into each other, making a thunderous sound. With the 2 as the center, a strong wind was blowing towards them, if it wasn't for Baizi after the 2 hit each other. Set up a gravity gathering in the field, and I don't know how the training field was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the 2. However, such a blow shocked everyone around except Baizi. How is it possible? Yes. Everyone was stunned, because of how strong the fight was, but that who suddenly came to their Yanwang pirates. Young man actually used the famous stunt of the bounty hunter Zoro. Incredible, incredible. It can be said that it is unimaginable that that person used Zoro's 36 troubles so easily. It is unbelievable. How did that happen? Bounty hunter Zoro, our captain's apprentice 36 annoying phoenix, my god, was actually used by that person. Isn't it true? The sword beams are all 5 feet, which means that the strength of the two people just now is not equal to each other. This person is so terrifying, and the new world is really becoming more and more interesting. Around Ace and the others were talking about the young man in the field, and at the moment, Zoro was the most embarrassed. You must know that this trick 36 annoyed Phoenix came to his epiphany when he died. He absolutely believed that he was the only one in this world who knew how to use this trick, and he had never taught it even half a point, even he didn't mention the teacher by Z. It is for this reason that Zoro is even more shocked. A stranger, without any warning, uses his own famous trick, and it is equivalent to his own proficiency, which is absolutely impossible from a common sense. Open black lens bracket 360 troubles Phoenix close black lens bracket. Zoro's face was flushed red, and when the next knife was cut out again, this time the knife was about 10 feet in size, and it slammed towards Kakashi on the opposite side. However, Zoro's voice just fell. Open black lens bracket 360 trouble Phoenix close black lens bracket. The same slash came out, and the same Tenjong sword light, with the same movement, slammed into each other again. As soon as this blow came out, the eyes of everyone in the surrounding field were straight. 3,360,360 annoying Phoenix. Who am I? Where are they? What did they see? They were not dreaming. Impossible. How is it possible? 360 Anxiety Phoenix is an upgraded version of Zoro's famous stunt. What kind of situation is this? Zoro's eyes are bulging out. He can't believe what he just experienced. It's weird. Is this a devil fruit person? Such a terrifying ability. Damn. Zoro looked gloomy, looked at the opposite Kakashi solemnly, and took out a knife again. Open black lens bracket gate of life close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gate of life close black lens bracket. It can be said that as soon as Zoro's words fell this time, Kakashi's voice rang out, the same move, the two stood opposite each other, with a loud roar. There was a volcanic eruption-like collision sound between the two. After the blow, Kakashi, who originally only had a samurai sword, had another one in his hand at this moment. This is Nami Sanji, Chopper, and the others in the Gate of Life City, the two swordsmen. What kind of monster is this guy, and he has so many unique skills from Zoro. It's terrible, Nami, let's go home. I want to too. His party were stunned, the young man was a replica of Zoro. Die. Open black lens bracket 3 swords stream purgatory ghost slash close black lens bracket. Boom finally. Under repeated stimulation, Zoro finally moved with real anger, full of anger, sharp eyes like knives. If eyes can kill, at this moment Kakashi died I don't know how many times. However, at the same time, Kakashi on the other side also moved like Zoro under the action of the two kaleidoscopes. Chapter 158 Kakashi awakens Rokushiki, 6 styles, Tsunade enters Marine. Open black lens bracket 3 swords of purgatory ghost slash close black lens bracket. The same move, the same strength, 2 purgatory ghost slashes slammed into each other under everyone's attention, making a thunderous sound. Immediately afterwards, Zoro, who did not believe in evil, launched a series of attacks. Open black lens bracket extreme tiger hunt close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket extreme tiger hunt close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket big Buddha slash close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket big Buddha slash close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 800 troubled phoenix close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 800 troubled phoenix close black lens bracket. The two attacked exactly the same, and everyone around was shocked. Every move of Zoro was imitated and copied by Kakashi. The same attack, the roaring ups and downs swayed in the training ground, the ascension lingered in the ears of everyone, and impacted the pupils of Ace and the others. As the battle heated up, Zoro's eyes flushed and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. Open black lens bracket 3000 worlds of 3 swords and profound truths close black lens bracket. Zoro made a move. The 3 katana swords were like spinning tops. With the combined blessing of marine rokushiki and armament haki, they attacked Kakashi with a bang. And that's not all. Zoro here is the first time that the sword intent of the great swordsman level is poured into it, and the ultimate blow can be said to have hit Zoro's strongest blow at the moment. However, just after Zoro's 3000 worlds was played, a nightmare-like voice lingered over the training ground again, 3000 worlds of 3 swords of profound truth. Unsurprisingly, Kakashi's voice came out, but it was obviously impossible to completely imitate and copy Zoro's moves. Seeing this, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, but this person's ability is too strange, and he must fight quickly. Ghost Chi 9 swords Ashura magic 9 flashes. The gloomy voice seemed to rise from Juyu. At this moment, there seemed to be an Ashura holding 9 knives behind Zoro. With an unparalleled and powerful blow, it turned into a death scythe and attacked Kakashi on the opposite side. Seeing this move, Kakashi didn't dare to be careless, even the kaleidoscope could not imitate and copy it. Obviously, this move still exceeded the limit of his own strength at the moment. Open black lens bracket Susanoo Hogo close black lens bracket. Immediately, Kakashi didn't dare to be careless, and directly used Susanoo. The next moment, the mountain-like warrior with arms and ribs, Susanoo's initial state appeared in everyone's field of vision. The mental impact of Nengu's Valkyrie was no less than that of Conqueror Haki who had just awakened. As soon as this move came out, the surrounding Ryokugyu and his party were all shocked and looked at the field in disbelief. What kind of power is this? It's so weird, it's a bit like a phantom beast fruit, but it has it. Everyone around was frowning slightly. The scene here was very strange. It was said that it was similar to the Phoenix, Captain Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, but I couldn't tell the difference. Was in doubt, Zoro's great swords 9 knife demon and 9 flashes came with a bang, and without any hesitation, he instantly hit Kakashi's Susanoo with a rumbling sound. The thunderous sound lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then it stopped. Ace and the others looked over again, and their eyes were full of surprises. Under such a bursting attack, the mysterious young man on the opposite side only retreated more than 100 feet, and there was no other damage. Defense is so terrifying. The blow of the great swordsman level was not able to break the strange defense of that young man. After the blow, the arena fell into silence for a long time. 1 second, 3 seconds 5 seconds lasted for more than 10 seconds. Zoro's expression became the dignified expression in history. His eyes stared at the young man opposite without blinking. Excuse me, Your Excellency name taboo, the next blow I will not kill the nameless. Hitaki Kakashi. The other side of Zoro's solemn appearance, Kakashi showed a gentle smile, but in Zoro's eyes, anger was even more maddening. This guy's expression was so disgusting that he was so rude. Since that's the case, then please take my strongest blow. Voice was behind. Zoro was no longer long-winded, his face was solemn, and his mind was stable, and he was brewing the strongest blow. Ghost Chi 9 swords Ashura mysterious demon god slash. The most sublimated sword slashed out, and in an instant, it was as if the endless Ashura army was rushing towards the face. Even Ryokugyu and the others all looked at Zoro with a dumb look. This little guy can actually do this with the 9 blades. Demon slash. Such an apt name. They can't imagine how much Zoro has grown to at this time under the captain's training. Was slashed out, the world changed color in an instant, and the rumbling sound of the ghostly iron chain, intriguing, suddenly struck. That kid is going to be miserable. Yeah, this kind of attack, I am afraid it's not far from the admiral level. It's unbelievable how this bounty hunter Zoro has become under the guidance of the captain. So awesome. Under the unparalleled pressure, Kakashi's expression was also solemn, and Susanoo urged him to the extreme. 8 inner gates, gate of opening. Gate of healing on. As the gate of healing opened one after another, Kakashi's momentum instantly surged, and under the shroud of extreme danger, Kakashi made a new breakthrough for Rokushiki. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles must Suroku King Spear, close black lens bracket. Punch. Kakashi, who was in Susanoo's state, immediately raised his hand and punched, slashing towards the attacking Ashura mysterious demon god. Susanoo's giant fist and demon slash collided in an instant, an unparalleled strong wind blew wildly, and the two men's clothes moved without the wind, and they touched in an instant. 100 Jong giant. Poof. Poof. The two people who stopped in the hundreds of pictures, the red blood sprayed out of their mouths, and they floated in a beautiful arc in the air and splashed on the training ground, which was very eye-catching. Under the strongest blow, both loses. Kakashi's eyes gleamed brightly, and his heart was filled with emotion. He was indeed the teacher's first apprentice. With such strength, it was really terrifying and strong sword intent. At the same time, another side. Marine Recruit Training Camp. Thousand Hands Tsunade and the nine-tailed demon fox that turned into a slap also came to the Marine Headquarters Training Camp, and it is also the place where retired Garp trains recruit. And this place is the destination that Bizarang just received. The two registration personnel at the recruit registration office saw Tsunade with outstanding appearance, and their eyes bulged out. With the advantage of her outstanding beauty, Tsunade quickly completed all the formalities with the attentive and skillful movements of the two registration staff. Tsunade's entry into the Marine was unexpectedly smooth, but for a long period of time, Marine once again set off a monstrous frenzy because of the arrival of Tsunade. Chapter 159 Initial Target, Chaton Tokikake. Marine Headquarters, Training Camp. At the training ground right now. Bang. Sound. One of the elite students was smashed and flew out by Garp, who was specially trained in actual combat. Did you see that just now is the Marine Rokushiki who is skilled to the top? Although a few of you can shave, it is still far from enough. Tomorrow is the day to go out to sea for actual combat, and you have to work hard, otherwise, I can't guarantee that everyone will come back alive. Garp, who had retreated to the second line, came out with a loud voice, warning of the graduation of a new batch of Marines, but looking at the mediocre batch again, Garp sighed slightly, since the top of the war, their Marines' seedlings are really inferior. One term. Sengoku told himself to retire before, but he has not been able to do so today. The reason is very simple, it is easy for Sengoku to retire, but if Momoshiki Admiral, who is now famous, is promoted to the post of Fleet Admiral, it means that Marine Admiral will be empty. Get a seat. Admiral's choice. Originally it was an extremely rare existence, but it wasn't so easy to find, so Sengoku complained to himself more than once. Garp, who looked thoughtful, immediately caught the attention of Tsunade who had just joined Marine. Who is that person? From Garp's body, asked the two Marines who were attentive beside him. Beauty Tsunade, you don't know him. Yeah, Tsunade, he is our Marine's celebrity, the hero Garp, an existence who chases One Piece, king of pirates Roger all over the world, and Roger is called the hero of the greatest enemy in his life. The two attentive Marines saw Garp, their expressions suddenly changed. They were very aware of Garp's temper. If he knew that the two of them acted like this, they would definitely be beaten up, and they would not be able to get out of bed for at least half a month. Oh. He's Garp, no wonder. Tsunade heard the voices of the two, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. If you want to gain prestige as soon as possible, this Garp is undoubtedly the best goal. Right here, a short, one-armed man came to the training ground. Although it was one-armed, whenever the surrounding Marines looked at the man, they all showed awe. This person is none other than Marine Vice Admiral whose arm was cut off by Bai Zi before, the former Marine Admiral candidate, but at this moment, he obviously no longer has this qualification. Originally, he likes Momoshiki, and he has confessed more than many times, but his strength has dropped greatly, and Momoshiki has been promoted to Admiral, and the relationship between the two has become increasingly estranged. So, for a while, Cha has been searching for her next target. Since Momoshiki can't get it, she can only settle for the next best thing. Recruit training camp for business today. He also thought to himself that since he couldn't find his target for a while, it would be good to soak up the fairy spirit of these little girls. However, when Chaton Tokikake first came to the recruit training camp, he saw a girl who was no less beautiful than Momoshiki Admiral. This girl was none other than the one who just joined the sea. Tsunade with no rank on his shoulders. Seeing that Tsunade was a recruit, Chaton Tokikake rolled his eyes with malicious intent. Such a girl had better be lied to. While thinking about it, Chaton Tokikake walked in the direction of Tsunade and the two Marines. Come over. Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral. The two Marines saw Chaton Tokikake, their faces turned green on the spot, and their bodies were agitated. They no longer dared to show their covetousness to Tsunade, because if Chaton Tokikake knew that they were interested in such a beautiful girl, will definitely break their legs. Compared with Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral, they are not on the stage with this trick. Well, let's go, leave this recruit to me. Chaton Tokikake said with a straight face, but how could his thoughts escape Tsunade's eyes, who had already learned observation hockey. Until you do it like this. Sometimes flies also have the benefits of flies. According to Xiaobai's introduction, Marine Vice Admiral is not a low rank in Marine. If you defeat this person, then your goal of establishing prestige in Marine can be easily achieved. Quietly, Tsunade shifted the previous target on Garp to the fly beside him. Two big brothers, can you take me to see the dormitory? Tsunade, who is doing a full set of dramas, has a pitiful look in the eyes of the actor's upper body, and the hormones of the two Marines in this scene are rushing. But this is what he said, but he frowned when he heard this. This girl is so ignorant, but thinking about going to the dormitory, Chaton Tokikake couldn't help but feel alive, suppressing the anger in his heart. This soldier, come with me, I'm familiar here. Saying that, Chaton Tokikake didn't wait for Tsunade to speak, but a big hand reached out. But just when Chaton Tokikake's big hand was about to succeed, when he saw Tsunade's figure flashing, he avoided Chaton Tokikake's action. Seeing the sudden scene, Chaton Tokikake and the two Marines narrowed their eyes. That was Rokushiki shaved just now. Yes, it's definitely Rokushiki shaving. This beauty has mastered Rokushiki shaving. The two Marines saw the scene in front of them, their backs and spines became cold. As they were also able to use shaving, the trick just now was much better than them. In other words, it means that the big wave of beauty in front of you is not easy. Hey, it seems that there are two hits. Chaton Tokikake probed the sky with one hand, and his eyebrows didn't clump together, but he soon became interested. If it was so easy to get, it wouldn't be interesting. In that case, Chaton Tokikake, who made up his mind, flashed a sinister arc at the corner of his mouth. Then let me see how skilled your Rokushiki is. Touch of the soles of his feet, Chaton Tokikake immediately turned into a bear, and rushed towards Tsunade like an eagle catching a chick, and Marine Rokushiki shaved immediately. A swipe, he came to Tsunade, and that hand also had oily ingredients. The face of Chaton Tokikake's shaving, Tsunade's mouth was deeply interested in Isho. Marine Rokushiki's shaving surged again, and the speed was much faster than before. Chaton Tokikake's blow, no accident, failed again. Chaton Tokikake, who appeared in front of Tsunade, was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen at all. Although he didn't use all his strength, at this speed, even Colonel Marine couldn't escape. This girl. The Chaton Tokikake here finally looked at Tsunade solemnly and meaningfully. Interesting, interesting. That's the case, then go all out. Marine Rokushiki shave. Chaton Tokikake draws an arc in the air and rushes towards Tsunade at lightning speed. The change also aroused the attention of the surrounding Marines and students. Chapter 160 Marine Admiral Level Super Seedlings. On the training ground. Many Marines looked at the field one after another, and heated discussions rose. That's Marine Rokushiki shaved. Can't be wrong. Who is that girl? Marine Rokushiki is so skilled at shaving. The one behind him is Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral. Can't Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral's shave catch up with that? That woman. No way, Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral was Marine Admiral's alternate before. Even if he lacks an arm, his combat power is not comparable to ordinary people. At the same time as everyone was talking about it, Garp also looked over at the tour, and when he saw the two people chasing in the field, to be precise, he saw Marine Rokushiki of Tsunade, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. This girl is not easy. Garp, who had already mastered Marine Rokushiki for a long time, saw Chaton Tokikake slumped, and did not stop it, but watched it with great interest. As more and more people watched, Chaton Tokikake couldn't hang on his face, and felt a burning pain, and immediately stopped competing with Rokushiki to shave, but launched an attack, using Rokushiki, a Renkyaku Tempest kick flew past. After abruptly forcing Tsunade to stop, Armament covered the entire fist, and slammed it with a fierce and domineering punch. The speed was so fast that it came to the front in the blink of an eye. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki strange power close black lens bracket. Tsunade, who had stopped, was greeted with a punch with his backhand, and the punch that smashed the air instantly collided. At the moment when the two fists collided, there was a crisp, click, sound, and then everyone saw the shadow passing by, and it reappeared and smashed on the ground of the training ground more than 100 meters away, with a mouthful of bright red blood. With a sound of spraying out. Down is none other than the one-armed Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake. After one blow, Chaton Tokikake flew upside down more than 100 feet, and even opened his mouth and sprayed out a pool of bright red blood. Such a scene was stunned everyone. Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral. A dignified Vice Admiral was punched and seriously injured by a training camp guy. Such a scene is too horrific. Especially Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral. At this moment he is completely stunned. How can a recruit be so powerful? His strength is definitely beyond the level of Vice Admiral. The people around saw that the person flying upside down was not the woman, but their Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral. They couldn't help but tremble. How is this possible? How is this possible? That woman smashed Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral out with one punch, and she vomited blood and was seriously injured. This situation has been extremely true to prove one thing. That is, this woman, the strength is definitely more powerful than their Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral. What a handsome skill. Get a punch from the old man. Rumbling Garp just sounded. There was a thunderous sound in the ear, and this was not an ordinary blow, but Garp awakened Rokushiki, 6 styles not long ago, and now it has been developed by it. The ultimate armament Haki, S6 King's Spear, with a loud roar, smashed towards Tsunade like blasting the air. Reason is very simple, because just at that moment, Garp found out that this girl gave him the extreme danger, and that's why he got the tough blow he is now. It is said that it is a shot, but in fact there are many elements of temptation. Open black lens bracket Rokushiki, 6 styles spears, close black lens bracket. In the face of Garp's ultimate blow, Gangran did not dare to be careless, and directly used the profound meaning of the style, and blessed with strange power. When this move was used, the audience was boiling. It's the same Rokushiki, 6 styles as Garp Ying, oh my. How is it possible? There are Momoshiki Admiral and Garp Hero Club Rokushiki, 6 styles in the entire army, and now there is one more person. Incredible, incredible, no wonder, no wonder. No wonder Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral was kicked out by that woman just now, so she was awakened. Rokushiki, 6 Styles by Marine Rokushiki. Scary, so scary. Thousands of marine elites around. One by one, they all stared at the round eyes in the field. The 2 marines who brought Tsunade here before have their calves twisted. Exist. 2 fists intersected, and in an instant, endless waves of air swept toward the 4 poles, and the dust of the training ground rose up, and it was not resting for a long time. Dust splashed everywhere, and Garp and Tsunade were both backed up by the force of the shock, and they all stepped back more than a few feet. Match. It's hard to tell the winner. Looking at the number of steps taken by the 2 sides, Garp not only did not get discouraged, but his eyes gleamed with a long-lost joy. Ha 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 ha, good, good. Garp was very excited. Now that Marine has such a fierce character, it is undoubtedly a great news. If the old boy Sengoku knew that their Marine had such a monstrous seedling, it is estimated that he would send a letter of resignation immediately and take a back seat. Looks like I'm getting old. A few words of greetings, Garp left the training ground and returned to his office. As for Tsunade, the corner of his mouth twitched, and the plan that attracted the attention of Marine's executives was a perfect success. Training camp, office. How's it going? Garp, smoking a cigar at the corner of his mouth, asked Bogart, who had not yet gone to the headquarters to report. Mr. Garp, that person named Tsunade was blank in the past, and there is no record anywhere, but one thing is certain, she is not a member of the 5 emperors, Shichibukai, or the Revolutionary Army. Bullshit. This old man also knows that with such a strong strength, even becoming the 6th emperor is not impossible. Hearing the blankness in the past, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't find it in the past, it has nothing to do with other major forces, but he can't take it lightly. Pay close attention to Tsunade's every move. Today's performance, she is obviously attracting the attention of me, or Marine executives. Yes, Mr. Garp. Bogart heard Garp's words. He secretly took it to heart. After a few minutes. Marine headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku office. Billy Billabe was smoking a cigar in a depressed mood, looking out the window while puffing smoke. A phoneworm's voice rang in his ear, and he picked up the phone, mumbling again. There's something wrong with that bastard. Hey, Sengoku, I found a Marine Admiral super seedling. Soon as I connected the phone, I heard the good news from Garp on the other side, and immediately blinded Sengoku, who was about to get angry. What kind of Marine Admiral level seedling? Isn't that after a little bit of his own resignation plan? Hearing that Tsunade had hit Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral with a punch, and that Rokushiki, 6 Styles was on a par with Garp, he immediately stood up from his seat. Really? Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku's face is full of joy, happy, so happy. There is no news, it is more worthy of happiness than this, Marine Admiral level seedling, it seems that he is not willing to retire. He, go to Gorosei, 5 elders and resign immediately. I want to see what reason they have for not resigning this time. The more I think about it, the more excited Sengoku is. On the spot, wearing the cloak of justice, slammed the door and rushed towards the location of the Gorosei, 5 elders.